Today, I almost got betrayed by my best friend. She lied to me over a guy. Let's officially listen to today's werewolf story. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to give it a like and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1 Obsession. Isn't he just so fucking sexy? My best friend Carly squealed from beside me. I looked over and saw Daniel Benson standing at the end of the hall with two of his friends. Jeremy, who was to his left, and Lucas, who was to his right. She's been crushing on him since 10th grade, making it 2 years in a row now. Why don't you go and tell him that? I say as I look at her and am amused. This being the millionth time we've had this conversation. She yelled back. Don't be an idiot, Lauren. I can't just tell him that. I smirked as I said, besides, don't you think Jeremy is way hotter? She gasped exaggerated lie before saying, how dare you compare that godly being to that hideous rat? I sighed and said disappointed lie. What did I tell you about calling people rats? Not to do it, she said, sounding like a child who just got scolded by their parent. Which is kind of what's going on right now. Carly began crushing on him after he helped her pick up her books when she tripped on her own feet. It was like a scene out of a cheesy romance movie, but they haven't had any other interaction since. She's just been watching him from a distance. But maybe that's for the best. Archie's a werewolf, so Archie's going to find his mate soon enough. It'll be hard on Carly, but that's the way things are. All werewolves can find their mates after they turn 18. Speaking of mates, it's almost my turn to find mine. When I was little, I dreamed about finding my mate. I used to think that having a mate was the best thing in the world. I thought it was going to be like those princess movies with the princess and they end up living happily ever after. Now that I think about it, I feel like cringing. I was so naive back then. Lauren, did you not hear the bell ring? Let's go to class. Carly yelled as she pulled my arm, dragging me to our first period. When we entered the class, I took my seat next to Carly. We had English, which was one of the only subjects I liked. The main reason I this class is because we basically just read the whole period. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We do have to write an essay about the book, but since I enjoy the books it's not so hard. Our teacher, Mr. Castle, began speaking. He gave us our instructions, then went to sit at his desk to use his computer. I doubt he was doing any work. He was either playing games or watching porn. I opened my copy of Animal Farm, which was the book we were currently reading. We were to finish it by next week and have our essay turned in. I continued where I last left off. On chapter 8. I hardly got any reading done before Carly started bugging me. Lauren, I'm so bored and we've only been here for like 10 minutes. We have block schedule, so our classes were around 2 hours long. On Mondays and Wednesdays we have odd classes and on Tuesdays we have even classes. Then, on Fridays we have all classes, so the periods only last around 50 minutes. Why don't you start reading your book instead of complaining? I ask, annoyed. I don't get it at all. Why are the animals talking? Why are the pigs the smart ones? She asks, looking at me with pure confusion. I began explaining to Carly. The animals are meant to represent people during the Russian Revolution. You see, when, stop. You're gonna make my brain hurt. For Pete's sake. This is English class, not fucking history. She yelled, and I'm pretty sure it was loud enough for everyone to hear. A few heads turned our way, then went back to minding their own business. Just read the damn book. Carly, if you don't, I'm gonna tell your mom you're failing English. I say as I turn back to my book. No please. Don't tell my mom. She'll give me that look. I hate it when she does that. It always makes me scared that she's gonna come after me and strangle me. Then finish your work. This is why you're failing. I knew she was doing that adorable pout of hers, but I won't give in. It has no effect on me anymore. I've gotten better at handling her. She used to be way out of control, but now you could say I've got the bone to tame the dog. Not that I'm calling her a dog or anything, although she does sometimes act like one. I was pulled out of my thoughts when I heard my name whispered from the back of the classroom. I scanned the back of the classroom, and my eyes met Daniel's. My heart jumped when my eyes met his beautiful blue eyes, which were an unusually light shade of blue. They went perfectly with his sharp features. His jawline was brought out well, with a refined nose hooked over deliciously perfect lips that naturally— Wait, did I just use perfect to describe him? Gee, what's wrong with me? He must be known. I overheard him because he quickly looked away and began reading his book. I looked away too and pretended to read my book. I quickly glanced at him a while later and saw him staring at the back of Carly's head, lost in thought. Wait, what? Was he nervous because he thought I caught him staring at Carly? Was he staring at her and not at me? Oh, I feel stupid now, thinking he was looking at me. That made me a little sad. But I ignored the feeling. Carly will be excited when I tell her I caught him staring at her. She'll be happy to hear her obsession was so one-sided. Carly and I sat down at our usual table with our nasty school lunches. I swear, every day it gets worse. I poked the packaged, expired beans with my plastic fork and gagged. A horrendous smell was coming out through the bag, even though it was closed. I pushed it aside and looked at Carly, who was content to lie eating her nasty expired beans. She literally ate anything. One time, she found it dirty. Half-eaten gummy worm on the floor and ate it. She worries me sometimes. Nathan joined us at the table. Archie's been our friend since last year. There's not much of a backstory to it. He transferred to our high school during the middle of 11th grade. He was lonely for the first few days, so we took him in. Now Archie's actually pretty popular. Archie's in a lot of clubs, and Archie's on the school's soccer team. He decided to stick with us, even after he became popular, and I'm happy he did. He can be fun to push around sometimes. Archie's one of the few people who can handle Carly. Oh, and Archie's also a human, just like Carly. Hey Horen. Hey calories, he said casually as he took a seat next to me. Hey Gathan, Carly and I said as he pulled out his lungbox from his backpack. When he opened his lungbox, a heavenly smell made its way to my nose. Carly and I both snapped our heads in his direction. Is that, I started, your mom's homemade pizza? Carly yelled out, loud enough for the whole cafeteria to hear. Ipi, he said cheerfully as we took a bite right in front of us. Some drool dripped from Carly's mouth and landed on the table. Close your mouth. I got a fly-in, he said as he took another bite of his delicious-looking pizza. I'm gonna fucking strangle you, Carly said as she started running towards Nathan. He immediately stood up and began to run from Carly. I watched as the two chased each other around the cafeteria, causing everyone to look up and watch them in amusement, some even pulling their phones out to record. I looked over to Nate's lunch. Her pizza smells so good, and it looks so good too. I grabbed the pizza he had taken a few bites out of and finished it. They were too distracted chasing each other around they didn't notice. Then, I grabbed his second slice and finished that one too. I grabbed the third slice, and just as I was about to take a bite, Carly yells from across the cafeteria. Gathan, look, that asshole N is eating all the pizza. They both start running towards me, and I immediately stand up and run out, taking the last slice with me of course. I ran out the cafeteria while eating the pizza. After finishing the last bite, I come to a step and look behind me. Gathan and calories are nowhere to be seen. I got away with it. Or maybe not. I hear footsteps approaching me quickly, and I turn around to see Gathan running towards me. Before I could run, he jumps at me and tackles me, dropping me to the floor. I landed on my back, and Nate was holding me down. You ate my pizza, he cried out. I reached up and patted his head. Oh, Gathan, you should not have left me alone with your pizza. How could I resist? I say teasingly with a smirk on my face. He glared at me and said, you're buying me chips tomorrow. I heard someone running towards us from where Nate came from. Carly appeared in front of us, panting as if she just ran a marathon. She placed her hands on her knees and caught her breath. Geez. Day then. What are they feeding you? Those are some fast legs you got there, buddy. When she looked up at us, her eyes wide and in shock. EWWW, did I just walk in on you guys making out? What no? I say as I push Nate off and sit next to him. My heart almost stops when I see Daniel walking down the hall with his friends. His eyes are glued onto me as he walks, glaring at me the whole time. He looked like he wanted to kill someone. Most likely me. Was he pissed because I found out that he likes Carly? I looked at his friends, and Jeremy was smirking while Lucas was patting Daniel's back. We all remained quiet while they walked by. Even Nathan. When they finally exited the hall, we all sighed, letting out the breath we were holding in. Nate stood up and reached out his hand to help me up. I took it, and he pulled me up. Why was he looking at you like he wanted to kill you? Nate asked with a confused look on his face. Probably because I know something he doesn't want me to know, I replied as I looked at Carly. She was still looking at the exit they left through, as if she was waiting for him to come back. What? Seriously? Tell us, Nate said excitedly, ready to gossip. Well, I caught him staring at Carly during first period. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Carly's head immediately snapped from the exit to me. Her eyes revealed a hint of surprise, disbelief, and happiness all at the same time. No way. Are you serious? She yelled as she ran up to me and grabbed my shoulders. I nodded, and she squealed. My wolf Alex was joyous seeing Carly so happy, but at the same time she was a little sad. I didn't exactly know why, but I decided not to ask her about it. She probably didn't know why either. The bell rang, and we ran back to the cafeteria to get our stuff before reluctantly parting ways. Except for me and Nate, we had history together. I noticed how joyous and giddy Carly was. She must be happy, knowing that Daniel was secretly watching her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That sounds a bit creepy now that I think about it. I mentally prepared myself for history before entering the class with Nate. This was going to be a long 2 hours. The bell rang and everyone ran out before Mr. JNL could tell us. The bell doesn't dismiss you. I do. Nate and I found Carly outside. We headed to the parking lot, where Carly and Nate had their cars parked. I rode with Carly, since we lived a few houses down from each other while Nate lived on the other side of town. We said our goodbyes to Nate and hopped into Carly's car. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Carly's car. Doesn't that sound weird? After a 10-minute drive with loud music and horrible singing, we arrived at my house. Carly pulled over and I got out, closing the door behind me. Bye, Carly. See you tomorrow, I said while waving. See ya, Horen, she said and drove off. I turned and faced my house. I immediately felt uneasy and anxious. Alex growled angrily as she remembered what we had to go through every day. I reluctantly entered the house and was greeted by a drunk Raphael. After both of my parents died when I was 11, I was left in his care since everyone thought he was best suited to take care of me, and I agreed at the time. Raphael was my mom's adoptive brother. He was always nice to me and would play with me, even if I wanted him to play dolls with me. Whenever I accidentally scraped my knee or cried because I fell, he would buy me ice cream and find a way to make me laugh. He was young when he started taking care of me, only 21 years old. After he was rejected by his mate when he was 23, he started acting coldly. Most people were surprised he survived after being rejected by his mate, but I know he would have preferred not to. After I closed the front door, he began yelling, "Where the fuck have you been? I need you to come and clean up the broken glass in the kitchen. I'm not your fucking maid. Clean up your own mess." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I yelled, feeling my anger rising already. What did you just fucking say to me? He started running to me. I immediately ran up the stairs and into my room, scared of what he might do to me this time. I slammed the door behind me and locked it. Open this door right now. You bitch, he commanded as he pounded on the door. He gave up after a while, and I heard him angrily go down the stairs. I sighed in relief and threw myself onto my bed. Achius made my life a living hell. I hated him so much. I don't think anything could ever make me forgive him. Chapter to the Rose family. I awoke to the sound of a girl moaning very loudly. Don't tell me Raphael has another girl over again. And why did he have to bring her so early? It's fucking 6 in the morning. I sighed and threw the covers off of me. I'm going to go shower. I won't be able to sleep while HE is fucking some hoe in the other room anyway. I entered the bathroom and made sure to lock the door. I started the shower and took off all my clothes before getting in. When I got in, the water was way too hot and I quickly turned the knob, making it colder. Then, it was too cold and I shivered as I turned the knob slightly, making it a little bit hotter. There we go. Once I finished 10 minutes later, I got out and wrapped a towel around myself. As I was about to start getting dressed, I heard the door unlock. Raphael entered, putting the key into his pocket. What the fuck? Get out! I yelled as I tried to cover as much of my body as I could. He smirked as he looked me up and down. I felt so disgusted and grossed out. He walked closer to me, and I stepped back. When my back hit the sink, he took the chance to attack. He tried to forcefully take off my towel, but I grabbed onto it tightly. No, stop. I yelled as tears started to form behind my eyes. He raised his hand and before I could react, he slapped me. My cheek burned and I knew it was turning red. But I was gonna let that stop me. I continued to struggle, and he raised his hand again. This time in a fist. He was going to punch me. I attempted to kick him where the sun don't shine, but he caught my leg and pulled it, causing me to slip onto the floor. I yelped in pain, but he didn't care that I was hurt. He climbed on top of me and looked at me with lustful eyes. My wolf Alex was beyond pissed. Let me out, she growled. I can't. Whenever I do, you always lose control. Lauren, let me out now, was all I could say. I can't let her take over. Last time, it didn't end so well. Someone ended up dying. I don't want another accident like that. Even if it was Raphael. Raphael placed his hand on my thigh and slowly began to move his hand up. He was about to move his hand under my towel, but I caught his hand before he could. Stop. Why don't you go back to your little hoe in your room? He chuckled and asked, Are you jealous, sweetie? In your dreams? While he was distracted, I kicked him. You know where? He grunted and fell over in pain. While he was down, I picked up my hairdryer and smacked him in the head with it. He stopped moving, so I assumed he was unconscious. His head was bleeding slightly, and I started to panic. No way. Did I kill him? And with a hairdryer. I checked his pulse and sighed in relief when I felt the quick movements against his neck. I hated him, but I didn't want him dead. I ran back to my room and quickly changed into the first thing I found. I had dark grey sweatpants and an oversized hoodie on. I threw my backpack over my shoulder and ran down the stairs and out of the house. I checked the time. 6:47. It was too early to go to school. Well, I guess I'm going to Carly's house. I walked down a few houses and arrived within 6 minutes. I passed her front door and went to her backyard, who still uses doors anyways. I climbed the tree next to her window and jumped in through her pen window. She never closed it and always had her curtains wide open. I stood up and walked over to her bed. Of course she was still sleeping. I looked at her face. She looked so peaceful, and the drool dripping across her face and onto her pillow really added to that effect. I wish I could sleep without having to worry about Raphael coming in. I have to sleep with one eye open. I brushed a strand of hair on her face behind her ear. She shifted on the bed, facing the wall instead of me. She cleared a spot on the bed when she moved. This must be her inviting me to her bed. Right. I dropped my backpack next to her bed and slipped under the covers next to Carly, wrapping one of my arms around her. My wolf wagged her tail with happiness. She really loved Carly, which made me happy because I really loved her too. Don't get too excited though. I'm not a lesbian. But if my mate rejects me, he'll have Carly. Right now, it's not the same, my wolf said, judging lie. I chuckled to myself. I guess she was right. There's nothing like the bond you share with your mate. Your other half. I yawned and draped my leg over Carly. I guess I was still sleepy. I closed my eyes and snuggled into Carly. I could sleep peacefully now. There was no need to worry about Phi-L coming after me while I was sleeping. Everything became fuzzy, and next thing I knew I fell asleep. I awoke to a screaming Carly, and next thing I knew I was on the floor. I let out a loud groan and sat up. What the hell? Carly. I rubbed my tired eyes that were being blinded by all the sun seeping into Carly's room. That's exactly what I was going to say. I thought you were a fucking rapist or something. She yelled as she threw a pillow at. I reacted to slow and it hit me in the face. I picked it up and quickly stood up. I brought it behind me and aimed to hit Carly with it. She quickly grabbed another one of the pillows on her bed and got into position as well. I ran to her and smacked her with my pillow. She hit me back, or at least attempted to. I blocked her hit with my pillow, then smacked her again with mine. We were both giggling and laughing, until I snatched her pillow and I was the only one left laughing. I tossed her pillow to the other side of her room and continuously hit her with mine. She got a hold of my pillow and tossed it. We both watched it fly out her window. We looked at each other with a surprised look on our faces, then burst out laughing. In between laughs, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Carly, you're so stupid. How the fuck did you throw it out the window? We continued laughing, both on the floor around. I grabbed my stomach as it was starting to ache from all the laughter. Suddenly, her door opened and we both froze. We shut up immediately, but once we saw who it was we burst out laughing again. This time for a different reason. What's all the commotion? Her older brother Anthony asked with his arms crossed. He was only 2 years older than us, but he acted older than his age. Well, most of the time. He still lived at home since the college he attended was nearby. He didn't know why we were laughing. I'm assuming he hasn't looked in the mirror yet. He had a huge gawn across his whole face with stuff coming out from the tip, which was drawn on his forehead. Carly and I calmed down, but when we looked at him again, we continued laughing. I managed to say in between laughter, can't come, and like the huge on Anthony's face. Carly and I continued laughing, and his expression went from serious to shocked. He ran out Carly's room and I heard the door to the bathroom open. He screamed and ran back into Carly's room. Carly, he yelled angrily. Oh shit. She gulped, finally ending our laughing fest. She took my hand and yelled, run. We both sprinted out her room, running right by her brother. Carly, you little shit. He yelled from behind us. I could hear him running after us. We ran straight to her parents' room. Carly swung the door open and ran in, jumping on both her parents sleeping, leaving me behind at the entrance. AGHH. I heard her mum Iris yell, causing Carly's dad Carlos to fall off the bed. I heard quick footsteps behind me and quickly turned to be tackled by Anthony. I let out a groan. Seriously, is this turning into a daily thing now? Yesterday Nathan and today Anthony. You helped her, didn't you? I put my hands up. Or should I say down since we were lying down? In surrender. He looked at Carly and glared at her. She jumped and hid under the covers, where her dad was previously lying down. What's going on here? Iris asked, looking at Carly. When she looked at Anthony, she also burst out laughing. Mom, he yelled into my face. Carly's dad stood up from where he was lying on the ground, and when he saw Anthony he began laughing and fell back onto the ground. Everyone was laughing, except for Anthony. He angrily got up and stormed out of his parents' room. Carlos placed a plate with a stack of pancakes in front of me. I thanked him and looked around. Everyone else was sitting down at the dining table. Even Anthony. He attempted to wash off that was drawn on his face, but since Carly drew it with permanent marker, it was still slightly visible. He was angrily eating his pancakes while glaring at Carly, who didn't even notice. She was too busy eating her dad's famous pancakes, looking as if she had nothing to worry about. Iris was looking at Anthony, trying to hold back her laughter and not spit out her pancakes. Meanwhile, Carlos had barely sat down, next to Iris, and began eating. He was actually playing with his food, then eating it. I was surprised when I first heard he was the cook of the family. It's not because he is a male. It's because of the way he acts and plays with his food. It hurts to admit. But Anthony is the most normal person in this family. After breakfast, Carly and I went back to her room to get dressed. She told me she wouldn't let me wear my sweats and hoodie to school, which made me sad since they were very comfortable. Carly might be weird, but she has a great sense of fashion. She's always wearing something fashionable. Even her pajamas are stylish. She disappeared into her closet for a good 10 minutes. While she was in there doing who knows what, I picked up the red nail polish Carly had painted on my nails a few days ago. I didn't really like the color, but Carly forced me down and painted my nails without my consent. I didn't like painting my nails, since it didn't look good on me. Carly thought otherwise and decided my opinion didn't matter. Carly finally came out with a stack of clothes. She dropped them on her bed, and when she saw me she began yelling, "Horan, you know how much trouble I went through to paint your nails, and you're just peeling it off. I didn't even want you to paint my nails. Just be happy it lasted this long," I retorted while peeling off the last of the nail polish. She let out a sigh and began going through the clothes she took forever to get. She pulled out a cropped pink shirt and held it up. "This shirt would look good on you," she said while smoothing it out. "You know I don't like pink." I whined. She sighed and pulled out a black long-sleeve shirt that was cropped just below the belly button and had a lace up the neck. "It's this one or the pink one." She motioned to the two shirts she was holding up. "Well, obviously the black one," I said matter-of-factly. She then put it to the side and pulled out some dark. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Denim skinny jeans and held them up. "These are okay, right?" she asked as she looked at me. "Oh, are they gonna fit?" I looked at her short legs, then back at her. She was short, so I doubted any of her jeans would fit me. "You just called me short," she yelled, being over-dramatic again. "No, I didn't." "Well, at least not directly," I said as she glared at me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Are they gonna fit?" I asked again. "They're too long, so they don't fit me. They'll probably fit you." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She replied, still a bit angry. She threw them at me, followed by the black shirt, but I caught both of them instead of getting hit by them. I smiled at her, and she just turned around crossing her arms. I went to her bathroom to change. I reluctantly took off my comfortable sweats, then my warm hoodie. With a lot of trouble, I put on the skinny jeans. My foot went through one of the rips and I almost fell backwards trying to get it out. Once I pulled it out, I carefully slit my leg through until my foot passed through the bottom. I zipped them up then buttoned them. Ugh, that was hard. Wait, does the hole we put the button through on our jeans have a name? It's the hole. What do you call it when you put the button through the hole? That's so weird. I pushed my weird thoughts away and slipped on the shirt Carly gave me. It was way easier than the skinny jeans. I looked down at the outfit. The jeans actually fit me perfectly and they went well with the shirt. Carly's really good at picking outfits. I put my shoes back on. They were the classic, simple black Adidas. I was finally finished. That surprisingly took a long time. I usually get dressed in under 4 minutes. I opened the door and found Carly pulling down the shirt she had just changed into. She was wearing high-waisted black skinny jeans and a cropped, navy blue top. Once again, she had a perfect outfit on. When she saw me, she squealed, "Yay, you're wearing one of my creations. See, they even make ugly hoes look pretty, hey?" I said angrily as I crossed my arms and glared at her. She picked up her backpack and skipped out the door. From the hallway, she yelled, "Hurry up, Horen, or we're gonna be late." I sighed and followed her out the house after grabbing my own backpack, running into an irritated Anthony. I let out a chuckle and ran when he started chasing after me. Chapter 3. My teacher gave me a tampon. Carly and I were in the hall running to our first period of the day, which was our second period. I know that's confusing. By the time we got to her car, it was 7:57. We only had 3 minutes to get to school, which was 10 minutes away. She broke the speed limit by like 30 miles per hour, even at the school zone, and she almost ran over a group of preschoolers. She just swerved around them since they were taking so long. We got the worst parking spot all the way in the back and had to go even further to get to the school. Carly was running behind me, and when I heard a thud, I immediately stopped. I turned around and saw Carly lying with her face to the floor. "Horen, you're not gonna make it. Go on without me," she yelled dramatically. "Carly, you know these floors are really dirty, right? You're laying on the spot Gary throws up on when he drinks his milk even though he knows he is lactose intolerant." Carly quickly jumped up and yelled, "EWW." I shook my head in disappointment and grabbed her hand, pulling her to our class. It was our second period, which was math. "To a agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." We had gym. Then I had Spanish II and Carly had basic Spanish. Yeah, she's failed that class twice already, and if she fails again she might not be able to graduate. Once we entered, our math teacher Ms. Garcia stopped explaining whatever it was she was talking about and gave us the look. "Both of you are late again. It seems like you do want detention," she warned while crossing her arms. "EGH, who wants detention? Especially when you're either watching us like a creepy old pedophile," Carly ridiculed. The teacher looked furious at Carly's remark, so I grabbed her arm and dragged her to her seat. "Behave, Carly," I commanded before walking over to my assigned seat. I sat down as my desk buddy watched, amused. Look who finally decided to show up. "Can it? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I retorted. He laughed, but was scolded by the teacher. "Shut up, Julian. I'm fucking tired of you kids. Always disobeying and breaking the rules," she yelled angrily. The whole class burst into laughter. Why does everyone still laugh whenever she curses? Trying not to laugh at his own joke, this one kid called David said, "Miss, gas why? You know, I've been having really bad gas lately. I think I'm gonna need to fart." Before he could say fart, a book went flying across the room and hit him on the head. His face slammed onto his desk, and everyone went quiet. David was moving, and I began to wonder if he was dead or not. Oh well, not like I care anyways. That's what he gets for trying to be the class clown. Whoever opens their mouth is next. Now open your books to page 238, she yelled. Everyone obeyed, scared for their lives. I pulled my backpack in front of me and opened it. Shit, my book's not in here. I didn't have time in the morning to put it in my backpack. I looked around the room frantically, and my eyes met Ms. Ms. Garces YS. "Where's your book?" she asked menacingly. Well, looking for an excuse. She got mugged on her way to school. They stole her math textbook and her tampons. Right. Lauren. Julian butted in, trying to help but making things worse and awkward. Yeah. 'Cause even thieves need to learn algebra. Am I right? I said awkwardly. Ms. Farts looked at me, then went to her desk. She opened a drawer and pulled out tampons. I awkwardly watched as she made her way towards mine and Julian's table. The whole class was trying so hard to hold in their laughter. Meanwhile, I internally died of embarrassment. After she handed me the tampons, she whispered, "These are the good ones. They go all the way in." She walked back to her desk, and Julian and I looked at each other, traumatized. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. He let his face slam onto the desk, and I did the same. After the bell rang, I gathered my things and quickly shoved them into my backpack. Miss Farts walked towards me with more tampons, but I sped out of the class, leaving Julian behind. Carly was outside the class waiting for me. Newer, I heard Julian scream from the classroom. "What do you think we're gonna do for gym today?" I asked Carly. "Probably basketball. She's been making us practice dribbling." Carly replied as we both ignored Julian's screams. "Well, tell Coach C. Rennie had some business to take care of with the teacher," I said as we began to walk to gym, and Carly nodded. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." We were standing inside the gym, dressed in, waiting for our coach to come back with the equipment we needed for today when Julian walked in. Glaring at me, he stood next to me and nudged me, pushing me to Carly, causing her to nudge me back, harder than Julian. "What am I? A punching bag?" I yelled at them. "Well, more like a pushing bag," Carly teased. "It's your fault for leaving me with Ms." She went into specific details while explaining what a period was. She even gave me a tampon. She told me I could find interesting ways to use it. Julian yelled, "That's your problem." I looked over at Carly, and she was drooling. "How can he look so good in his gym uniform?" Carly squealed. "Well, he looks just like anyone else in the uniform. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." About to say that he looks good in anything. What the hell's wrong with me? That's not true. Have you seen Gay then in his gym clothes? The shorts are too small, so it looks like HES wearing booty shorts. Carly grimaced, remembering him in his shorts. "EW, don't remind me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Disgusted. Archie is such a loser. Why do we hang out with him anyways? The real question is, why does he hang out with us? Replying to Carly's question with a question. I can't believe people actually like him, and that one girl from our class actually asked him out. EW, if I didn't know any better, it'd say you were jealous. I teased while raising an eyebrow. "Don't be stupid." "Horan." Carly yelled and smacked my arm way too hard. I felt a nudge at my shoulder but ignored it and continued to talk to Carly. "I wonder what your kids will look like. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Picking on Carly? No way in hell. She yelled as I laughed at her. I felt a harder nudge on my shoulder and turned around yelling, "What?" My annoyance turned to shock when I realized the whole class was looking at us, including Coach Ziren. She had her arms crossed and was tapping her foot impatiently. "Can you two repeat what I just said?" "I don't use sheepskin condoms," I replied nervously, causing a few people to laugh. She sternly said, "No. And since you two weren't listening when I gave instructions, you get to play rock, paper, scissors to see whose team you'll be on. Whoever wins goes to Benson's team and whoever loses goes to Culver's team. That should keep you guys apart." Everyone in our class was looking at us, but I felt one pair of eyes more strongly than the others. I looked over, and Daniel was staring at us while biting his lower lip. I guess he wanted Carly to be on his team. Carly probably wanted to be on his team as well. I looked at Carly, and she was looking at me with pleading eyes. "Okay, you'll let her win." I nodded at her and her face lit up. "Are you gonna do it or not?" Coach C. Wren asked impatiently. Carly and I stood parallel to each other and got ready for our match. More like I got ready to lose and she got ready to win. She always chose rock. So I'll choose scissors. Rock. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Scissors. Everyone chanted in the gym. I looked at Carly's hands, then looked at her in shock. She had the same expression. She chose paper. Why would she choose paper? I noticed Carly's expression change from surprise to angry. No, Carly. I started, but was cut off when I was dragged to Daniel's team. Wait. Carly. She turned around and walked to her team with her head hung low. My wolf whimpered, and I felt so bad. Okay. Everyone. We'll be playing a full-court basketball game. Losers get a D for the day and winners get Anna. So give it everything you've got. She yelled, trying to motivate everyone. She blew her whistle, and the game started. The gym was immediately filled with the sound of squeaking shoes and the bouncing of the ball. I was just following the person holding the ball lazily, not doing anything. I kept looking over at Carly, who looked so dispirited. She wasn't even trying. She was just walking behind her team. But to be fair, she always did that anyway. Hey you. I turned and saw some guy whose name I didn't know from my team standing behind me. You've better stop fucking around and actually try. This is the only class in passing, and I'm not going to let your lazy ass make me fail. Before he could finish, he was pushed to the wall, with a pair of hands gripped tightly around his neck. Daniel, watch your tone. Edgar, I wouldn't talk to her that way if I were you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Warning him. His friend Lucas ran to him and placed his hand on his shoulder. Daniel, calm down. He yelled. He wouldn't calm down. And the guy he was strangling looked genuinely scared and like he was about to die. He was human. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I ran to him and placed my hand on his arm. I felt him jump a little at my touch. And I did too. I felt sparks when we came into contact. Must be static or something. Right. But then why was my wolf so happy? Just let him go. I urged desperately. He hesitated for a while, then dropped the guy whose name I can't remember. He fell onto the floor and began coughing, placing his hand on his neck. Daniel looked at me, and I immediately pulled my hand away from his arm, causing my wolf to whimper. He just stared at me, and I stared back, unable to look away from him. Lucas coughed awkwardly, and we both looked at him. We should continue our game, he said shyly. That was adorable. I didn't know he was the quiet, embarrassed type. Daniel nodded and ran back into the game, following the person with the ball. I looked over, and whatever his name is was still on the floor, now glaring at me while rubbing his neck. Cute. You'll show him. I joined the game as well, now actually playing. The person currently holding the ball was a girl from the other team. She was awkwardly bouncing the ball, not knowing how to run with it. I ran to her, and she tried to dodge me, but I snatched the ball and ran wild, dribbling it. I turned around and started taking the ball to their side of the court. Ahead of me, there were a few people from the opposite team. Then more of their team members came in from the side as well. Next thing I knew, I was surrounded. There was nowhere I could go where they wouldn't take the ball. I looked over the shortest person blocking me and saw Daniel. He was open and was signaling for me to pass the ball to him. I did, and he caught it. While everyone else was distracted with me, he took his chance to shoot. The ball made it in, and everyone from our team cheered. He walked back to me with a wide smile and put his hand up. I gave him a high five and I felt it again. The sparks were evidently there. I knew he felt them too. The look on his face made it obvious, but he just turned away and went back to the rest of our team. I spent the rest of the period wondering what the hell that was. Chapter for nicknames. During lunch, Carly wouldn't talk to me. She was pouting while eating her nasty school lunch. Today, they served us what looks to be macaroni and cheese. Don't get me wrong, I love macaroni and cheese. But what they gave us just looked like a big yellow blob. It also smelled like rotten farts. Carly, I didn't do it on purpose, I explained, but got no response. I looked at Nate, but he just looked at Carly and shrugged. I gestured towards Carly, but he just shook his head. I gestured towards her more urgently, and he let out a sigh. She won't respond to me, but maybe she'll respond to Nathan. Carly, he said softly as he scooted his chair closer to her, placing his elbow on the table to get a closer look at her. She jumped when she saw how close he was, and kicked his chair away, causing him to fall over with the chair. Stay away from me, you pervert, she yelled while pointing at him. He groaned in pain before getting up, but immediately fell back down. Oh, he yelled painfully. Carly immediately got up and ran to him. She kneeled beside him and looked at him worriedly, regretting what she just did. He looked at her, and they just stared at each other for a good minute or so. I got up and kneeled down next to Nate. Are you okay? I asked worriedly, breaking their now awkward gaze. He looked at me, then at his leg. I followed his gaze and noticed that his leg was twisted, caught in between the part where you sit down and the part slightly above it used to support the chair. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, I said while looking at his leg, feeling his pain by just looking at it. I tried pulling the chair to get his leg out, but he winced and immediately stopped me. He yelled in pain. Seriously, Nate, man up, will you? You got hurt by a chair, a fucking chair. Just let me pull your leg out, then you can cry all you want, I yelled, just trying to help this hopeless guy out. I pulled the chair as gently as I could, but I could tell it hurt. Carly was just watching silently, which was unusual for her. She looked like she really regretted what she did. She must be felt really bad. Thuck. I sighed and stopped trying to force his leg out. It was swollen and turning red. For fuck's sake. Nate, how did you get your foot stuck in a fucking chair? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Well, I didn't kick myself into the chair, he yelled back, causing Carly to look down. I held the two wooden parts of the chair that his ankle was stuck in. With my werewolf strength, I pulled them apart, breaking his leg free. When I looked up, Nate and Carly were looking up to me surprised. What? Acting as if I didn't know why they were surprised. How did you? Nate started, but trailed off. It wasn't that hard. I just had to pull a little, I replied with a straight face. Before they could say anything, one of Nate's soccer friends ran to us. I think his name was Benjamin. Are you okay, man? He asked worriedly, looking at his swollen leg. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied, acting as if he hadn't been screaming in pain earlier. Benjamin helped him up, then looked at us, in taking him to the nurse. Carly and Nathan exchanged a look before he was taken away, with them gone. I looked at Carly, who was looking down at the floor. I didn't really understand what was going on. Normally she would be laughing if Nathan got hurt, but it was as if she was the one who got hurt. Does she actually like him? I was just playing around earlier. But doesn't she like Daniela? Carly, we finally got rid of him, huh? She said cheerfully and sat back down, continuing to eat her food. Is she trying to pretend that nothing happened? I saw how they were looking at each other. Where did all this come from? Did I miss something? They were acting normally yesterday. And what about Daniel? Didn't she have a huge crush on him? I pushed all my questions away when the bell rang. Carly threw away her food and went straight to class. There's definitely something they're not telling me. I went to my next class, Spanish II, and sat down at my usual seat in the back. I pulled out my sketchbook and continued a drawing I had started the other day. Oh, did I forget to mention before that I loved drawing and painting? I was sketching a wolf that had light brown fur with stains of white and black on its coat. as well as darker shades of brown. It had piercing, light blue eyes that were surrounded by light brown fur, then by a layer of black. The wolf was absolutely beautiful. I had a dream about the wolf last week. I didn't know who it was, but the image of the wolf remained in my head. Its blue eyes seemed so familiar, but I couldn't quite remember where I had seen them. I continued sketching its beautiful fur, when someone plopped onto the seat next to me. I quickly closed my sketchbook and looked over. Daniel was sitting next to me. He smiled at me, then looked forward when the substitute teacher started talking. I guess our Spanish teacher was still in the hospital. She's been there for about a week now, since she gave birth a few days ago. The substitute said, "Okay, everyone, as you can see, your teacher's not here today again, so just work on something, or at least pretend to in case someone walks in." She sat down at our teacher's desk and pulled out her phone. I opened my sketchbook again and continued drawing, but now I was wary, trying to hide it with my hands as I drew. Just when I was starting to get back into my drawing mood, I was interrupted by Daniel. "Have you started on the packet, Mrs. Judo has left us?" he asked as his eyes shifted to my sketchbook, causing me to close it. Normally, I would have yelled at anyone who interrupted me while I was sketching, but it didn't even bother me. I was too busy getting excited over the fact that he talked to me. It sounds like I have a crush, which is really bad. I'm going to find my mate soon, so I should just forget about it. More importantly, Carly has a huge crush on him. I wouldn't do that to her. Anyways, it's probably more admiration than a crush. Right. Besides, we've only spoken once, and it wasn't even an actual conversation. And was he mad at me because I found out he liked Carly? So many questions. I'll just try to respond normally. Well, I opened it, but Cal didn't continue after instructions. My mind just wasn't ready. "So, basically you read one word then decided to give up?" he asked with a slight smirk on his face. "Well, I wouldn't say I gave up. I'm just saving it for later. And by later, I mean the day before it's due." He laughed as he brushed his hair back, which I found extremely sexy. I suppressed a smile and waited for him to speak. "I don't procrastinate, since I'm used to dealing with problems when they first arise. I have to be that way, or else I would cause a lot of trouble," he stated as he pulled out the packet from his backpack. "He deals with problems when they first arise. She is making it sound like H is an alpha or beta or something like that. Well, I wouldn't know. My uncle never let me go to any of the pack meetings. I have no idea who the alpha of our pack is or where the pack house even is. All I know is that the name of our pack is Silvercoat Pack. I snuck into the back seat of his car once when he told me he was going to one of the meetings, since I asked him if I could come along but he wouldn't let me. He noticed me on the way there and turned the car around. When we arrived back home, he hit me, and it was the spanking that a parent gives to their troublesome kid. It was him punching and kicking me repeatedly until I bled and passed out, unable to take any more. That was the first and last time I ever tried to follow him to one of the meetings. I was too afraid to try again, scared that I would get beaten to death. Thinking about it still makes me feel a bit uneasy. Maybe I should be more like you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing increased enthusiasm. Thinking of how irresponsible I am, I watched as he flipped to one of the last pages. Done. HES almost finished. He started working on the packet, and I began to wonder if I should work on mine too. I still have a whole week. I'm fine. I'll just do it another time. I opened my sketchbook and continued my drawing. Once the bell rang, I put my sketchbook in my backpack and zipped it up. I stood up and was about to leave when Daniel caught my arm. I felt the sparks once again, and my heart began to race. I quickly turned around to face him. What is it?" I stuttered, looking to where our skin connected. "I'll see you tomorrow, when you'll finally understand and I won't have to hold back anymore," he said in a low voice, wearing a serious expression. I just stood there, staring at him in confusion. What was he talking about? You'll finally understand. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Is something going on tomorrow? And what did he mean by I won't have to hold back anymore? Is there something I didn't notice? Or something HES not telling me? Why the hell is everyone keeping things from me? Carly and Nathan. And Daniel too. Is there something I don't know about that I should know about? I watched as he left the classroom, stopping at the entrance but continuing without looking back, before I had realized it. The classroom was empty. All the students were gone, and I was left alone in the classroom, standing there dumbfounded. I left the classroom with a million thoughts racing through my head. The next time I looked up, I had reached the parking lot. Carly ran to me and pulled my arm, dragging me to her car. Hurry up, Hoen. Everyone's already left. She yelled as she pushed me into the passenger seat of her car. She was acting normal again. I guess that's good, but she seemed to be really upset earlier. And Nathan seemed a little out of it too. Jeez, all this teen drama is stressing me out. Carly started the car and turned on the radio. The song Believer came on, and Carly turned the volume up all the way. She began singing loudly and jumping up in her seat, which by the way is really dangerous. I turned the volume back down and tried to talk over her loud music. Hey Carly, do you think I can stay at your place? I really don't want to go home today, I asked as I played with my thumbs. Oh, sure. I was gonna ask you if you wanted to stay at my place anyway since tomorrow is, she started talking, but got cut off when a dog jumped in front of her car. She immediately stepped on the brake, causing the wheels to screech. She quickly got out and kneeled down in front of the small dog. IWWW, you're so adorable. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to almost run you over. Come here, little fella. I don't bite. Well, actually that depends on who I'm dealing with. But if you won't bite, I won't either. She ranted as she tried to pick up the puppy. Carly, what are you doing? Leave that puppy alone, I commanded, sounding like a parent again. She ignored me and continued approaching the dog slowly. Just when she was about to pick him up, he growled and bit her hand. Carly yelled, but immediately leaned down to bite the dog's paw. I said I wouldn't bite if you didn't. You little bitch, she yelled as she bit harder into the dog's paw. I heard him yelp and quickly got out of the car. Carly, what the fuck are you doing? The little slut started it. She snarled as the puppy continued to yelp in pain. I ran to them and pulled the dog away from Carly. I held him close to me, away from Carly. I gently stroked his head, causing him to relax. Yes, acting innocent. Don't buy his little act. Yes, pure evil, she warned as she pointed at the dog. I released him from my hold, and he barked happily at me before running to another dog on the other side of the road. They cuddled together when they reunited, then began playing with each other. You were saying? I asked as I raised an eyebrow. Carly looked away and crossed her arms, causing me to laugh. Her lips tugged up into a faint smile. I stood up and offered my hand to Carly. She took it and I pulled her up. We both got back into the car and continued our drive to Carly's house. When we arrived, we were greeted by her dad. Heinifasa. Why, oh, Lauren, I didn't know you were gonna come back. Come on in. Opening the front door so we could both come in. I giggled when I heard Carly's nickname. I've heard her parents call her that before, but it's always funny. Whenever she wakes up, her hair is all poofy and all over the place, so they started calling her Mufasa. They have a whole bunch of other silly nicknames for her, and for Anthony as well. I really love her parents. I wish I had a family like hers, or a family at all. Don't laugh. Lumpy Lori Poo. You're not safer, she yelled as she pointed a finger in between my eyes. Carlos laughed at my nickname, and I glared at Carly. Hey, don't take it out on me. We all agreed to it. Even Anthony, she admitted, putting her hands up in surrender. I looked over at Carlos and Wind. Really, Carlos? You too? He laughed nervously and said, well, girls, I've got to check on the meatloaf. If you'll excuse me. He ran out of the living room into the kitchen. I rolled my eyes and Carly placed her hands on her hips. She's such a wimp, she stated while shaking her head. So it's this about Lumpy Laurie Coo, font size. Oh no you didn't. No one calls me short. Fat Lauren. She barked. She tackled me, and I landed on my back with Carly on top of me, pressing her elbow against my neck. I quickly flipped our positions and held her arms down so she couldn't move. It was obvious who was going to win. I am a werewolf after all. GH. I give up, she yelled after I slightly twisted her arm. I cheerfully got up and skipped upstairs to Carly's bedroom. I threw myself onto her bed and pulled the sheets over me. I waited for Carly to enter the room, but she never did. I guess he'll just take an nap in the meantime. I closed my eyes, and only then did I realize how tired I really was. Enthusiasm, I'm the kind of person who loves birthday surprises, but I never expected this one to scare me out of my wits. Chapter 5:18. As I shifted on the bed, I felt the warmth of another person. Knowing it was Carly, I wrapped my arms around her and draped one of my legs over her. I pressed my body against her back when I pulled her closer to me. Wow, her shoulders are actually pretty wide and masculine. I took a deep breath and snuggled next to her. Wait, this doesn't smell like Carly. I immediately kicked the person off the bed and quickly sat up. Who the hell is it? I looked around frantically. Yep, I'm definitely in Carly's room. The person I kicked got up slowly, revealing themselves from under the sheets wrapped around them that got pulled down with them when they fell. Anthony emerged from the covers and looked at me, his face a bit red. Hey, why are you blushing? I yelled, trying to cover my legs and upper body, which were exposed since I was wearing comfortable shorts and a black tank top. Wait, I don't remember changing. Did you change my clothes? I asked nervously, holding the covers close. What? No, I swear. It was Carly, he yelled, putting his hands up in surrender as his face turned more noticeably red. You better not be lying. If I find out it was you, you can kiss your goodbye. Just as I about to kick him, the door flew open and Carly, to my agent extraordinaire, Mahlin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Carlos entered the room and began singing, Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Lumpy Laurie Coo. Happy birthday to you. They all sang together. Carly ran to me and hugged me, causing us to fall backwards onto the bed. I hugged her back as the realization that it was my birthday hit me hard. How could I forget a day so important? Even Carly remembered. When she pulled away, she had a wide grin on her face. Wait. Are you sure it's today? Still a little surprised, she smacked my arm and replied, What do you mean, are you sure it's today? Don't tell me you didn't remember your own birthday. I laughed nervously. Carly rolled her eyes and a smile formed on her lips again. She kneeled down next to her bed and pushed aside Anthony, who was curled up into a ball, hugging his knees. She rolled him away and reached under her bed, pulling out a sparkly silver gift bag. Everyone clapped and cheered when she handed it to me. This is only the first present, and it's not as big as the second one, but I thought I should give it to you now so you can use it. You can get your second present after school, she said with a wink. You didn't have to, I said in a small voice, feeling bad they went through so much trouble for me. Of course I did. You're basically my sister. You sleep here more than you do at your house, and I'm closer to you than I am with my idiot brother. Even my parents like you, she bubbled. That's true. I almost love you more than Carly, Iris said with a grin on her face. Hey. Carly yelled, glaring at her mom. Her mom laughed and said, I'm just messing with you, sweetie. I love both of you. And I guess you too, Anthony. And Honey rolled out of the room, still curled into a ball. Everyone went silent for a while as they watched him. After he was gone, everyone continued chatting as if nothing happened. Anyways, open it. Carly cheered. I opened the bag and carefully took out the blue tissue paper inside, revealing a tight, black long-sleeve shirt that stops right at the waist. Under it was a perfectly folded red skirt that reached a little under mid-thigh and some black tights. Then, I saw a pair of long, black boots that reached a little above the knee. Under all of it was a $100 gift card to the South Erini restaurant that I really love. It took me forever to choose that outfit. It's so hard finding a good outfit for you, especially since you think you don't look good in anything, which obviously isn't true since you have a nice body. Carly jabbered, making me feel slightly embarrassed with her last words. She continued, "And my gift card. I know how much you love that place and would prefer it over a gift card to a clothes store. So that part was easy. She knows me so well. Thanks, Carly." I thanked her quietly as I pulled her into a hug. She patted my back and said, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Get dressed and meet us downstairs. And hurry before it gets late. We have a big breakfast plan." I nodded and everyone left the room, closing the door behind them. I entered her bathroom and took a quick 5-minute shower. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I dried myself with one of my towels I have at her house, since I stay here so often. After I put on my underwear and dried my hair, I wrapped the towel around me and walked back out to her bedroom. I took the bag with the outfit she got me and laid everything out. I first slipped on the black shirt. Then I put on the black tights, which were actually not as bad as I thought. I thought they would be more uncomfortable. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I put on the red skirt and zipped it up from the back. Once I had finished with the skirt, I sat down on the bed and put on the long, above the knee boots. They had a bit of heel, but not so much a Calden walk. I stood up and felt a little taller with the heel. Now I can make more fun of Carly because of her height. Now finished, I walked out of her room and joined everyone in the kitchen. When I walked in, the smell of freshly made waffles and bacon filled my nose. I looked at the dining table and noticed it was filled with food. There was waffles, French toast, bacon and eggs, muffins, and a cake that said Happy 18th Birthday, Lauren, right at the center of all the food. I noticed Nathan sitting next to Carly. When he noticed I was staring, he smiled at me. I looked to his left and noticed there were crutches leaning on his chair. I guess the injury was more serious than I thought. Didn't think a chair could hurt someone that much. Happy birthday, Hoen. Why is he here? I asked as I looked at Carly. We can't celebrate your birthday without one of your best friends. Carly beamed. She was in a good mood today. I looked at the crutches and asked, "Are those really necessary?" "Yes, they are. It hurts to walk, and to make it worse I can't cough for 2 weeks." I rolled my eyes and said, "You'll be fine. It's not that long anyways." I took my seat next to Carly and looked at Carlos, who was busy serving all the food he had just made. "Thank you, Carlos. You didn't have to go through all the trouble just for me," I said while playing with the ends of my skirt. I'm not used to wearing skirts or dresses, so I'm feeling a bit more self-conscious than usual. "Lauren, I went through all the trouble because it's you," he said with a smile. I thanked him once again, returning a smile. "Thank you. See, Lauren, you look good in that outfit. I knew it would suit you. Don't you think so too, Anthony?" Carly asked with a smirk on her face as she nudged Anthony from across the table. His eyes grew wide and his face turned red, causing Carly and Nathan to laugh. I didn't really know what was going on, but seeing Anthony like this was quite rare and funny. When Carlos finally sat down after he was finished serving everyone, we all began our big meal. "Sorry to bring this up now, but could you please excuse us with your parents?" "Nathan, Carly was really rude when your family came over on Monday. She shouldn't have kicked you out like that. Iris apologized to Nathan. I noticed Carly tensed up a little bit and looked down, while Nathan's face turned a light shade of pink. It's all right. It was partially my fault. He said, awkwardly. What happened on Monday? And why hasn't either of them said anything? We all continued our delicious breakfast with an uneasy aura. Well, that is until everyone started making fun of Anthony, making it lively all over again. I took my last bite, then leaned back in my chair. I placed my hands on my stomach and looked at the dining table where there had previously been piles of food. Now all that was left were loads of empty plates. I looked at Carly, who was looking around for anything else to eat. She frowned when she didn't find anything. Even all of the cake had been eaten. We should get going. It's getting late, Nathan said, checking the time on his phone. Wait, we still have something to do, Carly shouted as she grabbed me by the arm and dragged me back to her room. She sat me down at her desk and pulled out her makeup bag. What are you doing with that? I asked nervously. You need your finishing touches, she said excitedly. I tried to struggle, but it was no use. There's no stopping Carly once she gets like this. She quickly applied light eyeshadow, mascara, and matte dusty rose lipstick. Once she was done, she rushed over to her floor mirror and looked herself over. She straightened her clothes, then rushed over to her bed and picked up our backpacks which were on the floor, right next to her bed. She tossed my backpack to me. Then we both quickly rushed downstairs. Iris spotted us and said, Nathan's outside waiting for you. Girls, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bye, Mom, Carly said as she hurried outside. Bye, Iris. Thank you once again, I said with a smile before following Carly outside. No problem, she called out before the front door shut loudly. Carly and I jumped into Nathan's roofless car. She sat in the front with him while I sat in the back. I hate sitting in the back, but whenever we're in Nate's car, I always end up sitting here. Plus, his crutches are laid out on the seat, making it uncomfortable for me. Wait, should he even be driving? Is it okay for you to drive? Shouldn't you let Carly drive instead? Worried for our safety. No way in hell am I letting her drive my precious car. I can drive. I just need to press with my heel instead of my foot. Besides, it's just my ankle that hurts, he said as he started the car. If we crash and die, I'm gonna bring you back to life and kill you with my bare hands, I threatened, not entirely convinced he was fit to be driving right now. Was his doctor seriously okay with this? We started our drive to school, and Carly flipped through the radio stations, trying to find a good song. Nate was driving pretty well, so I worried less about whether we were going to make it out of this alive. While Carly was searching for a good song. Hey Carly, why was Anthony in the bed while I was sleeping? In all the excitement, I had forgotten to ask her about it earlier. She laughed and replied, I thought that if someone else was lying in bed with you, you wouldn't notice I was gone. And it worked. You didn't realize it was him until after an hour. By that time, we already had everything prepared. You know, you could have just used a pillow and I would have been fine, I remarked it. Using Anthony was more interesting. She grinned. Oh, I was gonna get you a present, but I figured giving you money would be better, Nate said as he made a left turn. He grabbed an envelope inside the drawer in between him and Carly with one hand while the other remained on the wheel. He tossed it back, and it landed on my lap. Inside was two $1 bills and a small card that read, Don't worry, they're real. I smiled after reading the card and said, You didn't have to. You know. Well, I couldn't not get you anything. I closed the envelope and put it into my backpack, remembering what Iris had said about Carly kicking out Nathan. So what happened on Monday? Both of them stiffened. I leaned my head into the space between Nate and Carly's seats. Carly was looking out the window with pink-stained cheeks while Nate was looking ahead at the road, trying to act like he didn't know what was talking about. Why won't they tell me anything? They shouldn't be keeping me in the dark like this. You know what? I'm using my birthday card. You guys have to tell me what's going on. I demanded. Carly winned. No, not the birthday card. That's not fair. Yes, it is. I'm choosing to use it now. Remember when we went to a restaurant for your birthday and you ate everything there? Then used your birthday card so I could pay the $250. That wasn't fair. I mentioned. I refuse. Nathan denied. Acting like a little kid who was ordered to wash his hands before dinner. You can't. I'm using my birthday card. Remember we said that no matter what it was we were asked to do, we had to do it if one of us decided to use our birthday card. I declared. Carly let out a sigh and hesitantly said, I guess there's no way around it. Nathan looked at her, then back at the road. He didn't say anything, but he nodded, saying it was okay for her to tell me. Carly explained. On Monday, my mom invited him and his family to dinner. She sent me to get something from her room to show it to his mom, and Nathan came with me. It was at the top shelf of her closet, and Nathan made a short joke about me and said he would get it since I was tall enough. So I pushed him away and said I would get it. Then all the boxes fell on me, and I landed on top of him. That's when he found Carly's baby pictures where she was completely naked. She got angry and kicked me out, and dinner ended short. Mate butted in. Huff, that's it. That's what you were acting all nervous about. I yelled in disbelief. What did you expect? Nate asked as Carly looked down and began whittling her thumbs. I shrugged as Nate parked his car in the parking lot. When he turned off the engine, Carly and I got out. She grabbed his crutches from the back and handed them to him. He said as he took them from her. He slowly stood up and began walking. Carly and I walked next to him at his pace. When we entered the building, a heavenly scent made its way to my nose. I stopped walking and faced the direction the smell was coming from. What's wrong? Carly asked as she stopped and faced me. Nothing. I just need to use the bathroom, I said as the intoxicating scent was starting to drive me insane. Do you want me to go with you? No, I'm fine, I said as I hurriedly entered the hallway the scent was coming from. The bathroom's this way, Carly shouted, but I was too distracted by the scent. I quickly followed the natural, earthy scent that reminded me of the forest to the end of the hall. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't know what it was, but my wolf got extremely excited. She kept repeating herself over and over again. My anxiety was building up and I found myself getting excited over finding my other half. I wondered who it could be, and I could no longer contain myself. I turned the corner and immediately stopped when I saw Daniel, Lucas, and Jeremy standing next to the closed door of a classroom. My eyes met Danielle's and I couldn't look away. That's him. That's our mate. Jeremy and Lucas looked at me and smiled. Well, see you later, Jeremy said with a grin as they both walked off. Daniel slowly approached me, my eyes still glued onto him. He took one last step and finally stopped when he was right in front of me, only inches away, in a low, resonating voice that sent shivers down my spine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chapter 6, Mate. My parents died when I was little, so I was put under the care of my uncle. He wasn't my uncle by blood, but we were very close and it didn't matter that he wasn't my mother's real brother. However, after he got rejected by his mate, he completely changed. He became cold and heartless. At first he would only yell at me, but he began hitting me as well, and AGS tried sexually harassing me several times. Luckily, I've managed to escape every time. As a result, I've grown up knowing much about my pack, and not knowing much about myself either. I don't know the names of my parents, or of any other relatives I may have. I also don't understand the whole concept of mates. As here I am now, inches away from my mate, driven by lust and desire, yet not knowing what to do. Our eyes were locked together, and time felt like it had stopped around us. All I could hear was the pounding of my heart, and all I could see was him. His scent was strong, so much that it was driving me insane. I stood frozen in place as he slowly lifted his hand to touch my face. He lightly brushed my cheek with his fingers, sparks igniting between us at contact. Next thing I knew, he had pulled me into a hug. He held me as if I would disappear if he let me go. My body felt like it was on fire, and I instinctively wrapped my arms around him, hugging him back tightly. You don't know how long I've been wanting to do this for. I've endured so much while waiting to finally have you in my arms. Daniel murmured against my cheek, causing shivers to run down my spine. I finally understand. I understand why he said what he said yesterday, and I understand why I felt whenever we touched. It was all because HES, my mate. My wolf was jumped at the joy of finding her soulmate. We found our mate. At that moment, in his arms, I felt complete. I wanted to stay like this forever. I wanted to kiss him and have him all to myself. But I couldn't let that happen. My wolf's emotions mixed with my own, and for a while let myself get caught up in the excitement. But when I started to think, I realized all the problems that lay ahead because he was my mate. I couldn't be with him knowing he liked someone else, that someone being Carly, who likes him as well. The thought of them being together was enough to make my heart ache, but I couldn't do this to Carly. She was the only family I had. I pushed him away, causing my wolf to whimper. I saw the hurt in his eyes, which made my heart break. I can't. I cried out, then quickly turned around and ran down the hall while fighting back tears. My wolf howled in pain as I ran away from our mate. Our wolves yearned to be together, but that was going to happen. I painfully continued down the hall. The further away I got from him, the more I wanted to run back to him and jump into his arms. Before I realized it, I was outside my classroom. I wiped my eyes and straightened up. I entered the classroom like nothing had happened. Lauren. Late again. The bell rang 8 minutes ago. Mr. Castle said, looking at me, then back at his computer. I didn't reply and quietly took my seat and sat next to Carly. She looked at me worriedly. What happened? Do you feel sick? Carly asked as she placed a hand on my forehead. I blankly shook my head. I was sick, just in a lot of pain. My wolf was doing good right now. Plus she was angry at me. I want to be with mate. I know how important this is to you, but I can't be with Daniel if he has eyes for someone else. Especially if that someone else is Carly. I won't let you reject him. Rejection. I hadn't thought about that. But if anyone's gonna be rejected, listen to me. Don't be an idiot. He would never do that to us. You're just being selfish. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't hear from her for a long time. Having your wolf angry at you really sucks. She was right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In being selfish, I want Daniel, but at the same time I don't want to lose Carly. That's why I need to stay away from him for Carly's sake, no matter how much it hurts. I look back and see Daniel's friend Jeremy sitting all alone, looking worried. Then I realized I had Daniel for this period. Why isn't he in class? No, it's probably best that he isn't here. I wouldn't know what to do. It's best if I try to avoid him. Jeremy looked at me, and I quickly turned away. My thoughts were filled with Daniel. I even began imagining what life with him would be like. But I shouldn't expect any of that to happen. I spent the whole period dozing off, and in the end I didn't get anything done. When the bell rang, I collected my stuff and parted ways with Carly. As I left the classroom, someone grabbed my arm. I quickly turned around and saw Jeremy. What happened with Daniel? Why didn't he come to class? Sounding worried and a bit angry, Probably at me. I quickly turned away, but in a louder, more angry and demanding voice. Where is he? I kept my head low, feeling like I was committing a crime for not being able to answer his question. I whimpered as his strong gaze felt like it was burning a hole in me. I shook off his hand and quickly ran off. What he said had me worried. Daniel didn't show up to class, and not even Jeremy knew where he was. I found myself wondering where he was and hoping he was okay. I planned to avoid Daniel, but I hadn't seen him at all today after what happened. When the last bell rang, I left my class and headed to the parking lot with Nate, where Carly was already waiting for us. When we reached the parking lot, I caught a whiff of the heavenly scent that made my wolf go crazy. It was Daniel. I frantically looked around, and when I spotted him, my heart stopped. He looked terrible. His hair was messy and all over the place, and he looked like he had just gotten run over by a bus. When he spotted me, he rushed over to me. I jumped and quickly took a few steps back. I was about to turn and run away, but I tripped over my own feet and fell on my ass. Daniel fell on his knees in front of me and grabbed my arms. I won't let you reject me, he yelled. He looked like he was in so much pain, and his eyes were pleading me to accept him. Seeing him like this broke my heart. I wanted to pull him into a hug and tell him everything was going to be all right. I didn't want my mate to suffer. What the hell? Nate muttered as he watched Daniel. I whimpered seeing my mate like this and reached my hand out to touch his face, but quickly pulled it away, before it would get any more painful. I pushed him away and ran to Carly, who was waiting in Nate's car. Daniel remained on the floor of the parking lot, and Nate hurried over to us as fast as he could with his crutches. He opened the door to the passenger's side, since Carly was in the driver's seat, and slumped inside. Then he threw his crutches to the back, one hitting me on the head. In driving, since I don't trust you, and a weak ass broke and leg of yours, Carly said as stuck her hand out, asking for his keys. I looked to where I had that encounter with Daniel seconds ago, and he was just motionless lie sitting there in the same position I had left him. My heart ached painfully, and I wondered if some of the pain I was feeling was his. I didn't want him to suffer, and yet the reason HES suffering is me. We're mates, and even though we haven't known each other for long, we have a very special bond that can only be severed by death. I had never really given the whole mate thing much thought. I didn't really think much of it, but now it made me feel as lonely as the day my parents died. I don't remember much from the time they were still alive, but I do remember being happy and innocent. Once again, I felt empty. After I was taken in by my uncle, the feeling of loneliness disappeared for a short while, until 2 years later he started acting coldly and into a complete monster. Then, I fell into an even worse state of loneliness. That's when Carly invited me to her house, and everything changed. I became a part of her family, and I finally felt like I belonged somewhere. I would never do anything to hurt the one person who gave me a home when I had nowhere to go. It doesn't matter how much pain you're in, as long as you won't have to suffer. Lauren, are you listening? Nate asked as he looked back at me. Hello, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Thoughts thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied as I looked down and played with the hem of my skirt. What was up with Daw? Nate tried to ask, but I quickly covered his mouth before he could say Daniel. Don't say his name, I whispered as I continued to cover his mouth. He made a confused look, and I gestured towards Carly. He sighed and nodded, agreeing to keep quiet. I let him go and patted his head like a dog. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What took you guys so long? Carly asked as she started Nate's car. She somehow managed to convince him to let her drive his precious car. Horan had to take another shit, Nate said with a smirk. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Seriously? Again? Carly ridiculed as she looked at me with surprise. I sighed and shook my head at them. As Carly left the parking lot, I turned to take one last look at Daniel. but he was already gone. Chapter 7: The Plan. Carly and I arrived at her house and watched as Nate shifted into the driver's seat, waved, then drove off. If we don't see him tomorrow at school, it'll probably be because he crashed and died, Carly said as she put her hands on her hips. She smiled and turned to me. Anyways, let's go inside. I nodded and followed her inside. Except that she didn't let me inside, but to her garage. What are we doing here? I asked as she slowly pulled open the garage door. Once the door fully opened, I saw a white convertible next to her red sedan with a big, red ribbon on top. Carly, what's going on? I asked with confusion written all over my face. She grinned and shouted excitedly, "That's your new car." I looked at her with wide eyes and opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. She waved a hand in front of my face and asked, "Lauren, you okay there?" When I could finally speak, to my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wait, are you sure why? She chuckled and answered, "Because you need it. I can't always be giving you rides, although we do go almost everywhere together." I smiled and hugged Carly. Thanks. Carly, you're amazing. You didn't have to do all this for me. You know. Of course I did. You're either one person I couldn't live without. I had to do something big and show you how important you are to me, she said softly. I stiffened at Carly's words. I was as important to her as she was to me. I sniffled as I felt tears begin to surface. Then I thought about Daniel. He was my mate, but I wouldn't let him come between me and Carly no matter what. Thanks, Carly, I murmured, letting the tears roll down my cheeks. I hugged her tighter as I began to cry. I was happy Carly thought of me that way, but at the same time I was upset about my position. I felt like I was being torn between two sides. In this situation, was there a way for everyone to be happy? Carly pulled away from our hug and looked at me. She frowned, then tiptoed to wipe my tears from my eyes. "Hey, why are you crying?" she asked worriedly. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "I'm just happy you feel that way about me," I said with a smile. Sorry, Lauren, I'm not into girls," she clarified. I laughed at her idiocy. "Anyways, let's take your car for a spin," she beamed. "Well, first I'm going to need to learn how to drive," I said sheepishly. "What?" she shouted. "I've never been taught how to drive." "I thought you knew that. What about when Anthony was teaching me to drive?" "Weren't you paying attention?" she exclaimed and slapped her palm against her forehead. I crossed my arms and replied, "How was I supposed to learn from the back seat? Besides, my 15-year-old self was always tired. I spent most of the time napping in the back while you ran into street lamps and old ladies' hay. I only ran over one old lady. It's just that I ran over her twice, but it's because she basically jumped in front of the car," Carly defended. "Carly, she was standing next to her mailbox, getting her mail, and you just drove onto the sidewalk and knocked her down like a bowling pin," I reminded her. "Shut up, you rat," Carly shouted. I sighed at her immatureness, but smiled as everything was beginning to feel normal again. Well, except for the constant throbbing of my heart due to my wolf yearning for our mate and the emptiness I felt inside. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You'll get used to it. Well, I guess I should ask Anthony to give you driving lessons, Carly said with a sigh. I doubt HE's gonna want to. Oh, trust me. He will, Carly said, smiling. I looked at her suspiciously, but she just continued smiling. Let's go inside, Carly said before taking my hand and dragging me inside. When we entered, Carlos came up to us from the kitchen. Hey girls, has Carly showed you your present? Laurie Pooh, he asked with a familiar smile that always reminded me of Carly's. I ignored the nickname and replied, Thank you, Carlos. I assume it was Carly's idea. Well, that's true. But Iris and I agreed on it. You're an irresponsible adult. And we thought you deserved it. Carlos gushed. Thank you, I repeated with a smile. Can I have my friend back now? Carly asked irritatedly, pulling on my arm. Carlos laughed and said, Sure, food will be ready in half an hour. Carly dragged me up the stairs, where we ran into Anthony. Oh, Anthony, you're going to be giving law and driving lessons starting tomorrow. Carly ordered and pulled me to her room. Before we could enter, Anthony asked, Why should I do it? See, I told you he would want to do it. I mumbled to Carly. Carly smiled and said, I guess we'll just get someone else to teach her. She'll be very thankful to whoever he is. She opened the door to her room, but before we could enter, Anthony spoke. Wait, if you need me so much, I guess it wouldn't hurt to help. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Laura needs my help, he announced, acting all high and mighty. Thanks, I said with a smile, despite his cocky attitude, causing his eyes to go wide before quickly looking away. Carly grinned devilishly, then pulled me into her room, closing the door behind us. Carly and I quickly exited her car. If we didn't hurry up, we would be late for school again. It was barely Thursday, which meant we had second period with our crusty math teacher, MSGRC. Luckily we didn't have school tomorrow, since it was a holiday. It also meant I wouldn't have to try so hard to avoid Daniel tomorrow. I've come up with the perfect plan on how to avoid him. If I ever catch his scent, I'll go the opposite direction. During gym, I'll either go to the nurse and say I feel sick or help out in the office, which are both good excuses to skip class. I could also use this excuse during first period and third period. And during sixth period, I could just skip out since the substitute doesn't take roll anyways. That covered all the classes I had with Daniel. I was actually pretty proud of myself. Coming up with this whole plan was so easy. You know. Hurry up. Corinne. We'll be late. Carly yelled as she pulled my arm. Sorry, Carly. I know I'll be lying to you, but it's for a good cause. Oh wow. I yelled and stopped running behind Carly, causing her to stop as well. I wrapped my arms around my stomach and tightly closed my eyes, wrinkling up my nose to make it seem like I was in pain. Carl Oren. What's wrong? Carly asked worriedly. I guess it's working. My stomach suddenly started hurting. It hurts so bad. I grimaced. Do you want to go home? Should I take you to the nurse? What if you die? Can I keep your body in my closet? I won't do anything weird with it. Carly ranted. Now I was the one worried. Am I really safe around Carly? It's just a stomach ache. I think you'll be fine. I'm going to head to the nurse though. I probably won't make it to gym either. Just tell the teacher and coach him with the nurse, I said to Carly and began slowly walking to the nurse's office. You don't need help getting there? Carly asked, and I felt her worried stare without having to look at her. It'll be fine. You should get to class. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, I said without turning around. I heard Carly's steps as she continued towards our class alone. When I reached the nurse's office, I looked around but no one was there. I entered the main office and asked, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you know where the nurse is? Sorry, she's not in yet. But if you don't feel well you can lie down for now. The office lady Mrs. Rogers said with a smile. I nodded and entered the nurse's office again. I lied down on the bed they had there. It was more of a bench. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was so fucking hard. It felt like I was lying on the floor. It wasn't long before my thoughts consumed me. What was I doing? I was going so far to avoid Daniel. I could have faced him and told him the situation I was in. He should understand since he is my mate. Here I am avoiding him like the plague. I'm too scared to face him. I'm scared of getting hurt. Or more importantly, hurting him. Although I guess I already done that. I'm also scared of not being able to part with him if I do face him. We're mates, so we share a very special bond. If I'm with him for too long, I'm scared I won't be able to leave his side. It's best if I just stay away. I also felt bad about lying to Carly about it. No, about everything. She doesn't know I'm a werewolf, but I obviously can't tell her that. She doesn't know that my uncle is treating me badly. She doesn't know the boy she has a crush on is the person I'm meant to spend the rest of my life with. She doesn't know how much we're suffering because we're apart. I feel bad keeping her in the dark about so many things, but it can't be helped. I just can't tell her about these things. The door opened and a short boy with dark black hair and deep blue eyes entered. When he saw me, he jumped and tried to hide himself in his hood. I sat up and said, the nurse isn't here yet. I know where my medication is. He replied so softly I could barely hear him. He cautiously walked in and opened one of the cabinets on the other side of the room. I saw him tiptoe to take out a small box. He opened it and took out a medicine bottle. He opened the cabinet next to that one and took out a small plastic measuring cup. He carefully poured some of the medicine into the tiny cup and quickly drank it. Then, he quickly put everything away and rushed out without a word. That boy was strange. He seemed very uneasy and anxious. Also, he barely talked at all. I know I don't know him or anything, but he only talked when he replied to what I had to say. He looked really young and had a small figure. He is probably a freshman or sophomore. I wonder what he needs medication for. Could it be anything serious? My curiosity left when the nurse entered. When she saw me, the corners of her lips stubbed up, exposing her white teeth. "Hey, Arrington. It's been a long time since you've last been in here," she said with a smile. I smiled back at the nurse, Madison, and replied, "I guess I've been taking better care of myself. You're not pretending to be sick again, are you?" she asked as she eyed me suspiciously. "No, don't worry. I used to fake being sick in my sophomore year," to skip sex said. No one wanted to sit and listen to Mr. He talk about the genus for 2 whole hours. Most of the times I was in here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was when classmates would notice bruises on my arms and legs. They always told me I should go to the nurse and get them checked out. I told everyone they were because I was clumsy and would always trip over my own feet, when in reality I had them because of Raphael. I began covering them up more and people started caring less. So eventually I stopped having to come here. It was actually a relief, since I didn't have to worry about anyone finding out about my uncle. "Okay, I believe you. You can just lie down until you feel better. I'll be at my desk," she said and entered the small room where her desk and computer were at. I did as she said and laid down again. I felt bad for lying to her, especially since she's always been so nice to me. I couldn't face Daniel though. I was too much of a wimp. I was going to carry out with my plan for as long as possible. I rolled over to face the wall and closed my eyes. I was going to sleep. I just needed to close my eyes for a bit. I told myself that. But of course, I ended up falling asleep. Chapter 8 Lessons. "I told you to hit the brake," and Foley yelled as he held on to the handle attached to the roof of the car. I quickly hit the brake, causing the car to come to a sudden stop with a loud screech. And Thorny placed his hand over his heart and took a deep breath. After he calmed down, he yelled, "Are you trying to kill us? It's not my fault. You didn't explain how to do this correctly." I defended. "That's why you should have been listening." And Thorny shouted, "Geez, why am I here anyways?" He sighed and asked himself. I answered, "You agreed to it. Remember, why did you agree to it?" Seriously wondering why the hell he decided to help me, he looked away and muttered, Because I wanted to spend some time with you. I don't think I was supposed to hear that. If it wasn't for my werewolf hearing, I probably wouldn't have heard it. I didn't know what he meant by it. But I decided to pretend I didn't hear anything. I didn't want to make it awkward. What did you say? Acting like I really didn't hear anything. Nothing, he said and looked at me. Are we done for today? I want to go already. We've been doing this for 4 hours already. I complained no. We're not stopping until I say we can. Not giving me a choice. But I'm tired of this. And Carly's not here to make this fun. I whined. It's not my fault she decided not to tag along. Anthony stated. I grumbled. This is boring. You're no fun. And he finally gave in. He sighed and said, if you can make it to the store 2 streets down without messing up, he'll buy you ice cream and we can take a break. Yay, I can take a break and get free ice cream, I said with a smile. He shook his head and smiled. You and Carly are both so childish, he remarked. Yeah, whatever, I said as I moved the gear shifter from parking to drive. I pressed on the gas pedal and slowly turned the steering wheel. I joined the rest of the cars on the main road and cautiously drove down the street. You're doing good. Just keep your focus on the road, Anthony said as he watched my hands on the steering wheel. Once we had reached the convenience store, I carefully pulled up to the side of the road and somewhat aligned myself with the sidewalk. I moved the gear shifter to P and leaned back onto the seat, letting out a sigh of relief. That could have ended horribly, I told to Anthony, who was looking at me proudly. Luckily it didn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he said in response to my witty remark. He continued, anyways, you made it without running into any posts or old ladies. Not bad. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hey, I'm not Carly. I haven't run over any old ladies yet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Causing him to laugh, he opened the door and got out the car. And I did the same. We entered the convenience store, and when we got to the freezer section, I excitedly looked through all of the options, and Folly slid open the glass door and took out a watermelon-flavored popsicle. Meanwhile, I was trying to decide between 3 different items. Should I get a cone, cookies and cream popsicle, or an ice cream sandwich? I asked as my eyes wavered between all 3. Anthony replied, I would say the cone since it's the least expensive. You cheap twat, I teased as I flicked his forehead. Hey, don't treat me as if I'm younger than you, he protested and flicked me back. I crossed my arms, then opened the glass door and took out an ice cream sandwich. I held it up and told him, I'm getting this one, and it just so happens to be the most expensive one. I grinned then headed to the cashier. I didn't have to turn around to know he was rolling his eyes at me. I stood behind a boy who was a little shorter than me, wearing a familiar navy blue hood. He was frantically searching his backpack, obviously looking for something. The cashier looked angry, and he had his arms crossed over his chest, irritated lie. I am sorry. I can't find my wallet, the boy said in a soft, trembling voice. It sounded familiar. Where have I heard it? He nervously played with his sweater, trying to hide himself in his hood. Wait, isn't that? I took a peek at his face and immediately recognized him. He was the boy at the nurse's office. Those blue eyes and dark black hair were unforgettable. Anthony joined me in the line and whispered, What's going on? I ignored his question and commanded, Give me your wallet. I put my hand out, and he reluctantly pulled it out of his pocket and gave it to me. I checked the cash register for the amount, then pulled out a $20 bill. I walked up to the cashier and handed it to him. This is for the boy's items, I said as I took the bag from the counter and gave it to the boy whose name I still didn't know. The cashier slowly took the bill and looked at me as if I was an alien or something. He was going to give me $4 back of change, but I said, Keep it. That's to pay for our ice cream. I took Anthony's hand and placed my other hand on the boy's shoulder and dragged both of them out. Once we were outside, I let go of Anthony's sweaty hand, who had for some reason intertwined his fingers with mine. I looked at the boy, and he was staring at me with a mix of surprise and confusion. Why did you help me? He asked as he tightened his grip on his back. I couldn't just stand there and let you walk off without your items, I said as I patted his head, causing his hood to fall back. Anthony butted it. Hey, don't forget I was the one who paid for it. The boy lowered his head and murmured, Thank you. No problem. Just don't forget your wallet next time, I said with a smile. He looked up and smiled at me. It was the most adorable thing ever. I've got to go now, but thank you, he said again and quickly hurried down the street, until he turned the corner and disappeared from sight. I turned to Anthony, who was shaking his head at me. Although he did have a faint smile on his lips, I ignored him and asked, Should we go back to the car? No, eating ice cream there is boring. Besides, I don't want you getting ice cream all over the place. Dad will get me in trouble. Then where are we gonna go? He pointed to a park across the street and said, To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I followed him as he started crossing the street. When we reached the other side, we saw a small, rustic playground. There was a miniature slide, monkey bars, a rock climbing area that I could probably just step over, and a swing set with 2 lonely swings. We both took a seat on the swings and began eating our ice cream. Luckily, there were no kids around. The playground had seemed old and worn down, so I doubt any kids would want to use it anyways. As I used my feet to push myself forward a bit, Anthony asked, Do you know what you're going to do after high school? I looked at him and asked, Why such a serious question? I just want to know. Believe it or not, Carly has already applied to a few colleges. So far, just gotten accepted into one. Oh yeah, she told me about it last week. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I continued. As for me, we don't really go to college, but I'm actually considering it. Werewolves usually have a role in their pack, so after high school they just dedicate themselves to their pack. I was really a part of my pack. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So I don't really think it matters if I leave or not. I don't even think my pack knows I exist. Besides, I want to leave my uncle. I want to be as far away from him as possible. Anthony asked as he raised an eyebrow. My eyes went wide when I realized what I had said. Shit. Think of something fast. What do I say? What do I say? I meant, shit, was all that came out of mouth. He chuckled and said, You mean you werewolves? I stopped stuttering and felt my jaw drop to the floor. My eyes were fixated on him, and I was at a loss for words. He laughed and with a wide grin said, Your face right now is priceless. I stuttered. You see, he began explaining, I have a friend who's a werewolf. I caught him in the form of his wolf inside his room once. I was going to call the police, but he shifted back and showed me it was him. He made me promise not to tell anyone. Of course I was shaken up a bit at first, but I've accepted it. He explained everything to me. He told me about your wolves and pack, and about how you can shift. One time, he came over. You and Carly were in her room, and he said there was the scent of another werewolf inside. I was scared at first, thinking someone had snuck in, but it turned out to be you. I just stared at him, taking in all the information. When I finally spoke, Your friend, was it that Jason guy? I knew he was a werewolf because of his scent, but I didn't confront him about it. I can't believe he told you about himself. And about me. Yeah, it was him. Don't worry. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I won't tell anyone. I've kept his secret. And he'll keep yours. I have one question though. Does Cardi know? I shook my head. I haven't told her. And I don't plan to. That's good. I don't want her getting involved in all this werewolf drama you guys have. How long have you known? He replied, a few months. When I went to go visit his dorm at the college we attend is when I found out about him. I found out about you 2 weeks later. I looked down at the sand under our feet. A bunch of questions ran through my head. Why hadn't he told me anything earlier? Was he really going to keep quiet about it? Had he told his parents? Was his friend from the same pack as me? Antoine had placed his hand on my head and ruffled up my hair. Hey, what are you doing? I yelled as I attempted to swat his hand away. He stopped and said, just act like you usually do. It doesn't really matter to me. He smiled at me, and with a sigh I let out all my feeling of uneasiness. He was right. I didn't have to worry. It was just Anthony. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It would be a real problem if Carly found out. With myself back to normal. Remember when we were in the car earlier? I asked you why you agreed to help me and you said you wanted to spend time with me. Now what could that have meant? I had a huge smirk on my face. His eyes wide and a light shade of red slowly covered his face. You heard that? He yelled. Yet so. I want an explanation. I just wanted to talk to you about college, he said slowly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was it. We could have just done that at home. You're so stupid. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shaking my head. He sighed and I looked at my ice cream that was now mostly melted. I frowned and looked at his, which was still perfectly fine. Because of you my ice cream melted. I whined. How is that my fault? He asked defensively. I yelled. Because you distracted me. I stood up and snatched his ice cream, handing him my melted one. I sat back down and happily ate his ice cream, when I caught him looking at me. What? That's an indirect K. You know what? I won't say anything. He looked at my ice cream sandwich and said, it's not that melted. You're just picky. I ignored him and finished the last of his ice cream. Maybe I should have kept mine. His tasted a little weird. I took the now bare popsicle stick and tossed it into a nearby trash can without getting up. I smiled proudly when I made it in. He took the empty wrapper in his hand and balled it up. He aimed at the trash can, and despite being farther away from it than me, still made it. You actually ate it. I'm not as picky as you. I scowled at him, causing him to laugh. He stood up and said, time to continue your driving lessons. No, I don't want to. I protested, but he grabbed my hand and forcefully pulled me up. Too bad. Our break's been long enough already. He pulled me behind him and we headed back to the car. You better have your weekend free, 'cause you'll be busy learning how to drive with your amazing teacher. No, I was supposed to go to the movie theater with Carly on Sunday. I objected. He taunted. Too bad. You'll be stuck in that boring old car with me. I was crying on the inside. It was going to be the most boring weekend ever. I wanted to go and watch the new action movie coming out with Carly, but instead I was stuck with this old fart. How sad. What a waste of a perfectly good 3-day weekend. Chapter 9, The Two Hole. Anthony was kidding when he said he would force me to spend the whole weekend with him, learning how to drive. The good thing is that I actually got a lot better. On Thursday, I had successfully managed to avoid Daniel. Monday was also a success, and easier to since I'd only had one class with him. Today was going to be a bit hard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Since I've been using the nurse excuse way too much, the nurse herself was even starting to get suspicious. I didn't know how much longer I could keep this up. It wasn't easy that, with every day that passed, my longing for him would only grow. My wolf was annoyed and uneasy. She still wouldn't talk to me, and there was nothing I could do to calm her down. The nurse came out of her office and said, "If you're feeling well enough, could you take this to Mr. Sure. Which room is he in?" I asked as I took the envelope from her hands. She replied, "She is in room 156.156. That's in the 10th grey hall. I heard it gets wild over there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "They'll be back soon," I said and walked out. After I left the room, I walked down the hall cautiously, looking out for Danielson. Everyone was currently in 6th period, so I should be fine since our Spanish class is the other way. I still had to be careful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Once I reached the end of the hallway, I took a right turn into the 3 hall. I stopped when I almost ran into a boy with greasy black hair that was messily hanging over his eyes and dirt smeared all over his face and clothes. He reeked of dirty sewage water and dead rats. It was gross scary. I took a few steps back once the horrid smell crept its way into my nose. My enhanced wolf senses weren't making it any better. He looked at me and smiled creepily. "Do you want to play with me?" he asked in a high-pitched voice. I pinched my nose and replied, "Oh, no thanks. I'm good." I tried to walk past him, but he grabbed my wrist with his slimy hands. I quickly escaped from his grip and wiped my arm on my jeans. He had left a black handprint on my wrist, which now stained my jeans. I gagged when he stuck his finger into his nose. He pulled it out and showed me what was on his finger. I quickly looked away when I saw the green on the tip of his finger. "If I give you this, will you play with me?" he asked and brought his finger closer to me. "Stay away from me," I yelled as I took a few more steps back. He frowned and looked down, then went completely silent for a few seconds. I didn't know what to do, so I just continued stepping backwards. Hopefully he wouldn't notice. Just when I thought I would get away, his head snapped up. He began running after me, chasing me with his booger-infested finger. I jumped and quickly ran away from him. I ran down the hall, and when I reached the end I took a turn to the left. I looked behind me and he was still after me. He grinned and picked up his pace. All I saw was a blur, and next thing I knew he was right behind me. I yelped, then reflexively punched him in the face. He fell backwards onto the floor with a loud thud. I stopped running and slowly crept towards him. I kneeled in front of him, ignoring the strong smell coming from him. His eyes were closed and his nose was bleeding. Was one punch all it took to knock him out? I almost fell backwards when I saw his head was bleeding. A small puddle of blood was starting to form under his head. Oh, is he dead? What should I do? Will I be jailed if he dies? I looked around desperately. Luckily no one else was here. I reluctantly grabbed his arm and dragged his heavy body to one of the many janitor's closets throughout the school. I opened the door and stood his unconscious body up. I pushed him into the closet and quickly shut the door. I heard his head slam against the door and his body collapse onto the floor. That must be hurt. I looked around, and when I made sure no one was in sight, I continued walking as if nothing had happened. It's best if this never spoken of again. I entered the 2 hall and immediately saw a bunch of sophomores fill up the hallway. Aren't they supposed to be in class? I walked past a couple making out in the hall. The guy had the girl pushed up against the wall with her legs wrapped around his waist. He was grinding into her and they were both moaning loudly. I walked faster past them, but was met by another problem. There were 2 girls in front of me pulling each other's hair and slapping each other. One of them yelled, "You bitch. You broke my nail." They continued pulling each other's hair, and they both stumbled backwards, falling down. I slowly walked around the 2 fighting girls. Luckily, no one seemed to notice me. I looked at the numbers on the doors and realized I forgot Mr. Hunt's room number. Shit. What was it again? It was to something. 240, no. That was it. 250. No, but it was close to that. Oh, 8. It was 256. Or at least I think it was. I stood outside the noisy room and knocked on the door, which suddenly went quiet. Okay, I just need to give him the envelope and I'll be on my way. The sooner the better. But where's the envelope? I looked at my empty hands and began to panic. What the fuck? Where did it go? I swear, I had it a moment ago. I sighed in relief when I felt it in my back pocket. But when exactly did I put it there? After waiting outside for a while, I knocked again. Still no response. I opened the door since no one was going to open it. I jumped when I saw the eyes of all the students on me. They were all in a circle surrounding something. Or someone. Inside their circle was Mr. Hunt, who was sitting on the floor with his hands tied behind his back and duct tape over his mouth. Their eyes were telling me that if I tried to help, I would end up like him. I slowly entered the classroom without saying a word. Their eyes followed my every movement as I made my way to his desk. I quietly put the letter down, then turned and walked out. I let out a sigh once the door closed behind me. I heard everyone get loud again and decided to leave immediately. I quickly walked down the dangerous hallway, just when I thought I was going to make it. I felt someone cover my mouth. Then I was pulled into a small, dark room and the door closed quietly. I had landed on my ass, along with the person who was in here with me. I looked back and saw a girl with long blonde hair and a scary look on her face. Her smelly hands remained over my mouth, preventing me from saying anything. When she finally spoke, Laura and Annie L. Arrington, age 18 as of 6 days ago, friends are Carly Rose, Nathan Travis Ledger, and Julie and Aran Anderson. Weak, no striking characteristics. Boring and plain. How was she talking about me? Who is she calling boring and plain? You have no appealing traits. So why does it have to be you? She shouted, causing me to jump and surprise her. I said against her hand, causing it to come out muffled. He was crying because of you. That day in the parking lot. He fell on his knees for you. He was in so much pain and it was all your fault. She yelled with tears streaming down her face. Wait, was she talking about Daniel? She glared at me and in a low, menacing voice, she warned, you've better stay away from Daniel from now on. I don't want to see you near him. Do you know how much pain you caused him? If I ever see you with him again, I won't hesitate to kill you. Who does this girl think she is? She can't tell me to stay away from him. Wait, isn't that exactly what I've been doing? I'm going to such great lengths just to avoid him. I know I've hurt him, but I'm just trying to do what's best for everyone. The girl removed her hand from my mouth and opened the door. Next thing I knew, I was literally kicked out. Her foot struck my back and I landed on the floor of the hall. The door slammed shut behind me. I slowly stood up and rubbed my back. What a bitch. I worked my way back to the nurse's office destined. Who was she? All I know is that she's a sophomore, since she was in that hall. Besides, she didn't look old enough to be the same age as me. What was wrong with her? She's crazy, just like the rest of them. If not, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Does she like Daniel? Why else would she do that? My wolf was ignoring me, but I could still feel her. She was not happy that someone told us not to be with mate. She was beyond irritated, but I wouldn't let her emotions affect mine. When I entered the nurse's office again, I found the boy from the other day sitting on a chair next to the resting bed, drinking his medicine. When he turned to me, I smiled back and sat down on the edge of the bed, facing him. Hey, I said. He looked down and shyly replied, Hey, I haven't had the chance to before, but what's your name? He looked up and blushed when he said, Evan. Evan, I feel like that really suits you, I said with a smile. W, what's yours? He stuttered. Oh, mine's Lauren. He pulled down his hood and said, Thank you, Lauren, for helping me the other day at the store. I'll pay you back the money. You don't need to pay me back, but I can't let you. I said it's fine. I interrupted and ruffled his hair. He smiled and said, I hope I didn't cause you and your boyfriend trouble. I stopped messing with his hair and yelled, Her boyfriend. No, you've got it wrong. Achia's not my boyfriend. He grinned and teased. You don't need to be shy. I'm not. Achia's just my best friend's older brother. I yelled defensively. Oh, that must be complicated. He continued teasing me. Because Achia's not my boyfriend. Why, he laughed. I raised an eyebrow, asked. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Where did this sudden confidence come from? He blushed and immediately looked down. No, you don't need to apologize. You can be yourself around me. No need to be shy. I reassured. He looked back up and smiled at me. You're a freshman. Right. I doubt you're a sophomore since they're all fucking deranged. He chuckled and replied. Yeah, I am. You're right about those sophomores being crazy. I have a few classes with the ones who failed their freshman classes last year. They turned the classroom into a zoo. Sounds rough. Luckily I don't have to see them often. Although today I did have a not-so-fun experience. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, what's the medicine for? I asked as I pointed to the bottle in his hands. Oh, it's for my headaches. I have to drink it daily or else they get so bad I can't even stand up and pass out. Is it really that bad? He nodded. Yeah, but I've gotten used to it. I smiled and said, You're a tough one, aren't you? I playfully ruffled up his hair again, causing him to laugh. The door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Evan and I jumped in surprise, and when an all too familiar scent that put my wolf on a euphoric high made its way to my nose, I quickly snapped my head in his direction. Daniel was standing at the entrance, my breath caught in my throat when my eyes fell upon his disheveled, messy figure. His hair was all over the place and facial hair threatened to grow and take over the lower half of his face. He was glaring at me, and I quickly removed my hand that was tangled in Evan's hair. In a low voice, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. So this is where you've been hiding. I flinched when he began moving towards us quickly, anger written all over his face. My heart quickened with every step he took. He glared at Evan, then at me, causing my breath to hitch. His eyes were dark and brows deeply furrowed. I scooted back on the bed until my back hit the wall. He reached out his long, strong arms and next thing I knew everything was upside down. He had thrown me over his shoulder and was now beginning to walk away, taking me forcefully. Lauren. I heard Evan yell. I kicked and punched, despite the pleasure I felt when our bodies touched after being apart for so long. I struggled against him, but nothing would work. And just like that, I was taken away. I thought my life would become perfect the moment I found it, but reality slapped me right in the face. Chapter 10 in his eyes, Daniel's P. Oh. I looked up at the plain white sea as my mind began to wander. Tomorrow was my 18th birthday, and my wolf Max has been jumping around the whole week. He was overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation. Max scowled at wait to find our mate, and I have to admit I was just as excited. I smiled to myself when I started imagining what she would be like. Would she be shy and reserved, yet overly possessive? Or would she be loud and annoying, but in a cute way? Would she have fiery red hair, long golden locks, or beautiful, long brown waves? Was she going to be adorably short, or tall enough for me to kiss her comfortably and bury my face into her neck? And her eyes, the windows to her soul, would they be a dark, chocolatey brown, a deep blue, or a beautiful emerald green? No matter what she was like, I was going to love her and cherish her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not against that, or anything. Whoever it is, I'm going to love them no matter what. The thought of having my mate in my arms made my heart begin to race. I just cowled and wait anymore. My happiness and excitement was spilling over, making it hard to contain myself. My door suddenly flew open and Lucas rushed in, followed by Jeremy, who tackled him to the ground. I sat up and watched as these two idiots had a playful fight. "AGH dude, you're strangling me," Lucas yelled from under Jeremy. With a smirk, Jeremy said, "You know, that's not the only way I can strand, EWW. You're gross." I broke in and hurled a pillow his way. He easily dodged it and grinned at me. "WWW, it's okay to be jealous. There's enough of me to go around," he teased with a flirtatious wink. He sat next to me on the bed and swung his arms around my neck, pulling me close to him. I let out a sigh and kicked him off of me. He landed on the floor next to Lucas. "Save that for your mate," I said while crossing my arms. Jeremy rolled over so he was laying on his stomach and rested his face on his hands. He grinned and said, "So, tomorrow's your birthday. You know what that means. You'll find your mate soon," Lucas answered excitedly. A wide grin spread across my face. I already knew that all too well, since it's all I've been thinking about lately, but being reminded just made me happy all over again. While I was in my own world, swimming in my own little pool of happiness, Jeremy interrupted. "Oh, but you have to wait 2 more weeks to be able to meet her." My smile immediately faded and turned into a frown. "What, why?" I whined, sounding like a little brat. "Tomorrow we're having an event for you here at the Pack House since it's your birthday, and the rest of the time we'll be busy dealing with the rogues that killed 2 of our warriors," Jeremy explained. I let out an angry sigh. It was going to be a long 2 weeks. Haven't I already been waiting long enough? "Young Alpha, the meeting will start soon. We need to discuss the plan with neighboring packs. Harrison, the current beta, and Lucas's dad. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." We all looked at each other, then stood up. Being the Alpha and Delta, we all got up to attend the meeting. We all grew up together, so we know each other all too well. We didn't exactly get along at first, and we still have our arguments every now and then, but we've become inseparable, even with Lucas, who wouldn't open up or even talk at first. Archie is really shy and reserved, despite being the beta. When we arrived, our fathers were already there, waiting for us. We each took our seats in our usual chairs and prepared for the long meeting ahead of us. I entered the school with a racing heart and a wolf that wouldn't calm down. In our 2 weeks of absence, we managed to scare away the rogues, although we don't know for how long. We're certain they'll be back sometime in the near future, and when they do come back we'll be ready to fight. But right now, I was walking with Jeremy and Lucas into Westwood High School 2 weeks after my birthday. Those 2 weeks were restless ones, but now that I was here, the only emotions I could feel were excitement and anticipation. I frowned when we entered the school and the amazing scent of my mate still hadn't triggered my senses. I let out a sigh, and that's when it hit me. Grinning ear to ear, I faced Jeremy and Lucas. I found her. Smiles formed on both of their faces. Jeremy lightly pushed me forward and said, "Well, then go get her." My heart began pounding. Everything around me blurred and the world fell into complete silence. The only thing I could hear was the quick beating of my heart. Her scent was so strong, it was driving me insane. She had the irresistible sweet smell of vanilla that came with a strong wave of nostalgia. Her pleasant smell reminded me of my childhood days, when everything was easy. I followed her scent around this maze of a school with anticipation. I just wanted to find her already and hold her in my arms. Find her and mark her so everyone knows she's ours. I smiled at how straightforward Max was being. Of course I wanted to do that, but I would have to talk with her first. "Don't you think we should wait a bit before we do that?" "I guess you're right," Max admitted. I came to a sudden stop when I saw the back of a girl with long, light brown hair. When my eyes fell upon her, my heart stopped for a second before beating uncontrollably. "That's her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "That's her. Daniel. That's our mate. Go up to her and claim her." My wolf was so excited. I had only seen her back and already felt strong feelings for her. I was about to run to her, pin her to the lockers, and kiss her and hug her. But she turned to her right to face someone with a bright smile that sent my heart racing, despite it not being aimed at me. Now I could see her face. She had beautiful, emerald green eyes that had me mesmerized, a perfect nose, and lips that just looked so kissable. I immediately recognized her. She's in some of the same classes as me, and we've known each other for 2 years, although we haven't talked before. My mate is Lauren Ariel Arrington, which is kind of strange since her middle name is Danielle and my name is Daniel. That's gonna cause some confusion. She began talking to her friend, not even glancing my direction. I frowned when she didn't acknowledge my existence. Can't she sense me? Her mate. She's definitely a werewolf. So why hasn't she noticed me? Just when I was about to walk up to her for the second time, she opened her locker and my eyes fell upon a cowl and a hung up on the inside. With my enhanced werewolf vision, I was able to see a day marked for 2.5 months that my birthday. What? That's not possible. If she's not 18 yet, how could I have found out she was my mate? It just doesn't make sense. She pulled out a textbook from her locker and began patting her friend's head with her free hand, which seemed to anger her friend. I focused my attention on her friend. I've seen her around, but I can't remember her name. She was short, but seemed aggressive. All I know about her is that she's the slowest runner in gym class. I refocused on my mate, who was undeniably the most beautiful girl I'd ever laid my eyes on. She was glowing, beauty radiating off her. I so desperately wanted to go up to her and kiss her, in front of her friend and in front of everyone around us. It didn't matter who saw. I just wanted her to be mine. However, I knew that was not the best idea. If I were to do that, she'd probably slap the shit out of me. It'd be a complete perverted stranger who suddenly went up to her and stuck his tongue in her mouth. Even if I did tell her I was her mate, she'd think I was straight up crazy. She probably doesn't feel our bond, and she'd be weirded out if I told her we were mates without having any proof that I was. My heart dropped when she turned to me, her eyes meeting mine. Their deep green color sent my heart racing. My body froze and my feet became rooted to the ground. My mind went blank as I got lost in her beautiful eyes. A rush of heat ran through my body as her gaze remained on me, making me feel a bit self-conscious. When she turned back to her friend, I felt like I could finally breathe again, but I still wanted her to look at me again. I watched as my mate closed her locker, ready to go to her next class. To my wolf's dismay, I made my resolve. It was difficult, but I decided to stay away from her for now. She didn't know she was my mate, and I would wait until she did to approach her. I didn't want to scare her away before we even got a chance to start anything. I'll let things play out naturally for her, even though it'll be hard on Max and I. But if it's for my mate, I'll do anything. I only have eyes for her, and am willing to wait for her as long as I need to. Chapter 11 kidnapped. My head bobbed up and down as Daniel took quick steps through the halls. Put me down. Don't make me blow my rape whistle, I yelled as I punched his back. You're what now? Sounding less irritated than before. You heard me. I saw a faint smile play on his lips before quickly turning back to a frown. He continued walking, ignoring my protesting. I cursed under my breath. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I reached up and pulled his hair in an attempt to make him put me down, but instead he let out a small moan, causing my head to snap in his direction. Seriously, I yelled as I smacked his head. He defended. Hey, it's not my fault. Hair pulling is sexual and you know it. I shook my head at him and ended my futile attempts at escaping his hold. I let out a sigh and muttered, why don't you just leave me alone? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He immediately stopped walking, and I instantly regretted what I just said. I didn't mean for it to come out like that. Before I could react, he threw me off his shoulders and I barely landed on my feet. I stumbled backwards, but managed to stay up. I held my breath when he trapped me against the wall. both hands on either side of my head. He leaned in close, causing my heart to pound wildly in my chest. I could see his striking features up close. His deep blue eyes, his perfect nose, and his irresistible lips that naturally curved into a slight smile, now downturned into a deep frown. "Why won't you accept me as your mate?" he yelled, pain etched in his voice. Alex howled in pain at her mate's suffering. She wanted nothing more than to claim him as ours and snuggle with him. I felt a pang of guilt knowing I was causing her so much suffering. "I've waited long enough already. I can't take much more of this," he yelled, his voice breaking at the end. His head dropped onto my shoulder, and he snuggled against my neck. His hot breath against my bare skin caused my body to shiver. He took in a deep breath and muttered, "I need you." Those words echoed in my head, playing over and over again. They made me feel overwhelmed with excitement and satisfaction. He placed a gentle kiss on my neck, causing my eyes to flutter shut. Waves of heat spread throughout my body, but before I would let myself succumb to the pleasure, I pushed him away with all my force. He stumbled backwards and I took the chance to escape. But before I could even run to steps, he placed an arm around my stomach and pulled me back. "You're not getting away that easily." I yelped as I was tossed over his shoulder once again, this time more rough than the first. He continued carrying me over his shoulder as I continued to resist. Everything was upside down, and it was beginning to give me a headache. I realized we were now outside when the bright sun blinded me for a few seconds. Next thing I knew, everything flipped around and I was thrown into the back seat of a grey convertible, similar to the one the Roses had recently given me. Daniel entered after I was gently placed inside. He pulled me onto his lap, and when I tried to get off, he tightly gripped my waist, preventing me from moving. I let out an annoyed growl, even though this position felt so natural, but he didn't seem to mind. In the driver's seat was Jeremy, who turned to face us and winked at me. Lucas, who was in the passenger's seat, also turned his body to face us and gave me a soft smile. Jeremy began ranting. "Hey, Lauren, we've been expecting you. Oh, and sorry about the other day. I suddenly came up to you all angry, but it's 'cause I was worried about my buddy. I don't want him getting hurt. You know." Lucas nodded silently. "Just take us home, Jerry," Daniel said, irritated lie. Jeremy burst out, Hey, don't call me Jerry in front of the lady. I don't want my reputation getting ruined. Just do it, Jerry," Daniel repeated, losing his patience. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Phew, you don't have to be so snappy," Jerry muttered, turning around and starting the car. The whole trip, we all rode in awkward silence. I looked down, trying to remain calm, but having Daniel so close wasn't helping. He was basically breathing down my neck, and it was making me really nervous and self-conscious. It wasn't helping that my wolf was over the moon with excitement. Alex just couldn't contain herself. Her emotions mixed with mine, and I became more confused. I felt excited and had butterflies in my stomach, thanks to my wolf, but at the same time, I felt a bit worried and concerned. Why were they taking me? And where were they taking me? Is this considered kidnapping? Will I be fed? The car came to a stop after they took an inconspicuous route to the forest. It was only a 5-minute drive through the forest before a big, modern house came into view, with smaller buildings nearby, most of which appeared to be houses. I assumed the biggest house, which was at the center of everything, to be the pack house, and the large clearing everything lay on along with some forest to be Silver Coat Pack territory. Jeremy parked right outside the pack house, turning off the car and stepping out. Lucas opened his door and got out as well, while Daniel opened the door and got out, quickly reaching towards me and helping me out. He kept me close, making me feel safe and protected. I was still a bit irritated. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was taken here without my consent, and I had no clue why I was here. Daniel ran his hand down my back, resting it on the small of my back. The movement caused me to stiffen as his touch left a tingly sensation on my skin. Jeremy and Lucas began heading inside, and Daniel followed, using his hand to guide me inside. Wait, where are we going? But got no reply from anyone. I continued with my questions. This is the pack house. Why are we here? Still, no response. I glowered at them and muttered a few insults. Because of my wolfhalics, I was complying with what my mate wanted to do. For all I know, he could have been leading me to my death. We entered through the glass door and were immediately greeted by people whom I didn't know. When they saw us, they stood up straight and bowed as a sign of respect. My head quickly turned to face Daniel, surprise written all over my face. No way. You're either. I began, but trailed off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Daniel is the alpha of the pack. I immediately heard laughter coming from beside us, and I looked to see Jeremy laughing, after he was able to stop, with a smile. No, Daniel's not the alpha. I am. At his revelation, my eyes went wide. That explained why I couldn't look him in the eyes a while back, when he was asking me a question I didn't know the answer to. He also has an aura that radiates power and confidence. I mentally kicked myself for not realizing it earlier. He continued, Lucas here is my beta, and Daniel is my delta, third in command. I was surprised at the mention of my mate's role, so he was someone important in the pack. I simply looked at Daniel, unable to say anything. He looked back at me and smiled slightly, although we're not technically in those roles yet until after I find my mate and turn 18. Jeremy declared. How did you not know? Aren't you part of the pack? Lucas asked quietly, rubbing the back of his neck. I flinched when he asked that question. Obviously, it was because my uncle excluded me from the pack. But I couldn't tell them about that or how he has been treating me, especially not with Daniel here. Oh well, I live in town with the humans, not here with the rest of the pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not knowing what else to say. Yeah, but a few other wolves live in town too and may integrate into the pack just fine. Jeremy responded, eyeing me suspiciously. Well, it's kind of complicated. Can't we just leave it at that? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking down and playing with my fingers, Jeremy opened his mouth to speak, but Daniel spoke first. In taking her to my room, we have a lot to talk about. Jeremy grinned and with a wink said, Don't be too loud. Nobody here wants to hear your moans. Daniel glared at him before abruptly picking me bridal style. I tried to wiggle my way out of his hold, but he held me tightly and began walking, taking me upstairs. After walking past many doors, we arrived at a large section that had only one wooden door. He opened it and walked inside, closing the door behind us. I quickly examined the room. It was very spacious, with only a bed in the main area, a resting area beyond it, a bathroom to the left, and a small office to the right. It mostly had grey and white colours, giving the place a modern look. He put me down near the bed, and I remembered I was supposed to be angry at him. Why did you bring me here against my will? Because you've been ignoring me, he shouted back. I yelled, No, I've been avoiding you. There's a difference why. Am I not good enough for you? He yelled, a hint of pain in his voice. I looked away, wanting to say that's not it, but it just wouldn't come out. I've been waiting a long time to be with you. Why couldn't you have made this easier? Daniel says sadly. I take a deep breath, calming myself down, confused by what he said. What do you mean you've been waiting a long time? He sighs and slumps down onto the floor, resting his back against the bed. He reaches out his hand to me, and I warily extend mine. His hand touches mine, causing shivers to run down my spine. Damn mate bond. He carefully pulls me down so I'm sitting next to him, both of us with our backs against his bed. We're close, but not so close I can't even think. I found out you were my mate before you turned 18. I don't know if you noticed or not, but a while back I was absent for 2 weeks. That was due to my 18th birthday and some packed business we had to take care of. I nod. Yeah, I remember. He looks at me and cocks his head to the side. I didn't know you paid so much attention to me. Don't let it get to your head. It was around then that I started to notice you more. I replied, slightly embarrassed. He smiled but continued explaining. When I came back, I found out you were my mate. But I also realized that you weren't 18 yet, so you couldn't feel our bond. I decided not to say anything since I wanted you to experience one of the most important days of your life normally, without having to worry about anything else. I didn't want to drag you into this mess. I felt guilty, knowing how I had acted after he endured so much. It must have been hard on him, having to go through all that on his own. He carried everything on his shoulders so I wouldn't have to. He was thinking of me, while I was only acting selfishly. In a small voice, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I caused you so much trouble. He smiled softly and tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. I'm sorry for being so rough with you and forcing you to come here. I know that was wrong, but I was desperate and didn't know what else to do. I promise I'm not normally like this. Finally having you here with me and being able to talk to you is already enough to make me happy. It's true that I was angry that he brought me here forcefully, but I was also kind of happy, simply being with him, even for a short while, was making me and my wolf happy. Alex was no longer angry at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There was still something floating around in my mind that was bothering me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't think it was true anymore, but I had to confirm it to be sure. You don't like Carly, right? He looked at me, confused, and replied, they're your friend. No, why would you think that? I quickly looked away and down at my lap. This whole time I thought I should back off and let my mate and my best friend be happy together. But he didn't like her as I had thought. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him shake his head. He gently cupped my face with his big hands and looked into my eyes. He softly said, Lauren, I've been dreaming of the day I found my mate since I was a little kid. There's no way I would ever even think of being with anyone who was my soulmate. I don't want anyone but you. His words were so sincere and wholehearted. I felt my eyes begin to tear up, realizing just how much I actually needed him. I placed my hands over his as a tear rolled down my cheek. He leaned in closer to me and wrapped his arms around me. I tightly hugged him back, and for the first time in years, I truly felt at ease. Chapter 12 Suppressed Memories. Daniel's arms wrapped around me, and I relaxed against his touch. I had just noticed how our bodies fit together perfectly, obviously made for each other. I breathed in his natural scent and buried my face into his chest. For a moment, I forgot about everything. In this instant, all my problems were gone, and Daniel was the only thing I could see. It's amazing how simply being with your mate can make you feel so blissful. After a long moment of silence, Daniel finally spoke. I'm so happy you're here with me now. But I'm really sorry about how I treated you. I was being so forceful and it wasn't right. Daniel pulled away to look at me, concern written on his face. I could tell he was really bothered by it, and I couldn't stand him feeling like this. Don't worry. I was to blame too. If I hadn't avoided you, it would have saved both of us a lot of pain and trouble. He was silent for a while, then asked, Lauren, why did you avoid me? Did you not want me as your mate? He asked that question, yet I knew he was scared of the response I would give. I looked away and replied, "Not that's not it." Then why? I wanted to answer his question, but I didn't think it was right to tell him about the crush Carly has on him. That's something she should decide to either say or keep to herself. I can't say. Why not? Furrowing his brows, I looked down and remained silent. Are you going out with someone else? Is that it? His anger taking over. Daniel. That's Zen. I tried to deny it, but before I could, he stood up suddenly and irritatedly ran his fingers through his hair. It's that friend you hang out with, isn't it? The one you're always with. I stood up, facing the angry Daniel. I assume HE's talking about Nate, but I don't know why he would think I was going out with him. His fists were balled up and his eyes were darkening. He was making himself all angry and jealous for nothing. There was really nothing for him to worry about. A few weeks ago, I saw how friendly you two were acting in the hallway. Yet you pinned under him, and you didn't seem like you were trying to push him off until I walked in, he said distastefully. I thought back to last week, when I had eaten Nate's pizza. His mom is such a good cook. That was the best pizza I've ever had. I remember he had tackled me and blackmailed me into buying him chips, which I never bought. But that was all that happened. Did Daniel think that's what was going on? That he had pinned me down? Is that why you were glaring at me? Remembering the moment he walked in, I wanted to rip him off of you and throw him into a wall. I chuckled and quickly raised my hand to cover my smile. What's so funny? He asked as he narrowed his eyes at me. I just can't believe how big of an idiot you are, I replied, smiling. He crossed his arms and glared at me. What is that supposed to mean? I can't believe you think I would go out with that loser. His scowl disappeared and relief took over his face. So you're not together? Of course no. I wouldn't be with anyone who was my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Clearing up his misunderstanding. What about that kid earlier? The one you were petting looked like he was really enjoying himself when you were touching him. Evan. Achias just a sweet little boy. Daniel narrowed his eyes at me once again. And I sighed. You don't have to get so jealous over every person I talk to, I said, placing my hands on my hips and shaking my head. He took a step closer and whispered, I can't help it. I don't want to share you with anyone else. I looked up at him and saw that he was staring at my lips. My face heated up, my cheeks turning a dark red. I quickly backed away and asked, See, can I go to the bathroom? He looked disappointed, but quickly hid it and replied while pointing to a wooden door. It's in there. I quickly turned and made my way to the door. I turned the doorknob and let myself in, closing the door behind me. I cringed at myself for using that stupid excuse. Couldn't I have thought of anything better to say? Besides, it's not like he was actually going to kiss me. I took a deep breath, then walked to the sink. I turned the knob for the cold water and splashed some water on my face. Alex was angry at me once again. Why would you avoid kissing our mate? Don't act like you don't want to. This is the first time you've talked to me in days. And it's to tell me that. I don't want you hurting him any more than you already have. You just want us to complete the mating process and seal the bond. That's not going to happen if you keep ignoring everything I say. Ironically, I ignored her after she said that. I turned the knob and dried my face. I looked at myself in the mirror, then at the huge bathtub behind us. It was spacious, like a miniature pool, and was embedded into the ground. Bathing in that must feel great. I ignored the random thought and left the bathroom. I noticed Daniel was where he was when I left. When I spotted him, I began to feel nervous. He was sitting on the edge of his bed, looking up at the white ceiling. As I approached him, he looked at me. When I stood in front of him, he patted the spot next to him. I slowly sat down next to him. After a moment of silence, Lauren, I have a question for you. I know you didn't want to talk about it earlier, but why didn't you know about your own pack? Why haven't we heard about you all this time? We know about everyone in our pack, but we've never heard about you. I was wondering about it before too, but I couldn't ask. Crap. This was something I definitely didn't want to talk about. I don't want him to know about my uncle. As my mate, who knows what he would do? Trying to change the topic, I jokingly said, that was more than one question. He remained serious, obviously not fucking around. I didn't want to lie, but I didn't want to tell him the truth either. I simply said, my family just isn't very involved with the pack. It was a lie, but it was the complete truth. Who are your parents? He asked as he crossed his arms. My parents. I stuttered, this being a very sensitive topic for me. Tell me their names. I looked down and, after hesitating, quietly said, Talbot Exton and Fletcher Errington. The memory that I tried so hard to suppress and lock away came back, reminding me of the painful moment when my life came crashing down before my very own eyes. I remembered the day they left. They didn't tell me the reason. They just said they would be back in a week. I patiently waited, but after a week had passed, they never returned. I remember crying, but the real tears came when my uncle told me they died in a car accident and that I would never see them again. Since Daniel hadn't said anything, I carefully looked up, taking a peek at his face. I was surprised to see the shock in his eyes. Your parents were Tara and Fletcher? Daniel asked in disbelief. I nodded, then stared at him in confusion. Why was he so surprised by this? But you're supposed to be dead. Their daughter died with them in the accident. What? What are you talking about? Giving Daniel a look that told him he better explain what was going on. Fletcher and Tara died in a car accident. But her brother said their daughter snuck into the back seat and went with them. That they all died together. Her brother? Is he talking about Raphael? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're their daughter. I nodded, and Daniel looked as if he had just been told the world was going to end tomorrow. Now it was my turn to ask questions. How did you know my parents? Daniel looked at me and smiled slightly. Your parents were great. Your dad was one of our best warriors and your mom was good friends with the loon and my mom. She would take care of Jeremy, Lucius, and I whenever our parents needed to go to another pack for a meeting. She was really sweet. And she even let us have dessert without eating our vegetables. Hey, that's not fair. She never let me do that. Daniel laughed and teased. She just liked me better. I rolled my eyes and asked, what else do you remember of her? Well, she was the nicest person ever. She was kind to everyone. She never let anyone suffer alone. And she always saw the best in everyone. Even Jeremy, when he was going through his rebellious state. That was true about her. She had the biggest heart and would even help others if it meant putting herself at risk. What about my dad? Your dad was tough. Like I said earlier, he was one of our strongest warriors. But when he would help watch over us, he would turn into a big softy. It was obvious how much he loved Tara. I loved that about my dad. He was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. He wouldn't hesitate to protect his family and his pack against any threat. But when he was around people he trusted, he was a total goofball and softy. Hearing Daniel talk about my parents made me happy. It was great to know they were remembered as good people, just as I had known they were. I remember when your mom told us the story about how she convinced her parents to adopt Raphael. He had been abandoned since he was little, and when she saw him, she brought him to her parents. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They were just going to let him shower and give him a meal, but she convinced them that he needed a home. She really loved him as if he was her real brother. I remember she told me that story a long time ago, and I really looked up to her for it. Raphael also used to say how grateful he was to her. When he changed completely, I was kind of relieved my mom didn't have to see what he had become. He has been off the rails lately. He would yell at other pack members for no reason, and he even punched Jeremy's dad. Alpha John. He doesn't even bother attending our pack's weekly meetings anymore. And HES always drunk and violent. Daniel's face had turned into a scowl. He didn't seem to like Raphael any more than I did. Suddenly, his face went pale. He looked as if he just came to a sudden realization and looked at me. He blankly asked, "Who's been your guardian all these years?" I felt my heart sink to my stomach. I didn't want him to know. I've been able to hide it for years. So why did he figure it out in just a matter of minutes? In response to my silence, he sternly repeated himself. "Lauren, tell me he was the one who took you in after your parents died." I looked down. I couldn't deny it. He suddenly stood up with a scary expression on his face. "Has he ever laid his filthy hands on you?" he asked in a dark voice. When I didn't respond, he yelled, "Tell me, Lauren, has he ever hurt you?" I flinched. Of course he has, but I don't want Daniel doing anything reckless. I know it was stupid of me, but I decided to lie. "No, he hasn't." His face softened, but he was still wary. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you sure?" I nodded. I knew that I couldn't keep lying to him, but for now that was the best thing to do. I don't need either of them getting killed. Daniel plopped down onto the bed, resting his back against the soft mattress. He pulled me down so I was lying next to him, facing each other. What are you doing?" Finding myself stuttering for the 100th time today. "It's all Daniel's fault." He looked down at me and smiled. "I'm relieved he hasn't done anything to you." "I don't know what I would have done if he hurt you in any way," he said while gently brushing my cheek with his thumb. "That's what I'm scared of." He pulled me closer, leaving his hands to rest on my hips. He softly said, "I won't let anyone hurt you. I promise to protect you no matter what." My heart melted at his words. Before I could tell him that was the cheesiest line ever, I felt a pair of warm lips on mine. He caught me by surprise, but my eyes quickly shut and my wolf's eagerness took over, causing me to respond to his gentle kiss. It was unlike anything I had ever felt before. I was filled with unbelievable excitement. And one other thing. Love. In that blissful moment, I realized that all the walls I had built up to protect everyone from getting hurt were quickly torn down. I was no longer able to shelter everyone from the pain that was soon to come. Chapter 13. Waffles and tater tots. Daniel's lips pressed against mine in a sweet kiss. The moment our lips met, I had completely lost myself. His lips were soft and warm, dangerously tempting. A comforting warmth enveloped my entire body. I raised my hand to the back of his neck where I tangled my fingers into his hair and brought his lips closer to mine. The innocence of our kiss didn't last long, as our need for each other grew, especially after being apart for so long. Our kiss had elevated to rougher, more passionate ones. He shifted next to me on the bed and abruptly broke our kiss. He quickly trapped me under him and resealed our lips in a matter of seconds. He parted my lips with his tongue, letting himself in. I softly moaned against his lips when our tongues came into contact. I felt an unknown heat surge through my body. Every inch of my body felt like it was on fire. I had a sudden urge for him. I needed to have him as close as possible. I brought my hands up and wrapped them around his neck. I pulled him down, bringing our bodies closer. At this point, I couldn't think straight anymore. I had forgotten every reason to not continue, which there were many of. My body was on fire and I couldn't fight this swelling desire within me. When we pulled away, we were both panting from the intensity of the kiss. But he didn't let that stop him. He began placing kisses on my neck. I tilted my head and closed my eyes, giving him more access. His teeth scraped across the spot on my neck reserved for his mark. I suppressed a moan from escaping, but when he kissed the area, I couldn't hold it back. My hands found the end of his shirt and slipped inside, brushing against his bare skin. And I felt his hot, quickened breath against my neck. He sat up and quickly pulled his shirt over his head, tossing it to the side. My eyes scanned his chest, his strong arms, and the six-pack on his abdomen. He was muscular, but not so much that it was scary. He was perfect. At the sight of his flawless body, I felt my desire begin to grow. He leaned back down so his body was hovering above mine. I noticed how dark his eyes were, filled with the same lust as mine. With his thumb, he gently brushed my now swollen lips, running his finger along the bottom of my lip. He leaned and I closed my eyes once again. His lips found mine and I immediately responded, kissing him back with everything I had. I loved having him so close, kissing his lips, and how perfectly our bodies fit together. Knowing he was mine and mine alone made me extremely happy. Since we had both given into our lust and our wolf's instinct to be with our mate, I was surprised when Daniel suddenly broke our kiss. I whimpered immediately once his lips left mine. He was looking towards the door, but turned his attention to me once he noticed my disappointment. He was panting slightly, attempting to regain control. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again with his eyes back to their original sky blue color. "Someone's coming," he said before quickly climbing off the bed. The moment I sit up, the door opened and the smell of food quickly filled the room. Jeremy walked in, holding a tray of food. When he saw me, his jaw dropped. He looked from me to Daniel and back. "Why is she on your bed? And where the fuck did your shirt go?" he shouted as Daniel approached him. "Shut up. Why are you here?" Daniel grumbled, anger showing in his tone. "I came to bring you guys food. I don't know if you've realized, but you guys have been in here for quite a while. I figured it was better if I came to bring your food rather than the cook. I didn't think I would be interrupting anything." Daniel scowled but took the tray from him anyways. Jeremy smirked and teased, "If you're gonna fuck, use protection." I grabbed one of the pillows on Daniel's bed and threw it in Jeremy's direction. It almost hit him, but he quickly ran out and closed the door behind him. We heard him laugh from the other side before walking away from Daniel's room. Daniel sighed and murmured, "He is such an asshole. At least he is a funny asshole." I pointed out, now smiling, I actually thought our situation was kind of humorous. Daniel made his way towards me on the bed and placed the tray on my lap. He climbed onto the bed, sitting next to me. I looked down at the tray with 2 bowls of chicken soup, 2 glasses of lemonade, and a small plate with a few cookies. I looked at Daniel and asked, "Can we eat the cookies first?" He smiled and replied, "No, you have to eat your meal first. Dessert later. You party pooper." I complained and frowned, earning a chuckle from Daniel. I picked up one of the bowls and handed it to him, then placed the tray in between both of us so we could share it. The chicken soup looked and smelled delicious. I brought the spoon up to my mouth and smiled when it was as delicious as I thought it would be. I looked at Daniel, who also seemed to be enjoying his meal. "We let things escalate a little too quickly," I said shyly. He looked at me but quickly looked away, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. I don't know what came over me. He apologized. "Same goes for me. Can't say I hated it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mumbling the last part, he grinned and turned to me. I didn't hate it either. Quite the opposite. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he said with a smirk. I found his boyish smile incredibly adorable. His smile was contagious, causing me to smile as well. As we continued our meal, he asked me, "So it's your favorite food?" That's a hard one, but I'd have to say waffles. He looked at me and tilted his head to the side, looking so confused. I know waffles are usually for breakfast, but they're just so good, especially with whipped cream and strawberry syrup. I explained myself. He shook his head, but smiled. "And yours?" He replied, "That's easy. Tater tots." "What? Those things are weird." "I know they are. That's why I love them so much. They're also really good. I think your favorite food is weirder than mine. They might look unusual, and I know their name is weird, but they're delicious." Whatever you say. Danny. He looked at me and raised an eyebrow. Danny. Seriously. I replied. Shut up. I can do what I want. And what I want is to make fun of you by calling you Danny. He smiled and said, Okay, but I get to give you a nickname too. No way. It's decided. Now I just have to get you to try tater tots. I'm not having those things. Of course you are. You'll love them. We'll see about that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Putting my bowl down on the tray, I smiled childishly and reached for the plate of cookies. I picked one up and enjoyed the sweetness of it after my first bite. Daniel set down his bowl as well and got one for himself. After I finished my first cookie, I happily asked, These are really good. Who makes them? Nuna Madeline does. She's really good at baking. Daniel replied, watching as I reached for another cookie. Jeremy S. Mom. Yep, he answered. So when will he become alpha? After he finds his mate, which could be on his birthday. It's next week on Friday. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That soon. Yeah. Unless he doesn't find his mate. If it's been a whole year and he still hasn't found her, he becomes alpha without his Luna. I nodded and picked up the last chocolate chip cookie. I was about to take a bite, but remembered Daniel hadn't really gotten any. I looked at him, and he said, You can eat it, but I got more than you. You can have it. Daniel was too nice. There be no way I was just gonna sit here and feel fat eating the last cookie. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I broke it in half and offered him one of the pieces. He timidly extended his hand and took it from me. You could have just eaten it all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He said, smiling. After we finished, he set the tray aside and lay it on his back. He signaled to the spot next to him on the bed, inviting me next to him. I scooted closer and lay my head on his chest. One of his hands wrapped around my waist while the other played with my hair. It's funny how just a few hours ago, I was trying so hard to avoid him. An idea that now seemed ridiculous. Everything felt like a dream, yet it was unmistakably real. In just a few hours, I feel like I've become inseparable from this person. I've never felt so complete and so serene. These feelings gave me hope for the future and for us. He transformed my whole life without me even realizing it. And in only a matter of hours, I smiled and closed my eyes as I wrapped an arm around him. Can I take a nap? I'm really comfortable right now, and my eyes feel heavy. He kissed my forehead and replied, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He pulled a cover over us, and I snuggled into his side. I closed my eyes once again and let the comfort of his scent drive me to a peaceful sleep. Chapter 14 Scent. I shuffled under the covers, pulling them over me as I moved closer to the warmth next to me. It had an enchanting scent whose touch was comforting, with an arm wrapped around my waist. My eyes shot open. The first thing I saw was my shirtless mate, who I had chosen to stay away from but failed. His eyes were closed, his face wearing a peaceful expression. His messy hair partially covered his eyes and his long, dark eyelashes were angled downward. His lips were partially parted, reminding me of the kiss we shared earlier. A sudden embarrassment made me feel bashful, creeping onto my face and tinting my cheeks. The longer I stared, the more I felt like a creep, so I decided to head to the bathroom. When I attempted to move, a pair of arms grabbed at my waist and pulled me back into bed. Daniel pressed his chest against my back and held me tighter. I turned to face him and noticed his eyes were now open, a smile playing on his lips. Come on, we don't have to get up, he purred as he snuggled closer to me. I was just going to the bathroom, I replied, trying not to think about how sexy his voice sounded just now. He gently brushed my cheek with the back of his hand. You can go later. If I shit on your bed, I'm not cleaning it up, I remarked playfully. He let out a loud laugh, the corners of his eyes wrinkling slightly as he smiled. This guy even had a sexy laugh. Why was he so perfect? Well, I guess I shouldn't be complaining, he whispered against my ear. If you did that, I would be very turned on. I quickly looked at him, wrinkling my eyebrows together in disgust. He laughed once again, and I realized that he was thankfully joking. You should have seen the look on your face, he said before falling into a pit of laughter. I rolled my eyes and untangled his arms from around my waist. Pushing myself off the bed, a WW, he sat up on the bed. Come back, Lauren. I shook my head at him and asked, what time is it? He reached for his phone on the nightstand and answered, it'll be midnight in 15 minutes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked in surprise. Crap, I should probably get going. It's pretty late, I said and began looking around the room, searching for my phone. He quickly got up and walked over to me. He placed his hands on my shoulders and dejectedly asked, You're not gonna stay? His eyes had a sadness to them, pleading me not to leave. My wolf whimpered, and I immediately felt the pressure to stay. But I need to shower. And what a boo, I started. But Daniel interrupted. He quickly said, You can just shower here. It'll give you a change of clothes and you can sleep on my bed. But won't I be imposing? Not at all. Lauren, I want you to stay with me. Causing me to look away nervously. I don't know if staying is a good idea or not, but I do know I shouldn't to home to Raphael. Besides, it's not like I don't want to stay. I guess it's fine. His blue eyes lit up, gleaming with joy. He happily kissed my cheek and smiled. You wanted to shower, right? Giving me no time to react to his kiss, I nodded, and he walked over to a door I hadn't noticed before. Despite it being in plain sight, it was a smaller door near the bathroom. He disappeared for a few seconds before returning with neatly folded clothes in his hand, a navy blue tee, shirt and something that was in a package. What's that? I pointed to the package on top of the shirt. He looked away and awkwardly rubbed his neck with his free hand. A pair of boxers. I don't have any female underwear, so this LL have to do all. They're new, so you don't have to worry. He quickly added, Do you normally have new, packaged underwear just lying in your closet? No, but my mom bought them for me recently and I still haven't used them. I chuckled and teased, Your mom still buys your underwear. He smiled awkwardly and looked down, which I found extremely adorable. I laughed, not like there's anything wrong with it. Well, to some extent. Hey, he said, obviously offended. It's not like I want her to. Yeah, I get it. I'm going to go take a bath now. As I opened the door to the bathroom, to where agent extraordinaire Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But what will I do while you're gone? I turned and replied, Count how much hair you have on your head. You sure you don't want me to wash your hair? Or watch you take a bath? He asked with a grin. Nope. I replied and closed the door behind me, making sure to lock it just in case. After an approximately 30-minute bath, I quickly dry off and slid into the pair of boxers that he had given me which, by the way, are airy and comfortable. I then pulled the baggy shirt over my head and looked down to see it reach just below my thighs. Isn't this a little too short? Walking out like this is a bit embarrassing. He is my mate, but that's the reason I should be worried. I pull down the shirt as low as I possibly can and open the door, letting some of the humidity from the bathroom escape before closing the door. I see Daniel come out from his closet, now with a shirt on and sweatpants. When he saw me, I noticed his eyes scanning my body, which made me kind of nervous. He began to slowly make his way to me, and by the time he finally reached me, I was a complete ball of nerves. He brushed my damp hair back before pulling me into a hug. I heard him inhale softly, then sigh in relief. My breath caught when I felt his lips press against the base of my neck. You smell like me. It's making my wolf and I shamefully excited, he whispered against my skin. His words and tone made me jump. I gently pushed him away and nervously suggested, "We should go to sleep. It's pretty late." He looked at me but quickly looked away with a blush creeping up his face, as if just realizing what he had done. I acted impulsively. He apologized. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I smiled and placed a hand on his arm. "Let's just go to bed." I heard loud footsteps approaching quickly, but I paid no mind to it and snuggled into the pillow next to me. When the footsteps finally stopped, I thanked the moon goddess for the peace and quiet. The door suddenly burst open and girly screams were heard. My pillow suddenly sprang up, causing me to do so as well. I opened my heavy eyes to see that my pillow was actually Daniel, and that the source of the girly screams were Jeremy and Lucas with "No guns, no." I heard Daniel shout before he suddenly jumped in front of me and repeatedly got attacked with no-gun bullets. "What the hell is going on?" I asked as Jeremy and Lucas fired at Daniel. Daniel yelled, "Crap. I forgot it was Wednesday." "What? Does this normally happen every Wednesday?" When they stopped firing, Daniel quickly got up and pulled the no guns from under the bed. He tossed one to me, who barely caught it. "Don't let them take your gun. Defend yourself," he shouted before shooting at Jeremy, who had now split from Lucas. Where did Lucas go? I looked around the room and he was nowhere to be seen. Daniel had already chased Jeremy out of his room, but I could hear their guns and manly screams nearby. I quietly got up, scanning my surroundings. I felt a hand grab my foot, and next thing I knew I was lying on the floor with the wind knocked out of me. I saw Lucas kneeling down next to me with his gun pointed at me. "I'm really sorry. Did that hurt?" he asked with concern. "Don't worry. I'm fine." "Oh, so gentle and caring. That's good." He pointed to my gun. "Anyways, I'm going to be taking this." As he reached for it, I quickly fired at him. He moved backwards and I quickly got up and ran into the bathroom. I closed the door, looked around for a place to hide. I looked to the shower, but that was a bit obvious. However, I could use it as a distraction. I closed the curtain and quickly looked around. There was a cabinet under the sink that I could probably fit into. The bathroom was a good move. "Now you're cornered in there," I heard Lucas say from right outside the door. I quickly crawled into the cabinet. It was a pretty tight space, but I managed to fit. I heard the door open slowly, then his footsteps as he carefully looked around. As I expected, he went for the most obvious spot first. The shower curtain opened, so I quickly jumped out and knocked him down. Although I fell to, I was quick to snatch his gun from him. "Yes," I cheered excitedly. He sat up and with a smile said, "Yeah, I guess you did. Congrats." He put his hand up, which confused me. Did he want his gun back or something? After a few seconds, he awkwardly said, You're supposed to high-five me, oh. That makes sense." I raised my hand and smacked his in a loud high-five. Daniel walked in with a smile on his face and raised the guns into the air. I got him. While his mom scolded him, I took the opportunity to snatch his gun. Jeremy stormed in and argued, "You cheated. My mom was talking to me so it didn't count. All's fair in me Wednesday," Daniel said with an adorable smirk. "And just what's the point in you guys fighting each other with toy guns every Wednesday?" I finally asked. "The last person to have their guns stole and doesn't have to go to the grocery store with mom in the afternoon. Having the opportunity to miss out is truly a grand privilege," Jeremy said. "Wait. Then why was I involved? I bet they figured you'd be a burden for me and thought they could use it to their advantage. Boy, were they wrong." Daniel answered my question and looked at me proudly. He made his way over to me and offered me a hand, making me realize I was still on the floor. I took his hand and he pulled me up into his chest. As I enjoyed his calming scent, he gently ran his fingers through my hair. "We're right here, you know. Anyways, you guys better hurry up or we'll be late for school. See you in a few minutes." Jeremy interrupted us, then left along with Lucas. I forgot we had school today. I really don't want to go, I complained. I know. I would much rather stay here with you, he whispered into my ear, sending shivers down my back. He took a step back and said, I'm going to take a shower, but feel free to take anything from my closet. Without saying another word, he pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it aside. He started to remove his sweatpants, but before he could finish I quickly turned around. You could at least warn me next time. You know, so there's going to be a next time. And I could sense his smirk without looking at him. That's not what I meant, I shouted before quickly leaving the bathroom. I heard him laugh before I closed the door. I made my way to his closet and looked for clothes that wouldn't raise too much suspicion. That being said, I couldn't wear something that was known to be his or something that looks too much like it belongs to a guy. I looked around and found a sweater that was too large and was something he probably didn't wear too often. I didn't think any of his jeans were going to fit me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So I just put on the same ones I had yesterday. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I quickly took off his shirt and put on his sweater. It was really comfortable, and it smelled nice too. When I left the closet, he was already standing outside, drying his hair with a towel. That was fast. You were only in there for 6 minutes. Would have been faster if you came in and helped me wash my back. I rolled my eyes and he smiled. Anyways, I should hurry downstairs and make breakfast. Come down when you're ready, he stated as he left the room. You know how to cook? Of course I do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he shouted from the hallway. My werewolf boyfriend and I have a secret, and my best friend has a crush on him. Chapter 15. Mama Benson in the kitchen. My mate was making something that smelled delicious. I pulled out a chair and took a seat at the dining table. He looked up for a brief second and smiled at me before giving his attention to the meal he was preparing. I scanned his features while he focused on breakfast. His dark hair threatened to fall with his head was angled downward, eyes steady as he watched the frying pan in front of him. Lips pursed, slightly in concentration. I laughed when I noticed he was wearing an apron. On it were the words, "Sexy Mommy." Which so funny, he was now looking at me with an arched brow. I pointed at the apron and continued to laugh. Hey, don't laugh. It's not like it's mine. It's Luna-made lines. You do have to admit it looks super cool on it, came in an unknown voice from behind me. I looked behind me, where a woman with stunning blue eyes and blonde hair was standing. Her blue eyes reminded me of Danielle's like his. They were gentle and captivating. She was older, maybe in her mid-30s, but still beautiful. Mom, what are you doing here? Daniel asked as he turned off the stove. Your father left with Amanda, for John, and Madeline in to speak with one of our neighboring pecks. I was feeling quite lonely at home, so I decided to stop by. She looked to me and smiled brightly. She wouldn't happen to be your mate, now would she? Lauren, this is my mom. Mom, this is my mate Laurenton. Daniel introduced us. Eliza's face dropped at the mention of my name. Did you say? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As in, she started but trailed off. Yeah, her parents are Tara and Fletcher, Daniel stated. But how is she still alive? Daniel explained. She never snuck into the car. It was a lie told by Raphael. She's been alive this whole time. Eliza looked at me with an apologetic expression. She suddenly came up to me and hugged me. I'm so sorry. She apologized. I didn't know you were still alive. I should have looked into it further. But I was so heartbroken when I heard what happened to your parents. You look so much like your mother, she said in awe. But she was so pretty. I mumbled as I averted her eyes. Eliza raised my chin and fiercely scolded. Don't you dare say that again. Look at you. Sweetie, you're absolutely beautiful, just like your mother. Don't you doubt that for a second. She turned and looked to Daniel. Would let you eat into agree. Son, of course. I have the most beautiful mate in the world. Daniel stated earnestly with a sweet smile. I smiled too and looked down in embarrassment. Breakfast is ready. Jeremy and Lucas should be down any second. Daniel said as he took out plates from a cabinet on top of the sink. Take a seat. Lauren. It'll help Daniel set up. Eliza gently pushed me back down into my seat and joined Daniel in the kitchen. He handed her the plates and cups. She set up 5 spots on the dining table and poured orange juice into each glass. Are you sure you don't want me to help? No, you sit tight, she replied. Daniel came around and served me 2 waffles. I looked at him and he smiled. They're your favorite. Right. You remembered? Of course I did. He replied and leaned in to kiss my forehead. He then continued to serve each plate to waffles. He went back into the kitchen and when he came out, he placed a plate at the center of the table. What's that? Only the most delicious thing in the entire world. Tater tots. You got it, he answered cheerfully. Quick footsteps seemed to be getting louder and louder, until they came to a sudden unstop and Jeremy and Lucas were right in front of me. I beat you, Jeremy bragged. Lucas smiled. So you did, but only because you got a head start. Did not. Eliza broke into their banter. Why don't you boys take a seat? Breakfast is ready. Oh, hi Eliza. I didn't realize you were there, Jeremy said as he turned to face her. Good morning, Mrs. Benson. Lucas greeted politely. Good morning. Boys. Jeremy and Lucas took their seat, joined shortly by Daniel and Eliza. Once everyone was seated, we started our meal. I was sat in between Lucas and Daniel. Every once in a while, I could see Daniel glancing over at me in the corner of my eye. The rest of the time, he was reaching for more tater tots. I had to admit, my mate was a pretty good cook. These are the best waffles I've had in a long time. I was worried you boys wouldn't be able to handle living on your own, but I see you're all doing just fine, Eliza said after wiping her mouth with a napkin. We're all getting along fine with each other. Eliza, we always have, Jeremy said. That's not what I was worried about. I was afraid you all weren't ready to live without your parents, but I can see I worry for nothing. Lucas reassured her. We're taking over soon. You don't have to worry about us. Mrs. Benson, you're right. I blinked and you boys were all grown up. You're going to be great leaders. Although you're wrong about one thing, I'll never stop worrying. Have you tried the tater tots yet? Daniel asked me as the rest continued their conversation. No, not yet. I was busy eating my waffles. He took one from the plate and brought it close to my lips. I looked back up at him, he was grinning, and now I didn't know whether he was trying to tease me or not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I reluctantly took a bite from the one he held in his hand. I know I was arguing in their favor yesterday, but I had to admit that it was surprisingly delicious. It was my mate's cooking. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. So I was obviously going to like it. You're right. It's not so bad. See, I told you they were the best, he said smugly. My plan to reply with something witty was foiled when he gently brushed the corner of my mouth with his thumb, my skin tingling at the contact. This action made me flustered. I didn't fail to notice the grin on Daniel's face. You two are quite adorable, Eliza broke in. And it's sickening, Jeremy Mark gagged. I timidly looked over to Daniel, who smiled warmly at me. Don't mind him. I'm sure he'll be no different when he finds his mate, Lucas commented. Eliza chuckled. You're most certainly right about that. I'm afraid you kids should be heading out soon. To my agent extraordinaire, friend.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's nearly time for school to start. You're right. Moaned, Daniel said. You guys ready? To my agent extraordinaire, friend.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So not really, Jeremy answered. Lucas stated. Again. Don't mind him. We're ready to go. Eliza stood. I'll take care of the dishes. You kids should get going. You sure? Mom, I'm certain. Now hurry or you'll be late. Everyone stood from their spot at the dining table. We left the house, got in Jeremy's car, and were off to school. Stressed, pubescent teens flooded into the school. When the warning bell rang, meaning 5 minutes till class, many of them picked up their pace while others remained unfazed. I anxiously looked around as I entered the school with Daniel. Jeremy and Lucas were only a few steps ahead of us. I didn't want Carly to see us together. I may have realized that avoiding the person I was destined to be with was impossible, but that didn't mean I was ready to tell my best friend I was going out with her crush. Wait. What? I can't just say we're going out. Or can I? We are mates. But he has told me anything. Does he even have to? An arm casually slipped around my waist, pulling me closer as we walked together. His touch set my skin on fire. I wanted to press into him further, to have his arms around me. My wolf even encouraged me to do so, but I didn't want to risk being seen by Carly. I removed his hand from where it rested on my waist. We stopped walking and he turned, looking at me with disappointment. What's wrong? I don't think we should be doing that in school. I don't want Carly to see us. I admitted. The human, the one you thought I had romantic interest in. But I remained quiet. Why don't you want her to see us together? Carly's a good friend of mine. She gave me a place where I could feel at home when I lost my parents. I don't want to ruin my friendship with her. He was silent for a few seconds before he finally spoke. I can tell there's something you're not telling me. I won't ask you to tell me what you're hiding, but you can't keep it from me forever. If that's what you really want, I won't approach you at school. He said the last part coldly. An emotion swelled inside me, wanting me to do what could to make things better. Guilt. Just give me some time to talk to her about it. I know she's important to you, that's why I'm doing this. Just make sure you figure this out quickly. He was so understanding. It made me feel even worse about telling him not to approach me at school. I changed the topic. I have to go to the nurse's office to get my backpack because a certain someone carried me away out of nowhere. So it got left behind. Oh, sorry about that, he said awkwardly. Don't worry. I'm just messing with you. I'm heading to class now. I'll see you there. He turned and began walking down the hall. My heart clenched as I watched him walk away. I had hurt him. I was a little surprised when he didn't offer to come with me to the nurse's office, but he was just doing what I had asked of him. I took a left turn into another hallway and made my way to the nurse's office. I opened the door and scanned the room for the dark grey fabric of my backpack. I spotted it in one of the corners of the room and thought someone must have moved it. I went to retrieve it when the door flew open, revealing Carly. She didn't seem to notice me and went to one of the cabinets. She took out a band-aid, closing the cabinet door when she finished. She turned and jumped when she saw me. You scared me, she shouted. Carly, what are you doing here? Oh, I just came for another bandage. Yesterday, I went outside to look for worms and one of them tried to strangle me. I freed myself but accidentally cut my hand with a rock. She what? How does one almost get strangled by a worm? You know what? I won't ask. Where did you go yesterday? I was so worried. Sorry. I left early and decided to go straight home. I hated lying to her, but I wasn't ready to tell her yet. You should have called me. I thought you were eaten by wolves or something. I grinned. If only she knew. See, I'm on. Let's go to class. Chapter 16. Schooled ants fire came along pretty fast. Daniel has been doing as I asked. He first approached me when in with Carly. I haven't had the chance to talk to him lately. It's making me feel really alone. I'm starting to wonder if HE is upset with me, but I would understand if he was. I still haven't gotten under talking to Carly about us. I've been too scared. But I know that I can't forever. Carly and I sat with Nathan, who no longer needed his crutches during lunch. Carly was busy smelling her soggy, wannabe hot dog while Nathan ate his home-cooked lunch. We're gonna have so much fun at the school dance. Carly squealed. Those are words you never hear any student in their right mind say. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. EW, the school dance. Don't tell me you actually plan on going to that thing. I cringed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We'll join everyone in the gym for the first hour. Then we'll sneak out and break into the classrooms to change the clocks 5 minutes ahead so we get to leave class early. She beamed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She wouldn't show up to the lane dance without some twisted, ulterior motive. You know that LL never work. Even if you do sneak by the teachers guarding the door, they'll realize that something's off with the clocks once we go back to class on Monday. Shut up. Pooh. You can't ruin this for me, she shouted. I rolled my eyes at her childishness. Gaithan S. coming with me to help. You have to join us. Nathan clarified. Only because she's forcing me to. But school dances are so boring. I complained. So you'll only have to deal with it for an hour. Come on. Pooh, she urged. Either way, I knew she was going to somehow get me to tag along. There was no way I was going to win against her. Fine. I reluctantly agreed. But if you get us in trouble, and telling Anthony you were the one who ate his goldfish, she what? Nathan shouted. We'll be fine. There's no way we're getting caught. Getting caught doing what? The chair next to me creaked. I looked to see Gian taking a seat. Next to him was a well-built brunette with dark brown eyes and black-framed glasses. His glasses gave him a nerd appearance, but his fit body made him look like one of those football players from the cliché movies. What were you doing here, Julian? Just here to introduce my, friend. His name is Roland Finn. He transferred here from Walton High, and today's his first day. Oh, hi, everyone. Roland said awkwardly. Hey, Roland. I'm sure you'll learn to hate it here just like the rest of us. Nathan said. And Roland smiled. He seemed to be a bit shy. You guys are friends already. That was pretty quick, I commented as I took a sip from my juice box. Julian replied. We've actually known each other since middle school and live on the same street. That's unusually nice of you to show him around. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Anyways, what was it you didn't want to get caught doing? Changing the topic. At the dance, we're gonna be changing the time on the clocks in the entire school so 5 minutes ahead. Carly beamed. You're not supposed to go around telling everyone. I scolded. Don't worry, we won't tell. School dances are lame, so it's not like we're going anyways. The bell rang, so Carly and I quickly agreed that Nathan would pick us up from Carly's house, then headed to class. Nathan was supposed to meet up with his coach and the rest of the soccer team during 5th period, probably because the coach didn't want to waste his lunch, so I was going to be alone in history today. As I neared the classroom, a door to the janitor's closet quickly opened and I was pulled in. The door closed, causing the light from outside to disappear. It was completely dark inside. But why did this situation feel so familiar? Oh yeah, not too long ago. That one crazy bitch pulled me into a closet and threatened me. Don't tell me it's her again. An arm was placed on my arm, causing me to shudder. I immediately knew who it was. There was a click. Then a dull light came on. I turned around and saw a pair of bright blue eyes. Daniel's strong arms wrapped around me, his head resting on my shoulder. What's wrong? Are you okay? I asked worriedly. I'm sorry. It's just really difficult being apart from you. Even more so than before. No, I should be the one that's sorry. I tightly hugged him back.
I'm the one who told you to stay away.
That wasn't fair of me. He shook his head. I told you it was okay. But even though it's only been 2 days, I felt like I was going to go insane if I didn't hold you. It was back, the guilt of causing him more pain and the sorrow it brought my wolf knowing he was hurting. But I didn't want to hurt him anymore. I decided that today, at the dance, I would man up and tell Carly. I'm going to the dance with Carly today, and I'm going to tell her about us. When we come back on Monday, we won't have to hide it anymore. He quickly pulled away and looked at me. Are you sure? I nodded. So you're going to the school dance? Yeah. She's kind of forcing me to. Then I'm going to. I can't have my beautiful mate to dance with a bunch of horny human boys and unmated males. You don't have to worry about that. I'm not going to be at the dance for long anyways. I'm not taking any chances. His protectiveness was kind of adorable. Daniel placed a warm hand on my face, gently brushing my cheek with his thumb. His eyes locked onto mine. He slowly leaned down as his eyes wandered to my lips. I closed my eyes as my heart began to race. His face was so close I could feel his breath on my cheek, but he hesitated. Just then, the door was swung open. I quickly pulled away and turned around. Before us stood Joe the janitor in his blue uniform, holding a mop in one hand and an empty, rusted bucket in the other. He trushed to my face as Joe looked from me to Daniel. Not again. When will you kids learn this is not a make-out closet? Get to class, he suddenly shouted. Daniel and I quickly ran past him, laughing as he waved his mop in the air. We stopped when he was out of sight. This is why I was going to tell Carly. I didn't want to hide anymore. Carly, Nathan, had I entered the loud gym. It was decorated with balloons and golden lights. The chairs had white covers with burgundy boughs, making the place look elegant to fit the theme this week, fancy. Carly was Carly, so she was wearing a black, long-sleeved dress with knee-length boots and straightened hair. Nathan had a white button-up shirt tucked into his dark blue pants. I wore an navy blue, knee-length dress with straps that crossed over my chest. I thought it actually suited me pretty well. We arrived a little late, so there was already a lot of people in the gym. I looked around and smelled the air, searching for my mate. I didn't catch his scent, so he probably hasn't arrived yet. You guys remember the plan? Carly asked. We tell the teacher guarding the door to close their eyes while we do a magic trick. Then we sneak out while their eyes are closed. Nathan recited what we discussed on the way here. It's not much of a plan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Yes, it is, Carly shouted childishly. What if the security guard doesn't fall for it? Then we use Plan B. What's Plan B? Nathan asked. Carly shrugged. How should I know? I face-palmed. There is no way this is going to end well. My palms got sweaty as I remembered what was sitting at the back of my mind. I tried distracting myself from it. But tonight I was going to tell Carly about me and Daniel. To be honest, I was scared. Carly is the closest thing to family that I have. I'm afraid she'll react badly. Or worse, hate me. I'm scared, but I can't keep hiding it. It's not fair to Carly or Daniel. My eyes were drawn to the door as an earthy scent filled my nose. Daniel entered the crowded gym. My eyes immediately scanned his body. He was wearing a black, button-up checkered shirt with the sleeves rolled up and dusty white pants. His hair was slicked back with gel, giving him a clean look. My eyes met his and I cursed at myself when I saw his grin. He must have noticed I was checking him out. 2 guys from our grade approached him, so his attention left me, and I thought he was sexy before. I looked at Carly, who was eyeing Daniel. Nathan rolled his eyes. I had never been bothered by it before, but hearing her say it now really irritated me. I couldn't stand her looking at him any longer. Luckily, the music was turned up and people started getting up to dance. Carly tried getting me to dance. She even tried to working on me, but there was no way I was going to embarrass myself like that. I stood next to her as she did a whole bunch of weird dances. When the song ended, she tiredly walked over to me and used me to help herself stand up straight. Tired already? Nathan teased. Shut up. I just need a minute. The dance floor was getting too crowded. I could feel someone dancing right behind me, and there was hardly any elbow room left. Carly screamed and quickly turned around. I noticed there was a guy behind her who looked drunk. Don't tell me they spiked the punch again. Stop it. Carly yelled at the guy. I looked at his hand and noticed it was on Carly's ass. Wait. What? That son of a bitch. Just as I was about to smack him, Nathan punched him right on the nose. He stumbled back and quickly covered his now broken nose. You dirty pig. Nathan shouted. I had never seen him so angry. He was about to punch him again, but Carly quickly grabbed his arm. Just leave it, she said softly. But this bastard, please just leave it, she pleaded. Carly, are you okay? I asked her worriedly. It's not a big deal. I just need to cool off. I'm gonna go get something to drink. No way am I letting you go alone. Nathan scowled. I'm coming with you. Nathan followed after her as she went to the table at the back where the drinks were. I lost sight of them after they pushed by a couple of people. I looked to where that guy was, but luckily he was gone. I can't believe what he did. If Nathan hadn't punched him, I would have probably sent him to the hospital myself. It had been a few minutes of me awkwardly standing here by myself. Where the hell did Carly and Nathan go? I searched the gym for them and smiled when I spotted them. Nathan was holding Carly close as they danced a fast-paced song together. They were both laughing and seemed to be enjoying themselves. I guess it's completely fine they left me standing here all alone like a loser. It was a good thing she didn't let what that guy did bother her too much. I would hated it if her night was ruined because of that asshole. I jumped when a cold hand touched my shoulder. I turned to see the guy who grabbed Carly's ass. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Smiling at me, his hand left as quickly as it got there. The delicious smell of my mate was the closest it had been all night. A loud, menacing growl came from behind the asshole. A shiver ran down my spine. Oh. Chapter 17 Wolf. Standing behind the creep who inappropriately grabbed R's ass was Daniel. And he did not look happy. He had caught the guy's hand that was on my shoulder seconds ago. Oh, what the fuck, Nan? The guy slurred. Yep, he was definitely drunk. Who gave you permission to touch her? He muttered through clenched teeth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just want to know where her sexy friend with the nice ass is. Daniel moved quickly, twisting his arm behind his back. The guy grunted in pain. I would let Daniel break his arm because of what he did to Carly, but people around us were starting to whisper. I quickly walked to Daniel and placed a hand on his arm. Just leave him. HES not worth it. He looked at me, then nodded. Daniel let go, and the creep stumbled backwards, almost falling down. Daniel took my hand in his, lacing our fingers together. My heart jumped slightly at the innocent act that brought warmth from my hand to my entire body as he led me through the crowd. The teacher guarding the exit asked, "Leaving already?" When Daniel didn't answer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just getting some fresh air. She smiled and let us through. We left the stuffy gym and entered the cold, star-ridden night. A strong breeze made shiver as we walked towards a tree with a bench underneath. We stopped and he said, "If I had a jacket, I would give it to you." I smiled sheepishly. "Don't worry about it. I'm fine. Are you okay? That guy didn't do anything to you, right?" "No," I shook my head. "I'm not the one he bothered. I saw what he did to your friend." I was going to step in, But that guy you hang around with intervened. You saw. Lauren, he began, his eyebrows now creased together as his grip on my hand tightened. I'm sorry about how I was acting back in the gym, how I reacted when he was near you. I've never been so incapable of controlling my own feelings. I don't want to treat you like my possession. But he touched you and I couldn't control myself. His words warmed my heart. I know how werewolves tend to be when it comes to their mates, but it's true that sometimes we let our possessiveness damage our relationships. I'm glad HE's trying to avoid being too possessive and that he knows I'm not a thing that belongs to him. I understand, especially because of what he did to Carly. I'm just happy you've acknowledged it and are trying to keep from acting that way. By that way, I continued, has anyone told you that you apologize too much? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, thoughts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I chuckled as I took a step closer to him. The wind picked up, whistling into my ear and against my skin as my hair blew in the breeze behind me. He too reduced the space between us when he took a step towards me. There was silence. All that could be heard was the howling of the wind, the rustling of the trees, the faint music that roared in the gym. Daniel pulled me into an embrace. His hand left mine to wrap around my waist, his head resting on my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around him, resting them on his back. All worry left my mind as his warmth enveloped me and made me feel whole. It might be a little late, but you look beautiful tonight, he whispered into my ear. I smiled bashfully and replied, you look very handsome as well, my good sir. He laughed softly, and I felt his head move from my shoulder. I looked up when he placed a warm hand on my cheek. My eyes met his, which seemed to gleam in the dark. You don't mind if I kiss you, right? He asked breathlessly, almost a whisper. My heart began to pound abnormally in my chest as a blush crept onto my face. Why did he have to ask? That only makes it more embarrassing. I didn't know how to respond until an awkward silence filled the air. He pulled back slightly. I just thought that. I pulled him back towards me and slid my hands up to the back of his neck as I pulled him down for a kiss. I pressed my lips against his. When he didn't kiss back, I grew worried, but his hands pulled me closer before his lips moved against mine. My brain turned to mush as I got lost in our kiss. For a second, I could no longer feel the numbing cold brought by the persistent wind. I forgot about the gym full of students and the problems I would have to face when I went back inside. The world around us was forgotten. All that mattered was me and Daniel. His lips were warm and he tasted like mint. It was refreshing, drawing me in even more. I couldn't get enough. I wish this moment could last forever. There he is. Get him. But what happened next was all a blur. Daniel and I quickly pulled away. Behind him, I saw a gun aimed behind a tree now. Next thing I knew, I was in front of Daniel with a searing pain in my lower stomach. I cried out in pain as I collapsed onto the floor. Lauren. Daniel quickly crouched next to me, holding me in his arms. He wore a worried expression, his eyes wild in terror, his hands trembling as he held me. Why would you do that? I should have been the one to get hurt. Not you. I smiled weakly, as if I would let you get hurt. He looked down at the wound I was too scared to look at. Why was it hurting so much? It's not like I've ever been shot before. But a normal bullet shouldn't hurt this much. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry. The pain in my stomach was too much to handle. I could barely breathe. Lauren, you're going to be okay. Just hang on for me, Daniel said, his voice faltering as if he was trying to convince himself. He looked up, anger in his eyes, fueling his actions. Before I could tell him not to do anything unreasonable, he placed me down gently and was looking for the culprit. I would have gotten up and stopped him, but I was too weak. Where the fuck are you? Daniel shouted, anger laced in his voice. There was another loud, piercing gunshot. I quickly looked up despite the unbearable pain in my side. Daniel was fine. He dodged the bullet. I groaned in pain as I rested my head against the hard cement. I almost broke my neck doing so, but I turned to see what was going on with Daniel. He was now in front of the guy and had managed to disarm him. Before I could even sigh in relief, two more gunshots broke the silence. Daniel. They were unexpected and came from behind him. I watched him stumble before falling to the floor. He tried to get up but held his bleeding stomach as he yelled and cursed in pain. Tears flowed out of my eyes as Daniel lay limply on the floor. I felt sick. I wanted to throw up. I wanted this to be a nightmare. Take him to the van. I looked at the man who had done this to him. No way in hell am I letting them take him away from us. They attempted to pick him up, but he was still fighting back. One of the men kicked him and pressed the heel of his foot into his wounds. Daniel coughed out blood as he rolled over in pain. Now I was angry. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My wolf was surfacing, threatening to take over. She was fighting for control, and I was losing. I haven't let her fully take over since the first time I shifted. When the accident happened, I tried to fight back, but her rage overcame anything else I was feeling or thinking. They heard her. I yelled in pain when my bones began to break. A nasty crunching was all I could hear as my bones began to painfully reform. I was slowly shifting, my body growing fur as my bones reshaped into those of a wolf's. My clothes tore as the fur on my back began to grow, my bones almost done changing. I let out one last cry of pain that halfway turned to a howl and completely lost control. It was good to finally be free. I growled at the sight of mate. They hurt him. They're going to pay for that. I sprinted towards them. Boy, did it feel good to be free, to be able to run on all fours again. This was going to be fun. I was going to kill them. I growled in their faces. Hot spit dripped from my jaw. The two disgusting mutts looked at each other. That those fuckers wish they hadn't messed with me now. One of them tried to pull a gun on me. I bit his hand. His blood stained my fur. Forget it. Get to the van. They thought I was going to let them. Not a fucking chance. Lauren. A hand was on my fur. Why the hell was someone touching me? I turned and snarled at a human girl. She helped these bastards. Didn't she? I was going to rip her head off her body. She shrunk in fear. She began to shake. When I bared my teeth at her, she fell back, landed on the floor. I inched closer, growling in her face. She looked familiar, smelled familiar. To now water was coming out of her eyes. No, don't. I turned quickly. It was mate. I sprinted over to him and nuzzled against him. I whimpered and licked his face. You don't want to hurt her. She's your friend. She's very important to you, I mean. To Laurel. He spoke softly, but not in a good way. He wasn't breathing right. Mate was in pain. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You have to take me back to the pack. Chapter 18 Control Running. I am running through the forest with Daniel on my back. I don't know if he is conscious or not. I am moving carefully so he doesn't fall. I wanted to punish the people who did this. They got away. He is more important anyways. My paws fell lightly onto the floor then were immediately back up. Over and over again. I was fast but also cautious. If he fell I would injure him more. I don't know how, but I knew the way. It was likely because Lauren had been there before. Maybe because that's where I belonged. With the rest of my pack. His hand pulled my fur. I ignored it because he was my mate. The tree started to disappear. I caught the scent of other wolves. I stopped in front of the house I had seen through Lauren's eyes. He was beginning to slip off my body. I howled. Someone had to hear me. He fell to the ground softly. The weight on my back was gone. I heard shuffling. The glass door flew open. Two men ran out. One of them felt very powerful. He was my future alpha. Two women followed. They all looked surprised. No, my son. She ran over to him. She touched his wounded body. I let her. Oh, goodness me. Get him inside. Luna said. My future beta ran over to him. He tried to take him away. I growled at him. Lauren. Right. I need you to calm down. We have to bring him inside and take care of his wounds. He picked him, took him inside. Everyone followed. I growled louder than the first time. They had separated us. My Luna stopped. She came back to me. You are Daniel's mate. I am truly sorry, but we must take him inside. If you shift back, you can be with him while the pack doctor arrives. Shift back. She wants me to give up control. After being forced in for so long, not a chance. I growled at her. I understand. Your mate is hurt, that you have to shift back to human form. Do it for him. He needs you by his side right now. I don't want to lose control, but I want to be with him. I have no choice. I will let Lauren take over. My bones started changing, breaking, shifting. There was pain. Too much pain. I didn't really know what was happening, but it was excruciating. My bones were going through rough. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My body was shifting. Once I could. I screamed in pain. The pain in my stomach was agonizing. Tears escaped my eyes as my bare body collapsed onto the cold floor. The world around me was fading in and out. 1 second I was on the floor. The next I was wrapped in a blanket and lifted off the ground. Last I remember, I was inside, laying on a soft mattress. I shuffled around in discomfort. I turned to my side and groaned in pain. My entire body ached. My muscles burned. Bones felt as if they had been broken and carelessly put back together. I wanted Daniel to hug me and make it all better. I gasped when I remembered he was injured. I shot up and shouted, "Daniel!" Someone was suddenly by my side. A soothing voice beside me spoke. "Calm down. I'm right here." I looked over, where Daniel was standing beside me. He looked worried, bags under his eyes suggesting how tired he must be. "Are you okay?" I asked him worriedly. "I'm fine. I should be the one asking how you're doing. But you got shot twice. Are you sure you're okay? You shouldn't be up right now." He chuckled softly. "I assure you, I'm fine." He lifted his loose shirt up slightly, revealing his bandaged abdomen. "It's almost healed. Perks of having regenerative abilities." I sighed in relief. "I was really worried about you." His lips tugged up into a grin, revealing his teeth. "You were worried about me." "Of course I was. You goof. You think you were worried. Imagine how I felt when you didn't wake up on Saturday." "Saturday? How long have I been out for?" "You were out for the rest of Friday. All of Saturday. And part of today. The doctor said shifting really drained you since it had been the first in a long time and you weren't used to it." "That makes sense. I haven't shifted in years. Though I didn't claw weight. I shifted." Daniel nodded. "Why is that such a bad thing?" The question made my heart sink. I looked down at the navy blue blanket covering my lower body. I can't believe this is happening. I shifted even after what happened last time. And now, Daniel is asking about it. But I don't want to tell him. I don't want him to know what I did. I closed my eyes tightly as I took a shaky breath. Daniel gently rubbed his hand up and down my back, comforting me. The bed sunk beside me when he sat next to me on the small, twin-sized bed. "You can tell me," he said soothingly. "But if you really don't want to, you don't have to." I nodded, though I didn't really want to keep anything from him anymore. I began speaking but couldn't bring myself to continue. I tried to relax by taking in a deep breath, but it didn't help at all. When I shifted for the very first time, I lost control. Alex completely took over. She was wild, out of control. I don't remember anything except biting a man's head off. He was only trying to help and I killed him. I swallowed hard, hoping for the lump that had now formed in my throat to go away. I started remembering. The look on his face when my teeth sunk into his neck. The terrified look that remained on his face after he was dead. The eyes that haunted me even though he was no longer alive. The blood that stained my fur. "Lauren, look at me." I didn't even realize when I began to shake. But Daniel was there to comfort me, to make me feel better, just like he always was. He held both sides of my face with his large, warm hands. His hands tilted my head up slightly so my eyes met his. I'm not going to pretend to understand what that feels like. I know it's been weighing on you, but I want you to know that you had no control over your wolf. There was nothing you could do. I can't make the memory of pain go away, but I promise I will be here for you no matter what. Anything you need. I closed my eyes after a terror escaped. He continued, and I want you to know that in no way does this affect what I think of you. I'm not holding something that you had no control over against you. You're still my adorable, witty mate who needs to have some more confidence in herself. His thumb gently brushed my cheek, wiping away the straight hair. How did I get so lucky to have you? I muttered without much thought. Daniel was grinning from ear to ear. Maybe that last line was a mistake. Indeed. You're lucky. I bet girls would line up to take your spot. You should be grateful and give me a kiss. He spoke confidently, a smile plastered on his face. I smiled and rolled my eyes. You know what? I take it back. He stuck out his lips in an adorable pout. Nope. That's not going to work on me. But it used to work on mine all the time. Used to. Maybe you're losing your touch. No way. You should just give up and give me that kiss already. If it's a kiss he wants, it's a kiss he'll get. I placed my hand on the back of his neck, pulling him down slightly. I slowly brought our lips closer, stopping when they were only centimeters away. I listened for his pulse and smiled when I heard it racing. I placed a quick kiss on his chin, then pulled away. There's your kiss, Mr. Benson. Hey, that doesn't count. You said a kiss, but you didn't say where. You little weasel. He's pushed me down onto the bed and trapped me under him. His hands were on my sides. And before I could even realize what he was doing, his hands began moving quickly against my bare stomach. Before I knew it, the strange itching sensation became overpowering and sent me into a laughing hysteria. I laughed and laughed, until my stomach began to ache and I could no longer breathe and tears began to form in my eyes. I attempted to roll over, but his hands kept me locked in place. Dear. No, I give up. Just stop already. I managed to say. Am I the most handsome man you have ever seen? He asked smugly. Yes, you are. Now let me go. And do you promise to kiss me on the lips? Yes, just stop already. His hands ceased all movement. I was finally able to stop laughing and take a proper breath. I wiped my eyes, ridding them of any tears that began to form involuntarily. Daniel lowered his face towards mine. Now where's that kiss you promised? You're an asshole. You know that. He laughed, a strand of hair falling so it partially covered his right eye. Yes, I know. I placed both hands on his face, lowering it towards mine. I watched him close his eyes before shutting my own and parting my lips. My heart flipped inside my chest when I pressed my lips against his. It was a slow, innocent kiss. No sexual tension, just two people kissing to express what no words ever could. He smiled against my lips, breaking our kiss. You know, this is our second kiss today. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His warm breath fanning my cheek. What? No, it's not. He pulled back slightly so his eyes met mine. A smile played on his lips. I hope you don't mind, but I kissed you while you were sleeping. I just couldn't resist. I rolled my eyes. You're just being cheesy so I won't get angry. Is it working? Kind of. I moved a strand of dark brown hair out of his face. My hand remained close, cupping his face. I could definitely get used to this, he whispered before once again pressing his lips against mine. Chapter 19. Do not who were they? I asked Daniel as I snuggled into his side. The ones who shot at us. I mean, he tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear, his fingers lightly brushing against my skin. They're rogues who have been targeting our pack. We're still not sure why. His eyebrows joined, forming slight wrinkles. His chest stiffened under my arm. He continued. What I do know is that they were only after me. You shouldn't have gotten hurt. Calm down. There's nothing we can do about it now. Besides, I'm okay, aren't I? I reassured him. I guess you're right. But you shouldn't be so willing to get hurt in my place. If I have the chance to protect you, of course I'm going to do it. He shook his head, but smiled nonetheless. Owned it might be a little late for this, but can I know who changed me into these clothes? I asked as I tugged on the black tee, shirt and grey sweatpants. Don't worry, it wasn't me. My mom was the one who changed you after you collapsed. I was really worried. Just curious. Oh, he was now grinning. So you wouldn't mind if I saw you naked? I playfully smacked his chest and he began laughing. He stopped when 3 soft knocks sounded at the door. Come in, Daniel shouted. Seconds later, Lucas entered the room warily. That's a relief. Both of you are fully dressed. We're injured. What did you think we would be doing? Daniel asked with a raised brow. Nothing. He cleared his throat. Anyways, Alpha John and Jeremy need to discuss this recent attack with us. Daniel stood immediately. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Could you tell them I'm on my way? Lucas nodded and left the room, gently closing the door behind him. I watched Daniel slip on his black slides, then turn to me. I sat up on the bed. I'm sorry. I have to go. Feel free to leave the room. Downstairs in the living room we have a huge flat screen, so you can go watch tea. If you want, he said hurriedly before rushing to the door and leaving without looking back. I let my body fall back onto the bed. My head hit the pillow, causing a poof sound. I turned in bed, the heavy covers rustling at my every movement. I lay in silence as I looked out the enormous window. Outside, I could see the beautiful greenery. Trees rustled in the wind. Slowly, the sun was setting. I stared out the window for what felt like an eternity, partly because I was entranced by the beauty of nature, partly because I didn't want to go downstairs where I would risk running into someone and be forced into a social interaction. After a while, however, I couldn't handle the boredom anymore. I pushed off the covers and stood up. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everything was fine, but after a few seconds my stomach began to sting. I grabbed at the spot where the bullet had pierced my skin. After seconds of overwhelming pain, it slowly began to subside until I could finally think straight. I took a deep breath before carefully walking to the door. My muscles ached as well, which I suspect came from my undesired shift. Once I reached the stairs, I carefully went down. I don't know my way around this place. Only the location of the kitchen and Daniel's room, so I took my time to explore the bottom floor of the pack house. Luckily, no one else seemed to be here. Last Wednesday on our way to school, Daniel told me about the pack house. No one else lived here except for him, Jeremy, and Lucas. There was the Alpha house, the Beta house, and the Delta house, where his parents lived. Every future Alpha, Beta, and Delta move into the pack house once the Alpha turns 16 to teach them to be independent. However, all meetings are held here in the confront room. It sounds nice, living alone. It also means they can throw all the parties they want. After a lot of searching, I found a room with a long, black sofa facing a massive flat screen mounted on the wall. There were smaller couches surrounding the huge, L-shaped one. Black curtains were closed over the full-sized windows, making the watching experience more enjoyable. A low, glass table stood at the center, where I found the control for the TV. I sat on the long couch, pulling a blanket I found over my legs. I turned on the flat screen F-train and flipped through the channels, thinking about how much better this would be if Daniel was here cuddling with me. After 2.5 movies, I got tired of lounging around in front of the TV. I made my way upstairs to Daniel's room and hoped that he would be there. How long are these meetings? I went to the corner where his desk was located and took a seat. I found a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. It's been a while since I last drew anything, so I was tempted to do that. I thought about what I should sketch. My pencil began to move across the paper after I decided on drawing Daniel. I started with the outline of his face. After drawing a horizontal and vertical line to help with the placement of the rest of his features, I outlined his eyes, then nose, lips, and ears. I began to add more detail to his eyes. I got carried away, since it had been so long since I last drew. My pencil was gliding across the paper, stroke after stroke. After my hand began to get sore, I decided to put my pencil down. I took a minute to look at the portrait. I still needed to shade and give the nose and lips more detail, but so far it was going good. I got up and opened the door to Daniel's room, looking outside for any sign of him. There was a heavy silence throughout the whole house. Now that I think about it, living alone must be lonely if no one else is around. I heard quick steps coming up the stairs. Because of the scent, I knew it was Jeremy. I quickly made my way to the top of the stairs, where I found him. "What's up, Lulu? Daniel's not with you. What's up with everyone and the weird nicknames they have for me? Isn't he still at the meeting?" He replied, "No, the meeting ended hours ago. It only lasted 40 minutes. Then where did he go?" I asked myself. You likely scared him off. Alex huffed. If anyone did, it was you. You probably freaked him out when you forced me to shift and took over. I defended. TCH. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How mature of you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you haven't seen him, then HES probably in his office. It's on the 3rd floor. Second door to your right. Isn't that kind of inconvenient, having it on the 3rd floor? He said it had a great view. That was enough for him. I nodded. I'll go check and see if HES there. Dinoda. He smiled and walked away. I made my way up to the 3rd floor. Boy, was this place massive. The 3rd floor was smaller than the first two, but that didn't mean it was still huge. Anyways, second door to the right. On the left, there was a row of bookshelves integrated into the wall. Further along, there seemed to be an opening that likely led to more doors. There was a long corridor with 5 doors. I walked down the hallway and found Daniel's door. Beside it was a small, rectangular plaque that read, "De Benson. How fancy." I knocked, but after many seconds there was still no response. I turned the knob and opened the door slowly, peering inside. Daniel was indeed there, sitting on a black office chair at his L-shaped desk. Now I knew what he meant about the view. Behind him was a window that took up the entire wall. The tops of trees were visible, as well as a small river in the distance. He also had a clear view of the moon and stars currently up in the sky. He even had a mini fridge near his desk. To his right was a computer. In front of him, a stack of papers and files. Maybe he didn't hear me knock because he was so concentrated on the work in front of him. Either that, or he was ignoring me. I entered his office, his head raising up to look at me. "Noin, what are you doing here?" he asked before drawing his attention back to the files in his hands. "You've been in here for a long time. Don't you need a break?" I asked nervously. No, I shortened, in thinking maybe the rogues were wolves previously part of our pack. I should continue looking through these old files. He mumbled, more to himself than me. "Please. It's really boring without you," I urged. I already said no. "But you've been in here for hours, and it's late. You should be tired." "Lauren, I need to concentrate and you're not making this any easier." Anger clouding his eyes. I nearly jumped when he raised his voice at me. My heart sank, and I was left a dog with my tail between my legs. A lump had formed in my throat. I felt the aching pain in Alex's heart. I bit the inside of my lip so hard, I almost drew blood. "I'm sorry." I apologized before turning and running out. "No, wait." I ran down the hall. but was stopped when a pair of strong arms wrapped around me. I tried to fight it, to get away, but he was stronger than I was. The beating of his chest against my back would normally comfort me, but right now all I wanted was to be away from him. Lauren, he spoke gently. I'm really sorry. I remained silent. He continued, I didn't mean to yell at you. I'm trying really hard to figure out who these guys are. And I just snapped at you because I haven't been getting anywhere. I want to catch the bastards who hurt you so I can make sure it never happens again. I understand that. But he didn't have to take it out on me. I'm sorry. I really am. He apologized again. He carefully turned me around and raised my chin with his thumb so I would look at him. My eyes met his. They were gentle and full of regret, pleading for forgiveness. I would never tell him, but his eyes were my biggest weakness. His thumb gently stroked my cheek. The reason HE has been working so much is to find the rogues who hurt us. Knowing that, and how sweet HE has been, make it impossible for me not to forgive him. I hate how hard it is to hate him. He'll do anything. Just please tell me you forgive me. He pleaded. I had already forgiven him, but now he just dug his own grave. Anything? I asked innocently. Yes, anything. I grinned devilishly. How about? You have to wear a skirt all day. No excuses. No exceptions. And no taking it off until I say so. What? You heard me. He smacked his palm against his forehead and sighed deeply. Guess that's okay. He reluctantly agreed. In that case, you're forgiven. You're evil, he murmured as he ran his fingers through his hair. Oh, and you're sleeping on the floor today, I stated as I walked away. Chapter 20, Princess. I took a few steps back, admiring the items displayed on Daniel's bed. Yesterday, I had a hard time falling asleep because I was excited for this moment. I looked to my side where he was standing with his palm against his forehead. He was troubled, as he should be. How's this one? I asked as I pointed to a bright pink skirt. He cringed, his eyebrows wrinkled together and mouth dropped into a slight frown. This one has had one of the worst reactions, so I might go with this one. My eyes traveled to the next one. It was a dark blue miniskirt with horizontal, transparent lines. I looked at him and grinned. His eyes were pleading me not to choose that one, so I chose that one. I picked it up, off the bed, and handed it to him. He dropped his head backwards and grunted. Why do you choose the shortest one? It complements your eyes. Plus, it'll really show off your curves. He reluctantly took it from my hands, a sour expression on his face. He held it away from his face, as if it held at his ears. If I have to do this, you're wearing one too, he suddenly stated. What? This worst part of the deal. It is now. He confidently walked over to the bed and began tapping his finger under his chin as if he was thinking hard about this. He eyed each of the skirts, looking to pick the best one. I quickly rushed over to him and said, I won't agree to this. Sure you will. Princess, it's now part of our deal. Prink, why do you call me that? Because you're beautiful, kind, and very precious to me. You're my princess. I looked down in embarrassment as I curled and felt the fire spreading in my cheeks. I hate that my face turns red when I'm embarrassed. Almost as much as I hate how Daniel can be an asshole one second, but extremely sweet the next. I looked up to find him holding up a short, denim, blue skirt with a bow at the center of the waistband, grinning. I want you to wear this one. I mentally kicked myself. I can't believe I let myself be fooled by his charms. Fine, but only if I get to choose which top you wear. I added. Deal. He stuck out his hand for me to shake. I took it, but instead of shaking hands he pulled me in and stole my lips in a kiss. His hands gently cupped my face as our lips moved together. He slowly pulled away and rested his forehead on mine. I'm sorry, but I've been wanting to do that all morning. You do realize I have morning breath, right? Doesn't matter. I smiled as he began to play with my hair. We should hurry. School's going to start soon, I said, As I separated myself from him, he tried to call me back to him, but I waved him off. I can't believe you're actually making me wear a skirt to school. You did say you would do anything. I know, but... No buts. I interrupted. Now hurry and shower so you can change. I pushed him towards the bathroom after giving him the skirt I had previously chosen for him. After the door closed behind him, I looked through the bag his mom had brought for us. Daniel and I told her about the incident yesterday when she asked about the shouting. She sided with me entirely and endorsed my punishment for him. I picked out a girly, sleeveless white top with ruffled sleeves. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought I should find something for myself. I wasn't as good as Carly when it came to picking outfits, but I found a black, long-sleeve shirt I thought would match well with the skirt he is forcing me to wear. He was still in the shower, so I quickly changed into the top I found for myself, then put on the skirt he picked out. I tucked the ends of the black shirt into the skirt and pulled the sleeves so they covered most of my hands. I frowned when I realized its length was barely below mid-thigh. I pulled it down as low as possible before putting on my sneakers. Not long after, Daniel came out of the bathroom in the blue skirt. His hair was a tousled wet mess and his upper body was bare. I tried not to laugh as he awkwardly walked towards me. His legs were covered with dark hair, but I had to admit he had a nice form. He stood in front of me, eyeing me down slowly. I shifted my weight onto my other leg, having him stare at me so intensely was daunting and extremely nerve-wracking. You look beautiful, princess, he breathed. You have to stop calling me that, I declared. Sorry, but there's not a chance that it'll happen. I shook my head, though I didn't think the nickname was so bad. Cheesy and overused. Maybe, but still it made me feel special. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just put this on, I said as I handed him the white, frilly top. He seemed alarmed as he took it in his hands. Are you sure this LL fit me? MID, you have to pick such a girly one. Quit complaining and put it on already. He reluctantly attempted to put it over his head. I watched as he struggled with slipping it overhead, then down his chest. Once he finally got it on, I helped fix it up. I adjusted the short sleeves as well as the ends of the shirt. I've imagined this happening before, except we were getting ready to go on a date, not school, and I was wearing a suit, not a skirt. I patted his back and jokingly said, "Keep dreaming, lover boy," after he quickly put on some shoes, which I kind of wanted to choose for him, but he wouldn't let me. We left his room and went downstairs into the kitchen. We found his mom making oatmeal, and on the counter were a few muffins in a plastic container. Look at the two who finally decided to show, she said as she turned off the stove. What do you mean? It's not even that late. Daniel replied. Honey, it's Eliza started, but chopped back laughter the moment her eyes landed on Daniel. She tried to hold it in, but she burst into a loud fit of laughter. Daniel's eyebrows wrinkled together as he rubbed his temples, letting out a loud sigh. Are you done yet? He asked her impatiently. I'm sorry, she said after her laughter had subsided, but I definitely have to get a picture. What? No, Eliza quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture before Daniel could even move. I'm printing this out. She beamed. Alone? No. Sorry, what was that? I'm quite certain I heard something. Oh well, hurry and have breakfast or it'll get cold. Eliza grinned. We sat at the table where they brought us each a bowl of oatmeal and 2 small muffins. Daniel asked, You're not gonna eat? Mom, I already had breakfast, sweetie. By the way, where are Jeremy and Lucas? Just noticing their absence. Oh yeah, I haven't seen or heard them at all. Daniel added, They already left to school. Eliza answered. Daniel almost spit out his oatmeal. What? Without us? It is 8:30. I wouldn't expect them to wait for you this long. What? 8:30. Daniel quickly stood from his seat. Don't worry about it. Sweetie, both of you were injured the other day. I don't expect you to go to school. Stay home for today and relax. Is it really okay? Of course it is. Don't worry about it, she reassured. Well, at least I don't have to go to school in this skirt. What a relief. Daniel mumbled. Daniel, why is the fridge almost empty? Do none of you go shopping in this house? Eliza asked impatiently as she went to the kitchen. Jeremy's been stress eating lately. She's scared about becoming the new alpha. Daniel admitted. That boy has nothing to worry about. I know he'll do a rather fine job. Eliza spoke fondly of him. Is gonna be a great alpha, Daniel said with confidence. I don't know why he would be so nervous. I will consider asking Madeline to speak to him. It's possible that all he needs is for his parents to reassure him. Anyhow, you kids go get some groceries to fill this fridge once you finish with breakfast. And heading home now. Your father should arrive soon. Okay, Mom. See you later, Daniel said as his mom walked up to him and kissed his forehead before leaving. Not long after, Daniel stood from the dining table to take our plates to the sink. He quickly washed the dishes, but wouldn't allow me to help. Once he was done, he made his way over to me. You ready to go? The grocery store isn't too far. I stood from my seat and replied with a nod. How will we get there if Jeremy took his car to school? I asked as we began to leave the house. Daniel unhesitatingly took my hand in his. His warm hand enveloped mine as he intertwined our fingers together. My heart fluttered at his innocent but confident movement. Jeremy's not the only one with a car, he replied with a grin. As he opened the front door, a slight breeze hit us. He almost jumped as the wind that made his legs shiver threatened to lift his skirt. Oh shit, he cursed as he held down his skirt with his free hand. I quickly covered my mouth to stifle a laugh. You really think this is funny? He asked playfully. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Before I could even blink, he swept me into his arms off the ground. I yelped when my feet were lifted off the ground. My hands instinctively wrapped around his neck to ensure I wouldn't fall as he held me bridal style in his arms. I looked up and found him grinning. Princesses shouldn't have to worry about getting their shoes dirty. I'll carry you, Your Highness. You little weasel. Put me down, I protested. He ignored me and cheerfully walked to the pathway where a few cars were parked. After we arrived at a black, old-fashioned Chevrolet with a clean, black layer of paint, I heard him pull out a set of keys. He opened the passenger's door of his truck and gently placed me down onto the seat. After closing the door, he quickly made his way over to the driver's side and hopped inside. He looked at me and smiled. You ready to go? I nodded, and after putting on his seatbelt, he started the engine. I once thought he was my savior, but I never expected he would almost destroy me. Chapter 21, String Cheese. I opened the car door after Daniel pulled up into the parking lot of a nearby grocery store. There weren't too many cars around, it was pretty early. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Daniel took a deep breath before stepping out of the truck. I watched him walk over to me after looking around for any nearby people. I held back a laugh when I noticed his skirt was lifted up from the back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked suspiciously. You might want to fix your skirt from behind, I said with a teasing smile. He quickly bent his neck backwards to get a good look at his ass. Oh, shit. He cursed before quickly flattening the skirt with his hands. He sighed and mumbled. Why did I let you do this to me? Let's just go inside already, I said before he took my hand and we walked inside. As we entered, the security guard said, Welcome to Frank's Grow, but stopped mid-sentence when Daniel and I walked in. I noticed Daniel tried behind me, which wouldn't work since he was bigger than me. We should just hurry and get what we came for, he told me as he got a cart for our groceries. We started at the cereal aisle. He stopped for a second to think. Then he quickly picked up at least 9 boxes of different cereals and threw them all into the cart. I knitted my eyebrows together in concern. He noticed and said, "This accounts for half of our meals. You know those animals don't know how to cook." I opened my mouth to speak, but sighed and pushed the cart forward instead. After we reached the aisle with packaged food, he stopped and tossed a whole 40-pack of microwave burritos inside, as well as a lot of instant noodles. You know, I'm starting to think I should be worried for you guys. We've lived like this for a while now and we turned out fine. That's debatable. But sure. Daniel went quiet for a while. Then I noticed he turned and smirked at me. "Race you to the end of the aisle." Then he quickly took off. "Hey, that's not fair. I have the cart with me." He gave me no mercy, so I pushed the cart forward with all my strength and quickly hopped onto the railing part at the bottom. The aisle was too long, and I saw him stop once he reached the end. I was going to fast and quickly put my foot down to stop, but failed and accidentally knocked him over with the car. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He sat up and rubbed the arm that was impacted by the shopping cart. A little warning would have been nice. "Sorry. I was busy trying to catch up to you," I replied sickly. He laughed and asked, "Can you help me up?" He offered me his hand. I took it and tried my hardest to pull him up. But he was pretty heavy. "What have you been eating?" I can barely I started, but got cut off when he pulled me down onto the floor with him. He caught me in his arms, and I'm pretty sure he did it in a way that I wouldn't get injured. "Hey, why do you do that?" "It's payback for running me over." "Princess, I didn't run you over. I just lightly tapped you with the cart." He raised a brow at me. "Lightly tapped? Honey, you knocked me over like a bowling pin." I shrugged and said, "Sorry," though it came out as more of a question. He smiled and pulled me into his chest. "Don't worry about it. It didn't actually hurt." As if a measly shopping cart could injure me. I laughed and closed my eyes as I wrapped my arms around him. Hugging him had to quickly become one of my favorite things in the entire world. As much as I love this, I don't think cuddling on the floor of a grocery market in a skirt is the best idea. I pulled away and met his eyes. "Yeah, you're right." He placed a kiss on my forehead before swiftly standing up, remembering to smooth in his skirt this time. He extended his hand to me and carefully pulled me up. "If we want to finish sooner, we should split up. I have somewhere I want to take you afterward," he said as he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. I smiled slightly at his unconscious yet confident movement. I wondered where he wanted to go, but I decided not to ask. I was busy being disappointed in myself for feeling sad that we would separate, even if it was only for a few minutes. "Is there anything you want me to get?" I asked him. "I wanted us to watch a movie once we got home, so could you get some snacks for us? They should be down that way in aisle 4. Also, while you're there, could you get around 12 of those packaged macaroni boxes? Lucas really likes those." "Sure. Where are you gonna be?" "We really like our meat, so we'll be getting a lot of that. I know what I want though, so it shouldn't take long." "I'll meet you over there," he responded. I nodded and said, "I'll head over there now." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turned and looked up to the signs that read the R names. I figured the boxed macaroni fell under packaged goods, so before going to aisle 4 I took a turn to aisle 3. I looked around until I found the boxes that read, "Quick and easy macaroni and cheese." I took 12 of the boxes like he asked. I found it hard to believe he wanted this many. I nearly wiped out the entire supply. I'm really starting to wonder how they survive on so much packaged and instant food. I didn't know they had been living like this. I struggled to carry all the boxes, but I managed to pile them into 2 stacks. I just had to walk carefully so they wouldn't fall over. I was beginning to wish I had taken the cart with me. I turned to the next aisle, which he said should have the snacks. I nearly ran into a station shopping cart with all the boxes getting in the way of my vision. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left that there. I immediately looked around the stack of macaroni boxes in front of me after hearing that familiar voice. I was met with a surprised face when our eyes met. "Lauren?" asked Anthony. "Hey," I greeted with a smile. I would have waved, had my arms not been holding 12 boxes of mac and cheese. He looked to the stack in my arms and quickly stepped towards me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let me help you with those." And before I could say anything, he had taken them from my arms and placed them of the top section of his cart. "You can leave them here for now. Meanwhile, you get what you're looking for." "Thanks." He smiled back brightly. "No problem. What are you doing here?" I asked him. "Me and a couple of friends from the university are planning to sneak in some snacks to the theater. They're waiting in the car meanwhile I buy the snacks. They're a bunch of lazy idiots." "And what are you doing here? Hold up, shouldn't you be in school?" I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. "I kinda had a bit of an accident." "What happened? Are you okay?" he questioned worriedly. I quickly tried to think of an excuse, until I remembered that he already knew about me. "Yeah, it was a big old werewolf mess. I'm okay though. I heal pretty quick," I reassured him. "I'm glad you're okay. Does that have anything to do with why Carly was so upset when she got home?" "Carly was upset? Oh no, I completely forgot to call her anything. She must be wondering what happened to me." I quickly got worried, until a memory came back and a cold sweat ran down my back. It was hazy, but I remembered baring my teeth at her when Alex took control. I remember her calling out my name, and how I almost attacked her. I would have to if it was for Daniel who interfered. I was angry at myself for not being able to control Alex, who nearly attacked Carly. I should have been able to do something about it. How could I let that happen? "Lauren, are you okay?" Anthony worried as he held the top of my arm gently. "I'm sorry," I mumbled when I remembered what he told me before at the park. He never wanted Carly to find out because it was dangerous for her. To make it worse, it was my fault she almost got hurt when I should have been the one protecting her. He placed his hand on my head and ruffled up my hair. "What are you sorry for? Cheer up to make sure you talk to Carly soon. You haven't been around as much. So she's been lonely." Anthony's hand stopped moving and his eyebrows drew together in confusion as he looked behind me. I didn't have to turn to know Daniel was behind us. Not only did Anthony's reaction to Daniel's outfit give it away, but his growing scent as well. I felt an arm around my waist and was quickly pulled into Daniel's side. Anthony's hand quickly dropped from my head as he looked at him in disbelief. He looked back to me and smiled weakly. "You found your soulmate?" "Why, yeah." I didn't exactly understand why, but it was hard for me to answer him. "I'm happy for you." Though both that and his words seemed a bit forced. He checked his watch and said, "I've already been in here for quite a while. The guys are waiting and the movie starts soon, so I should be going." "Okay. Have fun." I told him. "I will." He looked towards Daniel. "It was nice meeting you. My name's Anthony. Make sure you take good care of her." "Daniel," he replied with a soldier salute. "And I will." He carried the macaroni boxes and transferred them to Daniel's cart. "I'll see you some other time. Take care, and enjoy your mac and cheese," Anthony said before turning and leaving. After he was gone, Daniel asked, "Does he go to our school now?" "Achias Carly's older brother." I didn't know she had one. I can kind of see the resemblance. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I'm sorry." He spoke again after a while, but I couldn't help getting jealous again. "I know I don't have anything to worry about with you, but I couldn't control it. I did get a bad feeling about how he might feel towards you, but my jealousy might be clouding my judgment. I know how emotional our wolves can be. You didn't let it control you, and I admire you for that." He smiled and kissed my forehead. You're such a sweet talker, princess. I sighed and said, You know what? I'm never complimenting you again. Oh, come on. You can't do that. Don't make me slap you with some string cheese. He laughed. Where did string cheese come from? I saw some in the dairy section. Don't make me chase after you with it. You know, we should just get our snacks and leave. He laughed nervously. That's what I thought. Extra, and stronger my heart sank when I saw the arm of another male wrap around Lauren's waist. I immediately remembered what Jason had told me around 2 years ago when I found out he was a werewolf. When a werewolf turns of age, they find their mate, the person they're meant to be with. It's a very special bond, usually only broken by death, was what he said. I figured she found him, the person she was meant to be with, her soulmate. My heart clenched painfully at the sight of the two together. At that very instant, all my hopes were crushed. I felt a burning in my eyes and knew I had to get out of there immediately. I quickly left and paid for my stuff, taking a few deep breaths once I was outside. I closed my eyes for a few seconds and pushed back the tears I felt beginning to form. I'm such a crybaby. But I couldn't believe I lost her. I lost the girl who was never meant to be mine. Anthony, hurry the fuck up or we're gonna miss the movie. I opened my eyes and saw everyone in Jason's car looking at me. Ryan and David, who were in the back, were yelling at me to hurry up while Jason waited quietly from the driver's seat. I walked to the black car with the bags in my hand. I threw the bags into the back through the open window. Oh, whined Ryan. That shit's heavier than it looks. Man, I took my seat on the passenger's side. Once I closed the door, Jason immediately started the engine, with the two cracking jokes in the back and Jason's focus on the road. My mind began to wander to the simple past. The first time I saw Anne, she was a 13-year-old broken mess. She arrived at our house with ragged clothes and tired eyes. Carly was looking for her hamster who ran away when she ran into Lauren from her school. According to Carly, she hadn't shown up to school for over a week the whole time she had been out on the streets, wandering aimlessly. Meanwhile, Carly went to bring our parents in a change of clothes for her. I asked her why she didn't show up to school. I didn't want him to find me. She answered with a shaky voice. I gently took her arm when I noticed a bruise. I analyzed it and noticed there was not only one bruise, but several on her arm. Some recent. Other were yellow color and looked to be older. She quickly pulled her hand back and attempted to hide them with her hands. I felt terribly for this girl who stood before me, scared and bruised, likely from a parent. Carly arrived with a change of clothes and our parents. Mom quickly ran to her and kneeled before her. She worriedly asked, "Oh, honey, are you okay? Where are your parents?" She was silent before quietly answering, "They're both dead." Hearing her say this made me feel even worse for her. She must have been through a lot. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Who watches over you?" "I should call them immediately," Mom replied. When my mom said that, she jumped in fright. "My uncle is not around right now. H.E.S. on a business trip," she said quickly. Her uncle? He must be the one who made those bruises on her body. Hearing that made me angry. How could he do that to his innocent niece? "Can she stay here?" Carly asked, somewhat excitedly. "But Carly, she has to go home. There must be someone anxiously waiting for her to arrive," said my dad. "But her uncle is away. She's been alone. Maybe even for weeks." She fought back. "Is this true?" asked Mom. She nodded slowly. Mom gently placed a hand on her cheek. "I'm sorry it's been that way. If you have no one at home, you can stay here with us for tonight if you would like. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "She can stay?" Carly asked excitedly. "She can," Mom replied. Yai Carly cheered. She grabbed her hand and quickly took her upstairs. She took her into her room, where she let her shower and change her clothes. Meanwhile, my parents discussed what might have happened to the poor girl from Carlisle School. I went upstairs into Carly's room. We waited for her to come out. When she did, she shyly opened the door and peeked out. "You don't have to worry. I don't bite." "Well, only if you bite me first." Lauren opened the door and smiled at what Carly said. It sent my heart racing. She had the most adorable smile I had ever seen. Carly ran over to her and hugged her tightly. "Don't do that or I'll fall in love with you. But we barely know each other." "Oh, right. My name's Carly. That weirdo over there's my brother Anthony." "What's your name?" "Laura Ann Arrington," she said shyly. "Oh, I forgot my last name. And since we're siblings, Auntness is Rose too, although it doesn't fit Anthony. I think it goes better with my name." She stuck out her tongue at me and continued rambling. "It's my mom's last name, since my dad has a really weird one. Good thing my mom didn't allow him to give us his last name." "Carly, relax. You're going to scare her." Completely ignoring me. "Oh, you must be hungry. Are you?" She nodded. "A little bit. I'll be right back," Carly shouted as she ran out of the room and downstairs into the kitchen. I had sat down on Carly's bed. She looked at me, and when she caught me already staring, she smiled back. Why is she so adorable? I patted the spot next to me on the bed, prompting her to sit next to me. "Is that okay?" "Of course it is." She slowly approached me and sat beside me. She looked down and played with her thumbs, something that I would soon learn is one of her habits when she's feeling shy. I know Carly's a little too energetic, but that's the way she is. Plus, she's really excited to have a friend over. She smiled. I think it's a good thing that she can have so much energy. I really like her already. I instinctively ruffled up her hair. She closed her eyes and puffed out her cheek. Once I stopped, she held her head and pouted. "Hey, don't do that." I didn't fail to notice was turning red. "To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Sorry, but I'll be doing that often from now on." This girl who Carly brought home unexpectedly had arrived in torment. The moment I saw her, I felt like I had to protect and shelter her. I thought I would be like an older brother, but I soon realized that wouldn't be possible for me. But she doesn't need me to protect her anymore. She has someone who she shares a strong bond with. Someone who will protect her no matter what. I knew I wouldn't be the one looking after her anymore. And that hurt more than I would have ever imagined. Another memory came into mind. I was 17 and she was 15. I was laying in my room, playing a game on my phone when she walked in. She came up to me and asked, "Hey, do you know where Carly is?" When I woke up, she was gone. I looked up momentarily. I thought she looked cute, with her bird head and still sleepy eyes. I quickly looked back to my phone and continued my game. She's probably taking a massive shit. We did have some spicy tacos yesterday. Now shut up. I'm battling the final boss right now. I can't lose. Should I go help her? I don't think she wants any help with that. Something was suddenly thrown in through my window and landed on the floor. What the hell was that? I almost got a heart attack when it started to beep. No way. Is it? Get down. I shouted before I tackled Lauren to the floor. I tightly closed my eyes and shielded her with my body. A few seconds passed and nothing happened, so I slowly opened my eyes. Her heart didn't explode. I nearly fell on top of Lauren when I saw her trapped under me. Our faces were close, and it could have been so easy to just kiss her. But I didn't. She smiled and said, "Silly, did you think it was a bomb? It's just Carly's phone." What? Why the hell did her phone come in through the window? Even if it was a bomb, rather than lay on the floor next to it, wouldn't it be better to run away? I felt my face begin to heat up. Shut up. I didn't have time to think. Lauren and I both turned when we heard music play from the game on my phone. It signaled my defeat. "Sorry. You kinda lost because of me. You were on the final boss too. Do you really think I would rather win a game than save you if there really was a bomb?" She shrugged. I flicked her forehead. "Don't be so stupid." "Hey, Anthony. Is the giant wasp still on top of my phone?" Carly shouted from outside. I stood up and helped Lauren off the ground. I picked up Carly's phone from the floor and headed to my window. She was standing outside with a rat on her shoulder. Why is there a rat on her shoulder? It began to nibble on her neck and she giggled. Ricardo, there's a pedophile watching. You can't do that, she said playfully. What the actual fuck? I threw her phone out the window. Towards her. Here's your phone back. I watched as it hit her right on the forehead. OWW, you're gonna pay for that. Horseface. She pointed at me. Ricardo. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The rat attempted to run and jump, but only made it a feet and fell right onto the cement. He was motionless now. No, Ricardo. Are you okay? Carly. On the second floor. Did you really think? Shut up. It's your fault ATS dead. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why did I have such a weird sister? Lauren came up from behind me. She shook her head and said, I told her it would only end in heartbreak. She never listens to me. What exactly was going on with Carly and that rat? Hey, hello. Are you even listening to me? I blinked and looked behind me to the back seat. David was calling me. Who knows for how long? Do you want a movie hop? How do you want to go from one movie to the next? It's not like they actually check your tickets. Oh, I replied. I don't really have time for that. My class starts at 12. Oh, you're no fun. He pouted. I looked forward and noticed Jason glance at me out of the corner of his eye. Hey man, are you okay? He looked at me undasked, before quickly turning his attention back to the road. I smiled sadly. I think I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have. Chapter 20 to Pegasus. After we left our groceries in the car, Daniel took us to a nearby ice cream shop. I had a hard time choosing which flavor. Should I go for strawberry? Oh, what cookie dough is good too. He hugged me from behind and lightly kissed my neck, making my Wolfheart expert in delight. Can you choose already? We've been here for 10 minutes and the server is still waiting. No, please take your time, he said politely, even though it sounded forced, and the expression on his face was pleading us to leave already. Okay. I'll just go with strawberry. The server immediately started scooping the ice cream into a cup. When he was done. And what would you like, sir? Her, he replied as he buried his face into my neck. I elbowed his stomach and scolded. Answer seriously. Whose name tag read Pascal? Mumbled. This is why I'm gay. I tried not to laugh. Once again, I heard something I shouldn't have. Daniel must have heard it because I felt him laugh quietly against my back. He'll just take what I always get, cookies and cream. On a cone, please. With rainbow sprinkles and chocolate syrup. Oh, and make sure there's 6 blue ones, 5 pink ones, 3 yellow ones, and 12 white ones. I visibly saw particles I begin to twitch. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he said in a high-pitched voice, obviously annoyed but still trying to be polite. After serving the ice cream, he poured the chocolate syrup before individually counting the sprinkles and putting them on Daniel's ice cream. He handed it to him and said, Anything else, sir? Did you wash your hands before touching my sprinkles? I swear to God. Just leave already. Sending Daniel and I into laughter. Daniel paid and in between laughter said, Keep the change. I was able to calm myself once we were outside the shop. Why are we so good at annoying the shit out of people? I asked with a grin. It comes naturally since it's one of our many talents. Don't question it, he replied with a smile. He took my hand in his. Come on, he said before leading me to a nearby park. Once we arrived. By the way, what's the backpack for? After leaving the groceries in the car, he picked up a backpack from under his seat and swung it onto his shoulder. Can you hold this for a second? Daniel asked before handing me his ice cream. He opened the backpack and pulled out a blanket. He extended it under a nearby tree under the shade. That's what it's for, he replied. After we both sat down, I gave him back his ice cream. This was beginning to feel familiar. First ice cream, then stopping at a park to eat it. It reminded me of that time Anthony started giving me driving lessons, but I quickly pushed all thoughts of Anthony out of my head. Daniel scooted closer to me and wrapped an arm around my shoulders. So you always get cookies and cream. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You don't want to try other flavors. Why, when I already know I like cookies and cream? But there's other flavors just as good. But there's also flavors I won't like. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Have you ever tried strawberry before? No, I haven't. What? Are you kidding? Strawberry is one of the best flavors. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I offered him my strawberry cone. Just try it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why not? He leaned down to get a taste of my ice cream, but before he could try it I shoved it up onto his face. I laughed when I saw the ice cream smeared on his nose. So you want to play dirty? Princess. I can play that way too. He swiftly pushed me down and tried to hit me with his cone, but I quickly caught his hand. I stopped you. You sure about that? I looked up to his hand to see the ice cream wasn't there anymore. I gasped when I felt a coolness on my face and looked down to see that his ice cream was now smeared on my face. You meanie. He laughed. It's a good look on you. Princess. I took the cone off of my face and shoved it onto his, except it was on his forehead this time. I was the one laughing now. I didn't know you were unicorn. Unicorn? I think you mean Pegasus. He replied with a grin. My apologies. So how rude of me. He chuckled and took off the cone from his face. I think we made a mess. He confessed. You think? We definitely did. He smiled and said, That's true. You look adorable even with ice cream on your face. My embarrassment quickly showed itself on my face. I tried to say something in return but was left speechless. Luckily it didn't seem like he noticed. Daniel unexpectedly pulled his shirt over his head. Hey, what are you doing? I looked around. There's kids nearby. They won't see anything. We don't have anything to clean up with. So this will do. He gently wiped my face with his shirt, then proceeded to cleaning himself. Oh, that was a nice top. I could barely breathe in it. I hated it. Of course you did. He tossed it aside and said, Feels so much better without it. Yeah, but now you're flashing all the poor children here and anyone who walks by. Enthusiasm, and shook my head in disappointment. Oh, you still have some on your face. I do. He leaned down and kissed the corner of my lip. You're right. Strawberry is good. He kept his face close to mine as he looked into my eyes. I didn't even have any on my face. Did I? Of course you did. And I selflessly removed it for you. He insisted, a smile on his face. Whatever. Now let me give you an actual kiss, he muttered before leaning down and pressing his lips onto mine. I responded immediately and brought my hands up to the back of his neck, where I played with the ends of his hair. The kiss was sweet, the taste of his cookies and cream flavor was strong. My hands slowly traveled down his bare back, but he pulled away quickly. Don't think it's safe for you to do that. He spoke in a low voice. Oh, sorry. I apologized and quickly pulled away. I touched him subconsciously, forgetting the effects the mate bond would have on us. With every day that I spend with him, I feel closer to him, but I also feel it wanting us to complete the mating process. No, I'm sorry. My wolf has been pushing me to mark you, so something as simple as that riled him up. I understand, but it's okay for you to mark me. His eyes widened slightly. Are you sure? He asked, surprised. I nodded. I know that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I acted like I wanted nothing to do with you, but that's not the case and I'm sorry for that. Now that I've been spending more time with you, I realized that I actually really like you. I looked away from Daniel. I hadn't realized it while I was saying everything, but my heart space had picked up, leaving me with an unsettling nervousness and embarrassment. I felt Daniel's lips press against my forehead. I looked up at him to see him smiling. Thank you. I like you very much. Too, I know we had a rough start, but we can move past that. We're together now and that's all that matters. He wrapped an arm around my shoulder and pulled me towards him, snuggling me into his side. I was content at this moment, with Daniel by my side under the warm sun. You know, this would be nice and slightly less awkward if you had a shirt on. My head moved slightly against his chest as he chuckled. Whose fault do you think that is? Hey, you're either one who ripped it off and said, we don't have anything else to clean up with. I said mockingly. But who's the one who made me wear it? Hey, I saw you add some swing to your hips while wearing the skirt. Don't act like you didn't enjoy it at least a little bit. Okay. I have to admit my boys have a little more breathing room. But do you know how embarrassing this is? Deal with it. Loser, I said jokingly. He chuckled softly. Mom, look. A shirtless granny. Dominic, the lady who I'm assuming to be the little boy's mother whisper, shouted as she hurried her child along the pathway near us. After they had passed, I let out the laugh I was trying to hold in. I jokingly said, cheers on to you. Very funny, he said sarcastically. Hey, at least you didn't take a picture. Yeah, that's true. We should go back to the pack house now. Apparently it's not okay to be shirtless in public. Really? Who would offer? Returning his sarcasm from earlier. Come on. We can go back home and watch that movie, he said as he stood up, helping me get to my feet. Okay, let's go. Chapter 23 Revelation. I looked around the hallway, searching for a certain someone. Sessions were about to start, and Daniel headed to his class not too long ago. He knew what I was up against, he knew Carly was a human, and he knew that she had seen me shift. I could tell he was attempting to comfort me earlier. He could imagine the storm I would encounter once I came face to face with Carly. Daniel was trying to be supportive, yet he knew this was something I had to do myself. Earlier, I had peeped through our classroom door's glass window. However, she wasn't inside yet. After waiting a couple minutes, I decided to look around for the blockhead I call my friend. Thinking back to that night, I realized just how lucky I was that I didn't hurt her. Or perhaps not a matter of luck, but rather a good thing Daniel was able to stop me. I was able to keep my mind off the situation the past few days. But it was time to face reality. I had no idea what would go down. Would she be scared and call me a monster? Would she be too scared to even speak with me? Or would she accept me for who I am? I checked the time, but class was getting ready to start. I gave up my search in the halls and made my way to math class. As I walked in, my eyes immediately traveled to Carly's seat, only to find it empty. This came as a surprise to me, causing my thoughts to run wild. Where was she? Did something happen to her? Was she avoiding me? Was she safe? I walked over to my seat, only to find Julian eyeing me suspiciously. After I sat down, he commented, "That's weird. That Carly's not with you. I mean," I asked in response. "Yeah, you guys are always together. Did you guys get into a fight or something?" "No, we didn't get into a fight," I plainly stated. "Well, not exactly. Whatever you say." Munkin. He turned his attention to the teacher and began to copy math problems into his notebook. I hadn't realized when the teacher had begun class. Half the day had gone by and there was still no sign of Carly. It was now lunchtime, and neither she nor Nath were at our usual table. Maybe she really didn't come today, but her parents wouldn't let her miss school for no reason. Maybe she's stitching, or maybe something happened to her. I really hope it's not the last one. But Nath isn't at the table either. He might be in the field playing soccer. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I left the cafeteria and decided not to get any lunch today. I was really hungry anyways. As I wandered around the school, I realized how loud it really was. Background conversations, strong laughter, people yelling at each other. It was deafening and irksome. I turned around and started making my way to the outside area of the school. The cool breeze hit my face immediately after I opened the door. I looked up and realized it was cloudy. It didn't seem like it was going to rain, but the sky was grey and the strong breeze would occasionally dislocate leaves from under their respective trees. I remembered a spot me and Carly used to hang out at during lunch in our freshman year. There wasn't many people around, which was why we would hang out there. But soon we discovered why there was no one around. This tree housed over 5 bird nests. One day, Carly was being particularly loud and energetic. She was yelling random words into the air and was kicking at a tree. The birds must have gotten scared or thought we were a threat because within seconds, one of them came flying at Carly. I remember thinking it was raining, but when I realized what it really was, I almost screamed. Carly was the one who had it worse, though not only was she covered in bird shit, but she was getting attacked by a bird as well. That was the last day we ever visited that spot. I wonder if the bird nests are still there. I stepped over a branch as I approached the tree, but froze once I realized to people under the tree. To familiar people. They were facing away from me, but I could immediately tell who they were. Carly and Nathan were talking. Something about chocolate cake. Nathan flicked Carly's forehead and said, "Obviously vanilla is the best. Chocolate cake is too chocolatey. Duh, that's the point of chocolate cake. And don't call me an idiot." I couldn't quite tell what it was, but they seemed closer. It's hard to say, but for some time things were awkward between them and I don't know why. Now it's like that awkwardness is gone and they are closer because of it. After some time, I decided to finally say something. I had to muster up the courage and avoid overthinking, but I had no clue how things were gonna turn out. "Hey, Carly," I said awkwardly. "And hey, Nathan." I didn't realize when, but my hand made its way to the back of my neck, rubbing it sheepishly. Carly and Nathan both stopped talking and turned to me immediately. For the first time since I met them, I couldn't tell what they were thinking. Their eyes burned holes through me. Their gaze welcomed. Carly stood frozen in place, looking at me with eyes that held no emotion. A shiver went down my spine seeing her like this. No matter how bad our arguments got, no matter how bad anyone ever angered her, she had never looked at anyone that way. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My heart sank at the look she was giving me. My spirit died in that very second. The urge to just walk away so I wouldn't have to face her was strong, but I remained where I stood. While Carly didn't react, except through her expressionless gaze. Nath, and did. He shot up and stormed up to me. "Lauren, what the hell?" Anger amidst the depths of his blue eyes. Then, into my mind came the possibility that she may have told him my secret, that she may have told others my secret. Would she do that? I didn't know if she would, and in turn didn't know what to expect. I didn't know just how much she had told Nathan. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She was with him that night, and I don't know was gone. "What the hell did you do to her?" He continued to yell at me. Having one of my best friends be angry at me like this made it difficult to answer. I couldn't bring myself to say anything, so he continued. "Do you know how much of a mess she was when I found her? She was crying, mumbling things I didn't even understand. All I did understand was your name, and that you left. So tell me, Lauren, what did you do? I swear if this has to do with that one bonehead who you were with, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him." Nathan was ranting, releasing his anger. Carly carefully stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder. Calmly, she responded to his outburst. "Nathan, I think I need to talk with Lauren, so can you leave us alone?" Wait, Carly. Are you sure? Yeah. He looked at Carly, then back at me. Without a word, he gathered his things and swung his backpack over his shoulder. Reluctantly, he walked away, leaving me and Carly alone. There was an uncomfortable silence, something rare for Carly and I. She wasn't her usual, energetic self, rather. She was unusually silent. I waited for her to speak, but the loud silence was gnawing at my heart. It was accompanied by thousands of painful thoughts and situations where this would end horribly. Finally, I mustered the courage to break the silence. Carly, look. You what? She interrupted. Lauren, you turned into a freaking dog, wolf, whatever you call it thing. Carly, please let me explain what that was. She narrowed her eyes at me. I continued. I was born a different species than you, than your family, than Nathan. It comes with many responsibilities. We have abilities that allow us to do things humans can't. On top of that, we have a different culture. She started, but paused for a few seconds. So you mean to tell me that this entire time I've known you, you couldn't think to tell me? Her volume increased the more she spoke, shocking me at first. It's not that simple. I know. Whatever circumstances, you may have no excuse to keep something so big from me. I trusted you. I let you into my home. I made you part of my family. Her voice began to falter at the end, breaking slightly. Slowly, tears began to gather at the brims of her eyes, but I refused to release them. You had the chance to tell me, but guess what? You never did. Carly, I'm so sorry. My voice faltered. My throat clenched, a burning sensation hindering my speech. My mind searched for what to say to alleviate the situation, to keep her by my side. But she was right. There was no excuse. Sure, I had my reasons, but I should have realized that it was wrong not to tell her. On top of that, there was something else you kept from me. I knew exactly what I was talking about. I wanted to tell you, but I didn't want to hurt you. It almost frightened me when she smiled suddenly. You didn't want to hurt me. What a good job you did. How her words cut into me, tormenting my guilty heart. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I knew how you felt. I could care less about him. It's the fact that you made me think he actually liked me, or you had something going on with him behind my back. You led me on like a damn idiot, making me think I had a chance. If you had told me, God knows I would have let you have him. So why? Why did you play with my feelings? Her last words were both of our breaking points. I watched as a tear slowly left her sad eyes and traveled down her face. She quickly turned to pick up her belongings from under the tree. Without looking back, she stormed off, taking a piece of me with her. Chapter 24 lost. My mind struggled to process the events that had just occurred. My lively friend was acting cold, looking at me as if I were a stranger. I had a hard time believing that the friendship that saved me years ago was now over. I don't know how long I stood there for, running my mind over the thought of losing everything Evie held dear for the past couple of years. I not only lost my two best friends, but the family that took me in when I had nowhere else to go. I realized that the bell was ringing, signaling that lunch was over. However, I had no urge to go to class, as my mind began to go numb. Irrational ideas entered my head. I looked to the tall, black fence outlining the school. With my abilities, it looked like an easy enough jump. After ensuring nobody was around, I looked up at the fence that towered above me. I took a stance where I planted my feet onto the ground before springing up, hanging on tightly to the rusty metal bars. I used my strength to pull myself up and climb the rest of its height. Once I reached the top, I swung one leg over the fence. I did the same with the other, except this time I underestimated the fence's height. The prickly tip of the wired fence cut through my jeans, drawing blood from the lower part of my leg. I watched it begin to pool, then drip onto the grass many feet below me, ignoring the stinging sensation on my leg. I jumped from the top of the fence. However, I also failed the landing. Jumping incorrectly caused my weight to shift to one side. Rather than land on my feet, my left side crashed onto the soil. Quickly it began to ache and, despite my fast healing, a bruise would definitely form. I lay on the muddy soil. What's wrong with me? I realized I was unable to function properly. I couldn't wrap my head around the fact that I had lost everything all at once. Well, not exactly everything. I had Daniel. The reminder of his warmth drew a slight smile on my lips. For a while it felt like I was stuck in between. My mate. My best friend. I could only have one. So which was the right choice? In the beginning, I chose my best friend. But I couldn't stay away from my mate for long. There was no escaping our eternal bond, except by the drastic means of rejection which I was not willing to take. I carefully stood from where I lay on the ground. The pain from my side and my cut were making it slightly difficult. However, the pain wasn't unbearable. After days of silence, there was a familiar voice in my head. Why are we in pain? My wolf asked, as if she had been gone for days. Where do you go? Been recovering. It's likely from the forced shit. Makes sense. It must be taken a toll on her. I carefully got up, despite the aches in my body telling me to do otherwise. With my healing, the pain shouldn't last too long. I didn't know where to go right now. I could no longer go to Carly's house. I couldn't go to Daniel at the moment. I started walking. To where? I have no clue. As I walked, everything started running through my head the past few weeks. Everything I've lost and gained. I noticed I've changed a bit. Even the way my life has changed. I do different things. I think different things. I feel different things. A lot of change was brought into my life. Was all of it a good thing? I instinctively let my feet carry me. And when I pulled my head out of my thoughts, I realized that I was outside Carly's house. Obviously she wasn't home. And looking at it now, I no longer felt welcome. I wonder what they must think of me now. I kept walking down until I was in front of my house. Funny enough, that didn't sound right. It was my house. It was Raphael's house, which used to belong to my parents. I was thinking much before I went in. I carefully opened the door, hoping he wasn't inside. I used to be terrified of him, but now I found myself to be less scared. I peeked inside, only to find the living room empty. Thankfully, his scent wasn't anywhere around the house. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I decided I should take most of my things while I was here. I didn't plan to be coming back anytime soon. Quickly, I made my way up the stairs and went to my room. I stopped at the door for a second. I haven't been here in ages. After scanning my room, I quickly went to the closet and found a large white duffel bag I used to keep my art materials. As much as I would love to take all of these, there's more important stuff to take. I quickly emptied it and started filling it with clothes on my hangers. After I had filled most of it, I went around looking for the valuable items to me. First was a frame with a picture of me and my parents about 2 weeks before their accident. Then a picture of me and Cardi when we were 15, which brought a wave of sadness upon me. I got my charger and a sketchbook with a box of my most basic art supplies. I was about to turn around and head to the bathroom to get my toiletry and other items when a pair of hands gripped onto my neck. My eyes widened and I found myself gasping for air. I turned as much as I could and saw Raphael with bloodlust written all over his face. His eyes were wild and filled with anger. His mouth was formed into a scowl. His eyebrows were furrowed so deeply that he looked like the red angry bird. How did I not smell him come in? Why does he have no scent right now? I fought back, attempted to punch him, to kick him, but it was difficult. He had the advantage over me. When I finally landed a kick, he threw me roughly to the bed, where I desperately coughed for air. Hurry, get up and fight, Alex growled. He didn't give me time to recover. Before I could do anything, I felt a strong pain on my jaw. His fist struck my face with great impact that I wasn't sure if my jaw was broken or not. Immediately after, He landed a punch on my side where I had fallen earlier, causing me to roll over in pain. Fight back, Alex growled, losing patience with me. This is what you get for leading like that. He punched my side, for disappearing for weeks. His hand its way to my neck once again, where he squeezed slowly. For being a fucking whore. He yanked my hair, putting my head back. He didn't stop. Each punch was more painful than the previous one. I tried to kick him, but he caught my leg and swung me onto the floor, hitting my head on the cabinet. I felt myself losing consciousness. I felt too weak to move, but I knew I couldn't just lay here and let myself get killed. I stumbled while trying to get up. He quickly came to me, menacingly. Where do you think you're going? I faintly saw him pull something out from his back pocket. I couldn't tell what it was at first until it unfolded to reveal a blade. My breath caught and I felt myself regain some consciousness. He attempted to jab the pocket knife into my stomach, but I used all my strength to jump out of the way. I collapsed onto the floor, telling myself to keep fighting even when multiple aching pains throughout my body were holding me down. That's it. I'm shifting whether you want me to or not. I wasn't in the position to fight back, so I didn't argue with her. But there was an issue. Lauren, why can't I shift? My body gave out once the sharp and painful object tore through my leg. I cried out in pain, tears spilling out of my eyes at the immense pain. This will teach you to stop being a bitchy little girl. He shouted at the top of his lungs with overflowing anger, unlike anything I've ever seen from him before. I was beginning to black out. But still I attempted to stand up, to accomplish who knows what. I felt myself being forcefully picked up. Next thing I knew, the feeling of his arms on my skin disappeared. I felt like I was flying, but everything was already black. There was a loud crashing sound with 1,000 sharp pains all over my arms and legs. My body crashed onto something extremely hard as a violent impact stole away my consciousness. Chapter 25 Wounded Anthony. I waited for my friend to arrive, but he never did. If he was going to show up, he should have just told me. We agreed to study at his apartment for the big test we're gonna have on Monday, and he was supposed to give me a ride 30 minutes ago, but he never showed. Guess in walking then. As I passed Lauren's house, I wondered what happened there that her so scared when she was little. I despised her uncle. I knew he was the one treating her like that. I never took action. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stopped when I heard noise coming from the house. It wasn't just any noise. Something wasn't right. On top of that, it was coming from Lauren's room. Lauren, running towards the front door only for it to be locked. I backed up and charged, striking the door with my shoulder. It didn't open, but my shoulder hurt really bad. I heard Lauren scream, which set my heart racing. No. Her piece of shit uncle better not be hurting her. Anger was coursing through my veins. The need to protect her came back. All I could think about was saving her. I ignored the pain in my shoulder and continuously rammed into the door with my shoulder. I swear I dislocated something because that hurt like a bitch. Opened. Damn it. Just then, I heard glass breaking and my head shot up. My eyes widened and mouth fell open as I witnessed Lauren crash onto the ground. Her arms and legs were bleeding. Her face was red and swollen, and dear God, her leg was bleeding. Lauren, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I scrambled to her and dropped onto the cement beside her. I pulled her into my arms and frightfully looked for a pulse. I found one, a faint one. I held her close to me as I fought back tears, with a breaking voice. Lauren, what did he do to you? I quickly pulled out my phone and called the only help in this situation. I impatiently waited for him to answer, rapidly tapping my foot on the ground. Hello, what took you so damn long? I need you to come pick me up. Hurry, there's not much time to explain, I just need you to hurry. Please, go to the corner at the end of my street. Please hurry, I frantically said into the phone. Whoa, To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Calm down, dude. Tell me what's going on and slow down. Just come. Damn it. Hurry. In on my way, he said and cut the call. I carefully picked up Lauren and stood up. I began to walk down the street, not wanting that bastard to come for her. I reached the corner and cursed when he still hadn't arrived. I was constantly looking behind me, scared her uncle would come from behind us. Then I saw him. He was enraged, covered in her blood. What a despicable monster he was. He was in a hurry coming towards us. It looked like I was his prey and he was taking his time, knowing he would catch me. Thuck. I cursed under my breath. Put her down and you won't get hurt. He spoke in a threatening voice. No way in hell, I replied through gritted teeth. I heard a screech and looked in front of me to see Jason looking at me with a surprised yet scared face. Come in. Get back here, her uncle said before charging towards the car at an incredible speed. I quickly ran to the back seat with Lauren in my arms. Before I could even close the door, Jason took off. He chased us for a good length, but Jason sped up and we lost him. I sighed in relief and ran a hand through my hair now that we were safe. Fuck, man. What the hell is going on? I looked down at Lauren and gently brushed a strand of hair away from her swollen face. My heart ached seeing her like this. He did this to her, I said quietly. He nearly killed her. I'm sorry. I didn't know who to call. You're a werewolf, so I thought maybe you could help. I'm not a doctor, man, but I know a thing or two. I'll see what I can do. The whole car ride, I prayed she would turn out okay, that she would hold on. We took the back door to his dorm where there's usually not that many people. And luckily there was an activity in the auditorium for those who were not in class, so we didn't encounter any people. We made it to his dorm. He locked the door while I placed her on his bed. I keeled down beside her and gently stroked her hair. What do we do? How do we help her? My voice slightly shaky. First of all, I'm going to need you to take off her shirt and jeans so we can disinfect her wounds. I have some rubbing alcohol. I don't know how to do stitches for her leg, but I can't treat her other wounds, he said quickly. Watch a YouTube video or something. Do you really want me to risk her life on a YouTube video? Yeah, I guess not. What if we take her to a hospital? Dude, she's a werewolf. I don't think I have to say any more. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yeah, just thought I should ask. Remove her clothes. You'll get the supplies. I tore her shirt, exposing her black undergarments and chest. Her mate would kill me for this. At the moment, I was thinking any bad thoughts. It was just wrong. The only thing I could feel was worry. I looked at her jeans but didn't think I could do the same. The material was too thick. I could take them off but risk making her wound worse. When Jason came back with the supplies, can I get some help with the jeans? Sure. He put the stuff down and tore the left side of her jeans, which was the one that had, by the looks of it, been stabbed. Go wash your hands, Anthony. Don't want anything getting infected. I stood up and quickly went over to his bathroom and washed my hands, splashing some water on my face as well. I made it back quickly. While I treat this, get some rubbing alcohol on a cotton swab and dab it onto the swelling areas on her face. I nodded and did as he instructed. My eyes traveled down to her neck, where red marks were slowly darkening. God, what did he do to you? After I finished, I grabbed a towel and gently placed it over her stomach, followed by an ice pack. I watched as he placed a cloth over her leg and applied pressure so more blood wouldn't come out. He looked at me and pointed to a small jar. Applied it to her wounds carefully. I did as he said and opened the jar to reveal a yellowish cream. After applying some on my fingers, I gently rubbed some onto her face. Soon enough, we finished everything he suggested. This is all we can do for now. Will it work? We have quick healing. These wounds shouldn't last long. But what do we do about her? She can't exactly stay here. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't take her home. My sister's heart will break if she sees her like this. Does she have a mate? Yes. I think it's best to take her with him. And maybe he can take her to the pack doctor to get those wounds seriously checked out. We can't move her like this, though. And to be honest, I wanted her to be somewhere where I could watch over her. You're right. Okay. I'll let her stay for tonight meanwhile she gets better, but tomorrow we're finding her mate. Thank you. I gave him a small smile. I guess I'll go crash at David's. Feel free to take anything in the fridge. You're eating already. We were supposed to meet at his place to study, remember? I'll head over and just stay over there. Call me if anything happens. Feel free to give her a change of my clothes. And don't worry, I'll pass you the notes. He picked up his backpack and headed for the door. Before he left, take care of her, but not too well. She has a mate. He closed the door. Then there was silence. I have a feeling he left because he doesn't want much to do with this. And I understand that. I'm not sure if he would get in trouble with his pack, but I don't want to burden him with anything. I turned my attention to the girl beside me. I gently checked her pulse, which was way better than when I found her. Please get better soon, I softly said as I brought my face closer to hers. For the second time in my life, I pressed my lips against her soft face, lingering for a few seconds before I pulled away from her cheek. I hope that was okay. Not that I'll ever tell anyone about it. He is my everything, yet I found myself questioning him in his arms, asking why I had to lose everything for him. In that moment, I even doubted whether it was all worth it. Chapter 26. To lose a mate. Daniels P. Ovi, where is she? Where's she? Damn it. Where's she? My Wolf and I were going insane not knowing where she was. She was there after school and I saw her friends leave without her. She wouldn't leave without telling me anything, and something just doesn't feel right. I was pacing in my room wondering what I could do right now. I wanted to go out and look for her, but I had no idea where to start. She could be anywhere. It was dark outside. About to be midnight. I was worried sick. I know she doesn't use her phone much, but she hasn't answered any calls or messages at all. I didn't realize when the door to my room opened. That's how out of my senses I am at the moment. Hey, calm down. Jeremy urged me. I can't. I just can't. My mate is nowhere to be found. Literally anything could have happened. Daniel, there's a high chance Chef's perfectly fine right now and just needs to cool off. Something's not right. Jeremy, I can feel it, I said desperately, looking at him with worried eyes. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck as he began to think. How about we look for her? Lucas is asleep, so it will just be me and you. I nodded desperately. Okay, let's go. I'll take my car, you can take your truck. I'll search around the neighborhood, you can search any places you think she might be. Since we can't find Link yet, make sure you have your cell phone on you. Got it. Got it. I naturally responded to his orders. We both headed out immediately. Once we reached our cars, we parted ways. He reassured me that everything was going to be okay and that we would find her. I really hoped so. I've been driving for about an hour now and still no luck. I checked any places I had been with her, the ice cream shop, the grocery store, and a couple other locations. I was now on my way to the school. Maybe she was there. Maybe she was waiting, or maybe something that could give me a clue as to where she was. If you had completed the mating process like I said, maybe you wouldn't have such a hard time finding her. I didn't want to pressure her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She needed time. I was gonna force her into anything. Her wolf wanted it just as much as I did. Trust me, that was her wolf. But what about her? You have a point there. But either way, it's gonna happen eventually in Woodland. Would you rather mark her as yours now than later? I already know she's mine. I don't need a mark for that. But yes, I would still like to mark her. We just have to wait for the right time. Don't keep me waiting too long. I ignored his last comment and focused my attention to the road in front of me. When I arrived at the school, I immediately realized how peaceful it was here at night. No teens around. No drama. Plus, it was a large area with a clearance that gave me a beautiful view of the stars. It was relaxing, and after taking in a deep breath of fresh air, I relaxed slightly. But my mate was still missing. I can't be at ease until we found her. I was taking a look around on foot. The school was obviously locked, but I bet I could find an open window. Just as I thought, I found a window slightly open on the back side of the building. It was the sophomore area, where all the little spawns of Satan roamed around during the day. I walked down the hall but froze when my wolf picked up another scent nearby. I focused on the smell. It was close, very close. Suddenly the smell started getting closer, and I picked up on the sound of quick footsteps. Shit. The scent was familiar, but I couldn't quite tell from where. That is, until I saw the blue-eyed girl running towards me. I moved to the left and she kept running past me. I jumped when I felt her hug me from behind. Quickly, I pushed her away. Not to be rude, but her touch was disgusting. "Hi, Daniel," she shouted happily, breaking the silence of the school. Hey, what exactly are you doing here? It's past midnight," I asked awkwardly. "Nothing," she replied, dragging out the O. I decided not to ask anymore. Maybe it was for the best. Well, I should go. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wanted to keep looking for my princess. "Where are you going?" she asked as she grabbed my arm. I took back my arm and continued walking. She followed. "Just looking for someone," I simply stated. "Would that someone be that girl who broke your heart?" She sounded slightly angry. "You're talking to her even after I shoved her into a closet and threatened her." My wolf growled. I stopped in my tracks and turned around. Through gritted teeth I said, "You did what?" Her facial expression changed to a scared one. "But she hurt you," she quavered. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Thinking about my special someone calmed me down. "Listen here. Don't you ever do anything like that to her again. Understood, Marla?" I felt slightly bad when I noticed a sad look on her face, but I needed to make it clear that she can't go around threatening my Lauren. I met her on her first day here when she was a freshman, and she would come to me and talk to me occasionally. She was intense, but she had good intentions, for the most part. Understood. I turned and left silently. My focus should be on finding Lauren. I made my way to the back of the school. I scanned the area. No luck. Wait a minute. I faintly picked up her scent. Quickly, I closed my eyes and inhaled the cool air, focusing on her scent. I opened my eyes and followed her fading smell. Eventually, I made it to the fence. I looked up, where her scent was coming from. With great agility, I quickly climbed the fence. I felt my blood boil when I saw dried blood on the fence. Her blood. My head began to think of countless situations of what could have happened to her. Was someone chasing her that she made a run for it and jumped the fence, but got caught? What was she running from? Then I realized. The guys who went after me. They're still out there. Quickly, I jumped down and ran towards my car as I pulled out my phone from my front pocket. I dialed Jeremy's number and impatiently waited for him to pick up. Luckily, it didn't take long. "Hey Daniel, got any news?" "Jeremy, I don't know what to do." I panicked into the phone. "I think she got taken, or was being chased. I don't know, but I found her blood at the school and those guys are still out to attack me, and what if they got her and—" "Daniel, calm down," he interrupted. "We're not certain that's what happened. Besides, I don't think she was their target. Let's head home and bring this up to Dad tomorrow after school." "I can't wait that long. We're gonna have to. That's when my dad gets back." I let out a frustrated sigh and grabbed at my hair in irritation. My wolf was upset. I was upset, along with worried, angry, unsettled. Not a good combination. "Let's head home," To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hung up and threw my phone onto the passenger's seat. I closed my eyes and imagined Lauren. It feels like I haven't seen her in days and it's driving me insane. My mind traveled to her lips and remembered the feel of her kisses. I felt my arousal rise but quickly pushed it down. Now was not the time for this. But it's been so hard to keep it down sometimes, especially with my wolf pushing forward, wanting to take control. I ignored the feeling and started driving. Once I arrived, I didn't go inside just yet. I needed to go for a run. I considered not going to school, especially because I didn't get a wink of sleep. But there's a possibility Lauren might be here today, no matter how small that chance. In not risking it. As I approached the entrance to the school, I saw a familiar face who didn't attend this school. Lauren's friend, Carly's brother, standing in at the entrance. He looked like he was waiting for someone. Likely his sister. But wouldn't she be in class already? As I approached the entrance, his eyes met mine and he stopped me before I could walk into the school. I briefly parted my lips, but didn't find anything to say. Then it hit me. My mate scent. It was faint, but it was there. It was on him. My eyes darkened as anger consumed me. I pinned him against the stone wall, my elbow against his neck. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I growled, holding back the urge to tear him apart. Calm down, he said with much difficulty. She's somewhere safe. Let me explain. Hesitantly, I let go but still didn't trust him. What did you do with her? Anger laced with each word. Do you know about her uncle? Even after what I did, he was calm. What about him? I growled, not seeing the point in his question. You didn't know that he hit her, that he would bruise her. My eyes grew at his statement. My hands unconsciously balled into fists, my nails digging into my skin. I didn't know what to feel besides anger. What the hell? Fucking bastard. My face fell for a moment, realizing what this could mean. Why are you telling me this? I need you to come with me. Chapter 27, Reunited. I turned over in bed, only to feel stinging pain throughout my body. My head was pulsing, my skin as though it was on fire, and my leg burning, hot yet numbly cold. My entire body felt heavy, and it took a lot for me to simply open my eyes. It had not registered to me that I was in an unfamiliar place until seconds after I scanned the room. Suddenly, I jumped out of whoever's bed I was in. It was a big mistake, because immediately I stumbled onto the ground. It was too much weight on my left leg. As I lay on the floor, pain flowing in waves throughout my body, I began to recall what happened to me. I remember being hit, being choked, being stabbed, and I remember seeing the somber, cloudy sky after crashing through glass. I let out a cry. I didn't know exactly why. At the sight of my uncle pushing me through the window. Was it fear? Disappointment? Just the fact that he did it? Maybe. Despite everything, I held hope for Raphael to go back to the kind person I used to know. Why did I fool myself all these years? Why did it feel like betrayal even though he had been violent towards me before? Then I remembered the girl who was like a sister to me. Then friend who looked at me in disgust and rage. They were all I had, and now they only wished for me to be out of their lives. My body curled as I rolled onto my side, grabbing at my arms as if it would make the pain go away. Another sob escaped my mouth, which turned into a free fall of tears. I was hurt, physically and emotionally. A shiver traveled up my spine as my body's temperature lowered. My head was pounding, sending waves of pain with every throb. As I lay here, on the cold floor, I felt alone. I wanted to get up. I wanted to run away. But my body was too weak. But I was too weak. Another terror escaped as I thought about how everything crashed down before my very own eyes. Quickly, I wiped it away with irritation. upsetting the cuts on my face and causing blood to erupt from the recent wounds. I didn't even care that I was who knows where. In an unknown place. It could be a serial killer for all I know, and I'd be fine with it. But right now, I just wanted the pain to go away. Oh, I wanted everything to be fixed. I wanted everything to be okay. With great effort, I stood up. I needed to leave. I needed to run. I just needed to be away. I nearly fell over once again, but I found my balance. I wiped my watery eyes and would not allow another tear to fall. I found the entrance and stumbled around, careful not to fall. I ignored my heavy body, as well as the growing pain telling me to stop. I picked up my pace, and no, I didn't know where I was going, but I needed to find an exit. Eventually, I ran into a group of people, who all stopped their chatter to look at me. Some looked worried, some tried not to laugh, some looked confused. I glared and held down a growl and instead hurried away. But this was the last my body could take. My leg gave out on me as blood started to stream out. Despite my efforts, I crashed onto the warm-colored tile. In that moment, I saw a very familiar figure. My body froze at the sight of him, its cold temperature warming up after looking at him. His eyes widened after seeing me, an array of emotions on his face: worry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pain, sadness. Immediately Daniel was at my side. He hugged me, carefully, his worried voice. Lauren, what the hell? Look at you. His voice broke slightly, but he continued talking. What happened? Princess, what the hell happened? Before I could rejoice, before I could forget about all the pain like his presence usually makes me do. Although popped into my head, he is the reason my life is the way it is. I sacrificed my friends, no, my family. Was it really worth it? As he helped me up carefully, I couldn't help but listen to the thought. It was messing with my head as my eyes began to water, but I refused to cry. In a sudden wave of anger, I pushed him back slightly. Why? Why did I have to lose my family for you? Why did I have to sacrifice for you? Tears erupted as I began pushing at his chest with my wounded arms. Why, when I don't even know if this is worth it? He looked down at me, surprised at first, but turned into a look of hurt. He didn't say anything, just looked at me. He pulled me into his chest, where I began to sob once again. Be careful, Princess. You're gonna hurt yourself. He spoke softly. After hearing his voice, I knew just how much my words had hurt him. Instantly, I regretted it. Empathetic. He doesn't deserve this. I can't even stop myself from crying. He held me gently, trying to calm me down by running a hand through my hair. We can't stay like this. You need medical attention ASAP. I gathered courage to look into his eyes, which were trying to conceal the pain I caused him. He averted my gaze quickly and looked behind him, where I just realized Anthony had been standing the whole time. I felt myself losing balance when a rush of blood traveled to my head. Suddenly, my feet felt as if they were planted to the ground. My body went limp, and I no longer had control. Chapter 28: Return. I looked around the familiar room, feeling relief immediately. I don't remember how I got here. I just know that I did. I was in Daniel's bed. In his room. My eyes found him in a chair beside the bed. He was staring to the side, with the face of someone lost in thought. But almost immediately after I looked at him, he brought his eyes onto me. He stood up quickly and came to my side. Lauren, how do you feel? He asked worriedly as he gently caressed my cheek. I feel much better. What happened? You passed out from an excessive amount of blood loss. Among other things, I took you to the pack doctor. He put in some stitches on your leg and helped with the other wounds. It's been quite a few hours since then. He said that with our accelerated healing, you should be good in 2 days. Except for that leg of yours. Give it a few extra days. I nodded. Do you need anything? Are you hungry? Starving? He smiled slightly. They'll go make you something to eat. As he started to walk away, I reached over and grabbed his hand. The entire time he was talking, I couldn't help but notice some pain in his voice. About what I said. I was just having a bad day. As you can tell. He chuckled slightly, and I continued. I was holding down anger and sadness, and I feel like I lost so much, and with what happened everything erupted. There's a reason you said what you said. But let's talk about this when I come back with your food. He approached me and leaned down. I was hoping he would kiss me. I missed the feeling of his lips on mine. He very gently placed a kiss on my forehead. He began to leave the room. And as he did, he turned and playfully said, "Don't fall out a window while I'm gone." I threw a pillow at him and shouted, "Not funny." As I laughed meanwhile, he sped out of the room. After quite a few minutes of thinking to myself, he came back in with a tray in his hands. He carefully placed on my lap a plate of mac and cheese and a glass of water. This wouldn't be the packaged mac and cheese we bought not too long ago, would it? What new one? He said sarcastically. He passed me a spoon and I began eating. I was glad the mood changed and was no longer a sad or awkward one. Do you want some? To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, I had some not too long ago. But thanks. So, I began. How are you feeling? He looked at me like I had grown another pair of boobs. You want me to talk about my feelings? Yeah. Why not? Well, I feel okay. Liar. Okay then. I feel worried about you in so many ways. You're hurt. And the fact that your uncle did this to you, it makes me angry. But also hurt that you didn't tell me about him. And that you lied and said everything was fine with him. Sorry I didn't tell you. I felt bad about lying to him. And maybe if I told him this wouldn't have happened. He took my hand in his. Just don't hide anything from me anymore. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nodded, causing him to give me a small smile. And I know that's not all. There's more. Isn't there? I asked him. He was silent for a few seconds before saying, I'm hurt by what you told me earlier. Mostly because I realized you're right. No, I'm not. I know what I said. But I also know that our lives change when we find our mates. I just wish I could have had both. But you can't have both. Just because you have me doesn't mean you can't have any human friends. Or that you have to drop your life for me. But she's mad. She's mad I didn't tell her about what I am. But she knows now. And you've been friends for a while now. Right. I don't think this would end your relationship if you don't let it. He gently lifted my chin. Keep your head up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will. He was right. I couldn't just give up. I know Carly's hurt right now, and it won't be easy, but I won't let this end here. Thanks to Daniel. I had hope that I could get her back, there and my family. I kissed his cheek. You're amazing, you know that. Right. He grinned. Of course I do. And I'm still really sorry about what I said. Like I said. I know you didn't exactly mean it. Just listen to what I said. Are you sure? Positive. Anyways, do you know what tomorrow is? Friday. Yes, but what event is tomorrow? I don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, idiot. April was last month. It's Jeremy's birthday. Wait. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yeah, they're gonna have a celebration here. Are you up for it? Or would you rather sit it out? I have to attend, but I could leave after I'm not needed anymore and join you. No, it's all right. Besides, sounds like fun. I feel way better already, and I think I will be good for tomorrow. Good. Because it wouldn't be the same without you. I know it wouldn't. I jokingly says I flipped my hair back. Oh, there's a chance HES gonna find his mate tomorrow. I perked up. Oh really? That's good. Yeah. And then we would take over as Alpha, Beta, and Delta. Is that a good thing or bad thing? Well, it really depends. It'd be more busy, but it's my purpose and my role in this pack. I don't have a role in the pack. I dejected. Oh, that's right. Your father was a warrior and your mother a regular in the pack. You don't need a role, but you can have one. You can be like your father, who was a warrior. I'm not very fond of that idea. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't want you in danger, but think about it. Let me know in a few days and I'll let Jeremy or his father know. Okay, I will. After I finished my food, Daniel offered to take my tray, but I thought I should walk around for a bit. If you want to walk around, we can go for a walk in the forest. The scenery is beautiful. My wolf's ears perked and my excitement grew. I bubbled. He chuckled and swept my hair behind my ear. You're really cute when you're excited. I flicked his forehead. Am not. He continued to smile and said, Come on, let's get you out of bed. Oh, but first, he quickly went into his closet and came out with a large sweater. It's gonna turn dark soon, so it's gonna be chilly. He helped me put it on, then looked at me when he finished. You look even cuter now. I smiled at his comment. He reached his hand out to me. I took it, and he carefully helped me up, putting me close to him. So close I felt his warm breath on my forehead. Being this close, I felt the urge to kiss him once again, but didn't act on it. Are you ready to walk? He asked me. Yeah. He backed up slowly, still holding my arm. I carefully leaned my weight onto my left leg as I took a step, but didn't find too much difficulty walking on it. As I took a few more steps, Daniel guiding me along the way while he held the tray in his other hand, I slowly adjusted to walking. When we reached the stairs, Daniel and I looked at each other. Ooh, yikes. I forgot those were there. Me too, I said as I slapped my palm to my forehead. Can you hold this? He indicated to the tray in his hand. Okay, but why? After I took it from his hands, my feet were lifted from the ground as he swiftly picked me up, as he began to carry me down the steps. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You know, I could drop both of us right now, and reopen your stitching. You have a point. After we reached the kitchen, he carried me to the counter, where I placed down the tray. Okay, you can put me down now. I'd rather not. But then what was the point? I thought I was supposed to walk. You got a point there. He put me down. He took my hand and asked, Are you okay to walk? Yeah, I am. Daniel guided me through the territory until we finally reached the beginning of the forest. I took in a deep breath as we walked by the trees that looked endless in height. The cool air felt amazing against my skin. It feels even better when you let your wolf go for a run. No, I replied nervously. That's not a good idea. Remember what happened last time. That's because you need to learn to take control and tame her. How do I do that? Practice, and in a way taming your wolf. But neither you nor your wolf are the dominant one. You must both be equal in control. Is it really that easy? Not always, but you just have to make sure you're on the same page as your wolf. I nodded, beginning to think about how I could do that. We continued to walk in a comfortable silence as we passed countless trees, Daniel still holding my hand. Oh, by the way, there's a clearing nearby with a small lake. It's really beautiful, and if you ever decide to come here on your own, you could probably go for a dip, in human or wolf form. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, I said excitedly. I could picture the image of the lake in my head and thought of how pretty it must be. Can we go there today? No, not today. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, We're going to need to start heading back soon. But, if you ever want to go, just follow this path of ahead. Okay. I will, I said with a smile. He smiled back. That's my love, yours is so cute. He leaned down and pressed his warm lips onto my cheek for a few short seconds, looking at me with loving eyes. Chapter 29 Missing, where is he? The celebration starts in less than an hour. Madeline said frantically. The celebration was set to start at 5 and Jeremy had not been seen all day. Relax. He knows what will happen if he doesn't come back. The alpha spoke, slightly upset. He pulled the Luna to his side and wrapped an arm around her. She calmed down slightly, but was still visibly troubled. Yesterday, when me and Daniel were returning from our walk, we ran into Jeremy. He said he was going to the convenience store in town to get ice cream. He still hadn't returned by midnight, when his birthday technically started, so we couldn't give him any happy birthdays or shove cake up his nose. Daniel said he was probably just out thinking or walking around town. He said he likes to do that often. Daniel and I went to sleep, but when we woke up he was still missing. The preparations for the party continued, and though some were worried, they trusted he would come back. Lucas spoke softly but in a serious tone. Remember the attack where Daniel was injured? Maybe they had a bigger goal in mind. What if they are going after Jeremy? Even so, my son is strong and I trust that he can hold his own. And if not, he would have called for backup long ago. However, we can't just rely on that. If he doesn't show soon, we're going to go searching for him and stop only until he's with us once again. Lucius nodded. I agree with John and trust in my son's strength. He was raised by his father, an alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm. If you haven't done so, go ahead and get yourselves ready for the celebration, Loon and Madeline said, dismissing us so we could get dressed. Daniel took my hand and led me to his room. The party was meant to be fancy. It did signify the transition from one alpha to another. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm. It was meant to be completely formal. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm. It was somewhere in between formal and casual. Daniel already had an outfit in his closet he could use. I, however, didn't have anything. That is, until Eliza brought me something I could use. She said it was a present for Jeremy's future mate, who she has a feeling he will meet today. I declined, but she insisted I wear it and that it suits my eyes perfectly. Also that she isn't even sure if it would fit her. It was around my size, but a few sizes down. After Daniel left the room so I could change, taking his clothes with him so he could get ready downstairs, hopefully not in front of everyone, I began to undress. I had some trouble slipping on the emerald green dress. The waist was tight, so I had some trouble getting it down. After some struggling, it made it down and the rest was easy because of the low cut, which I was to be a fan of. In the morning, after my shower, I put my hair up in a bun so it would be in waves for the party. I undid my bun, my now slightly wavy hair. Usually I would have Carly dressed me for events like this, so I was a bit proud that I didn't do so bad on my own. I looked in the mirror and felt slightly uneasy seeing that the dress was a little small. I've never really been comfortable with my own skin, until recently when I realized that I don't mind it as much. After getting another look, I realized that I didn't look so bad. There was another problem. I didn't have any shoes for this. I didn't see much of another option than to put my sneakers on. I didn't mind, it was comfortable. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm. There was a knock on the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm. No, I can't find my underwear, I shouted back after hearing Daniel's voice. Don't worry, I can help you find them. I heard his playful smile by the tone of his voice. I guess it's time for me to save the day. The door opened, and his smile fell as his mouth fell open. Quickly he shut the door and was standing in front of me in the blink of an eye. He stood close, my body warming up at his presence. The suddenness sent a wave down my stomach that ignited my core. His hands were on my waist before he closed his eyes and rested his forehead on mine. You look breathtaking. Right now I don't even want to let you go out like that. If I'm being, I sort of want to be the only one to see you like this. Or even better, take off that dress. The honesty in the last sentence caused my body temperature to rise, and I instinctively pressed my body against his arms tight and slightly on my waist. I felt his warm breath on my neck, followed by his teeth nibbling the skin. My grip on him tightened as he hit an extremely pleasurable spot, holding back any noise that could escape from my lips. Immediately, I felt his arms on my legs as he picked me up, wrapping my legs around his waist. After a second, my back hit a wall and his body pressed against mine. In a gruff voice, he whispered the questions. Are you ready for my mark? Are you ready for all of me? I was ready. Not only was I ready, but I wanted it. I nodded, my eyes finding his. His eyes were dark, lust-filled. I have a feeling mine were the same. I looked down to his lips and noticed he was biting his lower lip, a simple action that made me a little more wild. I smashed my lips onto his in a demanding kiss. We were both looking for something more. Before we could go any further, he pulled away. He uttered as hands held a tighter grip on my body, pulling myself out of it. I replied, You're right. We need to get going soon. We're going to continue this later. He said in a low tone. That's a promise. Gently, he placed me down. He looked down at me, more specifically at the ends of my dress. He tugged it down, reducing the amount of leg I was showing. You look way too beautiful today. As if it was the worst thing in the world. And I realized something. This is why I'm more confident with myself lately. Because I have a partner who accepts me for calling my beautiful even it's not something I see in myself. Thank you, Daniel, for giving me confidence. You look handsome. Yourself, I admitted to him with a smile, too content in the moment to be embarrassed. Before he came over to me earlier practically flying, I had a few moments to take in his striking looks in his outfit. The navy blue, long sleeve button-up that I had the urge to unbutton, especially after our heated encounter moments ago. His dark pants combined perfectly, giving him a clean appearance, even with his wild hair spread across his face, before he turned visibly sheepish. Rare to hear a compliment from you, he said with a smile, brushing back his hair with his fingers. His blue eyes were practically sparkling with joy. I stretched out my arm. He placed his hand in mine, intertwining our fingers. We made our way to the party. With him by my side, I felt happy. Not even the events from the other day could bring me down right now. Hand in hand, we stepped outside. Dozens of pack members were outside, many crowding around the drink and snack table. I haven't met too many pack members. Maybe now is my chance. My chance to fit in with the pack and be a part of it. Like I should have been long ago. Do you want a drink? Daniel asked me. As in alcohol? I asked as I raised a brow. Why not? He grinned. Sure. I thought it could be fun to have my first experience with it. He left for a few seconds to get drinks and came back quickly. He handed me a cup and kept his own in his hand. With his free hand, he kept an arm around my waist. What do you think of being introduced to pack members? He asked with an encouraging smile. Sounds good, I said with a smile. Just as we were about to approach a small group of pack members, we noticed everyone stop and stare ahead. Looks of surprise on every owner's face. Daniel and I looked at each other in shared confusion. We moved through the people until we could see what everyone was gawking at. Before my eyes was one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Hazel eyes and short brown hair, but she had sharp features and a strong presence. Beside her was Jeremy, with no shirt. The girl was wearing it. My eyes fell on his neck, where a mate's mark rested. I looked back at the girl, and she had the same on her neck. Jeremy pulled the girl closer to his side, a smile so bright that the sun needed glasses. Once again, Daniel and I looked at each other once again, both equally as surprised. Chapter 30. Party. What happened? Jeremy looked over to the beautiful girl beside him. I met this lucky girl. Me, you're the lucky one. Oh, Zell. Oh, is that attitude I sense? Jeremy playfully approached his mate. Huh, saying that is weird. They'll have to get used to it. How did you even find her? Didn't you say you were just going to the grocery store? Daniel questioned. He stood by my side, unconsciously reaching to pull me closer when he noticed I was standing with some distance between us. But I did. She was the cashier for the night. And when we saw each other, we just started making out. Then, well, this happened. He signaled to the mark on his neck. You guys did it in the store. Daniel blurted out. Surprised. Sweet. Bro, get it. Someone yelled from far away. Thanks for telling the whole pack, Jeremy said sarcastically, narrowing his eyes at Daniel. Well, either way, you marked each other so it's not like they don't know. They don't need to know the details. The details? Jeremy's mate spoke. You mean how you jumped over the counter, basically pouncing on me, knocked me down, then got saliva all over my face the first time you kissed me, and said that's not the only way it'll make you wet. PFT. I looked over at Daniel, who was holding back laughter, a smile erupting on his face. Hey, why did you have to tell them that? His mate smirked. Because I wanted to. In that case, let's see what he'll do to you later because I wanted to. He smirked back at her. Sorry, I have work tonight. Darling. She pushed through him gently, stopping to look back at him playfully. Now if you'll excuse me, in getting a drink. She walked away confidently, heading for the drink table to pour some alcohol. Daniel whistled. What a catch you got there. I nudged him with my elbow and raised a brow. He chuckled and pulled me into his side. No one beats you, my princess. He placed a soft kiss on the corner of my lip, leaving me wanting more. After smiling at me, he looked at Jeremy and asked, So that's why you didn't come home? Huh. I had just met my mate. You can't expect me to come home instead of devoting all my time to her. I see what you mean. But what about the party and everything? Not like I was gonna miss it. Just needed to get to know my one and only. That's true, but Luna Madeline came rushing to us, ushering Jeremy's mate to us. I'm so happy for you, Jeremy. You finally get to experience the wonders a mate bring you. On top of that, we can continue with your transition to becoming the alpha. She chatted excitedly. I know, Mom, but let's discuss the alpha business later. I just want to be happy. To be with my Blair right now. Oh, Blair. Is that her name? What a beautiful name. Jeremy started. Yes, she is my name. She interrupted. Is Blair racing? It's a pleasure to meet you. Luna? Oh, nonsense. No need to call me Luna, especially seeing how, in a few days, that will be your title. It's Madeline. Luna Madeline turned around, then called for her mate. John, get your ass over here. Come meet your son's mate. I looked beside me when I felt a tug at my side. Daniel was looking at me, signaling for us to go. I followed his lead and took his hand, guiding us away from Jeremy and the whole commotion around him. After we were a good distance, he leaned in and said, Don't want to interfere with their family moment. Besides, you still have to meet some pack members. He guided me to a group of people, 3 guys, 1 girl. As we approached, they stared at us, looking slightly surprised. Hey Daniel, long time no see, said a guy with brown hair. Lauren, this is Tristan. Besides him with the blonde hair is Kale. Then Mr. Short punk over there with the dyed red hair is Wesley. And last but not least, to our agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As he said her name, she smiled at me warmly. Hey, I'm not short or a punk. Red guy grumbled. Not his name, but feels easier to call him that. Daniel laughed. Whatever you say. Punk. Hey, why don't you bully someone your own size? Stop messing with the kindergarteners. Kel contributed to the teasing, a smile on his face. You are also immature. So, Daniel, why don't you introduce us to your mate? Tristan said before looking over to me, and suddenly all their eyes were on me expectantly. Daniel pulled me closer so I was touching his side. As you already know, she's my mate, Nora Ann Arrington. You got a hot one. Man, Cale smirked. And this hot one is mine, so keep your eyes off. Daniel growled slightly. If she was yours. Cale smirked. Then where's her mark? Daniel glared at him. I wrapped an arm around his side, gently brushing my hand up down. He took a deep breath and calmed down. Cale, you know you don't mess with another wolf's mate. Are you trying to get your head bitten off? Raquel said, her arms crossed over her chest. Daniel smirked. You're just trying to mess with me, aren't you? Cale smiled. Got you. You guys have talked enough. I want to know what Lauren has to say. Raquel interrupted, looking over to me with beautiful hazel eyes. Oh, no, it's fine. I really don't have anything to say. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not even any embarrassing stories about Daniel to share with us. Cale smirked. I smiled back. There was this one time when we were sleeping. He was hugging a pillow thinking it was me. In his sleep he said, Lauren, you're so home. Before I could finish, Daniel covered my mouth with his hand. Oh, why would you tell them that? He said frantically. I laughed, or as much as I could with his hand covering my mouth. I removed his hand from my mouth, but after I finished he held onto my hand, holding it in his own. I don't know if this makes any sense, but my chest felt warm. My entire body felt warm. He was just holding my hand, but I felt loved. Lucky, you found your mate. I still haven't found her even though I'm older than you. Tristan complained. Your day will come one day. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Daniel conceded. Hey, don't talk as if you're older than me. You may be older, but I'm more experienced. Daniel teased. Not as much experience as little Wesley, though. He found his mate last year. Daniel sighed. The preschooler beat me to it. Hayward shouted. He was the kind to let himself be made fun of. We talked for some more time with this group of pack members, and they began to grow on me. Slowly, the sun started to set. Daniel introduced me to a few more people, but once the sun was almost set, music started playing and people gathered at the dance floor. You guys should have a dance. I'm going to look for my mate so we can join in. A lady Daniel introduced me to. Haley. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go look for Uriel. As she left, Daniel took a step towards me, looking into my eyes. In the dark of the night, his eyes stood out. Their deep blue color was shining under the few stars in the young sky. Softly, he asked me, how about a dance with me, my princess? I extended my hand to take his. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He led me to the group of people, couples and friends, dancing to the music. We found a spot, and as a slow song played in the background, I admitted, I'm not really good at dancing. I have to right feet. Daniel chuckled. Don't worry. Me neither. Let's just go with the flow and move to the music together. He gently pulled me closer, resting his hands on my waist. My hands found their place on his shoulders. Though we struggled to find our rhythm at first, we eventually synced, moving together slowly from side to side. I rested my face on his chest and closed my eyes. The warmness in my heart was growing, and even though the night was cold, I was warm. He placed a kiss on the top of my head. "Thank you for being by my side, my princess. It might not seem like a big deal, but to me it means everything that you are beside me, as my mate, as my partner." His warm words touched my heart, and I had the strong urge to kiss him, and so I did. I raised my head and leaned up, softly pressing my lips on his. We stopped moving as he responded to my kiss, gently and tenderly. The sensation on my lips made my body relax onto his. He slowly pulled his lips back from mine, his warm hand resting on my face. Softly, "Thank you for everything you've given me." Chapter 31 marked. Daniel and I were in his room, our feet tired from standing for 8 hours straight. It was past midnight, and most people were still outside partying. However, we decided to head home early. The first thing he did was take off his shoes and throw himself onto the bed. I did the same. Both of us didn't even bother to change our clothes. "How are your feet?" he asked me, rolling onto his side so he could look into my eyes. "How about yours?" "Same." He sat up and offered, "How about a foot massage?" "Are you sure? My feet are probably all gross from wearing shoes for such a long time. If I can do anything to make you feel even a little bit better, I will. Even if I have to suck some stinky toes." He said the last part with a playful smirk. "EWW," I said, and then laughed at his generous offer. "Anyways, bring those smelling toes over here." He joked around. I nudged him playfully. "They do not smell like cheese." His teasing satisfying him, he reached for my feet, gently moving his hands so that he applied pressure to my feet. The gentle pressure helped tease the soreness. After he finished with the first foot, he moved on to the second. "You're really good at this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Slightly surprised, I used to give my mom a massage whenever she was feeling tired or stressed. I smiled slightly. "That was nice of you. She did a lot for me. It was the least I could do. Daniel is such a kind person. And she is so amazing. I can't believe I got lucky enough to have him as my mate." After he finished, "Would you like one too? Just on my shoulders for a little bit." I nodded and sat behind him on the bed, while he sat down, facing away from me. I was on my knees to get a better angle. "Just so you know, I'm not very good at this," I admitted. "Don't worry about it. Just apply some pressure. If you're doing it, I know we'll enjoy it." I smiled at his comment. I began to massage his shoulders gently. "Just a little more pressure," he said softly. I did as he said, and noticed he closed his eyes. "Is that good?" I asked as I looked down at his dark brown locks. "Perfect." My eyes traveled from his head to the back of his neck. I stopped for a moment and carefully leaned down to press a soft kiss on the side of his neck. He jumped suddenly and turned around to look at me. "Oh, sorry if that bothered you. Not at all," he said quietly. "The opposite. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Before I realized what was going on, he had me pinned on the bed. I believe we had something pending. "My princess." His deep blue eyes stared at me intensely, making me melt under his gaze. I suddenly became aware of my breathing, which had become labored as thoughts from earlier played through my head. I watched intently as Daniel's eyes wandered to my lips, his expression clearly showing his desire. He lowered his face towards mine, my lips parting instinctively in want and anticipation. Sparks ignited my body as he pressed his lips against mine, first with caution, then with a sudden urge. My breath caught when he pressed his warm lips against my neck, leaving a trail of goosebumps as he peppered kisses along my skin. His lips reunited with mine, this time more demanding than the first. He parted my lips with his tongue as my hand snaked around the back of his neck. He softly moaned against my lips, causing me to feel a warm sensation in between my legs. At this point, my wolf had pushed through and my instincts had taken over. As we kissed, his hand slowly began to travel up my thigh and under my dress. I tightly gripped onto his shoulders as he caressed my skin. His hand left the inside of my dress and traveled up my back until he found the zipper. He stopped and looked at me seriously with darkened eyes. "Are you sure about this?" he asked in a wildest. Breathlessly, I replied, "Yes, I am," before pulling his body against mine. The need to have him close was driving me insane. I heard his breath falter as his body made contact with mine. He abruptly sat up, then pulled me up so I was facing him. "Turn around," he ordered hoarsely. I did as he said, turning around so I was facing away from him. My skin felt like it was on fire as he gently touched my back to bring the zipper down. He peeled the dress off my shoulders before trailing his fingers down my bare back, causing me to shudder. The bed creaked as he moved off the bed. He extended his hand to me and I took it. After I stood in front of him, the dress fell to the ground, leaving me half naked. His darkened eyes trailed down my body, causing a low growl to emit from his throat. He took a step towards me, resting his hands on my hips. His head leaned backwards as he groaned slightly, wrapping both his arms around me in a passionate embrace. His lips smashed onto mine as we completed the mating process, both our hearts and bodies fulfilled. Chapter 30. Bath time. I rolled over in bed to be pulled back by a pair of strong arms. I giggled slightly, still feeling sleepy. Daniel was laying behind me, his arms wrapped around me. He began planting soft, innocent kisses on my neck. If I was still feeling groggy, I would be ready for round 2. I reached for my neck only to feel the 2 indications of our actions last night. Normally, I would be overthinking and believe that I made a mistake, but I was gonna let myself enjoy this today. Daniel is my mate. This is normal. I pried Daniel's arms off my waist and positioned myself on top of him. I smiled at his sleepy appearance. His hair was a mess and his eyes were still adjusting. I couldn't stop smiling at the person below me. He was absolutely amazing. I leaned down to kiss him, which he instantly responded to. He groaned softly as his hands found their way onto my waist. "What are you trying to do to me so early in the morning?" he mumbled sleepily against my lips. "New, I think," I said innocently, stretching out the O. I kissed his cheek before getting up and out of bed. "Hey, get back over here," he whined adorably. "Sorry, I got a shower," I teased as I made my way to the bathroom. He got up and stood next to me in the blink of an eye. "Let's make that a bath," he said with a smirk. I asked with a raised brow. "Yes, in joining you." He opened the bathroom door for me. I stepped in first, and he closed the door behind us. Daniel got the bath water going for us. "Do you like it hot? Cold?" To my agent extraordinaire, Martin Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who likes the bath cold? Just making sure. Hot, if you don't feel like you're on fire, then is it even a bath? I said playfully. Daniel laughed softly. Good to know that we see it the same way. While that gets ready, he stood up and made his way to me. How about we go for another round of what we did last night? Before I knew it, I was pinned against the bathroom wall, both hands above my head. The wall was cold, but I could also feel my body becoming hot. I realized just how strong the mate bond was now that we marked each other. I felt his arousal as if it was my own. I melted under him as he kissed my neck. He kissed my jaw, and my legs went weak. I could feel my eyes glazing over as my wolf asked for more. The hot water began to steam up the bathroom, making everything feel 10 times hotter. "Daniel," I tried to say his name, but it came out as a moan. He growled softly as his grip on my hands tightened. He pushed his body against mine as he slammed his lips onto mine. Daniel picked me up, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. He slowly walked me over to the bath. Our kiss was broken, and before I could even realize what was happening, Daniel dropped me into the bathtub. I was in shock as I sat in the bathtub, my clothes soaked. I looked up at Daniel, and he was bursting with laughter. He started but kept laughing. "I'm sorry, princess, but that was the perfect opportunity." I quickly stood up and attempted to pull Daniel into the tub with me. He continued laughing and said, "Sorry, princess, but I'm not getting my clothes soaked." "Well, see about that." I opened my arms and said, "Daniel, how about a hug now?" "No," he shouted as he began to run away. I jumped out of the tub and ran after him, careful not to slip with my wet feet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That gives me an idea. As I was running after him, I slipped and fell hard on my ass. I fell intentionally, but that hurt weighing all that I thought it would. I pretended to fall backwards and closed my eyes as I lay on the wet floor. Daniel stopped and came running to me. "Lauren, are you okay?" He held my face in both his hands. "Lauren," he shouted worriedly, but then he whispered into my ear, "Stop faking. I know you're just pretending." I quickly got up and playfully smacked him in the head. "Hey, how do you know I was faking it?" I complained. "Princess, I can hear your breathing and your heart pumping normally. On top of that, I felt your excitement when I got closer to you." Daniel chuckled, smiling at me. "I'm sorry for getting you wet," he asked as he stuck out his hand to me. I took it, and he helped me up. Just as he was about to put away, I pulled him into me, getting his shirt slightly wet. "You know, this isn't so bad if I get to hug you." He gently placed a kiss on my cheek. That was sweet, but I'm not done with him yet. I didn't fall here randomly. I swiftly pushed Daniel into the tub. I laughed when I saw him fall into the water and get completely soaked. He took my hand and pulled me in with him. I didn't mind, since I was already soaked. We were laughing together as we sat in the hot water. He smiled at me as he brushed my wet hair out of my face. "I think it's time we actually take a bath. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I responded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Let me help you," he said as he helped me take off my shirt that was stuck to my skin. He pulled my shirt over my head and stared intensely at my body. I tried not to be embarrassed, but it was hard, even if he had already seen me fully naked last night. I felt his arousal growing through the mate bond, but I could tell he was trying to push it down. "It'll help you too." I pulled his shirt over his head and placed it on the edge of the tub. We both decided it was best to leave our underwear on. It was definitely a good idea. He took some shampoo and began washing my hair. I closed my eyes at the pleasant feeling. I was still using his shampoo. I haven't got a change to get my own, and last time I went back to Raphael's house it didn't go well. I didn't mind, since I loved his scent. He seemed to like it as well. When he finished, he washed off the shampoo by pouring water over my head. He began to wash his own hair, but I offered to do it. I took the bottle from him and poured a small amount onto my hand. With both my hands, I began massaging it into his hair. It was nice, doing this, and he looked so cute when he squeezed his eyes shut. I smiled and continued to wash his hair. Chapter 33 Wolves. I was laying on Daniel's bed while he was in some sort of meeting. After our shower, we went to get breakfast. We were feeling lazy today, so we just got some instant noodles. Daniel was called to a meeting. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So I just went back to his room. I had nothing to do, so I just started sketching on some random paper I found in Daniel's room. However, I had little inspiration, so I just decided to go outside. It was a little windy, but nothing too cold. I went down the trail Daniel had taken me through last time. The forest was absolutely beautiful and the fresh air was amazing. "Let me out for a run. I haven't been out in ages." "Are you kidding? Last time you almost ate my best friend. It would have happened if you had let me out more. It's bad to keep me locked in for so long. The first time I shifted, there was a really bad accident. No way am I willingly let you out again. It'll be worse if I forcefully shift." You shift now, it'll let you be in control. But if anything bad happens, I'm never shifting again. It may not be a good idea, but I have been fighting back my wolf Alex from trying to shift for a long time. It's been causing her to feel trapped, and it's not easy on me either to be holding back my wolf. I took off my clothes, which was really just one of Danielle's shirts and a pair of shorts. It felt weird being naked in the middle of the forest. I don't think I would ever get used to this. And what if someone sees me? That would be really embarrassing and awkward. I closed my eyes and let Alex take control. She jumped at the opportunity. I instantly felt my bones begin to shift and reform into a wolf's. This transformation was nearly as painful as the last one, and it was over much quicker. Besides a very uncomfortable feeling, I didn't feel much pain. I looked down to see some silverish, dog-like paws, except much bigger. It was strange. Being in wolf form, I walked forward slowly, getting used to the feeling. Try running. You'll see how fun it is. I'm barely getting used to walking as a wolf and you want me to run. You're not going to die. Just go for it. We have better reflexes than you think. I looked ahead and broke into a run. I was amazed at how fast these legs could carry me. And Alex was right. I was dodging trees left and right. Before I even knew they were in front of me, wind was hitting my face. And I had to say this was one of the best feelings in the entire world. I felt so free, so relaxed. Any problem I had was left miles behind me. I started running faster and faster, lost in this pleasant feeling. I stopped when I came across a small creek. I took in the view as I stood before the rushing water. It was surrounded by a beautiful greenery and many large rocks. My wolf was panting, so I decided to have a drink of the water. As I looked up, I realized that I had no reason to be afraid before. I should have a little more trust in my wolf. As long as we can meet each other in the middle. There was a feeling of inner peace within me right now. I felt so small seeing how big the forest was, how it stretched for miles. My mind was at ease, and a part of me started to wish for us to stay here forever. However, the mark on my neck was pulling me in the other direction, wanting to reunite with my other half. I closed my eyes and took in a last breath of fresh air, listening to the gentle flow of water. I opened my eyes, and I immediately took off as fast as my legs could carry me. The wind whipped at my face softly as I brushed past hundreds of trees. I felt the distance between me and Daniel decreasing, until I heard a familiar voice in my head. Stay where you are. I came to a sudden halt. How did that voice get in my head? Am I hearing things? Even though I was stopped, I could feel Daniel getting closer very quickly. He told me to stay where I was. But how? Was it mind link? He told me he hadn't mastered it yet. I looked to the direction where I could feel him coming from. A large wolf came into sight, running full speed at me. It had a hazel-brown coat with patches of black and white. His ears were pointed upward, and had a small snout for a wolf its size. The thing that struck to me the most were the wolf's clear blue eyes. That was definitely my Daniel. In a split second, Daniel tackled me to the ground in his wolf form. Playfully, he started to lick my face and ears. I laughed on the inside at the cute image. His wolf looked excited to see me, probably more excited to see my wolf though. I knocked him over, which started a wrestling match with our wolves. He softly bit my ear. In response, I rubbed my head against his, cuddling into his wolf. He gently bumped my nose with his and looked at me up close. Too bad we can't kiss in wolf form, I heard him say in my head. I completely forgot about the mind link thing until now. How is he doing that? Can I communicate with him in return? I nudged him softly and gave him a questioning look. I think he understood what I was trying to say because he responded. Oh, because we completed the mating process, it's easier for us to mind link with one another and communicate with each other. I can't do it with other wolves yet. Just you. Does that mean I could do it too? I tried to project my thoughts to him, so we can communicate without having to talk out loud now. Yeah, basically, he responded. Yeah, it worked. His wolf seemed to smile. Of course it works. Princess, are you where it's supposed to hear that? You just need to get used to it. You'll get the hang of it, and eventually be able to do it with other wolves," he said to me as his wolf snuggled against me. He laid down on the grass, but I nudged him. "Did you want to go for a run?" He closed his eyes at his head on his front paws. "No," he responded. "We just wanted to see you." I smiled and laid down next to his wolf. He was so adorable. We lay together until idea. Quickly, I shot up, startling Daniel. "Narrate. You sure about that? I've ran with my wolf many more times than you have." Even though they were just his thoughts, I could hear the cockiness coming through. I didn't even give him any time to prepare or a response. I quickly said, "Ready, set." I took off, but it didn't take him long to start running too. I dodged trees left and right, occasionally looking back to check on his progress. Experience my ass. I'm way faster than him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Time to take this seriously. Sorry, princess. Before I could even turn to look at him, Daniel zoomed past me, immediately creating a huge gap between us. No way. I picked up speed as my legs moved faster and took bigger steps. My wolf continued to chase after him, attempting to catch up. I looked at him, the one who once gently protected me, now piercing my abdomen with a cold blade. He betrayed me, our family, and even his own conscience. Yet, I still loved him. Chapter 30 for boyfriends. Well, this is awkward. Many people were gathered around me and Daniel on our way to the car, staring at us in shock. His dad, who I had to meet in this awkward situation, Jeremy, Lucas, Blair, Luna, Madeleine, and a few other wolves from the pack. Awkwardly, I rubbed the back of my neck, which was a bad idea. I drew more attention to the recent mark, so every onus eyes fell upon it once again. Jeremy came up to me and wrapped an arm around my shoulder, like he does to Daniel and Lucas. "You guys got real busy last night, didn't you?" he teased with a wide smirk. I looked away, embarrassment showing on my face. Daniel quickly unwrapped Jeremy's arm from my shoulder and protectively pulled me into him. I heard a low growl emerge from his throat. "Jeremy," Madeleine smacked him on the back of the head, "as if you're E1 to talk. You marked this lovely young lady not even a day after meeting her." Blair crossed her arms at the attention that was now drawn to her. He grumbled, but kept quiet afterwards. Eliza approached us with a smile on her face. "I'm glad you and my son have united as partners. I wish the best for you two." A smirk formed on her face. "But make sure you save the kids for after high school." Madeleine, Daniel's dad, and a few others chuckled. "Mom, really?" Daniel groaned. "She has a point," his father added. He looked over at me and continued, "I don't think we've been properly introduced, but you can call me Keen Anne. No need for any titles. Your E-family." "Thank you. Now hurry up and get to school." Madeleine ushered us into the car. "Good luck at school, losers." Blair smirked, her arms crossed in contempt. It must be nice to be finished with high school already. She graduated last year and will be turning 19 soon. Jeremy drew her into him by her hips. His face fell into her neck, and he mumbled, "I wish I could stay with you." Blair had a mischievous look on her face. "That's always an option." Madeleine raised an eyebrow. Jeremy leaned down for a kiss. Not wanting to part from her, he pulled her body closer, but she broke away. "See, I'm on. You baby. We can see each other later." Jeremy frowned, but gave her a peck on the cheek and got into the driver's seat. "Romeo, you're making us late," Daniel teased from beside me. "You're not the one who had to say goodbye to your mate." Jeremy huffed as he started the car. Lucas, who was sat quietly in the passenger's side, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At least you guys have your mates. I've never heard him complain before. That's true. Daniel pulled me closer to him. I'm lucky to have found my beautiful princess. You'll get M one day. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jeremy chimed in. Your mum's dog has been looking pretty this past few days. Maybe you'll have a shot. Lucas nudged Jeremy. Daniel. Jeremy. And I burst out laughing. The thought of him in wolf form trying to seduce the dog Rosie kept me laughing even more. It was funny seeing this side of Lucas, and it was nice knowing that he was warming up to me. When we arrived at school, I stopped and looked over at Daniel. He noticed, and asked, "What is it?" Lauren. I reached over and grabbed his hand, intertwining our fingers together. He looked surprised for a second. "Is this okay? You don't mind doing this at school? You're my boyfriend, so I don't see why not," I affirmed, a soft smile resting on my face. I noticed a small blush creep onto his face. It was the most adorable thing ever. I pinched his cheek before standing on my tiptoes to give it a kiss. He pulled up his hoodie to cover his face and began walking without me. I chuckled, smiling to myself. It was nice seeing him be embarrassed like this. I wish it would happen more often. We walked hand in hand towards the school. Jeremy and Lucas had left us long ago, so it was just the two of us. Since we had a bit of time before class, we decided to walk around together, trying to spend as much time together as possible before we had to part. We ended up in the lunch area and decided to take a shortcut back through a grass path at the edge of the school. You like those? Eating snails is nasty. I made a disgusted face at Daniel, which resulted in him pinching both my cheeks just like I did to him not too long ago. "Have you even tried it?" He raised an eyebrow at me. "No, but I don't need to. That's so gross." Daniel crossed his arms. "You can't say anything until you try them." Our conversation came to a sudden stop when we came across Julian and Roland, hugging and kissing, with their tongues down each other's throats. I froze and looked at Daniel, who was looking at me with the same expression. We both looked back at them, but I quickly turned back to Daniel. "Your holy eyes." I reached over and quickly covered Daniel's eyes with my hand. "Lauren, princess, you do realize that we have done worse, right? The other day, don't say it out loud." Daniel removed my hand from his face. We both realized that Julian and Roland were now staring at us, in the same position we had last seen them. The shock in their eyes was evident. "Oh shit," I heard Julian mutter under his breath. "Don't mind us. Please, continue," I told innocently. Roland awkwardly rubbed his arm. He looked extremely embarrassed. I took Daniel's hand and approached them. "So you ray gay?" I asked Julian. "So you way straight?" He imitated my tone, signaling to Daniel. I narrowed my eyes at him, touched Julian, and I chuckled. I thought back to the time Julian introduced Roland to us. Something about it seemed off, and they were really awkward about it. He seemed hesitant, like he was holding something back. "I'm guessing this is why. Why did you introduce him as your friend and not as your boyfriend?" I asked him. "Well," he looked over at Roland, took his hand, and continued. "Not many people are okay with gay relationships. We didn't want to have to go through any of that bullshit. Plus, no one knows I'm gay. Well, except for him. Obviously, you could have told us." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That doesn't matter to me. Hell, Carly has made out with a girl before. "What? No way," Julian exclaimed, shocked about my revelation. "Are you for real?" Daniel looked at me, equally as surprised. I nodded. "Third year of high school. We were at a party. It was freaking hot," were her exact words about it. I laughed to myself. Oh, how I miss that girl. Good to know we're not alone. Huh, Julian nudged Roland. Well, this isn't something you need to hide from us. And don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I say us, but we're not on good terms right now. I hope that, someday, Carly can find it in her heart to forgive me. Thanks. Horen. What did you say? Daniel stepped forward and glared at Julian. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If I didn't have a boyfriend to totally steal him away from you. Julian wiggled his eyebrows at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Roland raised an eyebrow at Julian. I'm kidding. You know I love you. He pulled Roland into his side. Daniel looked at me. What's this narrate about? Don't worry about it. It's just an narrate Carly used to call me. I'm totally okay with it. I smiled slightly. We're going to class now. Make sure you tell me all the details about your boy toy later. Oh, and feel free to use our make-out spot. He winked at us before turning around and leaving with Roland. I looked at Daniel and said, we should get to class too. As I was gonna begin to walk, he took my hand and pulled me back. He had a smirk on his face and said, he said we can take their make-out spot. But that doesn't mean. Daniel picked me up and wrapped my legs around his waist, pushing me against the wall. Doesn't mean what? He whispered against my lips. I smashed my lips against his. Immediately, he kissed me back desperately, pressing his body against mine. He groaned into my lips before kissing the mark he made on my neck and running over the skin with his tongue. Closing my eyes at the feeling. We're definitely getting to class late. Chapter 35 Surprise attacked Daniel. Jeremy and Lucas were sitting with me at the table. My eyes traveled around the cafeteria looking for a short, energetic brunette. She didn't appear to be here. Wondering if we would continue being like this forever. Daniel must be noticed. He took my hand into his under the table and gave me a concerned look. I squeezed his hand and forced a small smile. He knew something was up but didn't question me. Isn't it crazy? We're almost done with this hellhole. A few more weeks and we're done with school. Jeremy jabbered excitedly. I don't know why they make us come here in the first place. Lucas added. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's a waste of time. Well, Daniel began. It's kind of babysitting while our parents do their important business. Yeah, like make more kids while we're not home, Jeremy remarked. Daniel raised a brow. The only one here with any siblings is Lucas. What? No way. I didn't know that. I exclaimed. Lucas looked over to me. Yeah, she's a few years younger than us. I'm surprised I've never met her. She sticks around to his parents a lot and doesn't like to go out too much. Daniel explained. I nodded. Oh, I see. It would be nice to meet her. I wonder how much she resembles Lucas. They're pretty similar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If he puts on a wig, he'll look just like her. Jeremy grinned. Before Lucas could respond, the fire alarms started going off. Chatter escalated in the cafeteria as everyone either went into panic or started making jokes about the situation. Some students immediately stood up, running to the nearest exit. A click echoed through the cafeteria before we heard a voice through the speakers. This is not it real. Everyone cautiously make your way to the outside key area. No pushing or shoving. I repeat, this is not it real. Immediately, Daniel grabbed my arm. The four of us looked at each other before we quickly started making our way outside. I'm not sure why, but I had a bad feeling about this. The smell of smoke started to reach my nose, meaning that the fire was nearby. Daniel, Jeremy, and Lucas also noticed due to our heightened senses. If we could smell smoke, it must mean the fire was pretty bad. What the hell happened? Jeremy spoke under his breath. Daniel held on to me tightly. making sure we don't get separated from each other. Other students were pushing to get out first, despite the announcement to avoid exactly that. Just as we were about to exit, I hear faint yelling. Immediately, I stopped walking. Students pushed past me, fighting to get outside. The boys stopped with me, looking at me in confusion. I focused in on the sound, blocking out the commotion going on around me. When I heard whose voice it was, I immediately broke into a run, going the opposite direction everyone was heading. No, Daniel pulled me back to him. Where are you going? Daniel, my friends are in danger. You don't hear that? She's calling out to Nathan right now. I cried out. He looked at Jeremy and Lucas for a second. You're right. It sounds like someone's in trouble. Jeremy muttered. I have to go find her. Daniel's eyes held a worried gaze, his eyebrows creasing together. It could be dangerous. I won't let you go. Or at least let me go with you. I grabbed his hand and began pulling him towards me. Let's go quickly. Daniel looked back to Lucas and Jeremy. You guys go outside where it's safe. Jeremy nodded. Good luck. Daniel nodded back. And then we quickly took off. We were pushing past many students, running in the opposite direction. Slowly, the number of students we encountered started to lessen until it was just me and Daniel running through the hallway. Smoke started to become visible. We were getting closer to the source of the fire. We quickly stopped when we heard coughing. A hooded boy WSS collapsed on the floor. I could recognize him anywhere. Evan was coughing uncontrollably on the floor, tears gathering around his eyes. Evan. I quickly ran over to him, helping him up. Evan. What's wrong? In between cough, he managed to say. I have asthma. I quickly looked over at Daniel, giving him a worried expression. He looked at me and back at Evan. Do you have an inhaler? He asked Evan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm into nurse's office. Evan, Daniel and I will get it for you. We'll be back as soon as we possibly can. He started wheezing, tightly clutching his chest. Daniel pulled me aside quickly. You're in. I can help him. You'll get his inhaler. You go help your friend. He seemed reluctant to part, but he knew Evan was the only one in danger right now. I smiled slightly. Thank you. Immediately, I ran in the direction I had previously heard my best friend's cries. Be careful, Daniel shouted from behind me. With my werewolf speed, I reached Carly in a matter of seconds. By the strong smell, I knew this was the source of the fire. Please, just get out of here. I heard Nathan's muffled voice coming from behind a door. No, I'm not leaving, Carly cried out. Her eyes were red, tear-stained, her cheeks and smudged her mascara. She was kneeling on the floor, banging against the door to the boys' bathroom. Without hesitation, I ran to her. I fell to the ground beside Carly and cupped her face in my hands. She began sobbing, wrapping her arms around me. HES stuck in there. You can't get out. I heard coughing from the other side of the door. The source of the fire was on the other side, meaning Nathan was trapped in there with a growing fire. Another voice called from the other side of the door. Please, get us out. It sounded panicked and scared. I quickly stood up and tried to pull down the handle for the door, only to pull back my hand quickly. The handle was extremely hot to the touch. I tried that already. Carly yelled as tears streamed down her face. I heard kicking from the other side of the door, but it didn't seem to work. You guys, can you stand back? I shouted to them. There's not much space. The fire spreading. The unfamiliar, panicked voice said urgently from the other side of the door. Just move away from the door. I'm gonna kick it down. I gave it a small kick at first, but it merely made a dent on the door. The second time, I didn't hold back any strength. The door was knocked off its hinges and sent flying into the flames, consuming the bathroom. Nathan and the other boy quickly ran out of the bathroom holding a cloth over their faces. The other boy didn't stop running. He ran out the building while Carly ran into Nathan's arms. When they embraced each other tightly, Carly finally relaxed. I'm glad you are both safe. But let's get the hell out of here, I urged them. Nathan seemed a little out of it, like he was close to passing out. I wrapped his arm around my shoulder and helped him down the hallway. He seemed to be losing strength. Somehow, he still managed to make a joke. Someone clearly hasn't skipped leg day. You demolished that door like it was nothing, he said weakly. I chuckled. Just focus on getting out of here for now. Carly looked at me knowingly. She wiped the tears from her face and took Nathan's other side, wrapping his arm around her shoulder just as I did. I almost choked when I was yanked back by my collar. Luckily Carly was holding on to Nathan, so he didn't fall. I let go when I felt myself being sent backwards. All I could see was Carly's concerned, petrified face when I was pulled away from them. I couldn't see who it was, but I had a very strong feeling I knew. Fear shook me to the bone, especially after what happened last time. However, I needed to make sure Carly and Nathan were safe. Carly, get out of here. Her face grew worried. But I can take care of this. Trust me. Hesitantly, she nodded. She turned and quickly began to walk Nathan to safety. Soon they were out of sight. Slowly, I turned around to meet an ice-cold stare. Before I could react, a blade pierced my stomach. Immediately, I felt a sharp pain as blood began to rush out. My face was struck by his fist, decorated with knuckle rings meant for fighting. Blood trickled down my lip as I fell to the floor. He hit me before I could even realize what was going on. He came out of nowhere, beating me just as easily as he did last time. Raphael injected something into my arm as I rolled over in pain. He easily picked me up and threw me over his shoulder, carrying me away from the scene. Chapter 36. Abducted. My body shivered. The floor was extremely cold and my body temperature was dropping quickly. My wolf was gone. It was like other times when she would be asleep or avoiding me. Her presence was completely gone. A shiver ran down my back, not just because I was freezing cold, but because I had no means to protect myself right now. I couldn't shift. I didn't have any of my heightened abilities, and I couldn't sense Daniel's wolf mind link with him. It was as if I was just an ordinary human. It was extremely difficult to see. The room was pitch black, but it seemed to be a basement of some sort. My hands were tied behind my back, which made it even harder to come up with a way to escape. I jumped when I heard a small, muffled noise. My heart accelerated, feeling as if it would beat out of my chest. I didn't know where the sound came from. All I knew was that someone else was in here with me. What could their intentions be? Considering the situation I was in, they were likely here to harm me. I had never been so terrified in my life. I got an impending feeling of doom as I tightly shut my eyes, at a loss of hope in this situation. Then, I heard sobbing. A woman was crying her eyes out a few feet away from me. I didn't know what was going on, but now I didn't think she was someone who was trying to harm me. Are you okay? My voice broke out. Suddenly, the crying stopped. There was a long pause before a shaky voice responded. Lauren. I knew who it was immediately from the voice. It was unusual hearing her voice like this. It was usually filled with such confidence, but now it was completely broken. All confidence gone. Blair, how did you get here? I went to go pick up my stuff from my part-time, but before I could get there I was shot with something. Some kind of injection. It killed my wolf. She's gone. She's gone forever, Blair managed to say, her voice faltering at the end. No way. Is that what I was injected with earlier? Is that what they did to my wolf? Is Alex dead? I began to panic as tears threatened to escape. How are you feeling? I asked Blair, not knowing what to say. I was just hoping I could comfort her in some way. Like shit. Like a part of me has died. Absolutely powerless. I couldn't see her, but I inched closer to the source of her voice until I reached her. She was sitting on the floor, leaning against a wall. I couldn't give her a hug, but I sat next to her shoulder to shoulder. She let me, and even put her head on my shoulder. I heard her soft sniffles as she tried to hold herself back from crying. A tear rolled down my cheek. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, for not being able to save you. As we both sat beside each other, comforting one another, I stared into the darkness trying to come to terms with this. I didn't know Blair for very long, but we were both in shock right now. I didn't feel when my wolf was dying, but I can sense that she's gone. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I hope that Daniel's okay. I hope that Carly and Nathan are okay. I hope then Evan and Eddie else is okay and safe. A door slammed open, allowing light to fill the pitch-black room. My eyes squinted at the sudden change. I first looked at Blair, who looked like an absolute mess. Her hair was tousled and her face stained with tears. Even Blair's eyes were puffy and her nose red. My attention turned to the source of light. A tall figure stood at the door. He has a disheveled image. Something about him struck out to me as ugly and gross, but I didn't recognize him and don't think I have ever seen him before in my life. He glared at Blair, the new alpha's bitch. She sat up straight and glared back at him. Fuck. She was trying to act tough, as if she was scared. He was in front of us in a matter of seconds. I watched in horror as he yanked her hair and forcefully pulled her head up to look at him. "I keep my mouth shut if I were you," he threatened. "I need to keep you alive until we kill for John. But that doesn't mean I can't break a few bones." His bloodshot eyes turned to me. He yanked my arm to pull me up. "Come with me now," I protested, kicking my leg so that he lets me go. He threw me across the room, my head smashing against a stone wall. I clenched my jaw and grunted in pain. I felt myself being picked up again. He dragged me out of the room, down a small hallway. My head was hot as blood began to drip down its side. I was taken to another stone room where I was roughly dropped onto the floor. A headache was beginning to bring pain to the frontal part of my head. Still, I looked up to see the guy leaving the room. My entire body froze when I saw Raphael. I attempted to back away, but struggled because of my tied hands. His eyes watched me coldly as I began to shake in terror. "Why are you on their side?" he asked abruptly in a gruff voice. "What?" I uttered under my breath, taken aback by what he asked me. His eyes narrowed at me. "Alpha Jonax all high and mighty, but Daichi is just cum piece of shit," he snarled. I glared at Raphael. I don't know him very well, but Alpha John is an amazing father and mate. He has done a good job of running the pack and has earned my respect. "You don't know what you're talking about," I shouted at him. I was furious at Raphael. He has caused me so much fucking pain. He has tormented me for years and nearly killed me. Raphael still has the audacity to badmouth the person who boldly led this pack for decades. The person who allowed me to integrate back into the pack and stay with his son, Daniel, and Lucas. I was visibly feeding Raphael's anger. "You did not me opposing him. You don't know anything. She is a shitty leader who only cares about himself. He sent two loyal pack members to their death." He paused for a moment. "He killed my sister and her mate." Chapter 37 Vengeance. My eyes went wide at his words. "What?" Though it came out as a whisper, he took a step towards me. "You don't want revenge for your parents." My mouth opened, but no words came out. I was speechless. When the shock settled, I was able to begin questioning him. "How can I trust what you're saying? I can tell you what really happened. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. You can even ask that an alpha and see what he has to say for himself. When he doesn't deny it, you'll see him right." Raphael spoke with a cold expression, and despite not wanting to believe that what he said is true, something told me he was lying. Still, I can't just take his word for this. When I didn't respond, he began explaining. "What you think is that your parents died in a car accident. That's the cover story they used. They were first attacked in the car, but that's not where they died. It would have been better if they did." Raphael paused, his face scrunched up before falling to a sad expression. I stiffened at the sight of this. It was hard to believe that Raphael still had emotions. He continued, "My sister and Fletcher were on a mission for the Alpha, but that coward omitted information from them. They thought they were going to deal with a problem at the boundary of our territory, but what the Alpha didn't tell them was that they would deal with a large group of rogues who were out for his blood. He was supposed to show up by himself so that his family was not harmed, but he sent your father in his place. Your mother was not supposed to go with him, but she insisted that she wanted to accompany him. A small gasp escaped my mouth. My pulse increased as the shocking revelation registered into my brain. Did Jeremy's dad really send my dad to his death? They didn't even make it before they were out. The rogues knew your father was not the Alpha, so they took them and tortured them to get information. They were foolishly loyal to their pack and eventually died. Tortured to death. I was completely speechless as tears began to form around the brims of my eyes. My parents, who did nothing but love and be kind to others, were brutally tortured. My heart ate as I imagined everything they could have possibly been through. Raphael simply turned, looking away from me solemnly. This was the most emotion I had seen from him since their death. He came up to me and eyed my hands. I got up and ran my fingers over my bruised wrists. Your wolf has been suppressed, but she has not gone permanently. It will take a few days until she can return, unless you join me and I give you a reversal serum. Not dead. I was surprised, since I was so sure she was gone for good. Unlike the other girl, we gave you a temporary wolf suppressor, so Blair's wolf is really gone. I want you to join me and the other rogues. We plan to eliminate the former Alpha and his son. Wait a minute, so you're telling me that you're working with rogues? The very animals that tortured my parents. These are a different set of rogues. Those good-for-nothings were killed not long after my sister died. We all have our own reasons for wanting revenge on the Alpha family. What if I don't join you? His face hardened. I shove you back into that stupid basement and kill your wolf for good, then kill the other girl. I'm doing this with or without you. But if you join us, we can both get revenge from my sister. Raphael was out of his mind if he thought I was joining him. Don't get me wrong. I'm upset with the former Alpha, but the new Alpha is Jeremy, and I hope that he will be a better leader. He's my friend, my Alpha, and I don't want to put him in danger. And Daniel, he treats me like I'm the most precious thing to ever exist. He is my mate. I don't want him to be put in harm's way. No way in hell am I helping you. I declare firmly. His eyes narrowed at me. Any emotion he showed earlier left his face. You're being foolish. You're the foolish one if you really think I would help you. Raphael raises a hand to forcefully grab my face. I attempt to move out his hold, but to no avail. I was no match to his strength when I had my wolf, so I had no chance of winning in a fight right now. I'd think about it if I were you. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Major Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You have a lot to lose. He let go of my face and abruptly threw me over his shoulder. I didn't even try protesting at this point. As much as his touch disgusted me, I was powerless against him. Eventually, we reached the basement I was in before. He put me down, more gently than I expected him to. He pushed me inside and said, "Think about what I told you," before slamming the door shut. I shivered as the darkness of the room enveloped me once again. I wondered why he was so bent on getting me to join him. Maybe it was because he knew that I have information on the leaders of the pack, that they let me stay in one of their homes. Or maybe it's because I'm the only family he has left, and even if it's gone cold, he still has a heart. "Lauren," Blair whimpered, "are you okay?" "Don't worry. I'm fine." I took careful steps, making my way to the source of her voice. "I was worried something happened to you." Once I reached her, I sat next to her on the floor. Raphael never tied my hands again, so I untied the rope around her hands to set them free. "I'm all right." I lowered my voice to a whisper and spoke once again, "and I might have a way to get us out of here." I heard her breath hitch. She took the hint and began to whisper as well. "How? We were brought here by my uncle. He took a dark path and joined the rogues to harm Alpha John and his family now." She shrieked. "Jeremy, will he be okay?" I heard the worry in her voice. She just met her mate. It would be devastating to have him taken away already. I really hope so. My uncle plans to kill him, but he and the pack are strong. They know how to take care of themselves. She once again rested her head on my shoulder. Why is it that all we can do is hope? Is there really nothing we can do? I have a plan that will get us out of here. Remember, it'll warn our mates and the pack of wits to come. I feign confidence as I try to reassure her. Raphael is giving me a chance to warn everyone, and my only hope is that I get my wolf back in time to do so. Chapter 38. Cure days passed in the dark, where all we had was each other. Blair opened up about her parents. Her mother was from our pack, but her father was from another. Her mother joined her father's pack, but after he died they moved back to our small town. Her older brother chose to stay in their father's pack, so they have been separated for almost 3 years. Blair also told me about her new relationship with Jeremy. She told me about how Shess only known him for a few days, but to her it's felt like months. They already have a strong bond and are opening up to one another. Having conversations with one another helped make the situation easier to handle. Talking about Jeremy especially calmed her down. It put her at ease despite the stressful situation. What about you and Daniel? She asked me. I took a second to think about her question. It's been a long journey for us. Well, to be honest, I haven't made it easy for us. I kind of caused a lot of problems for him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Like what? I thought he was attracted to my best friend who had a crush on him, but it turns out it was me he was attracted to because he knew that he was my mate even before I turned 18. I sat in silence for a few seconds waiting for her response. Well, that's uncomplicated. Tell me about it. That's not even half of it. I also tried rejecting him and avoiding him, but eventually he held me hostage in their house. In reality, I could have left if I wanted to, but I just didn't want to leave his side. After spending some time together, I gave in. I knew I couldn't avoid him anymore, but I hid it from my friend. Oh, she commented, knowing where this was going. She was hurt when she found Shess still mad at me, but I just want her to talk to me again. I miss her. Blair chuckled softly. With all this drama you could write a book. Despite the situation. I know. Right. But you and Daniel are together now and seem happy. So I'm glad for you. I just hope you and your friend can work things out. Thank you. It means a lot. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I felt her shift a little before changing topics. By the way, what exactly is your plan to escape? My heart sank at her question. I would have to tell her that her wolf is dead but mine isn't. Raphael told me that my wolf isn't dead. She's only suppressed. I felt her straighten up and, if it was completely dark in here, I knew I would see the relief wash over her face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Does that mean, I'm sorry, they killed your wolf? She shrank beside me once again. No, it's okay, she said disappointedly. I shouldn't have expected anything. But keep telling me about your plan. Raphael said that the suppressant would wear off eventually, so I'm just hoping that it will wear off soon so that I can use the mate bond to contact Daniel. If that doesn't happen by tomorrow, I'm thinking of telling Raphael that he'll help him with his plan. Isn't that dangerous? Yeah, but it's the only thing I can do right now. We can't just sit in here waiting to either be killed or rescued. I could feel Blair shift beside me uncomfortably. It was the best plan, but it was all we had for now. I really hoped that it wouldn't come to this, but my wolf didn't come back no matter how much I prayed she would. As we waited for one of the rogues to check on us, I spent my last moments in this basement with Blair. I'm sorry that I'll be leaving you in here alone. They'll try to rescue you as soon as possible. I told her apologetically. I felt bad for leaving her here alone. Don't worry about me. Just be safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. despite knowing there was no guarantee for my safety. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will. Moments later, the door opened and light filled the dim basement. My eyes landed on the rogue who threw a tray of food onto the ground. It slid towards us, barely stopping before our feet. I hope you to fight over it like dogs, he remarked smugly, just as he was about to close the door. I called out to him. Wait. He paused and looked at me with disgust. What? I want to speak to Raphael now. He tried to close the door, but I called out once again. Please. Tell him I'll join him. I'll do what he wants. I just want my wolf back. The rogue eyed me suspiciously, but he agreed. Fine. Come with me. I stood up slowly. I was still in pain from the injuries I've obtained the past few days. As I walked through the mysterious hallway and up the flight of stairs, I looked around subtly to take note of which direction we were headed. I knew we were approaching the room Raphael and I previously had our conversation. I recognized the area from last time. After the rogue escorted me into the room. Wait for him here. He'll be back soon. And don't try anything. He'll be guarding right outside this door. He closed the door, enclosing me in the small room. Now that I got to look at it better, it was like a small office. After waiting around for a few minutes, my curiosity pushed me to wander around the room and inspect the things they had in here. They had a shelf of books, but one that stood out to me was called Werewolf Potions. I carefully pulled out the book and flipped through some pages. The book looked like it was hundreds of years old. The pages were turning yellow and some words were hard to read because they were beginning to fade. Not to mention that the book was handwritten with some drawings attached. As I looked through the pages, my face sank in horror. Werewolf greatest weaknesses, silver and wolfsbane. How to kill a werewolf wolf. How to mask your scent. And how to dispose of werewolves. There were all sections in this book. Its purpose was to find ways to harm wolves. That was its sole reason for existing. I quickly put the book away, not even wanting to look at it. My eyes fell to a small basket of syringes, bottles, and pills. I shakily picked up one of the syringes and saw the label X1047, Wolf Extermination. This must be what they gave to Blair. Then I froze as I came to a realization. I frantically began searching the syringes and tubes, looking for something that might bring back my wolf. Raphael said that they had a cure for bringing back my wolf. If I play into their plan, they might not give me the remedy right away, if at all. I came across a syringe that said X2401, remedy, but it didn't specify what kind of remedy. None of the other syringes or bottles were any kind of cures or remedies, but taking this would be a gamble. Hell, it might even kill me. I didn't even know if the cure was a real thing or if he just made it up. But my anxiety grew as I sit still contemplating this. Raphael could walk in any moment and my chance would be gone. I took a deep breath and made my decision. I slipped the syringe under the waistband of my jeans. Luckily it had a cap or else I would get stabbed by it with every step. I knocked on the door I came in from and the rogue opened the door cautiously. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked sharply, sounding irritated. Is Raphael coming back soon? It's been a while. Can't you just be patient? He has some business to take care of. He'll be back in 30 minutes. Then is it okay if I go to the bathroom meanwhile? Since you only let us go twice a day. I've been holding it since yesterday. I asked submissively, lowering my head to him. My attitude seemed to please him as it fed into his ego and made him feel better and stronger than me. Fine, but you filthy animals can't use our bathroom. Go to the basement bathroom. Good thing rogues are all stupid. Power-hungry idiots. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied softly, continuing to bow my head. I thought he was going to walk me to the bathroom and wait outside for me, but this rogue is more lazy and stupid than I thought. I made my way downstairs and walked past the bathroom, heading straight to the basement. I softly opened the door and saw Blair jump at the movement. I saw a wave of surprise, then relief wash over her. Since I knew this door could only be opened from the outside, I called her over to me so that the door wouldn't close. I motioned with my finger for her to be quiet. She quietly made her way over to me. I pulled out the syringe, showing her the label. She looked at me with wide, knowing eyes. Enthusiasm. In my hands I held the cure to getting my wolf back. Or at least I hope I do. I would have taken the injection sooner, but I wanted Blair to know that I was going to take it. Or what would become of me if this went wrong? As I uncapped the syringe, she signaled to herself, offering to give me the shot. I handed her the needle and tightly closed my eyes. She gently held my arm as the needle pricked my skin. I opened my eyes slowly, one at a time. I met Blair's eyes, which gave me an expectant look. Not feeling any different than before, disappointment began to wash over me. It must not have worked. I should feel something already. Right. But I spoke too soon. An immediate, sharp pain formed in my head. It began to spin, then pulse. I immediately dropped to the floor, my fingers gripping my hair as if it would ease any of the pain. Despite this, I tried my best to keep quiet so that the rogue wouldn't be alerted of this. Blair caught the door so that it wouldn't close, then knelt down beside me. "What's wrong?" I think that she mouthed to me, but it's hard to tell. Just as I thought the pain was easing up, a second wave of pain hit me twice as strong as the first. I couldn't help but grunt and whimper in pain. What is going on down there? Fuck. Blair picks me up and puts my arm around her shoulder. She rushes out of the basement, letting the door slam behind us. She should have just hid in the basement and pretended like she didn't know what was going on with me. Now she's going to get hurt too. I heard the rogue's footsteps coming down the stairs and I knew it was over. I couldn't even stand on my own. What good would I be in this situation? A familiar voice echoed in my throbbing head. You can't do anything. But I can. Alec's strong presence overwhelmed me. I could feel her itching to take over, so I happily let her. Extra, panic Daniel's POV, I run to the hallway, carrying the frail boy out of the school. He seemed too weak to run, even after giving him his inhaler, so this was my only option. I reach the outside, but my heart sinks when I see Jeremy and Lucas standing outside. Alone, without Lauren. I deliver the boy to some teachers who should know what to in this situation and quickly run over to them. "Where is she?" I ask frantically. "I'm sorry. She hasn't come out yet." Lucas responded solemnly. I immediately ran back inside. I don't care if I have to search through the flames. I'm not leaving here without her. I run around like a maniac looking for her, calling out her name. I begin to cough as the smoke gets thicker. The bad feeling settles at the pit of my stomach and washes over me. Something bad happened. I just know it. My heart nearly breaks when I see her two friends walking towards me. Why isn't she with them? I run up to them and ask, "Where is she?" The brunette wrinkles her eyebrows together and responds, "She well. She was with her uncle." What? My roar echoes in the hallway. She visibly shrinks at my voice. "Do you know what that monster has done to her? How could you leave her alone with him?" I shouted her, completely furious that they left my mate with that good-for-nothing rogue. I stop and breath for a second. I'm losing my cool when I need to be looking for her. "Where did you last see them?" I ask impatiently. She points to where she was coming from. "East hallway." I glance at her friend who is barely hanging onto her shoulder. He looks like HES passed out. "Get him to safety," I say before sprinting past them. "Make sure she's safe," she mutters softly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turn and run down the hallway, heading towards the east hall. However, I stop in my tracks as my body runs cold. I can't feel her anymore. Her presence. I can't feel her wolf. Our mate bond's been severed. A chill ran through my body as the warmth of her presence disappeared. I stumbled towards one of the walls to hold myself up. It burned my skin, but that didn't even begin to compare to the pain I'm feeling right now. I grab at the front of my hair as tears run down my face. Lauren. She's gone. I just want to shrink up into a ball and disappear. My heart aches at the thought of her no longer being by my side. The person I treasure most in this world. At one point, I didn't even realize that I was still surrounded by smoke, a few feet away from the flames. I don't know how long I've been here for, but I was pulled back to reality when Jeremy and Lucas dragged me out of the burning building. When they didn't find her body, they thought there was a possibility she might still be alive. Despite not feeling her wolf or her presence, I had to have some hope. I desperately wanted to believe that she was still alive, or else I would completely break down. I longed for her touch, her laugh, her embrace. Nothing in the world could ever replace the warmness and comfort she gave me. Not knowing where or how she was, or whether she was even alive, was torture. I hated myself for suggesting that we go different ways. I should have stayed by her side no matter what. I should have been there to protect her. A day of worry meant I extremely slow. It didn't help that we couldn't find anything about her uncle's whereabouts. All I wanted was to rip him to shreds. Just thinking about the fact that he hurt her or could be hurting her right now made me shake with anger. Everyone was caught off guard with her disappearance that they didn't stop to think that anything else might happen, or that someone else might get hurt. The day after her disappearance, Dare disappeared as well. Jeremy turned into a madman, throwing fits then crying his eyes out. He said his connection to her wolf was gone and that he could no longer feel her presence. It was the same thing I felt with Lauren, but again they didn't find her body or anything. Now things were serious. It was just one pack member who disappeared. Now it was a pack member and a new Luna. The former Alpha and Jeremy gathered all the people in power and all the warriors. They ordered them to search the lands for the Luna and my mate. Although there were no confirmations, we suspected it was the rogues who targeted us weeks ago. They were after the Alpha lineage. They wanted to hurt Jeremy and his father. Blair was just caught in the crossfire. I'm not sure what part Lauren's uncle plays in this, but I'm going to kill him if I ever get my hands on him. I had so many regrets. I wished I would have taken the rogues more seriously, but I was clouded by my worry for Lauren when she got shot because of me. I also should have stayed by her side that day instead of letting her go alone. I should have been a better Delta, but more importantly a better mate. Jeremy and I grew restless past and nothing came up about our mates. Every lead turned into a dead end. Eventually we realized that we were in the dark with no clues and no solid evidence. The more days that passed, the more hope slipped away from me, until her warm presence made me feel complete once again. If I was in a meeting with Jeremy, Lucas, my father, and the former Alpha and Beta, I would have cried on the spot. I was overwhelmed with relief when our mate bond was restored. She and her wolf were alive. However, just because she was alive didn't mean she was safe. I immediately stood up, interrupting the former Alpha. I apologize for the interruption, but this is urgent. The mate bond between Laura and I has been re-established. She's alive. I can take us to her. Jeremy shot me a worried expression. He must not have felt the reconnection with his mate. Former Alpha John spoke right away. Quick, gather some warriors. We're retrieving the girl and your Luna. Chapter 39 on my tail. Something was different this time. As Alex slammed the rogue into the wall, I felt like we were both in control. Not just her. She wanted to kill him, but despite what they did to us, I didn't want that. She knocked him out for now. I just hope this doesn't come back to bite me in the ass later. I signaled to Blair with my head to follow behind me. She stayed close as I led us up the stairs. My wolf sensed the presence of more wolves nearby. We had to be careful. Despite this dangerous situation, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I could feel my mate bond once again. Slowly, it came back to me until I could feel Daniel's presence. The pull was strong, it was guiding me towards him. As we reached the top of the stairs, we were met with trouble. Two rogues stood before us in wolf form, ready to take me down. Luckily, Blair backed away once she saw them. She could have gotten caught in the crossfire. Maybe I should have been scared. But I was. I knew how strong my wolf wasn't. Seeing how these two wolves were smaller than her, I felt my confidence growing. Alex took the first step, pouncing on the rogue closest to us. She bit into his neck, causing some whimpers to escape from him. She moved her head around, deepening her grip on his flesh. The second wolf tried to take advantage of us being distracted by biting into Alex's stomach. She quickly noticed he was going to attack but couldn't completely move away in time. However, we got lucky since she got bit on her leg instead of her stomach. She still whimpered in pain but avoided a serious injury. After he released his teeth from her flesh, she gave him a kick with her hind legs. Alex took the chance where he'd fallen over and bit the back of his neck, ripping off a piece of flesh. As blood stained his brown coat, he lowered his head and whimpered. I almost felt bad. The other wolf pounced on Alex, but she ran out of the way last minute and bit deep into his shoulders. The wolf whimpered and cried in pain, moving away backwards after she released him. He quickly turned and ran outside, choosing to protect himself instead of fighting. Alex growled at the whimpering wolf who remained. He lowered his head submissively. I assumed this was his way of surrendering. My wolf stood proud over this rogue. Though not an injure, she had won this battle. Now that the fight was over, I felt myself shifting to control. Alex put me in the driver's seat, giving me control of her wolf. I remembered that Blair was still behind us, so I turned my head to face her. She slowly came forward towards us. Alex lowered herself so that Blair could get on. She took the hint and carefully climbed on top of me, mindful of the fresh wound. Once Blair was secured in place, I got up with caution so that she wouldn't fall. I trotted out of the building after Blair wrapped her arms around my wolf and gripped onto my fur. The remaining rogue kept his head bowed as we left, wanting to be spared. I didn't care. I just wanted to be out as far away from that place as possible and closer to my mate. My trot eventually turned into a slow run, which also picked up pace as I grew more comfortable with Blair on my back. With every step, there was a pain on my hind leg, but I ignored it. I knew everything would be okay once I was with Daniel, despite not running very fast. It felt like Daniel's presence was getting closer at an alarming rate, like he was running towards me. My wolf and I couldn't wait to be with him once again. After running as fast as I could with someone on my back, that is for a good 15 minutes, I made some good progress. There was not much distance left between me and Daniel, and I was beginning to recognize the land as the pack's territory. Just as I was beginning to feel relief, I shivered when I felt the presence of another wolf trailing behind me. Fear coursed deep through my veins, causing me to speed up with caution since Blair was still on me. Wolfheart's scent was faint but present. Unlike the past times I've encountered him, he must not have used the scent masking serum. I noticed there was a difference to his smell. Before, he used to smell of pines, of freshly made coffee. Now he had a foul scent attached to him, one that repulsed me. It was the scent of a rogue who lost himself to rage and anger. He was now a shell of the person he used to be. My mom's brother, my caring uncle, was long gone. I quickly looked behind me to see that he was catching up. My heart began to pound violently when I saw that he was on my tail. Who knows what he would do to me if he caught me? But I have a feeling he won't show mercy. I forced Alex's body, pushing it to go faster. I felt Blair slip little, but she quickly held on and readjusted herself, ripping some strands of fur in the process. The loud thumps from a fireless wolf began to hammer in my ears as he got closer, taunting me. Before I could realize what was happening, I felt a relief on my shoulders as Blair was knocked off my back. I crashed onto the ground as a large weight collided with my body. Raphael had hurled himself at my wolf. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Blair slam onto the ground about 6 feet away from me. Without her wolf's durability, that definitely had to hurt. Raphael didn't give me time to react before lunging at me, snarling at my wolf. I quickly rolled out of the way, but not without getting my back scratched by his claws. I stood on all fours and bared my teeth at Raphael. Since my parents died, he has mercilessly hurt me, and now my wolf. I would not stand for it anymore. I charged towards him, scratching his wolf side. It didn't seem to bother him very much. He recovered quickly and growled at me before chasing after me as I tried to get away from him. He tried biting me a few times, but I managed to dodge or run out of the way. When I felt like I had run too far, I tried to come back around to where Blair was so she wouldn't be alone. Raphael continued to follow closely behind. When I slowed down, he ran into me, headhunting me. I quickly turned around and sunk my teeth into his neck. Drawing blood, he whimpered but still took his opportunity to attack. He growled at my wolf and threw himself at me, knocking both of our wolves down. He quickly regained his footing and stood up, towering over my wolf who lay underneath him. He swooped down and bit into my neck, causing my wolf to howl in pain. He tore off some flesh, staining my coat with blood. Just as HES about to go for another bite, I see a brown wolf with a white underbelly jump over my head, knocking him off of me. The wolf's scent immediately relaxes me and calms my fear. It's a smell that I have come to love, one that belongs to my favorite wolf, Daniel. Chapter 40, where I see Jeremy's wolf rush to Blair's side before nuzzling her with his snout. She smiles weakly, wrapping her arms around the wolf's neck in an embrace. They both look at ease now that they have reunited. My eyes travel back to Daniel, who jumped at Raphael so that he wouldn't attack me. The two are now fighting each other by biting, snarling, and dodging. I weakly stand up, causing blood to drip onto the grass beneath me. Just as I was about to race to Daniel's side, Jeremy beats me to it. His wolf charges at Raphael, biting him while he is distracted with Daniel. A loud howl emits from Raphael's wolf, once that would likely be heard throughout the entire forest. Enthusiasm, in the distance. We hear wolves howling back at him. Then the presence of about 50 rogue wolves becomes known as they charge towards us in unison. We probably have a minute or two before they get here. A pack of rogues is coming. Everyone get ready for battle. I hear the former Alpha, John, shout from behind me. I turn to see any of the pack's warriors behind me. Most are in wolf form, but some are in human form. After hearing his command, the wolves howl in confirmation that they heard his order and are willing to obey. The warriors in human form respond by saying, "Yes, Alpha," despite Jeremy now having that title. I assume they call John that because Jeremy technically hasn't assumed all the responsibilities that come with the Alpha position. I turn my attention back to Daniel, Raphael, and Jeremy to find that Jeremy is now losing to Raphael. Daniel tries to intervene, but the rogues run into the clearing from behind a few trees. He has no choice but to fight them or get attacked. Jeremy tries to fight back, but Raphael is more experienced than him in fighting. Just as Raphael is about to bite into Jeremy's neck, which would most likely have been lethal, I hear a panicked cry. "Wait. Please. Just wait." Everyone, including Raphael, pauses and turns to Alpha John. "Please," he begs. "Let's just find a way to end this peacefully. There's no need for anyone to get hurt." Shivers run down my spine as a hysterical laugh echoes in my head. "Now you want peace? After what you've done? It's your fault we're here in the first place." Raphael's voice sounded to remind Lincoln, judging by the looks on everyone and every wolf's faces. They all heard it too. "Your high and mighty Alpha sent two loyal pack members to their death. Remember Tara and Fletcher? That was my sister and her mate. He killed them and then tried to cover it up. He showed no remorse for what he did." Everyone looked around in confusion, not knowing if they should believe him or not. Archie is heartless and only cares about himself. Why do you think you're here in the first place? This time Archie is risking the lives of others to save himself. Archie is risking your life. Immediately, the silence was filled with whispers and uneasy looks from pack members. Now your Alpha is gonna see what it feels like to lose someone he loves. Raphael growled at Jeremy and was about to attack. But Lucas, whose wolf had been slowly creeping towards them during Raphael's villain monologue, jumped at Raphael and freed Jeremy from his grasp. Immediately after, many pack members charged forward as rogues began to run into the clearing we were all in. Soon, an all-out war broke out. Rogues versus the Silvercoat pack. Despite my injuries, My wolf and I decided to join in the battle, to fight for our pack. As a rogue charged towards me, I prepared to fight. After fighting him off, there was another, then another. They seemed to never end. The more we fought, the more that came flooding into the sea lining. After I finished fighting off yet another rogue, I see that Daniel is being outnumbered by wolves. For against one isn't a fight. A cheer struggling to keep up and is beginning to loose to them. Scratches and bite marks covering his body. I howl before running towards him to help him. Before I can reach him, another rogue charges at me and makes me lose my footing, causing me to stumble to the ground. I ignore the wolf that's out for my blood and continue to race to Daniel. His wolf let out an agonizing whimper. I see that he is being bitten by 3 wolves at once. The 4th rogue charges at him and launches him towards a tree. His wolf's body goes limp, causing my heart to shatter at the sight of him. When in close enough, I charge at one of the 4 wolves attacking him, biting its neck until I hear a snap. Its body falls to the ground, no longer breathing, unwilling to show mercy when it comes to me. But if it's my mate that's in danger, it'll do what it takes. The 3 rogues turn their attention to me, now growling and baring their teeth at me. The 4th wolf that was after me now joined them. I was cornered. They charge at me at once, and despite my fear, I do the same. The pack warriors see my situation and join me, helping me take down the wolves. They charge next to me, one taking on 1 wolf and the other taking on 2. I charge at the rogue in front of me, biting its lower neck. I bite as hard as I can but can't get its neck to snap. It yelps in pain before banging my wolf with its head. It runs towards me but I jump out of the way last minute. While it's turning around, I jump over it, landing on top of it and biting its neck once again. This time, the wolf's neck cracks before it falls limp. Now that the rogues were taken care of, I run towards Daniel. His wolf's pulse was faint but still there. He lay unconscious against the tree, causing my wolf to whimper. His body was covered with wounds and gashes. My wolf whimpered and my heart ached knowing that he was in pain. I gently caressed his face with my snout before licking just beside his nose. I wanted the battle to end quickly so he could get some medical attention before it was too late. I wanted to help end things faster, but I didn't want to leave his side. I didn't want anyone hurting him while he couldn't fight back. I looked to the battlefield to see that the rogues are losing. Though a lot of our warriors are down, we still greatly outnumber the rogues. There are not that many left, but Raphael is helping them push forward with his skilled wolf. I notice Raphael looking around, searching for something or someone. He bares his teeth when he sees Jeremy then charges towards him. Jeremy is busy fighting another rogue so he doesn't notice Raphael charging at him. I quickly rise to my feet and begin running towards him. But Alfred jumps in front of Jeremy, now in wolf form, turning the attention to him. Raphael charges at Alpha-John, tackling him and attacking. His wolf gets a nasty bite on his stomach, blood oozing out quickly. The aged Alpha tries to fight back, but he has other wounds that are slowing him down. Raphael has the upper hand as Alpha-John struggles to defend himself. Jeremy finishes off the rogue and turns to see Raphael snapping his father's neck with his jaw. The Alpha's body limply falls to the ground. His sacrifice saved his son's life but cost him his own. Jeremy howls in pain after watching his father fall before his eyes. He directs his attention to Raphael, whose wolf is looking smug and content. Jeremy snarls at Raphael, knocking him over in the blink of an eye. Raphael scratches at Jeremy with his claws but Jeremy doesn't budge. He tries to bite Raphael's neck, but he dodges and attempts to run away from him. Jeremy's wolf holds no mercy as strong emotions overwhelm him. He feels pain, sadness, and anger, but no remorse for what he is about to do. I watch as Jeremy charges at Raphael in the blink of an eye, digging his canines into Raphael's neck and dripping out his flesh. He goes back in for another bite, stopping only until he hears a crack and my uncle takes his last breath. When a young alpha inherits his father's position, The entire pack is skeptical of him. Chapter 41 Aftermath. I gave Daniel's hand a gentle squeeze as he lay unconscious on the hospital bed. All I wanted right now was for him to open his eyes. I leaned forwards in my chair to give his cheek a soft kiss. My wolf and I both missed him. I ran my fingers through his messy brown hair, brushing some loose strands out of his face. A gentle knock at the door caused me to lower my hand and look towards the door. Lucas peeked into the room, first looking towards Daniel, then at me, before walking in. "Hi, Lauren. His condition isn't any better." He asked solemnly, even though he already knew the answer. I shook my head no. I wish there was something I could do. "Me too. I hate seeing him like this," I replied as I looked down to fumble my fingers. I didn't have to look up to know Lucas was giving me a sad look. "I'm sorry to bring this up right now, but can you come with me? Jeremy and Madeline think you should be present for the meeting we're about to have." "Can't I stay? I don't want to leave his side." "And what if he wakes up when I'm not here?" He smiled weakly. "Don't worry. It won't be long." To my agog extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But if I get news that he woke up, I'm running out of there. That's completely understandable. There was a pause before he spoke once again. "Follow me." I stood up and gave Daniel's hand one last squeeze before following Lucas out of the pack hospital. Before leaving, I made sure to tell the nurse to let me know immediately if his condition changes. As we walked towards the pack house where the meeting was being held. How is everyone holding up? If I'm being honest, Jeremy and Madeline feel terrible. She lost her mate and he lost his father. And even though Jeremy is technically the alpha, John was still in command. For the most part, so losing him has been tough for everyone in the pack. There are many mourning his death, but some are becoming skeptical now because of what your uncle said. I replied, feeling unsettled. Lucas turned to face me with a concerned look. "What about you? How are you doing? You also lost someone. And on top of that, you found out that it may have been Alpha John's fault that your parents died. To be honest, I haven't really had time to think about my feelings. I was busy trying to escape when we were being held captive, and now I'm busy worrying about Daniel." I took a deep breath and continued, "But I do feel a little sad. I lost the only family member I have left. I had already acknowledged the fact that he was no longer the kind person I once knew, but it still hurt for some reason, to see him take his last breath, to know that he was saved from himself. He let his trauma consume him and it drove him mad." Lucas's face turned solemn as he searched my eyes. He remained silent, waiting for me to finish. As for what my uncle said about the Alpha, I don't know what to expect anymore. If what he said is true, I wouldn't know how to react. I would feel angry at the Alpha, but he is already gone. I would want some sort of justice for my parents, but there's nothing that can be done. I noticed Lucas was no longer walking beside me. I turned to find him standing behind me. He took a few more steps so that he was standing in front of me. "Hey, I know we don't know each other too well yet." He opened his arms, so I gave him a puzzled look. "But you look like you need a hug." He gave me a shy smile, so I smiled in return and walked into his arms. The hug was gentle and comforting, but also respectful. He didn't touch me too much or keep his hands too low. I relaxed a little. Even though we didn't know each other very well, I could tell he cared. I smiled at the thought. Even though I no longer had any immediate family, having pack members who support me made me feel like I was part of a family again. I pulled away from his hug and gave him a thoughtful smile. "Thank you, Lucius. You're amazing." He chuckled and said, "It's nice to hear a compliment every once in a while instead of getting roasted by Daniel and Jeremy all the time." "I www their bullying," I said playfully. Lucas sighed dramatically and added, "It's because I'm the youngest." We both laughed and continued walking, resuming our conversation on the way. I felt slightly better now thanks to Lucas. When we arrived, Madeline, Jeremy, Blair, and Lucas and Daniel's fathers were at the meeting, along with a few other pack members. I noticed everyone's eyes were on me as I made my way to an empty seat. I looked around and saw that everyone had a serious yet desolate look on their face. Jeremy's eyes looked red like he had been crying, and his usual laid-back, high-spirited composure was gone. Luna Madeline looked completely broken down as sadness weighed down her eyes and lips. It was like her body was here but her mind wasn't. Now that Law and Arrington is here, we can begin. Lucas dared. Harrison spoke out. I apologize for bringing you out like this, Madeline began while looking at me. But this is something you need to be here for. It concerns you and your family. She looked towards the rest of the pack members and said, I called you all here to discuss what the recent threat, Raphael could play, announced to everyone on the battlefield. He claims that my mate, John, sent terror and Fletcher Arrington to their deaths. I regret to inform you all that he was not lying. He spoke the truth. My breath caught in my throat and my pulse quickened at her announcement. Then Raphael was telling the truth. My parents really were tortured to death. My eyes watered at the thought of my parents spending their last moments getting stabbed, beaten, and abused. Her words reopened a wound, one that had taken years to heal. A few gasps escaped some of the pack members. A silence fell upon everyone as they all sat feeling perplexed and betrayed at the table. Jeremy's eyes were wide and he was shaking his head as if he couldn't believe what she was saying. His eyes then snapped up to mine, giving me a look of guilt. Blair silently rubbed his hand to soothe him. He relaxed slightly but was nowhere near being okay. None of us were. Madeline continued. John did not want them to die, nor did he think that's what was going to happen. But he sent them knowing that he was the one they were looking for, knowing they were out for his blood. He did not want to endanger his own family, but in the process he hurt another. He deeply regretted his actions, but he continued to make mistakes. Instead of announcing his error, he hid this from the pack, from his son. He told me the truth, but I also hid because I did not want him to receive backlash from the pack. I felt my hands begin to tremble as she continued to release more hurtful information. My parents were nothing but kind and loyal, yet the Alpha turned his back on them. He got them killed and then hid the fact that it was his fault. Madeline looked at me with a regretful expression. I'm sorry to everyone who was hurt because of our actions. I'm sorry to Lauren and her family for wronging them. I'm sorry to the pack who we hid the truth from. I will make a formal announcement to the rest of the pack and will no longer keep the title of Luna. My son Jeremy and his mate will take over and be better leads than my mate and I ever were. As Madeline finished talking, the tension was high among those in the room. Everyone looked surprised, disappointed, and hurt. You are all dismissed from this meeting. If you have any questions for me, feel free to stay behind. I immediately stood up from my seat and attempted to rush out. However, I was stopped when Jeremy called out to me. Wait, Lauren, he said softly. I slowly turned to look at him and found guilt and sadness in his expression. I'm so sorry about what my dad did. I know this apology probably means nothing, but I will take responsibility for what happened to your parents. And if there's anything I can do, please let me know. I smiled sadly. Why are you apologizing? You did nothing wrong. I don't blame you in any way. I won't hold you responsible for your father's mistakes. Not like my uncle. You're obviously suffering too and have been through a lot the past few days. You should rest up and take care of yourself. He let out a breath and smiled slightly. Thank you. I will take responsibility for this situation and find a way to honor your parents. I promise you that. His words reassured me. Though my parents died many years ago, knowing that they would be acknowledged by the pack and commemorated was something that I needed to move forward. That would mean a lot to me. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's the least I could do. I'm going to go back to Daniel now. I've left his side for too long. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll pay him a visit soon, if you don't mind. Not at all. He smiled at me weakly before heading back to the others. I made my way back to the hospital and entered Daniel's room. He was still asleep, laying peacefully on the inclined bed. I took my seat in the chair beside his bed and watched his chest rise and fall with gentle breaths. I took one of his hands in both of mine and leaned forward, resting my forehead on his bed. Please wake up soon. I need you right now. Chapter 40. To safety. I woke up to a knock on the door. I raised my head to see Daniel's mother Eliza and his father Keenan come into the room. Eliza wears a worried look on her face as they approach me. "Oh, sweetie," she begins. "You're still here. You should go and get some rest." I blink my eyes, still a little groggy from just waking up. I can't leave Daniel. What if he wakes up while I'm not here? As much as he would love to see you when he wakes up, he would want you to take care of yourself, she urged. I agree with my mate. Keenan wrapped an arm around Eliza's shoulder and continued. You would feel terrible if he saw you like this because of him. I looked down at Daniel and rubbed my arm anxiously. How about you go shower and get a change of clothes? We'll stay here with him and let you know if he wakes up, Eliza suggested. Okay, I agreed reluctantly. But it will be quick. Eliza smiled at my response. I got up to leave but was stopped by Daniel's father. Sorry, before you go, is it okay if we talk for a minute? I nodded and said, yes, of course. I just wanted to apologize. You spoke sadly, for everything that happened. With your parents, with your uncle. As the Delta, I should have been aware of everything that was happening with the pack and been more attentive about the circumstances surrounding their death. Your parents were amazing people. They didn't deserve what happened to them. Eliza stepped forward and said, I also apologize. On behalf of the pack and everyone involved in this. No, there's no need for you guys to apologize, I declared quickly, not seeing why they needed to say sorry to me. You guys did nothing wrong. We still feel bad for everything that happened. I wish you didn't have to suffer so much. Daniel's father nodded, agreeing with his mate. Eliza looked at her son and brushed back his hair before looking at me and continuing. If you ever need anything, we're here for you. You're family and we want to make sure you never have to go through anything like that again. So don't be afraid to reach out to us, Keenan added. I looked down as a small smile took over my lips. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Benson. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now go get that change of clothes, Eliza said as she gently pushed my shoulder so that I walked towards the door. I'll be here with Daniel, so don't worry. I smiled and nodded. I will be right back, I said before leaving the hospital room. I made my way to Daniel's room in the pack house. After I opened the door, I peeked inside, almost expecting to find Daniel in here. I entered and closed the door behind me. I took in a deep breath and sighed contentedly as Daniel sat flooding my nose. I looked around the room at all of Daniel's belongings. It felt strange being in here without him. It made me miss him even more. I turned to Daniel's closet and looked for one of his shirts to put on after I showered. I wanted to have his scent with me to help me relax. I also took one of his lounge shorts and a pair of my underwear that I had stored in his dresser. I headed to the bathroom and took a quick shower. I didn't even bother drying my hair. I didn't like the idea of not being by Daniel's side. I just changed into Daniel's clothes and made my way back to the hospital. Hopefully Daniel doesn't think I look like a bum when he sees me. I have a lazy appearance, especially since his clothes are oversized on me. I entered Daniel's hospital room and found his parents sitting next to his bed. His mother was brushing his hair with her fingers and his father was resting his hand on Daniel's arm. They both seemed really worried about him. When they saw me enter, they both turned to me. Oh, Lauren, you're back so soon. Eliza spoke out to me as I stood at the doorway. I didn't want to be away for too long, I commented. Eliza smiled and said, Thank you for caring so much about my son. I'm glad he got lucky enough to have an amazing partner like you. I smiled back and said, Thank you. But if you ask me, I'd say I'm the lucky one. Eliza and Keenan looked at each other and smiled. She's so sweet. Eliza gushed as she sighed, hugged her mate. Then we'll leave him to you. Just let us know when he wakes up, Keenan said. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They stood up and walked out of the room after saying some goodbyes. I looked at Daniel's relaxed features as he lay in a restful slumber. My thumb gently brushed over his cheek, caressing his soft skin. I then leaned in and placed a light kiss where my thumb had just been. I took the now empty seat beside Daniel's bed, picking up a book I had been reading the past few days while waiting in the hospital. I held Daniel's hand with one of my own while the other turned the pages of the book that now rested on my lap. I blinked a few times and opened my eyes. I must have fallen asleep while reading again. My head was resting on the edge of Daniel's bed. The nurses must be coming to turn off the lights at some point because it was dark in the room, except for the moonlight seeping in from outside. My heart leapt when I felt a hand stroking small circles mine. My head snapped up to meet Daniel's gentle blue eyes, which seemed to absorb the moonlight and glisten even brighter than usual. His mesmerizing eyes were staring down at me lovingly while his hair was tousled into a messy bedhead. I stumbled as I got up quickly from my seat, throwing myself into Daniel's arms. He chuckled as he took me in his arms, holding me tightly. The two of us lay together on the small, twin-sized hospital bed, embracing each other tenderly as if the other would disappear if we let go. I thought you would never wake up. I was so worried. I whimpered. I could say the same thing. For a few days, I thought you were dead. Lauren, I was so worried. So lost without you, he said softly, almost a whisper. I relished the feeling of being in his arms once again, of feeling the warmness of his body as it brushed against mine. I gently placed my hands on his face, pulling him down to meet my lips in a long, awaited kiss. His warm lips brushed against mine slowly, with delicacy. The kiss was deep, conveying our raw emotions of relief and yearning for each other. We pulled away slowly, resting our foreheads together as our lips hovered over one another. Daniel pulled away further, gazing into my eyes fondly. I'm so glad you're gay, he whispered against my forehead before planting a gentle kiss on the skin. I tightened my arms around him, burying my face in his chest. His chin rested on the top of my head and his warm hands with a soothing motion. I took a deep breath and relaxed into him. His familiar scent and touch did wonders for my tense body. The feeling of being in his arms once again was so fulfilling, so conning. I wanted to stay like this forever. I wanted to stay with Daniel forever. He's my home now. Daniel. I felt his chest vibrate as he spoke softly. Yes, princess, I whispered into his chest. I love you. My heart dropped when Daniel remained silent. He lay completely still as he held me, not moving a muscle. Maybe it was too soon. I jumped slightly when Daniel pushed me away from him gently. His mesmerizing blue eyes met mine. They seemed to sparkle in the moonlight, much more than earlier. In that moment, I knew how he felt. His eyes spoke to me before his words did, with a red tint coating the skin on his cheeks. He murmured, I love you too. Chapter 43 Rebuilding. Would you look at that? Indistinct chatter pulled me out of my sleep and into a hazy consciousness. 5 more minutes. Enthusiasm. Mom, a husky voice grumbled beside me. A pair of arms strengthened around me, pulling me closer. I told you we should have came later. A male's voice sounded in the room. This time, a female's voice spoke. But they said he finally woke up. I just wanted to see him. My eyes opened lazily to see Eliza and Keenan standing a few feet away from the bed. When I realized what was going on, I quickly sat up and pulled myself out of bed. Much to Daniel's dismay, he grumbled incoherently, making sounds of disapproval. I quickly apologized to his parents. I'm so sorry. I must have fallen asleep last night. We hadn't seen each other in a while and Keenan put his palm up in the air to stop me from talking. He smiled and said, No, don't apologize. Don't forget there were werewolves too. We understand. Eliza added, We should thank you for keeping our son company and making sure he was okay. I smiled softly, but I was still embarrassed. Daniel rose from bed into a sitting position, He rubbed his eyes sleepily. Mom, Dad. The couple scrambled to their son's side. They both pulled him into an embrace. I watched in awe at their family moment. A smile formed on my lips. I'm glad he has a family who loves and cares for him. Eliza pulled away slightly to give Daniel a loving kiss on his forehead. He chuckled and said, "I'm not 8, Mom." She cheerfully responded, "But you're still my son, who I love very much." My heart jumped at those words. I remembered how I said them to him last night. And he said them back. I pushed the thought away, trying not to think about it so that I wouldn't feel embarrassed. Eliza turned to me with a smile and ushered me with her hand, saying, "Come join us. Sweetie, you're part of this family too." I smiled brightly at Eliza and joined their family hug. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They stayed to talk with me and Daniel for a while. To my mate's dismay, I learned a lot of interesting, but embarrassing, facts about him, like how he was scared of flat rocks for some reason when he was around 6. Or that he thought he was allergic to girls when he was 9. No way. How did you expect to have a mate? Okay, first of all, I was 9 and was really thinking about mates. And second, maybe my mate could have been a guy. You never know. I chuckled. That's true. We were interrupted by a knock at the door. The door opened slowly and Lucas peeked his head in and scanned the room with his eyes. "Just go in, dummy. They saw you already," Jeremy said from behind the door. Lucas rolled his eyes before entering the room. Jeremy followed closely behind him. Daniel raised his eyebrow at the two. "What is going on? Did you two switch bodies or something? Well, let you kids talk. Your father and I will come back to visit you later with some chicken soup." Eliza beamed at Daniel. "Thanks, Mom," he said happily. She gave him a kiss on the cheek before leaving with Keenan. I looked towards Daniel and said, "I should also give you guys some privacy." Daniel quickly reached for me. He grabbed my waist and pulled me towards him, sitting me down next to him on the hospital bed. "You can stay. That is, I don't want you leaving my side." He spoke with pleading eyes. I smiled and placed my hand on his. "Okay, I'll stay." Daniel turned back towards Lucas and Jeremy. "How's everything? We won the battle, right?" Jeremy looked down silently. Lucas answered in his place. "Yes, we won, but at a great cost." Daniel's face grew with worry. "What happened?" "Alpha John was killed by Raphael," Lucas said solemnly. Daniel's face dropped and he quickly looked at Jeremy. "Jeremy, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? How are you doing?" Jeremy's eyes began to rim with tears, but he held them back. His voice broke as he said, "I'm doing terrible. My dad, HES gone. I know he did something horrible, but he was still my father. I still miss him." My heart went out to Jeremy. He looked so broken right now, so vulnerable. "Something horrible?" Daniel asked. I began rubbing circles on his hand and said, "I'll tell you later. It was about my parents, so I thought it would be best if I told him." He nodded and looked back at Jeremy. Daniel placed a hand on Jeremy's back and made some small strokes. "He may have made some mistakes, but he was a great father," Daniel said, trying to comfort him. Jeremy nodded silently, agreeing with his statement. "He was the best," Jeremy said sadly. After Daniel and a few other injured wolves recovered from the hospital, Jeremy decided that the pack would hold a funeral for all that were lost during the battle against the rogues. Although there weren't many deaths, he claimed it was his duty to honor those who gave their life on the battlefield. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The pack was hostile towards Jeremy because of what his father had done. However, they were softened up by the fact that he was holding a funeral for every warrior and pack member that had died. He especially touched the hearts of the mates and families of those who died. He was respectful to them and valued each individual life. Although there was still tension, it would ease up with time. He just had to show everyone that he was a good leader. one that would learn from his father's mistakes. After the funeral, things started to ease up and the pack's anxiousness and lack of trust lowered significantly. Jeremy was stepping up as alpha, taking on the responsibilities and duties that came with his title. However, after a few weeks of observing him as their alpha and as a person, people began thinking he was a weird alpha. Not a bad alpha, just different. In my opinion, I saw his differences as a good thing. He was more caring and gentle than most alphas. Some saw this as a weakness, but I saw it as one of his strengths. Lucas and Daniel were also stepping up to their titles. I was happy for Daniel assuming his position. I knew he would do an amazing job. However, I hated the fact that I would spend less time with him now. He was spending more time in meetings and planning and doing field work. He was even called in the middle of the night sometimes. Jeremy was not only taking my mate during the day, but now during the night too. I need my cuddles to sleep peacefully. I'll be back soon. Princess. Daniel kissed my cheek and pulled on some sweats. I slumped my shoulders and pouted at him as I sat on the edge of the bed in my PJs. Don't give me that look, he said as his eyebrows creased together. I exaggerated my pout more. He closed the distance between us and pulled me into a hug. I rested my head on his stomach and hugged him back. He'll come back as soon as possible. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nodded into his chest and said, I know. He pulled away and looked down at my face. He pulled my chin up with his finger and said, Don't be sorry, princess. You're cute when you're like this. I felt my face grow hot as I blushed slightly. Go now or I'm not going to let you leave. He chuckled and said, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You don't need to stay up waiting for me. We're going back to school in a few days. You're gonna need the rest, especially with all the homework we have to catch up on. I groaned and said, Don't remind me. He smiled and gave me one last kiss on the cheek before saying, I'm going now. You'll be back soon. He made his way to the door and gave me a smile before closing it behind him. I sighed and picked up my phone off the dresser. I wasn't gonna be able to sleep without him, so might as well pass time looking at funny videos on the internet. After a few minutes of scrolling through videos and sending them all to Daniel knowing he probably was going to see them, I received a message. A message from Carly. I quickly sat up and read the message. It said, Carly say, I saw that you were online, so I'm assuming you're okay. I've been worried about you, especially since I haven't heard from you in 3 weeks. I know it's not my place after everything that happened, but I just wanted to talk to you. Can I see you tomorrow? Carly say, P.S. If you say no, I'll hunt you down and keep you in my closet. I laughed to myself. How charming. I opened her message and began thinking of a reply. Loser Lauren. Hi, Carly. We can meet up tomorrow. I think it's long overdue. Carly say, agreed. See you at my place tomorrow. I put my phone down and smiled to myself. Things were finally looking up for me and Carly. I missed our friendship. I couldn't wait to see her and her family. It's been too long. I eventually began scrolling through videos again, this time with an uplifted mood. I kept thinking about meeting up with Carly and finally fixing things. After half an hour of me getting distracted watching reels, the door opened softly. Daniel walked in cautiously, but stopped when his eyes landed on me. You're not asleep? He asked, surprised. I shook my head. I decided to wait for you. He smiled and began making his way towards me. His knee sank into the bed, creaking slightly at his newly added weight. I scooted over and made room for him. Once his body was fully on the bed, he began his attack on me. He planted kisses all over my face and along my jaw. I giggled as his lips brushed against my skin, leaving behind a ticklish sensation. It's only been an hour, but I missed you, he proclaimed against my skin. I missed you too. He sat up and pulled his shirt over his head, tossing it to the side. It was only a split second, but I enjoyed the view. He dropped himself onto the bed, cuddling beside me. I smiled as he pulled me into his chest and took a deep breath to inhale my scent. He kissed my forehead before nuzzling his nose against my neck. Now I can sleep. I closed my eyes and quickly fell asleep in my mate's arms. Chapter 40 for amends. Good luck, princess, Daniel says before planting a kiss on my cheek. I'll see you soon. I smile at him and say. I elicit a smile out of him when I give him a quick peck on the lips. I step out of Daniel's truck and wave goodbye to him before closing the door behind me. I wait until I see his black Chevy pull away before walking to Carly's doorstep. I take a deep breath before knocking on the door. I hear quick footsteps slowly get louder until the door swings open, revealing Carly in her language. Lauren. She beams before crashing into me, taking me in her small arms. I'm so sorry. Her grip on me tightens as she frantically apologizes. I'm sorry for everything. For being mad at you like that and not listening to what you were saying. For leaving you behind when the fire happened. For being a terrible friend. I push her away gently and look at her face. She looks like she's holding back tears. Hey, you don't need to apologize so much. I made a lot of mistakes and caused misunderstandings between us. I should be the one apologizing. She shook her head and said, I was too harsh. I shouldn't have acted the way I did. And I should have communicated better instead of keeping things from you. After a moment of silence between us, I took a deep breath and smiled. Well, I began. At least we learn it from our mistakes now. I'm glad we made up because I really missed you. She smiled and pulled me into a tight bear hug. Too tight. Even with my werewolf entrance. Is she really human? Me too. It felt like I was a cookie and you took a really big bite and left. She said then pouted. I chuckled. I missed the weirdness that Carly brings into my life. By the way, I wanted to clear something up. I don't want you to think that I was leading you on about Daniel. I genuinely thought he liked you so that's why I encouraged it. I didn't mean to hurt you. But then I found out that he was my mate. Kind of like a soulmate who we're meant to spend the rest of our lead with. I tried to stay away from him so you wouldn't get hurt. But it's a bond that pulls us together. Staying away from each other is impossible. Carly's eyes widened at my words. You mean to tell me you stayed away from such a precious bond like that because of me? I would love to have some sort of deep, magical romance like that and you were throwing it all away from me. She shook her head at me disappointed lie. I chuckled nervously at her response. But thanks for clarifying, she said more seriously. It was hard for me to believe that you were trying to lead me on. I couldn't understand why you would do something like that. I would never do that to you. Not on purpose. You're family to me. Carly, she smiled. You too. You're like the brother I never had. I laughed at her remark. Cool Anthony. And by the way, Carly continued, if I couldn't have Daniel, I'm glad at least my best I got to be with such a fine piece of man candy. Yes, fine as hell. I smiled at Carly. She's not wrong about that. I better not catch her drooling over my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who's fine as hell? Carly's dad appeared out of nowhere and asked with a raised brow. No one. Carly said quickly, then took my hand, pulling me into the house. I completely forgot we were standing in her doorway. Good afternoon, Carlos. I greet him. It feels like it's been months since I've seen her parents. Hi, Lauren. Long time no see, he says as he smiles brightly at me. We're going up to my room to talk. Bye. She tells him before grabbing my hand and pulling me up the stairs. When we get to her room, Carly lays down on her bed and I follow suit, laying down next to her. We both stare up at the ceiling in silence until I decided to speak. I turn my head to look at Carly. Suo. I wiggle my eyebrows suggestively, then continue. What's up with you and Gay then? She turns a bright shade of pink at my question, which I find funny and adorable. Nothing, she says quickly. Liar. Tell me everything. She smacks me in the face with one of her small fluffy pillows. Nero. It's too embarrassing. I snatch the pillow from her hands and smack her back. Hey, watch it. You gorilla. You're gonna knock my head off, she exclaims. I grin at her and say, I could if I wanted to. She quickly sits up and beamed. Wait. Can you bench press me? I flash my teeth as I laugh at Carly's question. Yeah. I'm sure I can. I reply with an amused smile on my face. She gasps then pleads. Can you do it? Please. Will you tell me what happened with Nathan? I ask with a raised brow. Yes. I smile and agree. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If that's what it takes. I abruptly reach over and pick up Carly with ease. She squeals and giggles as I hold the top of her back up with one hand and her legs in my other hand. She continues to squeal excitedly as I lower her then bring her back up. Of all things, I never imagined that I would use my werewolf strength to bench press my best friend. After I lower her and bring her up a few times, I start to feel a slight burn on my chest and arms. So I lower her towards the bed and drop her next to me. Yay, why? Now I can say I've even bench pressed before. I'll make sure to add it to my resume. What are you applying for? A job as a dumbbell. Well, if I can't land any other job, might as well spend my day being carried by hot gym dudes. I laugh and shake my head at Carly. So I say suggestively, now I'm ready to hear about you and Nathan. She closes her eyes and makes snoring sounds in a horrible attempt to pretend to be asleep. I guess I have no choice. I place my hands on Carly's stomach and ruthlessly attack her sensitive skin, tickling her without mercy. She quickly erupts into laughter, shaking her legs as her arms try to grab at my hands to pry them off. No, stop, she says in between laughs. I'll tell you. I immediately stop and smile at Carly. You are the devil. Woman. I remain silent and look at her expectantly, waiting for her to start spilling the tea. She takes a deep breath and says, Remember that one time you asked if anything had happened between Nate and I a while back. I think bad and nod when I remember what she's talking about. It was near my birthday and her and Nathan were acting suspicious. She continues. We told you it's because he saw my baby pictures, but it was actually because we kissed that day. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I exclaim. Why didn't you tell me? I don't know. It was awkward and I didn't want to bring it up again because I thought it was a mistake. But then I couldn't stop thinking about him in that way and kept finding him cute. I realized that I like him a lot. Are you guys going out? I ask her excitedly. She shakes her head and says, No. He doesn't know that I like him. But I don't want to say anything because I don't know if he likes me or not. Sometimes I feel like he does, but other times I feel like it's just me seeing what I want to see. He likes you for sure. She raises her brow. I trusted you last time on that and it didn't go so well. This is different. I've noticed it too. He looks at you a certain way and tries to protect you. Like at the dance when that one pig was harassing you. I don't know. You should try asking him out. I'll think about it. But if I do, I'll have to grow a pair of balls. The ones I had fell off. I laugh at her comment. They didn't fall off. I stole them while you were sleeping. You witch. How dare you? How dare you call me a witch? You offend my people. Carly rolls over and props herself on her elbows, resting her face in her hands so. Now that I've told you about Nate, can you tell me what it's like to be a werewolf? I smile at her enthusiasm. Sure. What do you want to know? Okay. So first of all, what's it like to be a wolf? It's kind of nice. As wolves, we have a pack, which are kind of like a second family. And running feels so cool. I move really fast and have quick reflexes. Oh, this one's been bothering me. Do you get periods? I gave her a puzzled look and asked, What's a period? Her jaw dropped and she stared at me in complete shock. I chuckled at her reaction. I'm kidding. Carly. Of course I get periods. I may be a werewolf, but I'm more human than Wolf. Good. I was about to throw you out the window. If I have to suffer once every month, you should too. I laughed and asked, any more questions? She smiled. I have about 100 more. Chapter 45, Normality. If you all could bring out your novel, that would be great. I'm going to give you a worksheet with 20 questions. You have until the end of class to finish. The teacher stated, then went to his desk and started using his computer. Cardi sighed and said, I hate this novel. I don't even understand what's going on. Have you even read all of it? I asked with a raised brow. She looked away and replied, no, but I read a summary on SparkNet. I shook my head at her and said, Carly, I literally got kidnapped and fought in a war and still found time to read the novel. Hey, I've been really busy. Those naps take effort. You know. I chuckled and said, whatever. It'll help you. Yay, thanks. My grade is on life support. I really need it. I laughed at her comment and brought out my book from my backpack. I began skimming the book for answers to the questions when I felt someone's gaze on me. I turned around, letting my eyes travel to the back of the class. I caught my mate's eyes staring at me lovingly. He had the sweetest smile on his face. You're so pretty, he said through the mind link. I felt my face go hot in embarrassment. I hoped that he didn't notice, but his wide smile told me he did. Focus on your work. I responded through the link, feeling flustered. Yes, miss. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or should I say miss? Benson. A cheer's gonna be the death of me. I felt my face flush completely. Of all times, why does he decide to flirt in class? I could feel the smugness through the link as he said, it'll let you focus on your work. Princess, to can play this game. Okay, but you look really handsome today. Daniel, makes me want to go over there and sit on your lap right now. I shut off the mind link, ending the conversation there. I watched his eyes go wide before a tinge of pink appeared on his face. I watched his eyes darken for a second before going back to normal. I chuckled to myself. I see why he likes doing it. This is fun. I turned back around and saw Carly eyeing me suspiciously. Are you guys flirting in class? She asked with her arms crossed. Maybe. EW gross. I pat her on the head and said, let's focus on our work. Carly sighs content lion says, isn't he so hot? Daniel, Jeremy, and Lucas give Carly a weird look. She looks at them and says, what? I smile and shake my head at her. At least she found someone else to drool over who's not my mate. Her eyes watch Nathan intently as he runs across the field below us, kicking the soccer ball with his feet. Daniel, Carly, Lucas, Jeremy, and I are all seated on the bleachers, watching the practice match. Jeremy sighs and asks, what are we even doing here? I'm here because he looks hot playing soccer. Carly replies without hesitation, I'm here because Carly's here. Daniel adds, well, I'm here because Lauren's here. Jeremy shakes his head and says, and I'm here because Daniel's here. Lucas sighed, and I'm here because Jeremy is here. I chuckled. The situation was kind of funny, and I'm here because you're all super hot. Any of you're single? I'll even take the girls. We all turned to look behind us. On the bleachers, a girl in our grade wearing all black was sat right behind us. When she saw we were all looking at her, she winked at us. Daniel wrapped an arm around me as to say that we were both taken. When Jeremy saw us, he wrapped an arm around himself. He sighed dreamily and said, I'm in love already. With Jeremy. Carly looked her over and said, you're hot, but that guy on the field is hotter. No luck here, the girl said before turning to Lucas. She reached over to touch his back and said, but you look like you don't have anyone. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Inge, he said with a straight face, causing me, Jeremy, and Daniel to burst out laughing. She sighed and stood up. Leaving the bleachers. When did you come out of the closet? Lucius. Why didn't I know about it? Jeremy said, with a smirk on his face. Lucas sighed and said, You know, I was only saying that so she would back off. I leaned forward and turned my head to meet Lucas's eyes. I smiled and said, Lucas, you just dug your own grave. They're not letting this one go. He shook his head and said, In just a joke to them. Jeremy and Daniel went in to hug Lucas. He squirmed as they wrapped their arms around him. Oh, you know we love you, Jeremy proclaimed. Jeremy swooped in towards Lucas's face and gave him a kiss on the cheek. When he pulled away, he was met with a horrified look from Lucas. What are you doing? He asked, disgusted. Showing you how much I love you. Daniel and I burst out laughing while Lucas rolled his eyes at Jeremy. I looked over to Carly to see that she was eating popcorn from a bag she had in her hands while watching Jeremy and Lucas. Where the hell did she get that from? I turned my head to see Nathan jogging towards us. He was covered in sweat, some drops rolling down his forehead and neck. When he stood in front of us, he smiled when he looked at Carly. Not just any smile. A bright, toothy smile. Yep, I whipped. No way he doesn't like her back. He sat down next to her and said, Wow, what's with the audience today? We came here to check you out, Jeremy said with a flirty smile, causing Carly to glare at him. Nathan smiled and said, So that's the gaze I felt burning into my back. No, that was me that was Car, Jeremy started, but I quickly reached over to cover his mouth. In saving Carly from this embarrassment, Carly gave me a thankful smile, then turned to Nathan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I saved you a sandwich from lunch, she said as she extended the sandwich to him. Nathan recoiled at the sight of the sandwich. The sandwiches are usually expired. The meat smells awful, he said while pinching his nose. Carly shrugged and said, It only leaves a bitter taste in your mouth. It's not that bad. Nathan took the sandwich and reluctantly began opening the plastic packaging. He gave me a pleading look, so I helped him out. Hey Nathan, didn't you say you were going to be vegetarian for a week? I asked as I crossed my arms. Oh, you're absolutely right. How could I forget? He says enthusiastically. Carly shrugs and says, More for me, before taking the sandwich from his hands. When Carly peels back the wrapper, I'm immediately hit by the rancid smell of the ham and cheese. I flinch when the smell reaches my nose. Sometimes I hate my enhanced abilities. I look over to see that Daniel, Lucius, and Jeremy all have a disgusted look on their face. We look at each other knowingly. I gag when Carly happily takes a bite out of the sandwich and smiles. In out, Lucas says while standing up. Jeremy follows suit and says, I've seen enough. I'm scarred for life now. Daniel stands up then extends his hand towards me, offering to help me up. I rejoice at the sparks that emanate from his touch when I take his hand. He pulls me up but intertwines his fingers with mine instead of letting go. I smile at the gesture. Nathan looks at our connected hands, then at us. He smiles at me and says, You seem happy. I am, I reply with a smile of my own. Through our mate bond, I feel Daniel's excitement soar. He appreciated that I said that. Where are you going? Carly asks me. We have something to do. You guys should stay here and talk, I say with a smile on my face, giving Carly a suggestive look. Yes, I wanted to get away from the horrid stench coming from that sandwich, but I also saw it as a good opportunity to give them some time alone with each other. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. See you later, Horen, she says cheerfully. Later, Nathan says while waving. I wave back before turning and leaving with Daniel. Jeremy and Lucas had left while we stayed behind to talk to them. This gave me and Daniel some time alone with each other. We walked hand in hand throughout the school. We found a bench under a tree and decided to sit there. How's it feel being back in school? Daniel asked me. I took a few seconds to think about it before answering. As much as I hate class and homework, it's kind of nice. I get to see my friends again. Plus, it'll take high school drama over werewolf drama any day. Daniel chuckled and added, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. High school drama I can handle. Werewolf drama is too stressful. Daniel rested his head on my shoulder and closed his eyes. I smiled and leaned into him. This is nice. I hope he'll always be this happy. Chapter 46. New couple are. He asked me out. Carly squealed from beside me. Wait. What? I asked excitedly. Nathan asked me out. When how? Yesterday he came over at 7 and asked if I wanted to go somewhere with him. I agreed and he took me to this pier next to the beach and he said that he likes me. Then he asked if I wanted to be his girlfriend. I smiled as Carly beamed while she was telling me about yesterday. I'm so happy for you. I exclaimed. Me too. Now I have a partner in crime. I don't need to fight off the potatoes by myself. What? Confused. You didn't know. The potatoes are attacking. One of them flew around my room the other day and another tried to choke me while I was sleeping. I furrowed my eyebrows. What are you talking about? She shook her head at me and said, Not just anyone can understand. Don't worry about it. Just beware of the potatoes. Okay. I will. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Completely weirded out. The school bell rang and students started flooding the classroom. When the teacher entered, I stood up to go to my assigned seat. See you after 2 miserable hours, Carly said as I walked away. The teacher began giving instructions as I was sitting down in my seat. Take out your books now. Turn to page 326. MSG, Assie shouted. It was barely 8 in the morning and she was already yelling at us. While I was taking out my book from my backpack, a student walked into the classroom. Gussie immediately turned to him, giving him the meanest glare he'd ever seen. Why are you late to class? He ignored her and went to his seat without responding. Immediately after he sat down, a textbook was flung in his direction. It bonked him on the head, knocking him out. His desk mate jumped at the sight of him and scrambled to pull her textbook out of her backpack, scared for her life. I feel like I haven't seen you in years. Julianne whispered to me. You're exaggerating. It's been a few weeks. I responded. How do you get away with skipping class for so long? Werewolf privilege. Since the vice principal is a werewolf, there's no questions asked. I gave him a smug smile and said, Not telling. IWWW, come on, help the buddy out. I shook my head. Sorry. Luther, your just gonna have to keep pushing through class. Mimi, to think I let you in on my make-out spot. I winked at him and said, Thanks for that. By the way, I was suddenly nudged by Julian, who signaled me to look forward with his head. I turned to see Miss Gussie glaring at us with her arms crossed before resuming her lesson. At least she didn't throw a book at us. Julian and I looked at each other but remained silent. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I tried to focus. Finals were coming up after all. It was time to get serious. For a moment, I pondered how I ended up here. I was in Carly's room sitting next to Daniel with Carly and Nathan next to us. We were all sitting on a portable circular desk studying together. And by study, I mean Daniel, Nathan, and I was studying. Carly was playing with some worms she got from the backyard. What did you guys get for number 5? Nathan asked. I saw Carly put the worms in her hair, letting them crawl around. Before I turned my attention to the boys on either side of me, I got 10x9. Daniel answered, then looked at me. What about you? I got 3x7. Nathan sighed and said, I got -5. What the Daniel started. How did you get -5? I don't know. I don't even know how to solve these types of problems. I'm just winging it. Nathan responded. Carly kneeled down behind Nathan and gave him a back hug. At least you got a number and not a letter this time. She tried comforting him. You didn't need to bring that up. Nathan protested, but I saw a slight blush creep on his face. I smiled at the two. They were adorable. Suddenly, Nathan screeched and bolted up. There's a worm in my hair. He frantically shook his head around and dusted his head with his hands. Carly, Daniel, and I laughed as Nathan fought to remove the worms from his scalp. Come here, you wimp, Carly told Nathan as she pulled him towards her. He knelt down to let Carly look at his hair. She picked up the worm and placed it in her palm before closing her hand. Nathan closed his eyes and pulled Carly into a hug. Carly giggled when he placed his head on her shoulders. And I thought it was bad when you had lice. Nathan commented. The lice were friends. They needed a home. Carly defended. Nathan shook his head and made Carly put the worm back into its box. He then pulled Carly towards the table and sat her down next to me before taking his own seat. Study now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He instructed her. Carly groaned but responded with, Ugh, fine. My lips stabbed up into a smile. At least I don't have to act like Carly's mom anymore. She has her boyfriend for that now. Good. Nathan smiled brightly at her and gave her an affectionate pat on the head. Carly looked down and smiled shyly, looking completely smitten. He turned to us and continued. So what was the correct answer? Daniel flipped to the back of the book to find the answer, then said, I had it right. It was 10x9. What know-it-all? Nathan teased. A know-it-all who's going to help you learn how to solve the problem correctly, I replied in Daniel's defense. Daniel smiled at me before giving me a quick peck on the cheek. He looked at Nathan and said, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nathan rolled his eyes and responded, Whatever. Know-it-all. Now show me how to do it. My mate smiled and said, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Day then. Chapter 47 Finals. I tapped my pen against my desk as I tried to make sense of the equation on my sheet. I tried studying this, but Cal didn't get the hang of it. My deskmate Julian gave me a knowing look. He was also stuck. I stopped clicking my pen when I realized it was the only sound in the classroom, which was completely silent besides the sound on pencils scribbling on paper. I smiled when an idea came to mind. Daniel was nearby, so it should work. Hey, Daniel. Yes, princess. He responded through the mind link. I need help. Aren't you supposed to be doing your final right now? That's exactly why I need help. What do you need help with? His voice echoing in my head. How do you find the derivative of a function? Use the equation d over dx. Multiply the entire equation by that. You're the best. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Princess. I'm lucky my mate is good at math. I quickly wrote down the equation and used it to solve the problem. I remembered the steps. So the rest was easy. You have 10 minutes left, the teacher announced to the class. Everyone looked up momentarily before quickly turning back to their papers and writing frantically. I moved on to the next problem and solved it with ease. The question was from a module that was taught at the beginning of the semester when I still attended class regularly. I closed the packet and walked to the teacher's desk, dropping it in the pile with all the other exams. I went back to my seat and saw Julian staring at me with his mouth wide open. I smiled at him and pulled out a novel I was currently reading from my backpack. He turned back to his paper and began tapping his foot anxiously. When the time was up, everyone turned in their papers and left the classroom. I was going to walk to my next class with Carly, but she ran out of the classroom before I could reach her. I watched her run into Nathan's arms, who was waiting for her outside the classroom. I chuckled when I saw her smack his ass, then run away when he started chasing her. How do you think you did? I looked to my right to see Julian staring at me. Decent. Probably enough to pass. I answered him. He sighed dramatically and said, "You must be nice to have more than one brain cell." I laughed at his silly remark. With a smile, I replied, "Yeah, I have to. My mates and mine." "How did you guys do on your finals?" Nathan asked me. Daniel and Carly, we were all sitting at a lunch table on the day that we got our results back. I passed them all. Daniel replied nonchalantly with the straw from his juice box still touching his lips. I watched as he continued sipping his apple juice when he was done answering. "That's expected. You nerd," Nathan commented playfully. Carly added. "You're lucky you can fail one class and still graduate," I mentioned. Nathan just rubbed Carly's arm to console her, though she didn't seem to bothered by the fact that she failed. Nathan looked at me and asked, "What about you?" I sighed and said, "I passed all of them. Woodolph had all as if it wasn't for my being science." Daniel reached for my hand under the table and held it in his own. "Science sucks anyways. That class was really boring." He sympathized, trying to make me feel better. I gave him a thankful smile and began rubbing circles on the back of his hand. "What about you?" I asked Nathan. "I got some CS and BS. Except for history. I passed that with Anna," saying the last part proudly. "Well, you are studying history in college," I mentioned. "You're not wrong there." He agreed before taking a bite of the tacos his mom prepared for him for lunch. Our attention was turned away from each other when a guy's voice echoed throughout the cafeteria. "Why do you tell the teacher I was looking at your paper?" he shouted into a small boy's face after shoving him. I immediately stood up after realizing who the timid boy was. Evan. I didn't know what exactly was going on, but I knew he didn't deserve this. "Lauren," Daniel called out to me, but I was already walking away and approaching the commotion. Before the stupid bully could realize I was there, I swung my leg at his feet, knocking him off his balance. He fell to the ground, his face turning red with rage and embarrassment. "It's not Evan's fault that you're so stupid you can't do your own work. Stop cheating off of him," I declare as I stare down at him. He quickly rises to his feet and gives me the meanest glare. His fists ball up at his sides, but he looks too scared to try anything on me. "Leave Evan alone or I'll tell the principal that you're not only cheating off another student, but also bullying him." His mouth wavers as it opens but immediately closes shut at a loss for words. "Fucking losers," he mutters before quickly storming out of the cafeteria. "Want me to beat him up for that?" Daniel asks through MindLink. "No, it's no big deal, but I appreciate the thought," I respond. I close the link and ask Evan, "Are you okay?" He looks up at me and nods, but it looks like HE is fighting back tears. "Evan," I say gently, "it's okay to say you're not okay. That guy was yelling at you and about to hurt you. It's normal to feel upset or sad about it." He seems to break down at my words, a tear escaping his eyes. He quickly wipes it away with his sleeves and pulls on his hoodie to hide his face. I gently place my hands on his back and lead him outside away from invasive eyes and hushed whispers. We sit at a bench, out of sight from other students and teachers. Archie has regained his composure at this point, but he still seems so fragile. "I'm sorry," he apologizes. "You're always helping me. Even back when the fire happened. You and the other senior made sure I was safe. That's nothing to apologize for," I declared. Evan looked at me, giving me a weak yet thankful smile. His smile fell when he looked away from me, facing forward. He gathered both his hands together and began to fidget with them. A lost look spread across his face. "A lot's going on right now," he said softly. After a pause he continued, "My mom is really sick. The doctors say she only has a few months left to live. My dad doesn't make things any easier for her, spending his days and money drinking. My sister, the only person who I felt like I could count on, left for college. I haven't seen her in almost a year. It's been hard to be happy or to feel okay." Evan choked on the last words. hiding himself behind his hood out of habit. "Oh, Evan," I said sympathetically as my eyebrows creased together. My heart went out to Evan, who was fighting a difficult battle. Everything was slowly crumbling, and eventually it would all fall apart. Though I didn't experience half of what he had to go through, I understood the emotion he was feeling, hopelessness about his situation. I carefully extended my arm, stroking his shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. "Even though I'll graduate high school soon, I'll still be in town. You can call me if you need anything, or if you just need a friend." He gave me a weak smile and replied, "Thank you. You're the only person in this school who I feel like I can talk to." I feel honored. I gave him a gentle smile and pulled down his hood to ruffle his hair. We haven't known each other too long, but Evan feels kind of like a little brother. I just want what's best for him. Chapter 48. Prom. How do I look? Carly asked before giving me a spin, her flared dress following along with her. Carly looked beautiful. Her elegant blue dress accentuated her curved waist and strong collarbones. Her straightened hair and subtle make-up completed the look. "You look beautiful. If I saw you out on the street, I'd think you were a model," I complimented, slightly taken aback by her beauty. "Don't fall for me," she joked while throwing a strand of her hair with the back of her hand. I laughed and playfully responded, "I already have." "Oh no," she said, exaggerated lie. My charm was too strong for her weak soul. I chuckled and put the joke behind us. "Nathan is a really lucky guy. I bet his jaw is going to drop to the floor when he sees you." "He better. But he is not going to be the only one." Carly grabbed a hold of my hand and gave me a spin. She continued, "Your boyfriend is going to pass out when he sees how good you look. Or put a baby in you. Whichever he is feeling." "Oh my gosh. Carly," I cried out in embarrassment. "What? Am I wrong?" I averted my eyes, looking away from her face and focusing on the tall, black fan spinning in cycles in the corner of her room. "See," she exclaimed. I knew it. I walked towards Carly's bed and sat myself down. I began putting on my shoes. A black pair of heels whose thin straps wrapped around my ankles. "I hope I don't trip in these." Carly plopped down next to me on the bed and stared at me. "So," she asked suggestively, "is he good?" I met Carly's eyes, giving her a blank expression. "Okay." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. She put her honesty up in surrender. "I'm just curious. If you really want to know." I began and she smiled and leaned in closer to me. I also leaned closer to her and whispered, "It feels like I'm high on something every time we do it. Everything else just fades away." "Yes, amazing." She gasped and quickly covered her mouth. "Lucky. You get to have some next level werewolf sex. Is Nathan any good?" I asked and raised a brow. Carly's face brightened to a light shade of pink. She was boldly asking me these questions, but when I ask her, she gets all shy. "Well," she mutters, "we haven't done that yet." "That's understandable. It hasn't been long since you two got together." Carly nodded shyly. "I guess we're just taking it slow." The room to Carly's door swung open, startling us both. "Taking what slow?" Carly's mom Iris asked, her hand still resting on the door handle. Nothing," Carly blurted from beside me. I turned to face her and gave her a look. "Way to be subtle." "Carly," Iris crossed her arms and raised a brow at us. "What's going on here?" "It's nothing," Carly squealed, hiding her face in her hands. She's absolutely horrible at this. Iris approached Carly, peeling her hands away from her face gently. "Come on, sweetie. You can tell me anything." I placed my hand on Carly's shoulder and moved it in a reassuring motion. "We were just talking about relationships," she admitted. "Relationships? Are you dating someone?" Carly nodded. "Oh, why didn't you tell me sooner? How long has it been? Who is it?" her mother asked excitedly. Carly had nothing to worry about. Her mother seems happy for her. It's just been a few weeks, she confessed. And, it's someone you know. Iris placed both her hands over her mouth in shock. Is it Nathan? Carly nodded. Oh my gosh. Your babies are going to be so beautiful. I have to go tell your father, Iris exclaimed before running out of the room, her heels clicking as she ran through the hallway. Carly sighed and said, That went better than I expected. Yeah, your parents love Nathan. She's good at talking to adults. We were interrupted by Carly's alarm, signaling that we had to start leaving soon. Carly went to turn off her alarm on her phone and said, We should finish up and wait downstairs. I nodded in agreement, as Carly gathered her things in her purse. I looked myself over in the mirror. I was a little nervous about wearing this, but I kind of liked how I looked. I examined a elegant, long-fitted dress. It was a soft lave and a color with spaghetti straps and a deep V-neck. It cinched at the waist, making my curves appear more flattering than they actually were. The bottom of the dress was flowy with its multiple layers of fabric. My hair was styled in some loose, wavy curls, courtesy of Carly. My black-heeled shoes wrapped around my ankles, barely visible by the length of the dress. Carly interlocked her arm with mine before saying, Come on, let's go downstairs. She led me out of her room and down the stairs where we saw a not holy sighting on the couch. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, he stood up and looked at us. Wow, you guys are all dressed up. Well, du it's prom, Carly stated in an obvious tone. That's true. Thorny awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck and continued. Well, you guys look good. EW, don't compliment me. Carly cringed, wrinkling her eyebrows together in disgust. I smiled and replied to his compliment. Thank you, Anthony. He smiled back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I pity you, brother. Carly mumbled, then continued speaking regularly. Anyways, where's Mom and Dad? They need to come take pictures of us before we leave. Right here. Carl's. Her dad Carlos called out as he reached the bottom of the stairs. I was following a few steps behind him. Oh, look at my two girls. Both of you look so stunning. Iris complimented us, a proud and sweet smile on her face. Carly smiled and went up to hug her mum, then her dad. Carlos gave her a kiss on her forehead before saying, You look beautiful, Carly. You too. Lauren, if your dates don't drool all over my floor, I'm going to smack them so hard they'll end up in the stratosphere. A WW, Dad. Carly beamed, strengthening her arms around her father. Her parents were amazing. Iris took a hold of my arm and pulled me into the family hug, wrapping her arms around me and Carly. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. This is where I belong, with these people who are like my second family. I heard Anthony sigh. It's like I don't even exist. Everyone boomed into laughter, snickering at his playful comment. After the moment ended, we all pulled away from one another. Iris brought out the family camera and began taking pictures of me and Carly, asking us to smile and pose. Just as we were finishing up our little photo shoot, the doorbell rang. I wonder who that could be, Carlos said playfully before going to open the door. Daniel and Nathan entered the living room, both dressed up in their formal attire. My eyes instantly met Daniel's, causing a warmness to spread throughout my body. I studied his photos and his outfit choice for today. He was wearing a navy blue suit with a white button up underneath. He had a black boatie at the collar of the shirt, complementing the blue blazer and pants well. His whole appearance was very clean, all but one thing. His hair was styled. Unlike usual, it was in a medium part, but it still retained its naturally messy appearance. It was obvious he made an attempt to tame his hair, yet some strands still fell out of place, framing his face. I watched as his eyes scanned my body, admiring the way the dress molded onto my figure. Wow, the living room is suddenly drowning with pheromones. Anthony joke. No kidding. Iris agreed, crossing her arms while looking at us. We all turned our attention back to Carlyle's parents, feeling embarrassed for being called out. Not just Daniel and I, but also Carly and Nathan. You two boys. Carlos began. Take good care of my girls. If anything happens to them, I'm coming after you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Carlos, you'll take good care of your daughter and make sure she gets back home safe. You don't have to worry, Nathan declared politely. That's good to hear. I trust you. You're a good kid. Nathan. Carlos replied to Nathan, a smile on his face. You can put your trust in me too. So I'll make sure Lauren is safe. She's extremely precious to me. I would never let anything bad happen to her. You can count on me, Mr. Rose, Daniel stated, hoping to get Carlyle's dad to like him. It's Mr. H. Brett SLR. But I know that's impossible to pronounce. Just call me Carlos, her father said while extending his hand. Daniel smiled and shook his hand firmly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Carlos, now that that's settled, let me take some pictures. Iris beamed, raising the camera. Iris made sure we all got our photos taken, posing together and then in pairs. After some bickering between Carly and her mom about us being late, we finally left Carlyle's house. As we were walking towards Daniel's car, a few feet behind Carly and Nathan, who were holding hands, Daniel leaned closer to me and whispered, I wanted to tell you this earlier, but you look absolutely beautiful. You're stunning, princess. His hot breath against my ear sent a shiver down my spine, making me shudder. His compliment melted my heart, making me feel giddy like a child. With a smile on my face, I replied, Thank you. Daniel, you also look amazing. You're definitely gonna be the most handsome guy at prom. He gave me such a bright smile that his eyes squinted slightly and creased at the edges. Thank you, he answered happily. His contagious smile warmed my heart, bringing immense happiness with it. I absolutely love this man. The night felt like a blur, like a surreal dream. Everything was so vivid yet so hazy at the same time. The night went by in a flash. It was almost coming to an end now. My body was enveloped in warmness as Daniel's arms wrapped around my body. My head rested on his chest as our bodies pressed together. His chin rested on my head, my hands on his back. We swayed together as well as songs of the night echoed in the large hall. After spending the night with Carly, Nathan, Jeremy, and Daniel, we broke into pairs when the slow song started playing. We briefly ran into Julian and his boyfriend Roland, and we were all happy to see them dancing together. They were no longer hiding their love for each other from the public eye. Julian won prom king but gave the crown to Roland and boldly kissed him on stage. Tonight was a good night for everyone. Our time in this school was coming to an end. We were all getting ready to move on, to say goodbye to this chapter of our lives. Chapter 49, Graduation now. Stop, I shouted as tears streamed down my face. Begging will get you nowhere. Stop, please. I pleaded more urgently this time, my body in pain from the cruel torture being inflicted on it. Say you're sorry. I can't because I'm not sorry. I broke out as another tear rolled down my cheek. You little minx. How dare you team up with Jeremy and Lucas? It was 1 against 3. That wasn't fair. Daniel whined as he towered over me, my hands held firmly above my head. I took a moment to catch my breath. He finally stopped tickling me. My stomach was sore from laughing, my eyes still watery from involuntarily crying. No Wednesday isn't fun without a twist. You're a traitor for this. You'll get my payback next week. Or you could do it now, I implied suggestively, motioning with my head to the arms that held my own above my head. I would love that, he murmured, pressing a warm kiss on my neck that made my eyes flutter shut. But we have to get ready for our graduation. I nodded reluctantly. You're right. He released his grip on my arms and sat up. I followed suit, sitting up and climbing off the bed. He went to his closet, pulling out his formal suit for today. I drooled as he pulled his shirt over his head, revealing his toned chest. He looked up at me and gave me a cheeky smirk. Later. Princess, we have to get ready right now. Who says I wanted anything? I said as I crossed my arms. He approached me, still topless, and whispered against my cheek, I felt you get turned on. Lauren, not to mention I could smell your arousal from a mile away. I quickly covered my face with both hands in embarrassment. Oh my gosh, you can smell it. He gently peeled my hands away from my face and said, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Princess, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I thought you knew. He likes it. Our smell is like a drug. It makes him want you. Alex chimed in. Why do you only come out at the most embarrassing moments? It's a talent of mine. Daniel walked back towards his closet and put on a grey button-up. He finished up with closing the buttons, then slid a black tie around his neck, making a clean knot in a matter of seconds. I approached him so that I was standing in front of him. I extended my arms, fixing his messy collar. He gave me a thankful kiss on the cheek. As he slipped on a black vest, I left him to finish getting ready on his own. I had a simple, black dress prepared for this occasion. It was a mid-length spaghetti-strap dress that clung to my figure. While Daniel had his back turned to me, I undressed and quickly slipped on the fitted dress. Even though He has seen me undressed, it still feels awkward to change in front of him. However, he didn't seem to have a problem with it. He unashamedly pulled down the pants he had been sleeping in and put on a pair of black slacks. When he finished buttoning them up, he turned and faced me. When I saw his complete outfit, I realized that Daniel and I were wearing coordinated outfits, despite not intending to. He smiled when he looked at me. He closed the gap between us, pulling me into an embrace. You look beautiful, princess, he complimented. I smiled against his chest. Thank you. You look handsome. Not until I put this on. Daniel pulled away from our hug and went to pick up his graduation gown. He easily slipped it on onto the fabric behind him before resting his hands on his hips. He began running around the room, letting the gown flow behind him. I burst out laughing at the sight of him. Look, I have a cape. He beamed as he ran around the bedroom. I smiled at his adorableness. I slipped on my own gown and flapped it behind me with my arms. I do too. Daniel ran up to me from across the room and gave me an energetic kiss on the cheek. Welcome to the club. As fun as this is, I think this club should start heading downstairs. We have to leave soon. Daniel took my hands and began leading me out his room. I agree. Lucas and Jeremy should be ready soon. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Eliza pinched her son's cheeks with her fingers. Daniel gave the best smile he could with his mom was crunching up his face. Wonks, Mom, he said distorted, intending to say thanks, Mom. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. These are for you, sweetie. Eliza addressed me as she handed me a bouquet of flowers. I smiled at her. Thank you. You shouldn't have. Nonsense. You're family now. Plus it was Daniel's ideas. He said you deserved flowers on your special day. I turned to Daniel. Thanks. Daniel, I said with a smile on my face. I gave him a quick hug, avoiding lingering too long because we're in public and in front of his parents. We did it. I turned around to see Carly running towards me. She crashed into me, almost knocking me down. I laughed as she wrapped her small arms around me, beaming with excitement. Her parents and Nathan followed closely behind her at a walking pace. Be careful, honey, you're wearing heels. Her mother cautioned her. This isn't my first time in heels, Mom. See, I can even do a spin. Carly does it well on one leg and, as her mother warned, she spins off the heel and loses her balance. Nathan rushes in to catch her, holding her with both arms. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beautiful, he whispers softly to her. Her eyes light up when she looks into his bright blue eyes. I got you, he mumbles before pulling her up onto her feet. Okay, they'll be careful, Carly concedes. Carly, Mum. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shakes her head with her hands on her hips. Of course the boyfriend has more power over my own daughter than me. Nathan looks at her and smiles shyly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, it's nothing to apologize for. Iris smirks. I can use this to my advantage. Mom, you better not brainwash Nathan. Iris leans into Carly and whispers. I already have. Carly gasps and turns to look at Nathan with a scared expression. Iris chuckles and turns to Danielle's family. Sorry we had to meet like this. Iris. Carly and Lauren's mom. Lauren may not be my biological daughter, but we've raised her the past few years. I care about her like she's my own daughter. I'm glad to hear that. I knew her parents and they would have loved that she was raised by such kind and caring people. Eliza, by the way, it's so nice to meet you. Daniel's mom introduced herself. The two shook hands. I looked at Carly and smiled. I was glad everything was going smoothly. The past few months had been a roller coaster of ups and downs, but we were finally finding our footing. Thank you for everything. Carly, I wouldn't be where I am today without you. You and all your weirdness make me a better version of myself. I professed to her. Oh, Lauren. Carly broke out. She pulled me into a tight embrace and continued. You're so sweet. You should just be my girlfriend. Forget about these two. I chuckled, along with everyone else around us. She pulled away and looked at me. But seriously, I feel the same way. You're like my sister. I never want to lose you. Never. Just make out already. Nathan shouted jokingly. I laughed once again. This was my family, for better or worse. The people here are my home. Chapter 50 Home. Wow. I can't believe I've never been in here. Well, it has to been that long since we found out we were mates. Plus my uncle was here before. I doubt I could have brought you here without you two nearly killing each other. That's true, Daniel said. But it's been a few months since he... I know. I took a deep breath and continued. But I needed some time to come back. Daniel wrapped his arms around me and gave me a kiss on the forehead. I unconsciously smiled in response. That's okay. And if you're still not ready, we don't have to do this now. Daniel and I stood in the living room to my parents' house. I looked around and could barely recognize this place. My mom always had the house orderly and well decorated. The house was lively and beautiful under her care with tons of pictures on the walls and furniture. Now, with the house under Rafaela's care, it was nothing like it once was. Everything was messy. Things were broken. Paint was fading. Vases were smashed on the floor. Picture frames were face downwards or stashed away in boxes. And furniture was dusty. I knew I would have to put in a lot of work to restore this place to what it once was. And Daniel would be here with me every step of the way, even though we wouldn't live here, since he needs to be at the pack to fulfill his duties. We discussed moving back here after he retires from his position. We can also visit the house every now and then to stay for a weekend or get some time to ourselves. As I looked around the house, I knew I had to bring this place back to life. I answered Daniel. No, I'm ready. This place deserves a good renovation. Mom and Dad worked hard to make this place their home. I want to return it to how it was before they died. Okay, Princess. I'll help in any way I can. I flashed him a smile and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Thank you, I said to him. He smiled boyishly. Anything for my princess. Now let's get started. Which room are we hitting first? Let's start with my room. I'll pack the things I want to take with me and then we can tidy up the room. That should be enough for today since we have to go to the party later on. Daniel raised his hand to his forehead and did a soldier salute. Yes, boss. I chuckled at his response. Now that the plan was established, I led him up the stairs to my room. Wow, he marveled. So this is your room? Yep, has been since I was a little girl. I watched as Daniel looked at the dusty pink walls that were now faded after being painted the same color for 16 years. His eyes traveled to the sticky notes and picture frames on my desk. He took a few steps closer and slightly bent over to look at one of the pictures on my desk. He picked up the frame before looking at me and raising a brow. Why was his arm around your waist like that? I look at the picture and the image of me, Carly, and Anthony, the house. I was in the middle with one arm around Carly's shoulder and the other around Anthony's. Carly had her hands on her hips and his was around my waist, slightly pulling me closer towards him. That was just for the picture. Plus H.E.S. like my brother. I moved to my bed and began folding some of the clothes that I had carelessly thrown on top last time I came here. A brother doesn't put his arm around his sister like that. Or look at them like they want to make out with them. He objected. Well, that's just how we are. Not just with Unfunny but also Carly. Maybe it's because we're not actual siblings so it's not awkward. He clearly liked you. But he seems to respect our relationship now so I have no problem with him. I paused to look up at him. You're just looking into it too much. Daniel, you tend to overanalyze things. You know, that's true. But not this. This is clearly the truth. I don't know. I think I was noticed. Daniel shook his head and instead changed the topic. By the way, what's with this sticky note? Bring Carly my nuts so she can put as many as she can in her mouth. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I burst out laughing. Oh my gosh, I said in between laughter. That sounds so wrong now that I hear it. I can't believe I wrote that. Daniel continued looking at me with the most confused look on his face. I had bought a couple packets of peanuts on special. Right. So she told me to bring them to her so that she could see the maximum amount of peanuts she could fit in her mouth. Daniel raised a brow. So how many did she fit? 120. What, the 120? How did she fit that many? I have no idea. She somehow surprises me more and more every day. I returned my attention to the clothes on my bed. As I picked up the next shirt to fold it, Daniel approached me. He took a few steps towards the bed before rolling onto I exclaimed before playfully smacking him with the shirt. In trying to fold my clothes, Daniel gave me a cheeky smile before grabbing my arm and putting me down onto the bed. Once I crashed onto the mattress, laying beside him, he wrapped his arms around me. Daniel pulled me close and buried my face into his chest. At this rate, we're never going to finish in time for the party, I remarked. He wrapped his arms tighter around me and replied, We don't have to. We do. Carly's throwing the party. She might need me to help out. Isn't her brother going to be there? Only to buy the booze then H.E.S. leaving. He doesn't want to be a part of it in case his parents find out a party was thrown while they were visiting their parents. But we haven't cuddled in ages. Daniel wind. Daniel, it's been a few hours. That's a long time for me. I laughed at the adorable pout he was making. How about we cuddle after the party? Promise. He stuck out his pinky with an innocent look on his face. I laughed. Yes, I promise. I brought my pinky to his and interlocked our fingers, sealing the promise. He gave me the cutest smile before energetically hopping out of bed. So what can I help with? He asked with the smile still on his face. I smiled back. This was going to take a while, but with Daniel it was going to be fun. Hurry. It's tart, soon. I just need to comb my hair. Daniel responded frantically, searching the bathroom for a comb. We ended up sending the whole day packing and cleaning up my room, sometimes getting distracted by baby pictures and some of my old toys. When we realized how late it was, we just showered here together instead of going back to the pack house. I don't have a comb. I only have a brush. I frantically answered as I struggled to zip up my dress from behind. The brush will have to do. Daniel said as he rushed to grab my hairbrush and run it through his wet hair. He was about to rush out of the bathroom and into the bedroom to get shoes, but he stopped to look at me. He made his way back to me and kissed the back of my neck, making me shiver. Then he moved my hands away from my zipper and held it in his own hand. "Don't worry. I got it." He easily zipped up my dress, then fixed my straps. "Thank you," I said before giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. We both quickly made our way to the bedroom, trying not to slip with our wet feet. In no time, we slipped on our shoes and made our way over to Carly's house. Because it was only about 4 minutes away, we decided walking would be better than taking our car. When we arrived at Carly's house, Anthony was just leaving. We caught him exiting the house as we were on the pathway to their front door. There's already a shit ton on people. Make sure nothing bad happens. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and drink responsibly. Alcohol is bad for you. Oh, and have fun, Anthony instructed before continuing to his car, spinning his keys around his finger. Once he was gone, Daniel leaned in and whispered, "See, he likes you." I gave him a confused look and he threw his head back laughing. I had almost taken him seriously. We entered the Rose house to find music blasting, people dancing and drinking, a couple making out on the sofa, and someone raiding the snack jar in the living room. I looked around to see if I could find Carly. I grabbed Daniel's hand and led him to the kitchen, dodging people left and right. I found Carly and Nathan in the kitchen winking together. We walked up to them and, when Carly noticed me, she smiled at me. Carly threw her hands up and said, "You're here." I quickly turned to look at Nathan and asked, "Is she drunk?" Nathan shook his head. "No, but almost. She's tipsy." "Have one." Carly picked up a poured shot off the table and handed it to me. I took it from her hands and looked at Daniel. He nodded and said, "It should be fine. We have a higher tolerance." He whispered the last sentence so Nathan wouldn't hear. Nathan just stared at us with a raised brow but didn't say anything. I listened to Daniel and took the shot. That did not go down easy. Who likes drinking this stuff? It's disgusting. Daniel and Nathan laughed at the face I made afterwards. "How do you feel?" Nathan asked. "Like my stomach's on fire." I replied with a grimace on my face. Nathan smiled at me and offered me another shot. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The second one goes down easier. I took it and he was right. Then the next and the one after that were even easier, until I cowed and didn't even feel them anymore. At one point it almost felt like drinking water. Lauren, I think that's enough," Daniel said to me, but his voice sounded distorted in my head. I felt the glass being taken from my hand and looked up to see Daniel standing in front of me. I looked around and noticed that the setting sun was no longer peering in through the windows. Night had taken over. Most of the lights in the house were turned off, making it even darker. Everything was a blur, but people were dancing like crazy, including Carly and Nathan. I quickly went up to them, almost tripping on the way, and began dancing with them. Carly took my hand and we began jumping up and down together. She was definitely drunk, but so was I. When the song ended, I turned to find Daniel close behind me. I smiled brightly when I saw him and pulled him towards me. "Come on, dance with me." He smiled back at me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Princess, but I thought you didn't really like dancing." I yanked him closer to me and exclaimed, "I love it." He laughed loudly and took both my hands in his own. We jumped, swayed, and moved to the music. When a slow, romance song came up, he lowered his hand to my lower back and pulled me against his body. The other hand still held my hand in his own. He looked down at me with his beautiful eyes, which seemed to glow in the darkness of the living room. His wavy locks fell messily onto his face, giving his neat hairstyle a wild look. The way he looked, The way he held my body close to his center rushed to my core, making my entire body feel hot. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He leaned into my ear, his lips barely touching the skin. You're making me and my wolf excited. Princess, you know I love your smell, but it's going to drive me crazy right now. I didn't think about what I was doing. I just acted on my desires. I wrapped my hand around the back of his neck, tangling it in his hair before lowering his face to mine. I pressed my lips against his passionately, trying to convey to him the emotions I was feeling. He returned the kiss, tightening his grip on my body. Carly, are you okay? I quickly pulled away when I heard Nathan ask those words. I scanned the room to see Carly leaning on Nathan. It looked like she had fallen asleep. I stumbled towards Carly with Daniel at my side helping me walk properly. Carly, I shouted, and she woke up. She looked at me and gasped. Lauren, I haven't seen you in years. Hearing those words made me emotional even though it had only been a few minutes and not a few years that I had last seen her. I pulled her into a hug and she began to cry on my shoulder. Seconds later, she stopped crying and exclaimed, I want some ice cream. Nathan interjected, No. Ice cream and alcohol do not mix well. You're going to throw up all over the living room. Carly glared at Nathan for a few seconds, but she slowly began to close her eyes. She looked like she was falling asleep once again. Nathan laughed and said, Come on, let's get you to bed. Carly mumbled something completely inaudible. Nathan seemed to understand. He replied, Don't worry. They'll kick everyone out once I put you to bed. We can clean up in the morning. She nodded and accepted Nathan's offer to carry her up the stairs. Wait, I shouted and ran up to them. I hugged Carly and she weakly hugged me back. I love you, Carly, I told her. She smiled, but her eyes were still closed. I love you too, SpongeBob. Nathan and I both burst out laughing. I told him he could take her to bed now, so he carried her up the stairs and took her to her room. I turned to Daniel, who was smiling at me. Come on, let's go back to your parents' place. We can sleep there for today. Then we can come back and help them clean when we wake up. I nodded and he wrapped his arm around my waist, helping me walk back without much stumbling. I thought back on the night and realized that it was all a blur. Everything went by so fast. It almost felt like a dream. A good dream. I was with the people I loved, the people that made me feel at home. When we reached the house, Daniel helped me upstairs. He gently lay me down on the bed before laying down next to me. Do you feel sick? Or like throwing up? He asked in a low voice, a voice I found extra sexy. I shook my head. No, I'm fine. I reached over and pulled down the zipper of my dress. Taking it off is much easier than putting it on. I peeled it off my arms and dropped it on the floor when I finished. What are you doing? Daniel asked hoarsely. I could tell he was fighting off the urge to look at my body. I don't feel sick, but I do feel like I want you right now. I whispered to him. Lauren, you're drunk. I don't think I should. I silenced him with a kiss, which he couldn't help but respond to. I pulled away and assured him, Trust me, I want this. I want you more than anything right now. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to try to calm himself. Through our mate bond, I felt his arousal rising. Are you sure this is what you want? He asked in a whisper. I swiftly climbed on top of him and began unbuttoning his shirt. 100% sure. In an instant, his lips crashed onto mine, taking me by surprise. His hands desperately traveled up and down my body. A moan nearly escaped my lips when he sucked on the spot on my neck where his mark rested. Daniel paused for a second, so I opened my eyes to look at him. He ran his fingers through my hair before whispering, I love you, princess. I smiled warmly at him and said, And I love you, Daniel. We continued that night until Daniel and I were both satisfied. Then, as promised, I made sure to fulfill my cuddling duties. We slept peacefully in each other's arms, with Daniel helping me replace the bad memories in this house with good ones. The home that once felt dangerous was beginning to feel like a safe place once again. Chapter 51, final chapter, my mate and my best friend. At one point, I thought I had to choose my mate or my best friend. I didn't think I could have both. Hell, I didn't think I deserved to have both. But now I sit in the back seat holding my best friend's hand while I gaze at my mate lovingly. And Thorny is driving Carly and Nathan to the airport. Daniel and I decided to tag along to say goodbye one last time. They're going to college for years, so I need to spend as much time with my best friends as I can. Down to the last second. Nathan sat next to Carly, resting his head on her shoulder. I sighed and said, "Who put me in the back seat with these love bear?" And Thorny jumped in and complained, "How do you think I feel? In fifth wheeling." I chuckled and said, "That's true." Daniel turned to smile at me. He was sitting in the front seat, next to Anthony. When we arrived at the airport, Anthony and I helped Carly take her bags. She had 5 suitcases, so I wondered how she was going to manage when she arrived at her college. "Faster. Peasants. I have 15 minutes before my plane leaves," she urged. I rolled my eyes at her but began walking faster. My heart began to pound in my chest when we arrived at the check-in area. In a few minutes, my 2 best friends were going to be gone and I wouldn't see them again for a few months. After Carly and Nathan both checked into their flight, we went to the waiting area. They were told that passengers were already boarding their flight and that they needed to hurry. Carly looked at me and gave me a sad look. "This is where we say goodbye. Horen." I chuckled and said, "Even when saying goodbye, you still call me that name." When I see a tear roll down her cheek, I stride towards her and pull her into a hug. She wraps her arms around me tightly as she sniffles into my shoulder. "I'm gonna miss you," I say in a shaky voice. "Me too." I pull away and wipe the tears from her face. She smiles sadly at me and steps back. "What about you, brother?" And Shawnee asks Carly, calling our attention to him. "I have a brother," Carly asks quickly. Anthony chuckles and walks towards Carly. H.E.S. trying not to show it. But H.E.S. sad as well. His eyes are red like H.E.S. holding back tears. He pulls her into a hug and she tightly hugs him back. This has to be the first time I've seen them hug. It'll also be the last for a long time. When she pulls away, tears are streaming down her face once again. And Fanny begins giving her a small speech, telling her to care of herself, to make sure she brushes her teeth every day, and not take any drinks from suspicious people. Meanwhile, Nathan calls out to me. "To be honest, I always thought it would be me saying goodbye to you and Carly." I chuckled and said, "No, we would have dragged you with us. She would have kidnapped you if she had to." He smiled and said, "It's not gonna be the same without you." I feel the same. It's gonna be lonely without you guys here. Nathan pulled me into a hug and said, "We'll see each other in a few months. We'll visit during winter break." I smiled sadly. "You better." We pulled away from the hug and Nathan turned his attention to Daniel. He extended his hand, and Daniel took it. As they shook hands firmly, Nathan said, "I thought you were a troublemaker, but now that I know you I can see that you're a good guy. Take good care of my friend. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Daniel smiled at him and said, "Of course I will." Carly walked towards us and pointed a finger at Daniel. "You better not make her cry or anything. Treat her well," Carly said menacingly. I chuckled when Daniel raised his hands in defense. "I won't," he declared. "Good." Putting her finger down, Nathan took Carly's hand and said, "We should get going now." Carly nodded, then turned back to us. "I'll see you all in a few months," she announced with a sad smile. She was clearly holding back more tears. "Bye, Carly. Bye, Nathan," I said while waving at them. They turned and, just like that, they were gone. My 2 best friends. The 2 people that got me through high school. The 2 people that made my life a whole lot better. Daniel pulled me into a hug. "It's gonna be okay," he whispered into my ear as he soothingly stroked my arm. I simply nodded into his chest as I bit my lip, trying not to cry as an emptiness creeped into my soul now that Carly and Nathan were gone. The ride back was mostly silent. Everyone was reeling from what just happened. Until I lost my two best friends, and Thorley dropped us off at my parents' house. Today would be the last day we spent cleaning. Over the summer, we managed to nearly restore the house to the way my parents had it. We hired people to repaint the walls. We cleaned and reorganized the rooms. We put pictures back where they belonged. We changed out some furniture. The past 4 months were extremely busy. We spent a lot of our time fixing up the house. When we entered, we looked around to make sure everything was in place and nothing was forgotten. Daniel and I had moved the stuff I would be keeping here into my old parents' bedroom. That would be our new room. Daniel and I planned to spend the upcoming weekend here. As we fixed it up, we grew to love this place. It was cozy and more personal than the pack house or Delta house. It was our own home. That's probably why my parents wanted to live here in the first place, to have a place of their own. After doing a final sweep and mop of the floors, I grabbed the last of the boxes from my old room, which I would be taking with me to the Delta house. We were moving into the house tomorrow. When that came, I didn't even have time to think about Carly's departure because of how busy I was. The pain was still there, but at least I was distracted for a while. The Delta house was pretty big. It had 2 floors with many rooms. This time, we wouldn't have to share it with anyone else. For the years that Daniel would be the active Delta, the house was all to ourselves. When Daniel and I finished remodeling and decorating, we moved in all of our things. After a few months, it was finally starting to feel like home. The place where we would hold dinners and reunions. The place where we would raise our kids. The place that I would share with the love of my life. As we inherited the Delta house, we also inherited more responsibilities. Daniel began to have regular work hours, typically from 9 to 4, sometimes longer and sometimes shorter. Sometimes he was called in at random times, like at the middle of the night or before the sun even began to rise. Sometimes I didn't see him all day, or even worse, for a few days. Sometimes his schedule was hard for me to accept. I missed him a lot and often worried for him, especially since I was spending a lot of time alone at home. I would call Carly and Nathan, but they were busy with college. I hung out with Evan and Anthony, but we eventually had to part ways. At one point, I decided that I needed a role in the pack. I wanted to feel like I belonged in Silver Coat Pack. I wanted my very own role instead of just being the Delta's mate. I talked to Jeremy about having a role. When he told me about the different roles I could have in the pack, I decided I would follow in my father's footsteps. I would be a pack warrior. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Daniel was too fond of the idea. He didn't like that I would constantly be putting myself in danger or fighting for my life. But he accepted it because it was something I wanted to do. How's training? Daniel asked me on one of my first days of training. I was bent over with my hands on my knees. Beads of sweat were rolling off my forehead. I took a deep breath before standing back up. Not so great, I said breathlessly. In out of shape, Daniel gave me a pat on my back before offering me a rag. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Take this. But what brings you here? Daniel smiled. I asked Jeremy for a favor. The task he gave me was to check in on the warriors, but it was just an excuse for me to see you train. I smiled back at Daniel. The fact that he went through all that trouble for me was adorable. He extended his arms, offering me a hug. I put both my hands up in front of me, signaling that he should stop. Wait, I interjected, in awe sweaty. Daniel enclosed me in his arms anyways. He held me in a tight embrace, allowing my sweat to rub off onto his skin and clothes. That doesn't matter to me, sweaty or not. I still love holding you in my arms, he professed. I smiled into his chest. Daniel always knew what to say to make my heart melt. Daniel pulled away from our embrace and gave me a kiss on my cheek. Now go kick some ass. My princess. They'll be here for a while cheering you on. He encouraged. Okay, Daniel. But watch out. Pretty soon I'll be the one calling you my princess in need of being rescued. I just need to train hard enough to be stronger than you. Daniel laughed as I walked away from him and towards the other trainees. Once practice was over, Daniel was still waiting for me. I thought you were going to leave soon after you saw me. I questioned Daniel. I was going too, but I decided to clear up my schedule for today so we could spend some time together. The past few months have been busy and we haven't really had time to go on an actual date. Now that you mention it, it has been a while, but you didn't have to clear up your whole schedule. I know you're busy. Daniel took my hand in his, intertwining our fingers together. I can catch up tomorrow. Today is about me and you. Princess. I looked down as a smile spread across my lips. Daniel was the sweetest mate ever. Any chance I can take a quick shower before we go? Yup. Popping the pea. I already have everything ready. He gave me a wink and suggestively whispered, but we can shower together when we get back. I gave him a mischievous smile. Sounds good to me. Daniel and I walked away from the outside training area. He led me into the forest, hand in hand. After a few minutes of walking, we came across a small river with a nearby picnic blanket. We were met with an abundance of fruit, snack, mini sandwiches, and a bottle of wine. I stopped walking and looked towards Daniel. Daniel, I beamed. Did you do all this? He smiled and pulled my hand so that I followed him onto the blanket. As we were sitting down, he admitted, I did. I wanted us to have a nice little date, here away from all our troubles and responsibilities. I know you're still heartbroken about your friends leaving and also stressed with training. I wanted you to forget about all of that, even if it's just for a little while. I immediately crashed into Daniel, knocking him over so that we were laying on the blanket together. I wrapped my arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. As we lay together, the sound of lapping water and his touch relaxed my body. The moist air of the forest freshened me up, soothing my skin. Thank you, Daniel, for everything you do for me. I paused to look into his eyes, whose vivid color had me hypnotized. I'm so thankful that the moon goddess chose me as your mate. You're perfect for me in every way. Daniel gave me the sweetest, most vulnerable smile. His eyes gleamed with so much love and adoration that I couldn't help but shiver as he looked down at me. Me too, my princess. I can't imagine a life without you. You complete me in every way possible. That is why he paused for a second to pull something out of his pocket. I want to give you this. My right hand rose to cover my mouth as he took my left hand in his own. He slipped a beautiful ring with an emerald green jewel onto my ring finger. Daniel, I marveled. Completely in shock, I broke into tears as I looked at the ring. As I admired it, I came to a realization. It was my mother's. I don't know if you recognize it, but this ring belonged to your mother. They were able to recover this from the rogues that killed your parents, because we thought that you were dead and your uncle didn't want the ring. My mom held on to it to remember your parents, but this ring belongs to you, so it's only right that you have it. A silent tear rolled down my cheek as I stared at the beautiful ring on my finger. Not only will this ring be a reminder that I will love you for the rest of our lives, but it will also be a reminder that your parents are always with you, even though they are no longer here with us. Daniel gently brushed away my tears with his thumb and kissed on my cheek. We both looked down at my hand that wore my mother's ring. Thank you, Daniel. This means so much to me. His fingers gently brushed my hand as we looked up and smiled at one another. As I looked at Daniel, the most loving, kind, and thoughtful person I had ever met, I knew I was ready to spend forever with my soulmate. Epilogue 1. Alternative Anthony's mate Anthony's POV. Come on, you wussy. I need you to do something for me. Cardi urged as she yanked me out of bed. Ugh, Cardi, it's 6 in the morning. I responded, still half asleep, and you can go back to sleep in a few minutes. It's Lauren's birthday today. It has to be perfect. I perked up slightly. I already knew it was her birthday today, but hearing the mention of her woke me up. Then, almost instantly, my mood plummeted. If I remember correctly, my werewolf friend told me the werewolf usually find their mates when they turn 18. That meant she would soon find someone she would spend the rest of her life with. And I'm going to have to live with that. Fine, I mumbled. But you owe me. Carly ignored me and continued dragging me towards her room. I sluggishly stumbled behind her. When she opened the door, I saw Oren sleeping peacefully. My eyes were immediately drawn to her. She looked absolutely beautiful. I always thought she looked beautiful, but today she had a special glow to her even though she was only sleeping. I wanted to go up to her and hold her in my arms and hold up. What the hell am I thinking? I shouldn't be thinking like this. I can't be thinking like this. Carly asked, annoyed, and waved her hand in my face. What? I realized I hadn't heard a word she said. Go lay down and pretend to be me. Doofus. My mouth nearly dropped to the floor. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What? Carly face palmed. I know what you said. I interrupted. But I am not doing that. That's weird. She's gonna be uncomfortable when she wakes up. I need you to take my place. She's going to wake up soon if I'm not in bed. She has some sixth sense or something if I'm not in bed with her. Carly, you're insane. In leaving, I say as I'm about to walk out the door. But she yanks me back and pushes me onto the bed, nearly falling on top of Lauren. Carly, what the hell? I whisper, yeah. I could have landed on her, or woken her up. Carly smiled at me, but you didn't. I watched her eyes move behind me, and suddenly I felt an arm wrap around me and pull me close. Carly smiled and said, now you can't move. My heart nearly dropped as Lauren's hand brushed my arm. I was overwhelmed as a wonderful sensation spread across the skin that was grazed by her touch. See ya. Loser, Hassan, loser. Carly teased as she ran out the door, closing it quietly behind her. I stared at the ceiling in confusion. What was going on? I'd liked Lauren for a long time now. But what is this? Why am I feeling like this towards her? Especially now that she's out of my grasp. I turned my body to face her and nearly jumped at the proximity of our faces. My heart began to race and my face grew hot. I shivered when she snuggled into my chest, leaning closer towards me. I wanted to wrap my arms around her, but that would be wrong. I closed my eyes, trying to shut off my brain. Lauren's POV. I shuffled around in bed, but was startled by an overwhelming tingly sensation that made my body jump. My eyes shot open to see a figure lying next to me. Not just anyone. It was Anthony. His eyes widened when they met mine, causing him to stumble and fall out of the bed. I almost whimpered at the loss of contact. The sparks were gone and I was left with a longing sensation, wanting to reconnect my skin with his. This surprised me. What the hell was I thinking? Why was I feeling like this? Why do you think? My wolf's voice intruded my thoughts. It's our mate. She has been here all along. Right under my nose, and I never realized. What? I responded in complete disbelief. No, that can't be. She is not a werewolf and it's not common for us to have human mates. But it's not impossible. Now go to him. Claim him so everyone knows he is ours. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Slow down. I can't do that. What if is dating someone? What if he doesn't like me? He is human. He doesn't know about us. How is this going to work? I blocked out Alex and focused on the situation at hand. This couldn't be happening. Not with my best friend's brother. He was like family. To be fair, I've always thought he was cute and extremely sweet. And really good looking. Now that I think about it, she is actually really hot. No, what am I saying? That has to be my wolf talking. What would Carly think of this? What would her family think? Are you okay? I ask as I sit up on the bed. I stare down at Anthony and immediately get captivated by his deep brown eyes, his sharp nose and jaw, his slight stubble, his heart-shaped lips tempting me to kiss him. Yeah, he answered awkwardly and stood up. I'm sorry you probably feel uncomfortable. But Carly, no. That wasn't uncomfortable. You don't need to apologize, I interjected. I climbed off the bed and extended my arm to offer him help standing up. As I stood before him, I watched him scan his eyes up my body, traveling up my thighs that were exposed by my high shorts. Then they traveled up my waist, past my breasts, and to my shoulders. Seeing him on my body made me shiver, and an unfamiliar desire filled my body, urging me to complete the mating process. Alex broke through, entering my mind once again. See, he clearly wants you. Tell him yes, I'll mate. He'll understand. No, I can't do that. I'm gonna scare him off. Anthony took my hand after a long pause, but both of us recoiled as sparks were set off by each other's touch. What was that? Looking completely baffled. Maybe static, I answered spontaneously. That didn't feel like static to me, he responded. You guys ready? I heard Carly whisper from outside the door. Yes, let's go inside. Her mother, Iris, responded to her. I quickly turned my head to see Carly, her mom, and her dad all walking while holding a cake with 18 colored candles. They began singing Happy Birthday, taking me by surprise. When they finished, I smiled and blew out the candles to the cake. They cheered for me and urged me to come downstairs. Carly dragged me out, taking me to the kitchen. I looked back to see Anthony looking towards us. He looked confused yet slightly dejected. Anthony spoke. Lauren, are you still busy? Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm about to do homework. After I got back from school, I tried to avoid Anthony as much as I could. I didn't know what to do with this situation, so I decided to stay away from him while I figured out what to do. It won't take long, Anthony said with pleading eyes, making it impossible to say no. Okay, I conceded. What did you want to talk about? Not exactly talk. Anthony pulled out a small box from his left hand, which had been hidden behind his back. He continued, I wanted to give you this before your birthday ended. Anthony, you didn't have to get me anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling bad. I wanted to. You may not like what I got you, but I just wanted to give you something special. No, I'm sure you'll love it, no matter what it is, I said with a smile to reassure him. I took the box from his hand. Our hands brushed each other slightly, making me jump back at the feeling. Anthony must have felt the same because he gave me a confused look. Luckily, he didn't say anything about it. I opened the box and, instantly, my mouth dropped. Inside was a beautiful silver necklace with a small gem at the center of the pendant. Anthony, it's beautiful. I beamed. He seemed to get embarrassed when I told him that. He put on an awkward smile and began brushing the back of his hair with his fingers. It was extremely adorable. An urge overtook me and I quickly closed the gap between us. I pulled him into an embrace, one that was nothing like we've ever shared before. All others were polite, but this one was passionate. I held him tightly in my arms, gripping his shirt in between my fingers. My entire body felt like it was on fire. I was overwhelmed with sensations as sparks flew off our bodies while they molded into one. I took a deep breath. This felt like home. I jumped when the door flew open. I turned to see Carly standing at the doorway. The ice cream that she had in her mouth fell out and plopped onto the floor. I quickly backed away, instantly making me miss his touch. I was just thanking him for the gift he gave me. I quickly exclaimed. Carly simply stared at us for a few seconds with her mouth open. She reached her hand over to the doorknob while the other held her ice cream cone. She closed the door slowly without saying a word. I nodded Honey and I both looked at each other awkwardly. Thanks for the gift. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll go to my room then. Anthony left Carly's room, closing the door behind him. I hope Carly doesn't think anything of what she saw. I don't think she'll like the idea of me dating her brother. I looked at the necklace and smiled down at it. It was a gift from my mate. I carefully took it out of the box and placed it around my neck. Once I had latched the chain, I looked at it in Carly's mirror. It was beautiful. I wouldn't take it off for anything, not even to sleep. I smiled to myself. I fully didn't know he was my mate, but still this small gesture made me extremely happy. The next few days were very difficult to get through. I basically lived with the Rose family, forgetting that Anthony was my mate was impossible, especially when my wolf kept insisting that I mark him every few seconds. Go mark him. Archie's only a room away, she insisted. I turned in bed, trying not to wake Carly. I can't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said to her, we've been through this over 100 times already. At least go see him. She whimpered. I miss him. How about we go see him tomorrow? I promise we will. It's late right now. I don't want to bother him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You promised, so no take-backs. I chuckled to myself, fidgeting with the necklace he got me. I tossed and turned for a few more minutes. Eventually, I grew restless. I was bored and agitated, unlike Carly, who was snoring beside me. I cowed in sleep. I carefully stood up, trying not to wake her. I crawled out of bed and quietly made my way across her room. I made sure to close the door behind me as I left the room. I began heading down the stairs. Maybe a midnight snack would help. I froze as I reached the bottom of the staircase. The hair on my arms stood when an enchanting smell entered my nose. I was immediately captivated by the scent. It compelled me to approach it, which I desperately wanted to do. I was ready to turn and bolt up the stairs, but he called out to me before I could. "Lo, I didn't think you were awake," Anthony commented. I looked over at my mate, who was sitting on the couch eating cookies in the dark. I just came down for a snack," I admitted. He chuckled and held up the pack of cookies. "Looks like we had the same idea. Come sit with me. I'll share my cookies." I made my way across the living room and took a seat on the couch, leaving enough room between the two of us, and smiled when I turned to look at him. He offered me the pack of cookies, which only had one row left. I took 3 and thanked him. I raised an eyebrow and asked, what happened to the other 2 rows? I may or may not have eaten them all. I laughed and commented, "No way you ate 2 rows." "Hey, I was stress eating." "Stress eating? What has you stressed?" I asked with concern. "Oh, it's nothing," he quickly exclaimed. "Just school." I nodded. "I get that. College must be hard." "It can be, but it's fun sometimes." I finished another cookie before asking, "Do you like going to college?" He looked up to think for a second before responding. "I do. I met a lot of good people." My stomach dropped when I saw the smile on his face. Have you met someone in your college that you like?" He quickly turned to me and shut down the idea. "No, not at all. I was only talking about friends," he urged as his hands went up in defense. I was slightly taken aback by the intensity of his response. I didn't expect him to react so fervently, but it drew a smile on my face. I was glad he wasn't interested in anyone. He was my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked down to hide the smile on my face and responded with. Anthony cleared his throat and held his glass of milk towards me. "Do you want some? Cookies aren't the same without milk." I nodded and said, "Thank you," before dipping my cookies and taking a small sip. I set down the glass on the coffee table and turned to face Anthony. "Aren't you sleepy? You have morning class tomorrow." "Right. I asked him, my mouth still slightly full with cookies. I noticed Anthony was staring at me intensely, so I froze as I looked into his beautiful brown eyes. A kind shiver ran down my spine as he brought his face closer to mine. The sound of my heart beating in my ears seemed to echo through to the room. The world around me blurred as Anthony's face neared mine. My breath hitched when my eyes traveled to his lips. I imagined the feeling of him pressing his lips to mine, which made my eyes flutter shut. I heard rustling as Anthony slowly closed the space between us. I opened my eyes, one at a time, when I felt his breath fanning my cheek. Anthony was looking down at my lips, his own lips slightly parted. My skin ignited when his fingers brushed against my cheek as he brushed a strand of hair behind my ear. When he finished, his fingers traveled up to my face and gently brushed the corner of my lips. Anthony's hand lingered for a second. Sparks ignited as our skin connected, but both our minds were busy being preoccupied with each other to notice. Anthony looked up into my eyes, a wild yearning revealing itself in his expression. Butterflies danced around my stomach as the thought of him kissing me flooded my desires. An ache formed in my heart when Anthony looked away from me and pulled his face back. The space between us grew once again. I almost whimpered as I was left with a yearning to be close to the man in front of me. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You had a piece of cookie. I'm sorry I acted without saying anything first. No, it's nothing to worry about, I responded, still dazed. Anthony cleared his throat and leaned back into the couch. Facing away from me, I stood up and said, I think I'm going to head to sleep. Thank you for the cookies. I gave Anthony a small smile before rushing towards the stairs. Good night, Lauren, he called out to me. I stopped and turned to see Anthony looking at me. Good night, Anthony. I went up the stairs and back into Carly's room, with an uncontrollable pounding in my heart. I cuddled next to Carly. The more I thought about Anthony, the more my yearning for him grew. Anthony's POV? I don't know. Man, it's all so weird. All of a sudden I can't stop thinking about her more than before. Something about her calls out to me. I just feel like I gotta be with her. I say to Jason, my werewolf friend, as I toss a small ball into the air and catch it repeatedly. I'm on his bed, laying on my back, while H.E. is doing homework on his desk. He raised a brow at me but didn't say anything. He turned back to his textbook and continued taking notes. I continued my rant to him. The strangest thing is that every time we touch, there's some sort of sparks. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like nothing I've felt before. She says it's static, but it's not that. I know it. He froze completely, then turned his entire chair to look at me. Now he looked completely serious. You're kidding, right? No, why would I joke about this? Remember how I told you Shess a werewolf and that we find our mates after a certain age? Well, it sounds like you're her mate. I quickly sat up on the bed and stared at him in disbelief. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There's no way. Right. I'm not a werewolf. Or am I? Mates aren't always the same species. There's been werewolves mated to humans before and even witches. So in her mate. I ask hopefully. It sounds like it. Either that or the static in your house is terrible. I smiled unwillingly. Isn't it? The person Shess meant to be with. All these years I've liked her but never expected to get this chance to be with her. How did I get so lucky? Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have to go, I said before urgently grabbing my bag and bolting out of his room. I ran out of his building, out of the university and all the way home. The smile on my face never wavered. I had to get home and see her. When I got home, I bolted into Carly's room and found Lauren sitting alone on Carly's bed, her hands holding a hardcover book. Lauren, I panted, trying to catch my breath. She immediately stood up and made her way towards me. Are you okay? She asked worriedly. I'm okay. I'm more than okay. She gave me a confused look. I grabbed her arm, making her jump at the touch. Her skin sending pleasant waves throughout my body. You feel that? Like I said the other day. I think it's just static. She replied nervously. No, that's not gonna work on me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Taking a step closer, her breath caught in her throat as I neared her. I took a deep breath and admitted, I know you're a werewolf. A frightened look spread across her face. What? How did I slip up? Did I hurt anyone? She asked frantically. No, definitely not. I tried to calm her down. I have a werewolf friend. I found out about you through him, and he also told me about mates. She visibly gulped, but I began stroking her arm gently. That seemed to ease her. Lauren, I asked in a whisper, am I your mate? I feel it. The sparks. The attraction. I just want you. I want to be with you so bad it hurts. That's not you, she replied solemnly. That's not what you really want. That's just the mate bond speaking. I cupped her face with my hands and made her look up at me. Lauren, I've loved you for years now. I've wanted nothing but to take care of you. To treasure you. I'm not saying this because I'm suddenly your soulmate or whatever. I'm saying this because this is how I've felt about you since day one. I watched as she nearly teared up. Overwhelmed with emotion, I pulled her into a hug and she instantly relaxed against my touch. I don't know what to say, she mumbled into my chest as she wrapped her arms around me. I gently pulled away from her and looked into her bright green eyes, then to her rosy lips. You don't need to say anything, I whispered. I lowered my face towards hers, causing my heart to begin pounding wildly in my chest. I watched as she closed her eyes, just as she did a few nights ago. I followed suit, closing my eyes before pressing my lips to hers. My entire body erupted into a euphoric feeling. The way her lips brushed against mine nearly made my heart explode. Our lips slowly brushed against each other as we explored this new feeling. Lauren and I both pulled away slowly and rested our foreheads together, our eyes still closed. I've waited so long for that, I whispered, and it was worth it. I heard a small laugh escape her lips. It was the cutest sound I've ever heard. I loved the way she smiled, the way she laughed. Thank you, Anthony, for understanding my situation. You don't know how happy I am right now. I smiled and looked into her eyes as I said, not as happy as I am. Lauren and I both jumped at the sound of the door creaking. We immediately turned to look at the door to see Carly, Mom and Dad peeking in. Oh, crap, my dad whispered before they all ran away so we wouldn't see them. I looked to Lauren, who wore a worried expression. I rested my hand on her face and gently asked, what's wrong? What will your family think of me? What will Carly think? She's gonna be mad. I can't lose her. She panicked. Lauren, it's going to be okay. I reassured her. My family adores you. And something tells me Carly's going to be excited about this. She looked at me hopefully. You think so? I do. Now let's go talk to my nosy family. She nodded. So I took her hand in mine and led her into my parents' room where everyone was whispering loudly. I opened the door, still holding Lauren's hand. Everyone immediately stopped talking and turned to us. My dad put his hand over his mouth to cover a gasp when he saw us holding hands. Mom, Dad, Carls. I know you guys saw what happened. I just wanted to tell you guys that me and Lauren, well, we like each other. We want to explore these feelings we have for each other. I felt Lauren squeeze my hand tighter, so I began rubbing circles on the back of her hand. I know. I'm so excited for you guys. Mom squealed. I've seen you ogle Lauren for the past few years. This is finally happening. Your kids are going to be so cute. I can't wait, Dad added, which made Lauren visibly embarrassed. I turned to Lauren, who was looking at Carly while waiting for her to reply. Carly wore a serious expression on her face, making me a little nervous. She pointed at me, Let's get something clear. Lauren will spend 97 of her time with me. You get the other 3. Carly crossed her arms and glared at me. I immediately broke into laughter. Yes, Carly. I understand. After I responded, her face instantly beamed and a smile formed onto her lips. I'm so happy. My nephews will have the best auntie ever. I can't wait. I watched the way Lauren's face grew red with embarrassment, which I thought was adorable. Carly, it's too early to talk about kids, Lauren exclaimed with embarrassment. My entire family, including me, laughed at her response. Lauren was already part of the family, but now she was also my soon-to-be girlfriend. She was my future wife, the woman who would be the mother of my kids. This is where she belonged. By Carly's side, by my side. As an alpha, I'm supposed to be strong and ruthless. But I can't. They say I'm not acting like a real alpha. But why should I fit into their imagined mold? Can't kindness and understanding also be qualities of a leader? Epilogue 2, N.R.D. Nathan's POV. Carly, can you pass me the rag? I ask as I move a stack of washed dishes onto the counter. She hands me the rag as the washes the last of tonight's dishes. I begin drying the plates one by one. When she's done washing, she picks up a rag and starts helping me. Do you really have to go tomorrow? She whines. You know I do. Beautiful. I answer. Carly gave me a sad little pout before putting down the dishes and crashing into my arms. I set down the plate and the rag to wrap my arms around her. She snuggles into my chest. I only see you like 2 or 3 times a month. I know, Carly, but once we graduate, we can move in together back home. Then I'll see you every day. I gave her a kiss on the top of her head and continued. Plus, we'll be back with Lauren. We just have to get through this last year. She nodded into my chest. I know, but it's so hard not seeing you. Not seeing her more rat, though in why your mom and dad. I pulled away from her to look at her face. Maybe we should visit home next weekend, I suggested. She remained quiet while she gave some thought before answering. I can't. I have to prepare for the fashion show that's at the end of the month. I gave her an understanding smile. Going home was hard with all our responsibilities as college students. I took Carly's hand in mine and led her to her bed. How about we leave the rest of the dishes for tomorrow and watch a movie? I asked as we sat down on her bed. Her face instantly lifted into a bright smile. Can we cuddle? She asked excitedly. I chuckled. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Carly crawled into my arms, snuggling into me as I turned on the television and flipped through Netflix. To Carly's request, I put on a cheesy rom-com for us to watch. The movie had a friends to lovers storyline, which reminded me of Carly and I. I thought back to when things first started to change for us. It was the night my family and I went over to her house for dinner. Carly had been away from the dinner table for a long time. Her mom asked me to check her room and ask her to come back. When I did, I found Carly crying on her bedroom floor. Carly, what's wrong? I asked after I rushed to her. I'm not a baby anymore, she wailed as she looked down at a photo in her hand. She had a box filled with photos next to her and a few loose photos lying on the carpet. I looked to the photo on her hand. It was a young little girl, probably 2 or 3 years old, sitting on a dining chair with a bowl of mashed potatoes in front of her. I assumed that the little girl was Carly. She could barely reach the table and had mashed potatoes smeared all over her face. A www, Carly. Everyone grows up. I responded. I don't want to. I want to be a baby, she insisted. I want to have my stubby little fingers and my chubby legs. I want to be carried by mom and have a cute baby face. How about this? I begin and pick her up, making her squeal. I may not be able to make you a baby again, but I can carry you like one. Yay, mommy's carrying me. I chuckled. I've been given many nicknames. But Mommy's a first. Carly didn't respond instead. She gasped and jumped out of my arms. She scrambled to her closet and exclaimed, "There's more in there." I followed her to her closet to see what she was talking about. She started reaching for a box on the top shelf of the closet. "There's more what?" "Pictures of baby me." She tried climbing some boxes on the floor of a closet but still couldn't reach. So I stepped close behind her and reached for the box to get it down for her. When my chest touched her back, Carly squealed and fell off the box she was standing on. Because I was standing so close to her, she knocked me off my feet as well. Carly and I both landed on the ground. Carly's body and mine were still touching. Even after we landed, she jumped away from me and turned around to face me. I was caught off guard when her face was centimeters away from mine. My eyes traveled to her plump lips and then her tinted cheeks. Carly looks so cute right now, I thought to myself. It was the first time I had that thought, but it was definitely the strongest it's ever been. There was a temptation she provoked in me, it was irresistible. Carly's eyes looked up at me with embarrassment, but they also looked like they were asking for something. Something I was willing to give. Without thinking, I closed the gap between me and Carly. I closed my eyes as I planted an innocent kiss on her lips. That shiver erupted from my body as her warm lips touched mine. They were so shy, so gentle, but they were responsive. When her lips moved against my own, my heart began its marathon. A Pandora's box of emotions was released that night. There was always something about her. She always caught my eye, was fun to hang out with, and made me laugh. But I never wanted to think of it as more than friendship. That's a line you can tongue cross. But it was too late for that now. Lines were blurred, feelings were revealed, and risks were taken. After we pulled away, I watched her face go from soft to horrified. That broke my heart. Carly scrambled to her feet and bolted out of the bedroom. I heard her footsteps fade away as she hurried down the stairs. I was left sitting on the carpet, scared of what would happen next. I cursed myself for what I did. I ruined my friendship with Carly, probably Lauren too. I acted and didn't think of the consequences. I quickly got up and rushed to meet Carly downstairs. But once I arrived, I heard her mother say, "Carly, that's rude to our guests. Why are you saying you want Nathan to leave?" She stumbled. He saw my baby pictures. Everyone turned to look at me as I appeared in the doorway. My parents looked so confused while Carly's mum wore a smile on her face. "What's wrong with that? You didn't want him to see your little baby booty?" She chuckled. "Mom, please," she begged. Carly's father left it off and asked, "So who wants another round of lasagna?" The conversation was quickly lost. Carly gave me a quick glance but didn't look or even breathe in my direction for the rest of the night. The kiss seemed like a big mistake, but why did I feel like I was the only one who enjoyed it? Carly's POV. For a while, things were awkward before they got better. We barely talked, and when we did it was with other people around or just small talk. But slowly, the awkwardness faded away and instead everything between us felt natural. My thoughts began to revolve around him. What was he doing? Should I go see him? Should I call him? The other people I used to like or find attractive faded away, when Nathan was the only guy I could see. I knew I was hooked on him and there was no going back. But I didn't want to. And luckily he doesn't want to either. I can't take it anymore. I can't just act normal when all I want to do is hold your hand and kiss you again. I've been scared that things will be awkward, that we won't be friends anymore. But if I don't do anything, I'm going to regret not taking this chance. He confessed. A lot happened since the kiss, which I used to hate to admit that I enjoyed. Nathan and I grew closer, though he could never compare to Derek, the roach that lives in my room. He paused, taking a deep breath before nervously saying, "I like you." Those 3 words. They were simple yet they instantly opened up my heart to him. My head became fuzzy as my face grew hot. My heart was busy running a marathon in my chest. These feelings were new. Sure, I've had crushes but it was nothing like this. It was superficial, based on looks. But this was different. I liked Nate for who he was, not just for his looks. I stood speechless, unable to process his words, not knowing how to respond. I know you probably don't feel like that about me. I do feel the way about you." Before he could finish his sentence, I pulled his collar to bring him towards me. I stood on my tiptoes and pressed along, a weighted kiss on his lips. He stood frozen at first, but his shock wore off quickly. He wrapped his arms around me and cinched his lips against mine. My stomach tingled with excitement. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm." I thought it was the milk I had earlier trying to give me the runs, but this was different. This didn't make my stomach bubble. It made my stomach nervous and excited. It made me feel happy. It made me feel warm. Nathan pulled away slowly and met my eyes with affectionate ones, but they were weary. I needed to reassure him by telling him how I felt. "I do like you, Nathaniel," as much as I tried telling myself I didn't. I couldn't keep pushing those feelings down. "I want to be with you. I want to be the one you kiss after your team wins a game and the one who holds you in their arms when you need someone," I confessed. Nathan's face softened at my words. He instantly pulled me into an embrace. As I settled into his chest, which quickly became my favorite place, I listened to the rapid beating of his heart. I smiled to myself. I did it. I got the boy of my dreams. When Nathan looked down at me with those mesmerizing blue eyes of his, I knew this was where I belonged, by his side. Nathan's POV, 20 minutes into the movie, I was taken aback by the sound of snoring. I chuckled to myself when I saw some drool running down Carly's face. She clearly told me, "If you fall asleep, I'll throw you out so you can sleep in the cold." Yet she's the one that fell asleep less than halfway into the movie. I slowly moved off of the bed, careful not to wake up Carly. I got up to turn off the TV and lights before crawling back into bed. I made sure she was well covered with the blanket before snuggling close to my beautiful girlfriend. I smiled when she draped her leg onto me in her sleep. "I may be leaving tomorrow, but I can't wait for our next weekend together." At log 3, Jeremy asked consideration. "A lot of people are upset because they say untact like an alpha. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I guess you'll just go beat the shit out of anyone who looks at my mate for more that's at my desk and have every time someone breathes too close to her. Oh, I guess I should also yell at anyone who causes me a minor inconvenience. Like when I get served 24 potato fries instead of 22. Should I also treat my best friends like dirt and scream at them because I know that they have to tolerate it since I'm the alpha? I'm an alpha, not a caveman. Just because I'm an alpha doesn't mean that I have to be a tough, unreasonable, merciless guy whose only redeeming quality is his ripping ABS. Well, maybe the last part is me being salty about not having ABS. But still, I hate how people think I have to mold to this image that they have in their heads about what an alpha should be. A lot of the qualities that they want me to have are extremely toxic and unhealthy for everyone involved. Why would I want that? My beautiful mate cups my face in her soft hands. Don't listen to anything they say. They don't know what they're talking about. She tries to console me. You don't listen to anything they say. Just because you're human now doesn't mean you're any less of a Luna. She smiles softly. Don't worry. I don't care about any of that. At least, not anymore. But you, on the other hand, I can tell this eating away at you. I smile sadly and look down. If I could, I would beat up anyone who talks about you behind your back, she says passionately while showing me her fist. I smile softly before putting my hand over her fist to lower her arm. As much as I would appreciate that, it would only cause more problems. Love. She sighs and crosses her arms over her chest. I know that they shouldn't talk about their alpha like that. It bothers me that they don't know the amazing the way you are. I pull her towards me and plan to kiss on her cheek. But you think him amazing. Knowing that gives me strength to face everything. Blair smiles and leans towards me. I smile in return, thinking she's leaning in for a kiss. As I get closer, she pauses and flicks my forehead. That was so cheesy, she remarked with a beautiful smile resting on her lips. I take her hand in mine. But it's true. We continue to talk as we walk through the forest, searching for the nearby lake. Once we arrive, we set down our towels on a rock and prepare for our dip. "Hey, Blair." I call out to her. Yes, she responds as she turns to face me. I put my hands up expectantly and ask, "Can you take off my shirt?" She rolls her eyes but still approaches me, narrowing the space between us. My breath catches as she looks up at me, searching deeply into my eyes. Her hands reach the hem of my shirt, lightly brushing against my skin. Her touch sets my skin on fire, fueling my desire for more. I become entranced by her as she pulls my shirt over my head, keeping her body close to mine. It doesn't help that she's showing a lot of skin with her tucked up and shorts. I did not intend for this to be sexual, but my mate is so hot. Everything she does ends up feeling like a lingerie ad. "You big baby, you can't even undress yourself." A smirk formed on my lips. Why would I do it myself when I could be undressed by the most beautiful woman on the planet? She tries to hide her embarrassment, but fails epic ally. Her bashful smile gives her away. "Let's go for a dip." "You dummy. IWW, I love you too." I respond, then peck her lips and continue. "But sure. A dip sounds great." I grin before picking up my beautiful mate, taking her into my arms. She squeals slightly, surprised by my gesture. "What are you doing?" "Going for a dip, just like you said." I quickly run into the water before Blair can fight her way out of my hold. I don't stop until it reaches my stomach, where it brushes against Blair's back and submerges her hanging legs. It's cold," she exclaims before hanging on to me tightly. I swing her around jokingly, pretending I'm gonna throw her into the water. "Throw me and I will drown you." Sounds like a win-win situation to me. I answer with a huge grin on my face. "Jeremy, don't be evil." I slightly submerge her into the water, causing her to squeal some more. "Jeremy, if you don't stop, I won't kiss you for a week." I freeze suddenly and turn to her wide-eyed. "No, please." I beg. "Anything but that." She smiles, then put me down, on my feet. I slowly lower her, making sure she has a chance to regain her footing. Once she's on her feet, she gives me a bright smile. She begins petting my head like a dog and says, "IWW, who's a good alpha." "You are." I cross my arms over my chest and pout at her. She laughs and says, "IWWW, don't be mad." I keep my arms crossed and look away from her. I hear her moving through the water as she approaches me, but I keep my head turned. She slips her cool, wet fingers onto my face, turning it around so that I face her. Before I know what's going on, I feel her warm lips on mine. I instantly close my eyes and rest my hands on her waist to pull her closer so that her body is against mine. She pulls back and smiles at me. "You're the evil one," I say in a pout. She throws her head back and laughs adorably, making my heart race. "And you're the cute one," she says before I smile and pull her in for another kiss. I sit on my desk, listening to what the commander has to say. "I apologize, sir. Some warriors refuse to cooperate. They claim you are not fit to be alpha." As a few weeks passed, the situation quickly escalated. I felt that letting them see for themselves that I can be a competent alpha would work. I wanted to avoid putting my foot down because I did not know how people would react. But things are getting worse and it's time for me to step in. Tell them I will meet with them at sunset. And not just the warriors. The whole pack. "Yes, Alpha. I will make the announcement." As the commander is leaving my office, Lucas and Daniel walk in. The commander and my two friends greet each other at the door before going their separate ways. My beta and Delta have a seat on the leather couch in my office. I leave my desk chair to join them. "How you feeling?" Daniel asks me. To be honest, I'm worried. I don't want to lose my position as alpha. Imagine how devastated my family will be. I don't want to dishonor my father, who expected me to be the alpha of his pack and eventually pass it on to my children. This situation is very stressful. "I don't think you have to worry too much," Lucas says. "You have the support of most people in this pack. They not only respect your lineage, despite everything that happened, but they also see that you are a good person and a good alpha. Thanks, Lucius, I responded. I really hope that's the case. My beta and my delta helped me prepare for the pack meeting later. This would be the first time I would be speaking to everyone in the pack like this, and I'm a little nervous. However, I am still confident. I know that what I am doing is for the good of pack, for my people. When the sun was just about ready to set, I found myself standing before my fellow wolves. They were all gathered before me, some uneasy, some uninterested, some excited. There were quiet whispers in the crowd, so I had to ask for every owner's attention before getting started. Good evening, everyone. I began and looked over at my loyal beta and delta, Lucas and Daniel. They smiled at me reassuringly, and I continued. I know there have been tensions lately, and a lot of you have been wondering if I am competent enough to be alpha. I want to shut down these worries. Not by force, but by choice. I want you to see for yourself that I can be a good alpha. I paused and looked at the crowd before me. They all seemed to be listening and taking in my word. I want to be a good leader, but I also want to be a different leader. I know that you all may be uneasy because you do not know what is to come while I am your alpha. But I promise you that all I want is to keep you safe and help everyone in this pack live a peaceful life. I believe that being a good leader is not being ruthless, but rather understanding of people's situations and doing what is best for the pack. Not just what is best for me. I want us to be more progressive and look towards a brighter future. One where war is not always the answer. Where we do not have to be merciless and overexert our power. I do not wish to rule over you in tyranny. On the contrary, I want what is best for you, my people. That is the future I want for us. For the Silver Coat Pack. Thank you everyone for being loyal and for devoting yourself to our pack. I, Jeremy Kianos, greatly appreciate and respect each and every one of you. If you let me be your alpha, I will lead with great conviction and responsibility. Please just give me time to prove myself to you. If my words did not convince you, then pay attention to my actions, and maybe then you will see my vision. If you still don't like my leadership, we can begin making changes or suggested change in leadership. That is all for today's meeting. Thank you for your time. After I finished up my speech and dismissed everyone, I stepped away from the crowd. I was surprised when I saw my adorable mate running towards me before holding me in a tight embrace. I immediately returned the hug by wrapping my arms around her. I'm so proud of you. You are amazing. Jeremy, she mumbled against my chest. I closed my eyes and smiled to myself. Thank you. Love. It means a lot, especially coming from you. Our little moment ended when Daniel and Lil and Lucas approached us. You were great, man, Daniel said as I pulled away from my mate. Yeah, Lucas added. It was awesome, and I'm not just saying that because I have to as your friend. It was nice knowing that everyone was proud of me and fought with my speech. Thank you. Guys, I replied while smiling at everyone. With my friends and my amazing mate by my side, I will show everyone that I can be a good alpha, that I may be different, but still a good leader. Achilleasen, is mate Lucas B. Ovi, Inde. Those two words echoed in my head. I knew I said them to scare off someone who was trying to hit on me a few months ago, but I did not expect that it would be true. Well, I may not exactly be gay, but my mate is a guy. And since I have never felt sexual attraction towards anyone but my mate, am I technically gay? God, this werewolf business is making me question my entire sexuality. I'm so sorry. Beta Lucas. I'm sure you expected a female as your e-mate. His shaky voice faltered. How will you have kids to take over the beta position? I am so sorry. My heart ached at the way his head hung low, the way he shamefully stared at his feet, as if this was all his fault. No, Artemis. Please don't apologize. I pleaded. You have nothing to be sorry for. And to hell with having kids. You're my mate. That's all that matters. I took a step closer to him, but he took one back in return. My wolf whimpered at his movement. Artemis, a pack warrior, lowered his head even further, avoiding eye contact with me at all costs. It would be best if you find a wolf that can give you kids, he whimpered. Without another word, Artemis turned and ran in the opposite direction. As he increased the distance between the two of us, he transformed into his wolf-knit sprint. What are you standing around for? Go chase him, my wolf demanded. Please don't do this right now. As much as I want to, I should give him some space before I talk to him. You're right. But talk to him by tomorrow. No later than that. Don't worry. I will. That night, I tossed and turned for hours. Now that I knew who my mate was, I could not bear to sleep without him. It felt like something was missing. I felt incomplete. I want to explain to him that I want him. But it doesn't matter that he's a guy. I obviously didn't expect this. But that doesn't mean that I don't want it. I check my phone for the time. 12:04. Technically, it's the next day. I told myself I would talk to him tomorrow. Now is tomorrow. I quickly hop out of bed and rush out of the lonely beta house. I don't even bother to put on a shirt or even to put on shoes. I run toward the werewolf living quarters. I let instinct lead me to my mate's house. An addicting smell is a dead giveaway of my mate's presence inside. I arrive at his door panting with a light sweat. Once I stopped, I was immediately called off by the brisk air. Lucas. Please. I beg him. Hear me out. Artemis gives me a concerned look when he sees my bare body in the harsh cold. Come inside. He concedes. I can't help but smile in response. Thank you. What brings you here at this hour? He asks as he passes me a blanket from the couch. I want very cold. But it's cute that AG is concerned about me. I take the blanket and wrap it around my shoulders. I take in a deep breath and let out a sigh of satisfaction when I notice that his scent is all over the blanket. I almost let out a chuckle when I see his eyes shamefully scan my chest and abs. When my lips break into a smile, his eyes snap back up and meet my own eyes. I take a step closer to him. This time, he doesn't move away. His eyes soften as he looks into my eyes. He looks like he wants to give in. I just have to give him a little push. His eyes flutter shut when I gently cup his face with my hand. I'm surprised at the pleasant sensation that spreads throughout my body as my fingers caress his skin. Now I see why wolves start wars over their mates. My body shivers at the thought of bringing my face closer to his and pressing a kiss on his beautiful, heart-shaped lips. Artemis, I don't care that we can't have kids. I don't care that you're a guy. If people talk about us, I don't care. If I have to give up my position as beta, I don't care. You're my mate. Every ounce of my body wants to hold you in my arms right now. I just want you. That's what's important. So please, will you take me as your mate? It would be an honor. I see that his face has flushed slightly. His expression holds many conflicting emotions. He almost looks like he wants to cry. Was I too insensitive? Did I say something wrong? Before any other pessimistic thoughts can penetrate my brain, Artemis closes the gap between us and wraps his arms around me. I'm sorry. He apologized. I didn't want you to feel like you were stuck with me. I didn't want you to lose your position because of me. But I'm selfish and I want to be your mate. Why is that something to be sorry about? We're mates. We'll get through this together. I intertwined my fingers with his as we embraced one another. I will do everything in my power to make sure Artemis doesn't receive any backlash because of me. Not everyone will be okay with the bait having a mate that isn't female. They can make fun of me all they want, but not my mate. I pulled away and gazed into his beautiful sky blue eyes. His jet black hair seeped onto his forehead in naturally tight curls. His sharp nose and bushy brows complemented his face well. He was beautiful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. My mind started having dirty thoughts when his hand grabbed my wrist. He nervously asked, "Do you want to sleep in my house tonight? There's other people living here." But, yes, definitely, I said without hesitation. I didn't expect anything to happen, nor would I try to make a move on him. I was just happy he gave me the opportunity to be with him. He chuckled. "Shall we go to bed?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I followed him up a flight of stairs. When we arrived, he nervously went around cleaning his room. Not the cleanest guy. I joked. I'm sorry. He looked down and apologized. Why are you apologizing? It was a joke. I'm sorry if it sounded like I was telling you off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's because you're either beta. I'm used to following orders. If I ask you to do something, don't do it because you feel like you have to take orders from me. Do it because you want to. And if you don't want to, then tell me that and I'll understand. We're equals in this relationship. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He smiled at me. Okay. Nucus. The way he pronounced my name gave me the jitters. I felt like a little boy who was experiencing his first crush. I pulled Artemis into an embrace and plopped us onto the bed. He happily snuggled against me. I loved the sensation of our bodies tangled into one another. I pulled my head back slightly to look at Artemis. He noticed and looked at me with his gorgeous eyes. We both smiled at each other before I buried my face in his chest. This was just the beginning of our journey together, and I was already hooked. At log 5, getaway date is everything ready. Daniel asks me as I place a small bag on the kitchen counter. Yep. We just need to take everything to the car. Daniel takes all the bags from the counter and says, "Can't let my princess carry all this." I give him a smile before rushing in front of him to open the front door, then the trunk. After putting all the stuff in our trunk, we made sure we had everything: blankets, our cooler with food and drinks, a flashlight, and an extra set of clothes. This was Daniel and his first getaway together since we've been together. He doesn't get many opportunities to have some time off, but now that he has the weekend free, we are taking full advantage of it. After 2 years together, we are finally having our first trip together. We were driving a few hours away to a mountain range with a nearby lake. Though it won't be snowing at this time of the year, it will still be cold, so we have to make sure to take thick sweaters and plenty of blankets since we will spend a majority of our time outside. Daniel got into the passenger seat while I climbed into the driver's seat. I would be driving the first stretch of the drive, then he would take over. Once I got the car started, I joked, "You'll be my passenger princess for today." Correction, you mean you'll be your passenger princess for the first hours. The smarty corrected me with his pointing finger held up at me. I put down his pointing finger and replied, "Let me have this win." He laughed and said, "Then start driving, princess." I turned the car to drive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My prince. After a few hours of driving, eating snacks, and bantering with each other, Daniel and I arrived at the mountain area at 1 p.m. First thing we did was park our car at the campsite and explore the area. We went on a trail and followed the path all the way to the top of the mountain. We reached the mountain peak after an hour and a half of hiking. The view below us was absolutely breathtaking. The mountains in the distance were blurred by a thin layer of fog. The trees hundreds of feet below us looked so tiny that we could barely make out their shape. Wow, I breathed. It's so beautiful. It really is. Makes me wish our territory was on a landscape like this. That many mountains and cliffs would be scary, especially for raising pups. That's true. I would hate losing my baby like that. But as long as we set up fences and mark restricted areas, then we would be fine. The thing I would love about living here is the snow. I revealed. I've always wanted to live in a place where it snows often rather than just 3 times a year. Daniel wrapped an arm around me and planted a kiss on my forehead with his cold lips. We may not be able to move here, but let's visit this place when there's snow. I gave him a warm smile. I would like that. And well, it would be nice to visit this place again. When we have kids, we could make snow angels and have snowball fights and show them the beautiful views. Daniel seemed nervous telling me this. His eyes held a vulnerability, and I almost knew what he was asking. We already had the "do we want kids" talk, but we had never decided when to actually start trying for kids. Do you want to have kids soon? Daniel looked away from me and toward the landscape. He deeply inhaled the crisp mountain air, then exhaled slowly, a spread across his lips. He looked at me with his radiant smile and said, "I would love to have a little me or a little you running around. I absolutely love the idea of having kids with you. If I'm honest, there's nothing I want more right now. But I know you're still training to be a warrior. I don't want to take that away from you. And I'm not sure if you're ready. We're still pretty young. I just want to make sure we have pups when we're both ready." I looked down and smiled softly. Daniel, my mate. He was always so considerate. He would be an amazing dad. Of that I had no doubt. But I was sure if I was in the right place yet. If I'm being honest. I looked back towards him and continued. I feel like there's some things I need to do before I have kids. Like you said, I feel like I need to finish my training before I can have kids. If I have a kid now, it would either set me back or I will give up on being a warrior entirely. I know Blair is already pregnant, but I need a little more time. The whole time I was talking, Daniel listened and respected what I had to say. I completely understand. I'm willing to wait until you are ready, even if it's in 10 years. Daniel always managed to get me to smile. Thank you, but we don't need to wait that long. In about a year my training should finish. When I'm a full-fledged warrior, we can start trying. Daniel was in wolf form, yet I could imagine his ears perking up at the way he exclaimed, "To my agent extraordinaire, my Linilbang, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Yes, really. Daniel hugged me and picked me up as we both laughed. After he set me down, "I didn't think you would finish so soon. I'm so glad. Princess." I couldn't stop smiling at Daniel. I almost wanted to throw everything out the window and make that kid right now. But I knew better than that. I rubbed his nose, which was a bright pink from being exposed to the cold for too long, with my gloved fingers. "Come on, let's start heading back down. The sun is starting to set," I suggested. Daniel agreed and we both slowly made our way down the mountain. By the time we arrived at our car, we were tired, hungry, and exhausted. We had our pre-made sandwiches for dinner and set up our sleeping arrangements for the night. We layered a mattress stopper and many blankets on the back of his truck. The space was a little small, but it was enough for both of us to fit in and sleep comfortably. We didn't have a tent, so we got a small mosquito repellent device and placed it near us to avoid having our blood sucked in our sleep. We hated mosquitoes as much as we hated vampires. Our 3 thick blankets would keep us warm throughout the night. Before falling asleep, Daniel and I were gazing at the beautiful patterns in the sky above us. The stars were extremely visible here. They seemed to gleam more than back home. It was as if they were happy that they rested over an abundance of trees, mountains, and nature. I pointed my finger up at the sky. "Doesn't that constellation look like the pot we have at home? The funny looking one with the handle at the bottom instead of the top?" "No way. It looks more like a baseball cap to me." I see the cap, but I see the brown pot more." Daniel traced a constellation with his pointing finger and asked, "What does this one look like to you?" I looked at it for a second before bursting out in laughter. "That looks like a mouse to me." Daniel joined in my laughter. "That's a whole rat right there." I looked over to Daniel, who had the most amazing smile on his face. I could tell that he was happy, that he truly loved me. I looked back up at the stars and smiled when I saw the Gemini constellation. "You know what else I see?" He looked at me and raised an eyebrow. I pointed towards it and said, "I see me and you. That's us right there holding hands, being by each other's side no matter what." Daniel flashed his teeth in a bashful smile. "I agree with your observation." He turned to look at me and took my hand in his own, mimicking the constellation. He continued, "That's us today. And 20 years from now, I'm never leaving your side, Princess." As his thumb played with the ring he gave me, I pulled myself closer to him, my arms wrapped around his neck and my leg around his waist. I love you, Daniel, I whispered. And I love you, Lauren. Akiyazan, Benson baby, oh my god. Oh my god. What do I do? Should I get my mom? No, she'll be asleep. I'll take you straight to the pack doctor. My mate rambled frantically. I took 2 deep breaths before speaking. Daniel, calm down. Please. Just take me to the pack doctor right now. We figure out the rest from there. Yes, I'm sorry, princess. Let's go. Daniel quickly grabbed the pre-packed bag we had set up for this occasion. We knew it was coming. We just didn't know when. So we wanted to be prepared. After he swung the bag over his shoulder, Daniel picked me up and carried me in his arms, almost like a baby. Daniel, do you plan on carrying me all the way to the pack doctor? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not letting you walk there. Not like this, he said with determination. It's not that far. I took a deep breath to control the pain and continued. I can walk, he insisted. That's not an option. Princess, let's go. Because I knew he wouldn't let up about this. And because I was having terrible contractions, I let him carry me all the way despite being squirmish and heavy. Daniel began walking to the pack house, holding me tightly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Midnight air was unwelcoming. I shivered as it pierced my skin. Sorry, princess. I should have brought a blanket for you. No, you're doing enough right now. Don't worry about that. We're almost there. So just hold on for a little longer. I tightly gripped Daniel's arm as a sudden pain spiked in my belly. I cried out in pain at the awful sensation. Finally, we had arrived at the hospital. Once we entered the front doors, Daniel exclaimed, "My mate's going into labor." To the nurses in front. "Follow me," a nurse said in a hurry before leading us to an empty room. Daniel hurried us both into a delivery room. When we made it in, he gently set me down on the bed. The nurse gave me a gown to change into and told me to remain laid down on the bed until the doctor came in. Daniel crouched to my side and gently brushed my hair away from my face. He took my hand and comforted me by saying, "It's gonna be okay. Take a few deep breaths. Princess, I'm right here with you. I'm never leaving your side." I listened to what Daniel was saying, but it was hard for me to respond. The pain right now was extremely uncomfortable. It was difficult to concentrate on anything but the pain. I felt myself calm down a little when he planted a kiss on my forehead. "I'm here, princess. And soon our little girl will be here too." He continued to reassure me. Because of the pain and contractions, I was often in and out of sleep for a few hours until I was ready to give birth. Daniel stood beside me the whole time, always holding my hand. Even when I was asleep, he was fighting to stay awake in case I needed anything. Daniel was the best possible support system I could have had. "She's coming." I heard one of the nurses yell as I was in a haze. I was sleepy and in pain, so I felt numb to my surroundings and what was going on. But there was one thing I knew for sure. My baby was ready to enter this world. The nurses quickly propped my legs up and began instructing me. "We're going to need you to push, sweetie," one of them said. I looked at Daniel, who was standing right beside me. He looked both anxious and happy at the same time. His eyes were red, brimmed with tears. Daniel saw me looking and gave me a reassuring smile. He gave my hand a firm squeeze before kissing my sweaty forehead. I pushed when I was instructed to push and took deep breaths when I was told to breath in and out. Eventually, my precious little angel let out her first cry as she entered this world. The first thing they did was place her on my chest face down. When my baby was finally in my arms, I immediately broke into tears. For 9 months I cowled and waited to meet her, and now she was here with me. The nurse confirmed the ultrasound's prediction by saying, "As expected, your baby is a girl." Daniel and I looked at each other in awe. Tears streamed down both of our faces as we looked at our precious baby girl. The moment I saw her, I knew I'd call her. "Hi, Adeline," I whispered to her. "You're so beautiful. You're mother's middle name," Daniel said lovingly. I nodded and asked, "Is that okay?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Princess, it's a beautiful name. I would love for my daughter to carry your mother's name. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. A smile on my lips. Daniel gently picked up Adeline and cradled her small body in his arms. He looked at her with so much love, so much emotion. This was a sight I would never forget. "Mommy, when is Daddy coming home?" my 4-year-old asked innocently. "She's at work right now. Bunny, he'll be home soon." Adeline's lips formed into a pout. "But I want to show him something," she complained. I sat down next to her on the fuzzy living room carpet. "You can show me." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. "But I'm still showing Daddy when he gets here." I smiled at her. "That's fine with me." She picked up a card that was sitting next to her on the carpet. After handing it to me, she expectantly asked, "What do you think?" I gently took the card from her hands. It was a piece of construction paper folded slightly unevenly. I smiled at it knowing that she tried her best. I opened it and saw a drawing of Daniel, me and her. Surrounding the image was different kinds of stickers, including animals, shapes, and objects. In a blue crayon, she had written, "I love my family, my mommy, daddy and brother." Instantly, the last part caught my attention. I looked back to the drawing and noticed that she drew me with a big belly. "Bunny, what does this mean?" I pointed to the drawing of me and asked. Adeline smiled at me. She exclaimed, "That's you." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Why is my belly big? Did I eat too many tacos? No, Mommy. That's you and my brother. But Adeline, you don't have a brother, I said wearily. Yes, I do. Arch is in here. She gently touched my belly and smiled. Okay, Bunny, thank you for telling me. I told her before giving her a kiss on her forehead. You can continue drawing. Mummy's going to the bathroom. She picked up a new paper to draw on and instantly fell into her own world. I stood up and quickly headed to the bathroom. I searched the cabinets until I found some of the pregnancy tests we keep in here, just in case we need them. I peed on the test and made sure to flush and wash my hands while I waited for the results. I was anxious and didn't know what to expect. Adeline made it seem like she was sure I was pregnant, but that could have been her imagination. Right. I took the test with me as I left the bathroom. I still needed to wait a few more minutes, but I didn't want Adeline to be alone for too long. I took a seat on the couch and waited impatiently. When the results came back, my heart sank. Positive. I don't know how, but she knew. I looked toward my daughter who was coloring on a piece of paper. Somehow, Adeline knew I was pregnant even before I did, before anyone else did. Is it true that it'll be a boy? Or am I getting ahead of myself? Maybe it's a false positive. I should take one more just to be sure. But Adeline knew somehow. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Right. When the front door opens, I immediately bolt up. Daniel enters our house, his clothes and skin covered in dirt and mud. My heart begins to pound wildly in my chest. How was he going to react? We already have a kid together. But how was he going to feel about another one? Maybe he wasn't ready. Maybe the timing isn't right. Daniel immediately senses that something is wrong. He puts his things down at the front door and rushes toward me. He gently places his hands on my arms and asks, "Is everything okay?" Me, Emma. Yes, Daniel, but... I hesitate. There's something you need to know. Daddy. Our attention is brought to our 4-year-old stumbling towards us. She looks extremely happy to see her father and raises her hands to him, signaling that she wants to be carried. Daniel gives her a bright smile and squats to pick her up and spin her around. She giggles when he places a kiss on her forehead. What is it, princess? He asks her tenderly. Look, I made this for you. She bubbled as she handed him the card. He smiles warmly as he looks at the outside of the card. Princess, it's beautiful. Thank you. You're welcome, Daddy. After she has put down, Daniel examines the card. Instinctively, I gulp when he opens the letter. His eyes grow wide and his face falls. He looks at me and stumbles. Lauren, honey, is this true? Are we having another baby? Yes. I took a test today, after seeing her card, and it came out positive. I admit. For a second, his surprised expression worries me, but when his face breaks out into the biggest, brightest smile I've ever seen, I sigh in relief. He runs to me and takes me into his arms. He picks me up and spins me around, similar to how it did to our daughter moments ago. We both laugh and giggle as we are in each other's arms. He plants his lips to mine, the smile still present on his lips. I can't believe we're having another baby. Oh my God. Lauren, I'm so happy. You're giving me another blessing, he exclaims. He continues to plant kisses all over my face, making me giggle. He turns his attention to our daughter and picks her up so that she joins us. Daniel places a kiss on her head and says, I love you, princess. Adeline looks at him with adoration. I love you too, Daddy. He looks to me and mind links. Thank you for the beautiful family you've given me. I love you, Lauren. I hold back tears as I look at him holding our daughter. He is the best husband and father I could have ever asked for. And I love you, I reply through our mind link. Daniel carries our daughter to the kitchen and I follow behind them. He sets her down on her chair in the dining area. After washing his hands, he rolls up his sleeves and opens the fridge. I'm going to make my famous lasagna today, he announces. Yeah, lasagna is my favorite, Adeline exclaims. I place my hand on his arm to stop him. I'll cook. You can go tidy up. Achies still dirty from work. It looks uncomfortable. He looks to me, a radiant smile on his face. He gently brushes my hair behind my ear before insisting, No, me Emma. I got this. Let me cook for you and my 2 babies. Daniel gets down on one knee and gently places his hands on my stomach. He gives my stomach a kiss before whispering, I want to do this so you and my son can relax. My beautiful son who I already love with all my heart. He stands up and meets my eyes. His beautiful blue eyes gleam as he looks at me. I always adored the way his eyes held so much emotion when they looked at me. Okay. But in helping, even if it's with something like taking the meat out the freezer. Thank you. Beautiful. I can't help but smile at him. Even after years, he still melts my heart. Not just with the grand gestures he does, but with the little, everyday things. This is the man I want to spend the rest of my life with. Daniel is my mate, my everything. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.